they can control her up. Techies coming out for the side of BetBoom. So another just annoying hero. Nice mobility as well. Thunder, what is your response to this Muerta hero?
Not only do you have to respond to Muerta, but then you have to think about Techies, a hero that has been quite dormant competitively. I don't think we've really had to entertain the hero recently. But again, in 7.34D, he got a better cooldown on his blast off at later levels. Of course, it scales a little bit different, but at the end point, he now has 25 seconds, not 30 seconds. And there's a slight change to how proximity mines now hit flying units. So, yay. I guess, I haven't tested. I'm guessing that means like couriers, probably. Oh, no, hero units. Okay, I take that back. It's nothing to do with that. But anyway, the point is, I just reread the tooltip. I was like, there we go. The point is, blast off is better, and it's just very aggressive. I'd like to see Minefield Sign actually built in this game for the techies. Like when you think about movement, like Primal wants to get in and out of the fight, right? Like you taser yourself, you jump in, you throw down some Minefield Sign. Like how does Primal really utilize trample when he just, he's trampling, sure, but he's also taking like a bajillion damage from the mines.
Yeah. That could be very scary. Definitely an option for the side of BetBoom. But then at the same time, Thunder Awaken also have options as well. Not only can the Primal Beast get on top of the Muerta, you know, like catching her inside her ulti is very important, but also going for the Aghanims could be an option as well. That break can be very annoying. If you can't get off those double shots, then you can feel like you're missing a bit of the damage. But Phoenix coming out for Thunder here. Again, so, you know, kind of similar to last time where you've got these two supports which aren't really going to be going in and getting super involved in the fight. It's kind of just casting spells from the side. And also something which can die really easily if the Muerta or the techies can get a couple of shots off onto this Phoenix. You know, just the two of them alone could do the job. So gotta be respectful of that. And now a Lifestealer comes out for Thunder. So we've seen BetBoom play this a lot in pubs. That's of course Nightfall's speciality. But Thunder, they're gonna be the ones trying it this time around.
Is there not a scenario where BetBoom can now pivot their draft a little bit? Where this Muerta maybe goes into like a different role, or at least you pick up an offlaner that really shuts down the slaughter. Like when I say shut down, I'm just trying to think of like lane encounters. Like maybe you can go for like a Legion Commander where you duel him pre-rage. Well, okay, they go for a Beastmaster. So I was basically going along the route of I want some. If Lifesteal is trying to get right up in the face of my Muerta, I duel him, or I raw him, or I slaughter bash him, for example, even though that hero is a little bit of a weird spot right now. But yeah, they go for the Beastmaster. This is a lot of like just stuff to throw towards the Muerta, right? You're going to have tasers going down the line. You've got Solar Crest from the tree, Living Armor, the Inner Beast from the Beastmaster with the protection of the Raw. And then, of course, against Phoenix, the Aura helps as well. Like, it's everything to enable Muerta. And now the question for BetBoom is how do they round out their draft with that GPK hero? Because if I just see another playmaker that has a good laning matchup, it's going to look pretty scary for Thunder Awaken. Because damage is Primal, like unlocks all the damage for them. If he's not having a good game, they're not pumping out the damage in this game right now.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. You're relying a lot on Primal Beast. Similar to how last game we were relying on the Earth Spirit to be the tempo maker. But yeah, another important thing to mention about his Lifestealer, by the way, Rage. Very, very good against Muerta when she pops that ultimate ability, you know. One of the reasons why Muerta's been so good recently is that you pop that BKB and it's only 50% magic resistance. So you're still taking a ton of damage from this Muerta who just deals so much damage inside that ultimate. It still hurts. And Lifestealer, well, Rage gives you 80%. BKB gives you 50% magic resist. Rage and Blade Fury from Juggernaut, those two abilities give you 80% magic resistance. So it's much more than BKB, and it is going to make a difference in this matchup.
Well, it's going to be very critical for sure. And so I was kind of happy to see it. And honestly, I'm really excited to see the timeline of Lifestealer at this at this event. Like, I say this event like it's just another normal event at TI. And, trying to think, what is they're banning out TA, so like a mid, sure. Another hero that just, you know, Dragonlance Deso, take Roshan, their game could just be over before it even begins, potentially, that type of logic. But what is there any like GPK specialties right now that also look pretty good? They already have frontline with Beastmaster. So yeah, Puck was not too bad. There's still the route where they just go for like some like leaner mid, and now it's like, how does Lifesteal actually walk into the fight without getting just completely destroyed by constant right clicks? But that would mean Beastmaster would need to be the perfect front line, itemizing for it. And
yeah. And there's this kind of left field option of maybe going Viper on your mid lane. GPK. Yeah, pretty disgusting. I know, I'm a sick man.
Do I like Viper right now? I'm just trying to think. Is this hero even heroing? Yeah, it's got a 49.7% win rate, so not the worst. A Husker ban.
Wow.
Yeah,
what's that signify?
It's a best of 2, and they want to get a 2-0. He did get a pretty nutty buff though. Like it's one of those buffs where you look at it and you laugh at it because like whatever, but it's actually substantial. Like Burning Spears lasting 9 seconds, not 8. I mean, it hurts over time, and sure, they go for a playmaker option instead. They go for the Earth Spirit and an instant Kunkka pickup.
All right,
much better draft though for Thunder Awaken this time around.
Yeah. No, they've got a fighty lineup. They want to get in their faces. It'll be Illich on the Primal Beast, Sladam on the Kunkka, and Knight, Smiling Knight on the Lifestealer. Pretty cool stuff coming out from them. BetBoom, they're taking it a bit more simply than last game. You know, it's everything as expected from them. But it does just feel like two very solid drafts going to be battling it out against each other. I will say, you know, unsurprisingly, I do lean in BetBoom's favor. I think they can just get like a bit more done. It's a bit easier for them to play the game, I would say. But yeah, this Lifestealer, he can win this game for sure. Like there's nothing here which makes me think, oh, this Lifestealer is going to have issues. Sure, there's Raw, that will always be a factor. But there's two very big timings when Lifestealer gets like his damage items, when he gets his Radiance and his Armlet. That can be a pain in the ass for the Muerta to deal with. And then when he gets the Aghanims as well, that is going to be super, super crucial because Muerta just can't play into that. So they need to throw everything at this Lifestealer when that happens. And yeah, I think this is a game. This is a game, unlike last game.
This is a great statement there. But no, I think Thunder Awaken, they have drastically improved their drafts coming into the second game. Like the points that you were mentioning, it just really goes into the idea of concede a little bit of map, but be ready for like the perfect fight. Like if you run into it, there's a Realm, the Boat, the Torrent Storm that you're mentioning, the Rage, there's an Egg, Sunray, Primal Tankiness. Like they should, in theory, be able to construct the perfect fight to turn around any type of game. And if they're ahead, then it's like, how do they ever get picked off? Because their team fight's so strong. And on the flip side, you're looking at BetBoom, which is this lineup where they want to be explosive. They want to look at that first Roshan, like minute 16, 17, keep pushing Muerta forward into the fight, get her to Mjolnir, Silver Edge as quick as possible, and break the entire game. So BetBoom, all-out aggressors. They need to execute as well as they did in that previous game. But Thunder Awaken, much better draft this time around to be able to deal with that.
All right, let's jump into it. Game number 2 of Thunder Awaken versus BetBoom. Now kicking off here in the group stage at Road to TI. Who's going to come out on top? Well, that is indeed the question. Sladam going to be taking the Kunkka to the middle lane. This hero, he's been rising stock a little bit in pub games, right?
Oh, this Kunkka is just a absolute menace right now. The 15 talent, extra knock-up duration on their Torrent. You get an Aghanims for Torrent Storm. Like, just, the talents are too good for this hero. Like, 15 and 20. Your 20 timing is insane.
Too many percentages there for my liking.
They're big numbers, Nomad, but come on, we put your big boy pants on now. This is it. Yeah, this hero is a lot of control, super tanky, and on top of that, you have Tidal Wave. Like, a hero that has a good Aghanims, but also a good shard. Like, there's some heroes in the game where your shard's kind of whatever, but you have really good Aghs timings. Like, he has great shard timings, plus Aghs timings. It's, yeah. He can take over games and just really facilitate the perfect team fight if you get to your levels, if you get to your items.
I wonder how this mid lane's going to go down. Hopefully we don't see any first bloods happening in the middle lane this time around, or at least solo kills happening in the middle lane this time around, as we saw last game. That kind of set up the entire rest of the game to be a bit of a beatdown for Thunder, but I believe in Sladam.
This is a lane that pretty much plays itself out, I think, for Kunkka. You push out the lanes, unless you step up to the high ground and get kicked under the tower, it should just be a trader farm where Kunkka might even pull slightly ahead. GPK does have the kick available, but with the creeps already tanking, didn't want to kick Slam underneath the tower there. And,
Oh my god, that's just first blood in the bottom lane. Sorry, I kind of watched that whole thing just kind of in horrified silence. I just ran the guy down. That was brutal.
This is, I think, where...
did kind of get caught out by 2 Bramble Mazes, which wasn't ideal, but still very nicely done.
A very small thing about this combination is Primal Beast has the just the tankiness of Uproar. So when your tree wants to step in and throw that leech seed down, it's like, wait a second, I might be healing, but he's just equally as strong, if not stronger. And Toronto Tokyo needs to be careful. He doesn't have TP available, just walking straight back into the lane, and a lot of just pressure coming from the off lanes on both teams. Like Knight in top lane. Not much to his name here.
This is kind of expected, I think, especially for BetBoom's offlane. It's just very high damage, very high harassment. Even a Lifestealer won't be able to stand his own against this one. So MJZ, you know, going to have to really get involved and start to kind of pressure these guys to give his Lifestealer a bit of space. And look at the range of the techies. Save just utilizing the range of the techies just to really annoy Knight and mess up his CS on the tower. So Smiling Knight's really struggling with that one.
And it's not as if he's got that perfect position 5 to get into this lane, right? There's no healing, pre-Sun Ray. It's not as if you really level that in laning phase anyways, and you're not the most threatening of support, so Knight is going to be just a victim to tanking all this damage and all this harass.
Just the constant plink, plink, plink of this techies. It's so disgusting. And then you look at his spells as well, and they do tons of damage as well. It's just non-stop harassment. Save, he's a horrible man for picking this hero.
And he was one of the specialists on the heroes back in the day, so returning to his roots at TI, yeah.
What you want to do? Pull out the flavor heroes. Get into your comfort zone. That's one thing that's beautiful about Dota as well, is that you know, no matter what, there'll always be a niche for your hero. There'll always be a game where it's good. Except maybe like Meepo.
No, here is also... Oh, will he get the Lotus? Doesn't get the Lotus.
It's going to be one to grab it. It's going to help him out quite a lot. Ooh, a little bit of a race going on for the bounty rune here. GPK thinking about going to steal it, but still let him go for it as well. And just like, yeah, I don't really want to waste my rolling ball to secure that. Yeah, so far so good in the middle lane. TALON's doing all right. GPK trading pretty evenly at this point.
7 more denies on Stalem, so very good usage just of the fact that you have...
Yeah, and he's got a full wave to farm him
damage,
meanwhile. Yeah, Spirit just killed his, so we will see Sledham pull ahead.
What type of build do we want to see from Knight, though, in this game? Like, is he going to go for Radiance, just to get some mischance? I think in his quick buy, he is actually looking towards a Radiance, but... not Nightstealer, sorry, Lifestealer. They're getting bumped into a couple of the roots there.
Very nice fear coming out from Nightfall. That saves the day for Toronto Tokyo, gets the Primal Beast off him, and stops that trample from killing him off, so that helps a lot. Wonder if when Muerta gets a point in Gunslinger, we're going to see any cheeky little extra stacks of Uproar coming out. I guess so.
Oops, I've hit him. Oh no.
Yeah. Tree instantly dead.
No, I feel like after this game 1, though, I really do want to see Thunder Awaken just kind of bounce back a little bit here. It was a little bit one-sided in the first game. Like, okay, so would you rather have the groups be just super clean, have the top, bottom, no tiebreakers, or would you rather have just draws everywhere, day 1, we don't know who's the favorite, everyone's just taking games off each other? Like, what type of TI do you prefer to see?
And that's kind of a interesting question. Oh, Nightfall getting low at the bottom side. He's trying to hold his ground here, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so. Out of wand now, and Lich will be able to kill him off. Now looking over towards Toronto Tokyo as well, who's just trying to finish off Knight, but that's not going to happen. Moves his way towards the tree line and will be okay. But obviously I want a bloodbath tier. You crazy? Okay. I'm not a player. I don't care about their sanity or their stress levels. I want to see fight. I want to see muck, because like the primordial ooze we all came from, you know, that's when evolution occurs and the worthy truly arise.
good. That was the only correct answer I'd have allowed. Oh, and that's
In those exact words, I'm sure.
yeah, no, exactly. I wanted to hear the word ooze, but yeah, right now, Thunder Awaken just doing a really good job with their offlane duo, getting some kills. They killed off Nightfall once, they killed off Toronto Tokyo once. Just getting a little bit more momentum on their side compared to that previous game. Of course, Primal Beast. As soon as you get a little bit of levels, suddenly you're talking about 1500 HP, 50-minute blade mail.
Very cute play in the middle lane.
Yeah,
Thunder, they tried to set up for the power and they really wanted to give it over towards Sladden, but Save trying to get away, won't be able to get off that blast off. But yeah, the nice roll through from GPK allows them to pick up the Invis rune without getting caught out by those brambles, and that's a big change to Urspirit we've been seeing for the past 6 months, that he can now just roll through all these lockdowns which used to cause him so many difficulties, especially roots, and just roll straight out the other side. Absolutely fine.
Yeah, the support's very free to make these moves. Like we've seen the Willow, the Phoenix, they're enabling the Kunkka to get the kill after the fact. No, very nice start for Awaken. 3 kills. Net worth isn't too crazy. Of course, we are seeing BetBoom once again being very efficient, but seeing the mid and off lane for Awaken, building up that 3k lead. Wisdom Rune. 1 for 1.
Oh,
Toronto Tokyo should
that's
be
why they call
here.
him Quick Finger Knight. I think this might be a dead train as well, so Wisdom Rune plus a kill. Ooh, now it begins. Now it begins. It's a game number 2 to get there. The Thunder.
Ooh. That would have been a really good time to use a goat voice. Sorry. Anyway.
We had an agreement too, Governor.
We did have an agreement, but we've not had a lot of, to be fair, we've not had much tipping or voice laning, to be fair. I think MJZ, he's the one doing a lot of the spamming right now, but I'm happy to see Thunder Awaken kind of being a little bit positive here, and positive plays back into top, getting a kill into save. 5-0, yeah, what a great start. They're just crushing the laning phase right now.
Yeah, they're doing magnificently. It's good to see. Thunder certainly waking up for this second game, and we'll see if they're able to keep up this tempo and what BetBoom can do to kind of contest. Bottom lane is going to be where the rune spawns. It's going to be a shield rune picked up by Knight on the Dark Willow. So they look to come into this one, and Toronto Tokyo might be in some trouble again here. In comes Illich, flying in from the sidelines with the onslaught, with the trample. That combo is going to get them another. And now they're going to save as well. Is there going to be another one? I think it is. Torrent's going to connect. In comes Cursed Crown. Illich comes in, throws him up and down with the pulverized. GPK entering this fight, though. They have killed off Save, but is there going to be a cost to pay? Illich getting very, very low to the magnetized, to the tower as well. GPK tries to roll on through, only lands onto MJZ, keeping that magnetized nice and refreshed, but he is going to get brought down and just not getting the damage to kill anybody off.
It's 8-0, no, man. What?
This is not what you expect after game 1.
Yeah. Like, to be fair, if you're just tuning in, like, quickly scrub back in the VOD and rewatch game 1. This is such a pleasant change of pace from Thunder Awaken. They're using their supports, they're connecting them with their cores. We're seeing the synergies of the 4, enabling Knight to just be a lifestealer, protecting his safe lane tower, not allowing that to go down. And they are just making all the moves. And for BetBoom, Toronto Tokyo, he died in bot, respawn, died, went mid, died. Like, they are shutting down his game and preventing him from being a nuisance of a treant that you often see nowadays. 3 points in Leech Seed. If he gets close enough to even press that button, he's probably going to be going down right now.
Absolutely. It's really looking bad for the supports. 6 deaths in total on the BetBoom supports. 6 out of 8. Got to be a little bit careful, of course. There is the upshot that at least the cores aren't dying too much, but you're giving away a lot of an advantage to the side of Thunder.
You have double blade
Maybe
mail.
he can make something happen.
Kunkka and Primal Beast are going to have blade mail relatively at the same time. So this magnetized from GPK, not going to be too excited to be pressing it so freely. Do you think Murta might accidentally kill herself to double blade mail? You'd like to say no, we are at TI. You know, this is the creme de la creme of pro players, right? But
yeah,
if they want to utilize...
It's tough when there's 2 of them, though. Like, when you're playing against multiple, you kind of just need to, like, not do it.
Just don't do damage, please. For what? How long's blade mail? 4.5 seconds?
Yep. And don't worry, they pierce it out at 6 seconds, so you still got you've still got half a second there to get your damage off. So that's all right.
So how many moon shards do they need to be effective in 0.5 seconds?
You laugh, but that was the Shiro, the only player to really be trying Muerta kind of before she's been buffed a lot, and he was going just Maelstrom straight into Moonshot. That was his build.
Yeah, I mean, Shiro's
Haven't seen that in a while, but
he's done some Willow carry. He's done the Muerta carry. Like I think he's played a couple Weaver games as well. Like he's really just testing the limits on what carries
he's trying
can
everything.
Pick, yeah.
I mean, everyone's been trying stuff though. Like you click on every carry player, and they've all got something weird in there. You know, there's been like some Slardars going around. There's been some, as you said, Willows. There's been all sorts.
Kunkka just boated a neutral camp, so that's not on cooldown. All right. And it wasn't as if it was like a juicy stacker. It's just a casual hard camp he just boated.
Is it dead?
I mean, yes, the camp did die.
Well, there you go then.
Imagine if the neutrals won. Gotcha. We've got a little bit of a slow point in the game. Tundra Awaken with their early kills. Identify the fact that they don't want to be too obnoxious in their aggression, because BetBoom's lineup, if they get an ounce of momentum, they can run over the game. They can go Roshan, they can just occupy your jungle. Like they are super annoying in that regard. The Tundra Awaken, kind of playing the aggression, sitting back, being efficient on the farm. But the blade mail is complete now. They want to run straight towards that Muerta. Prime 1 Kunkka can reflect so much damage right now. Can they find Nightfall? As he's farming.
Exactly who they want. They read it perfectly. Oh my god, nice what a scan.
Yeah.
What a scan.
No scans now available. Toronto Tokyo. Farewell.
Okay. All right. Unlucky Toronto Tokyo once again. But wait, he's still trying to get out, but won't be able to use the twin gate from the low ground, unfortunately. Cute little attempt there, but yeah.
If I don't see Gaimin say that live in the arena in Seattle, I'll be very upset, by the way.
Welcome to the International. I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Exactly. That's the exact sentence I want, whilst he's dressed up as a space crab.
Lowered down from the ceiling of the key arena.
With the entirety of Valve staff dressed up as other ocean-based animals. Yeah.
Singing an operatic melodies.
Yep, there we go. If that is exactly what happened, clip it and ship it, boys. We've predicted the future.
Yeah. Valve currently going, damn it! We didn't think anyone would guess that
They
one.
ruined it. We didn't even tell them. These NDAs are useless.
So the build from Nightfall is still going to be the Mjolnir, and then already has the BKB queued up. So he knows the score. He's seen these blade mails sitting around. And now they see the heroes as well. I mean, Trian, once again, Toronto Tokyo being the canary in the mine here and just absolutely forecasting the gank and, yeah, giving Nightfall the chance to even take a creep wave and get out. In fact, he's not even leaving. He's like, yeah, I'm fine under my tier 2.
The sacrificial lamb. Like, he's already, like, guys, I'm going to rush shard. I'm just going to sit in the trees and be invisible this time. Like, once you pick up the shard, though, it doesn't matter how bad your start of your game was. You'll suddenly be breaking smokes, placing deep wards. Like, your game will still be playable. So luckily for BetBoom, it's not the worst situation. You're not like a Crystal Maiden or something where your entire game is based on scaling with the game, making sure you have, you know, cheap items and HP to exist. Tree, it's a formidable hero in Toronto Tokyo. Right back into bot lane, and we haven't really had to... He's beelining it to deward this high ground ward, though. He only died because of it, and...
Yep.
Actually going for the sentry and ward, so they should be aware that he's just rewarded there. So it's not as if this is a sneaky ward place. And BetBoom, they sync up the D ward with a smoke as well. So if they were to try and kill off a tree for another freebie, there would have been a turnaround. But Thunder Awaken, they aren't taking the bait there. They're actually on the other side of the map now, smoked themselves. I mean, this is a really important area to keep vision on and not let the enemy get vision on as well for the Muerta, because she doesn't really like taking ancient camps until you've got that Mjolnir online, and preferably like a nice lifesteal neutral or something like that can really help. But either way, pre-Mjolnir, it's kind of tricky to take the ancients, and you want to just farm this bottom area of the map instead, and that's exactly what's going on right now. Yeah, Thunder with a bit of an empty smoke up in the top side. Oh, hold the phone.
BetBoom, they're running through this portal right now, and it might be to their own demise. Straight into the fear from the Willow, straight into the boat as well. Throw down an egg on top of it as well, and X marks out. No getting away for the side of GPK. Never mind, that spell's got no cooldown for some reason. He's going to keep on trying to get himself away from this one, and should be able to do exactly that. TP out, no connection. The Spirit will escape, but they do manage to get themselves a couple of supports as well. But you know, at some point we are going to have to ask the question, when does killing supports really kind of start to run its value?
It's 12-0. Like, I'd farm them, feed them, eat them up. Right. Why not?
It's 12-0 with a 2k gold advantage, though. You know, that's kind of my my question.
Your point is very important, because when you look at the net worth, Beastmaster fully untouched basically in this game, sitting at a 0-0 scoreline, about to have home with the
bottom lane.
Are they gonna?
Yeah, Primal Beastie is gonzo. BetBoom, they respawn, they immediately engage, and they get themselves a very, very big kill. And that's 2 lovely charges on the Spirit Vessel, nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel like for Thunder Awaken, they need to be very careful, because also, no. I don't know if I'm a fan of this. Slatum going for a heart straight after Blade Mail. I feel like Ags is so good in this game, and if you get like some 20-minute time or 22-minute timing of like BKB Primal plus Ags on Kunkka with an armlet plus Radiance on Lifestealer, like that fight is your fight to crush. But okay, going for the heart. And instead now Knight getting
jump in, no
lane.
rage. Might not survive through this one, but does get the rage up. But there comes a roll. Pure is there, and they lock down the last 0, and they bring him down. BetBoom, they are finding their way back into this one. Explosive kills coming out from them, and it's so surgical. They just get in, get the kill, get out. Twice now. First on the Primal, now onto the Lifesteal.
And 2 massive kills to boot.
Yep. But this time, they're going to try and fight back on the side of Thunder Knight. He is pretty low, but he's certainly not dead. Although actually with the axes coming through and the vessel is there, they will kill him off. It's getting messy for the side of Thunder, and they're not on the side of BetBoom. They're engaging once again. The egg is there, though. It's going to chase them back, so Slatum falls regardless, though. They need to get some counter kills coming in. LG needs to get some damage off, but he just can't do it. In comes the Sun Ray. Will it be enough to heal through him? Yes, it will, but again, they just don't get anybody. BetBoom, they're able to get themselves away.
They're getting so outplayed. They had a 12 kill lead. Sure, net worth wasn't too crazy, but just GPK on this Earth Spirit, getting in, getting out, but fundamentally it is save on his techies. He's initiating with the blast off, like setting up everyone else on BetBoom to throw in the damage, and that entire time, Nightfall wasn't even in the engagement. He's picked up the BKB, he's been farming. Like Thunder Awaken, they just need to respect the pick-off potential. Like, Toronto Tokyo, he's 0-6. Had a dreadful game, but he picks up Shard, sets up the vision, enables techies to get the blast off, to then layer in the raw, to get the perfect engagement, and all the kills they just picked up are just big ticket kills. They've killed the position 4 through to 1 in the matter of minutes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's crazy, honestly. Like, BetBoom just so good at knowing their timings. And Thunder, you know, we haven't really seen them just kind of group up together and go and try and get stuff done. It's more been very casual, picking off around the map, getting what they can. Sure, they've been making moves, but nothing as kind of convincing and planned as this. I guess that's what happens when Thunder are ahead. Like, they're playing much more loosely, you know, they're showing themselves in lanes and they aren't scared, so.
It's exactly that. Like, you could feel that, wait guys, we're 12-0 against BetBoom. Like, Kunkka going for a heart. Like, I think this will be a point that we can truly dissect if the game is to go south for them and BetBoom is to take the lead. Going for a heart second item on Kunkka, it's, in my opinion, pretty redundant unless you have like so much burst damage behind you and you need to be that tank. And GPK once again finding Illich, setting up for Toronto Tokyo and save and taking Roshan, killing Primal again. Thunder Awaken, they are after near 12-13 minutes of just brilliance around the map. They're just looking lost.
Yeah. It's looking really good for Thunder, and all of a sudden, just a couple of kills, and their spaghetti is out the bag. It is on the floor, and it's looking very messy right now. They're going to need a strong captain, a strong voice to pull them back together, find their timing, and make their play to crack themselves back into this one, because it's looking rough right now.
Yeah,
sure, only 1k goal advantage, but with his Aegis now on Nightfall, he can just kind of start to siege.
There's nothing, I mean, realistically, nothing stops him, right? Like, if he gets hit by the combo, he's going to have that second life. So there's no second egg, there's no second boat. And GPK, we haven't really touched on it, but his itemization this game, he's not just buying Blade Mail because it's good. He's still going for the Vessel. He understands the strength of it. Midas and then BKB after. Yeah, BetBoom didn't get too carried away with how awkward the start of this game was, and now they just kind of move around in pairs. The tree's always close to a core. The techies is in vicinity to enable. This is going to be a scary mid game for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, there is, and it's just as your Smiling Knight carry hero, you know, hits the Radiance timing as well, and all of a sudden, there's a Radiance on, there's an Aegis on the Muerta. They've hit a bunch of timings on their other heroes. Actually, like this timing doesn't mean so much, and that always feels bad when you're playing carry. You know, every timing you want to go and make something happen. When you can't, you're just like, all right, well, guess I'll just farm my next item. And yeah, at least it's a Radiance. It does help you farm, but not the ideal situation. Let's see. Is this Ags in the quick buy? It is. But it's a long way off. We're going for Aghanim Shard, we're going for Manta, and then we're going eventually back for the Aghanim Scepter. So expect to see that around the 30-minute mark, I suppose. If things go well. And they're going for this. They're going for the Tormentor, but it's not really working. It's over on the top side. MJZ is going to fall. Oh God, Knight! Oh. Jesus.
Dire's top tower
I
is under
just wanted to be able to say that we could have cast the first carry Dire's Tormentor at the road to the international, but unfortunately we didn't get there.
What a shame.
We
I'm kind of glad.
We actually did get to cast. I mean, it's not a positive fact, but we were the ones who cast Puppy not qualifying for all the TIs. So, you know,
Yeah, true.
get a running track of good stats, yeah.
The demise of Puppy. Yeah, we can be the harbingers of bad news. That'd be.
We're casting a game of really bad, depressing
Something
stat will be
heartbreaking is going to
generated.
happen. So again, kind of hitting this a bit of a stalemate, I would suppose, at the moment, but one which BetBoom are kind of happy to sit in for a little bit, I'd say. They want to hit their timings. They want to wait a bit. Of course, there are some terrifying timings on the side of Thunder Awaken as well. So, and wow, Nightfall just pops an ultimate to take down some camps. Ooh, is it going to pay off? Oh, it almost pays off. If they'd got both the camp respawns there, then it would have been like, all right, that's sick. But
Yeah, that'd be cool. Thunder Awaken, though, it feels like they are waiting out the Aegis, but also itemizing to fight instantly after, right? Like we've got the Shard pick up on Lifestealer, Kunkka going for his Shard, Primal going for his Shard. Like they're all looking to just go, okay, right, buy the cheap item, and when that Aegis is out, boom, smoke, go fight, try and get the boat, the egg, the Stampede, sorry, the Pulverize all into one clean fight. BetBoom, they are smoked up again. 1 minute left on the Aegis. 20 seconds left until Muerta has her ultimate back up, and they just find the Phoenix. Time and time
Yeah,
again,
it's
this has
gone.
happened. On a BKB?
very brutal. From whom?
I heard one. Where was it?
yeah,
GPK. GPK used it in the mid lane. He was smoked, that's why I couldn't see him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I gotta make sure it works. Very important to test it out. As in the top side, the tier 2 tower being shot on down by Nightfall and by Pure, just providing those auras on the high ground. Very, very nice to have that water combo of heroes. They're going to initiate the fight, though. They want to just try and bring down the techie straight off the bat and should be able to do so. Taking a bit of time, though. Safe. If he gets some spells up here, it could be kind of bad, but no, he will fall. Oh my God, the Muerta, she's so far in the front line. She wants to die because she's got an Aegis in her pocket, and they're just trying to keep
20
along the side of
seconds.
Thunder. They don't want to finish the job. If they can wait, this could be huge. Illich actually cancels the jump in straight off the bat, turns around, looks towards the Earth Spirit instead, and Thunder catch another. 2 heroes down the side of BetBoom. A botch initiation, and maybe they can look for more. Knight will fall to GPK eventually. Didn't quite survive through the Magnetize and Spirit Vessel combination. Actually, just the Magnetize onto him, but even so.
If only GPK had a BKB.
Had to say it, didn't you?
Yeah, pretty much. And BetBoom, they're fighting
right.
as the age is expiring. I think Thunder Awaken, they kite it back. They respect, you know what? Let's not kill her off and give her that full HP turnaround potential. And in doing so, Earthspirit, he kind of expects his Muerta to die, so he's kind of rushing in further. Like, okay, if I bait the fight here, Muerta respawns, and just that short calling from Thunder Awaken mid-fight, just to punish
was great.
Earthspirit with very good stuff.
Yeah. Because you have to recognize, right? Like, the call was made at the beginning of the fight. he's got BKB. We can't bring him down. And you saw that as well, as Illich was actually like charging, and then literally mid onslaught, someone tells him like there is a call being made that he doesn't have BKB, like he's used it or something. It's not working, and they turn around and they just turn around and deal with him, which is pretty clutch, honestly. Like not something you really expect from many teams to be able to make that call there, let alone the team who are here. It's such an experienced team. Very exciting. It's the little things, T.
Yeah. Good things, good little things. Will Thunder Awaken actually want to make any aggressive plays, though? Like, getting that one fight on their side, you kind of get, wait a second, guys. That's kind of easy, right? Like, Murder, she kind of fell. And they have plenty of ways to kite out the BKB. But MJ said, ooh, be careful, brother. No, he's fine. I don't know why I said that.
There's a Lifestealer kind of hanging around, but I'm not ever really scared of for Lifestealer. I guess I should be. There's a Roar in the game. Yeah, I definitely should be scared for Lifestealer.
Yeah.
There's Roar and Overgrowth, so.
It's why he's going for the Manta, because you can actually still frontline with the Manta. As soon as Beastmaster jumps in to press that Roar, use it, prevent the cast going off, and then Pure will have to quickly go, uh-oh, which of the three is the real one? Let me recast that Roar. So Manta is a good item for Lifestealer to at least play out the fights. Of course, into Tree and Protector as well. With the Overgrowth, it's going to be pretty handy. So a very high value Manta game for Knight if he is able to complete that.
And the Blink Dagger and the Overgrowth is complete on Toronto Tokyo, which is very annoying. Ooh, nice little drag back onto Nightfall. It's going to force out the BKB, so
instant TP.
BKB, TP out if Village can find him. No, he can't get on top of him in time with the Pulverize. Does escape.
Oh, are they going to keep going, right? This is no BKB on Muerta. You didn't really have to use any big spells there. If there ever was a time to cross the river on Thunder Awaken and to kind of make a statement in the game, it would be now.
Yeah, and Roshan may be respawning in 3 seconds, pretty much now. So Thunder, it's a great time to try and make a climb on this map. Get a kill bottom, move up to top, secure that area.
Save, he already goes up there. Yeah. He's going to start preemptively probably placing some... No, I'll take that back. He's just farming with the mines.
Sweet, delicious creeps. All right, here we go. Smoke up, moving up to top side. All of Thunder on the move.
Mine revealed it, though, so... BetBoom are well aware of the smoke coming in. Saying that Save is just still farming.
Yeah. And now wandering back towards the smoke. Illich. I wonder if he's gonna realize this right now. How is Save so doing this right now? He's just kind of randomly trotting it.
Come on, find him. He's there. He's right there. He's right there. Yo. You can't make this up. Just the 50-50 there. The Primal going to the right whilst he goes to the left, and the Glimmer as well. And,
they are bamboozled right now. I have no idea what the hell just happened. To be fair, I'm kind of in the same camp. Like, how does Save just get away with just waddling through the map, juking everyone?
And Roshan has respawned. Knight has scouted it out. How quickly will Thunder Awaken rush towards this camp?
I imagine post-haste tea, Governor.
Yes. They are going very quickly. The second Aegis, you'd expect it to go the way of Thunder Awaken.
Yep, and it feels like BetBoom aren't feeling super pressured. You know, they're not running into the area. They're not pinging it out. They're not scanning it or anything. They're just like, well, probably happening right now. Maybe. Okay, all right, they're moving. No, they're not. Just kidding. Oh, they want to try and get Roche on the other side. That's not going to happen, though. Roche's already dead. Aegis picked up by Knight, and all of a sudden, things look very awkward indeed. Ta-da, says Knight. So he pickpockets himself his very own Aegis, and yeah, BetBoom left wanting.
I feel like the longer the game drags out, the harder it will get for BetBoom to want to take engagements, because the life is going to Aghanims. You mentioned this during the draft, right? Like, he just jumps inside the Muerta. Oh, what do I do now? I can't get rid of him. And then on top of that, just the team fight gets just stronger and stronger for Thunder Awaken. The BKBs will also get shorter duration, therefore Torrent Storm will be even better. BetBoom there. Probably kicking themselves a little bit of how they executed with that first Aegis. And in doing so, Thunder Awaken just really enjoying the fresh air of the mid game now without having that bet boom in your face.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're probably looking at that Roche discipline as well. But also, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm very interested to see how this late game plays out. Like, this isn't a matchup which anybody's really had so much experience of. Like, I imagine it's kind of tricky for the Lifestealer, even with the Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, how is he going to close the gap on Nightfall? Nightfall's already has the Hurricane Pike. Like, you've got a Treant, you've got a Roar. There's so much things to get through. I almost feel like you want to see a Blink Dagger coming out on Night.
I think it's a double-edged sword because you could also just play with the logic of they need to initiate for the fight to go well for them. You know, you need the Earth Spirit to roll in, you need Beastmaster to roar, and then Myrtle will reveal her position. And then in doing so, there's going to be the egg, the X mark, just all the control coming in after. So I think for Thunder Awaken, it's survived initiation, and then the position will kind of get easier for them. And as long as Lifestealer's within the realm of the fight, I think the Infest will just come naturally. And so I don't think he has to be too crazy with going Blink and stuff. I think he does need to scale a little bit and make sure he continues being the core.
Yeah.
It's just, I think, have the vision, set up correctly, be ready as a team. Because BetBoom, they're always going to be ready as 4 or 5 heroes. They're never going to, back down from a great 5-on-5.
Talking about being ready, Knight just going to do his duty as the mine detector. Pop the rage, blow up some mines, clear out the area, and clear BetBoom out of the area as well.
It's
now
a
we
pretty
do have an
visual
Aghanim's
Techies
coming
game in
out.
that regard, right?
Yeah.
Like, heart on
Pretty
Primal,
stinky.
heart on Conquer, a Lifestealer of Rage. Like, your mines aren't that impactful.
They're scary. You know, there's
Yeah,
loud
they
bangs, like a
sound
balloon
scary.
popping. Yeah.
Radiant's
But no,
top
they're very good at,
tower is under
they're kind of like wards, pseudo wards, as T Governor would say.
Yes.
T Governorism.
Radiant's top tower
Oh,
has
God.
fallen.
I can't. Well, Conquer got axed. I'm sure you're about to say that before I spoke about 3 hearts.
Indeed, yeah.
Or
yeah.
two
Gonna
hearts.
get some wet fun going on in the next fight as this Torrent Storm comes down. Such a good ability.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So goddamn annoying.
Smoked up as 5. Smoking into the Aegis, into a cheese, plenty of BKBs plus the axe timing. This is a very bold smoke. We'll see if it pays off for them, if they have some certain angle of entry, if they can get a Phoenix pick off.
Pure just sat there for ages waiting for his balls to kill off the Observer. And it was like one hit away from a ball killing it. He just breaks his smoke on it. But the fight is breaking out here, which we just talked about. GPK in the back line. He's going to force spot the BKB. Lets him be dragged back to his own demise. MJZ kind of low in the process as well, but still holding on to the egg for the moment. Pure. BKB comes out. Raw comes down onto the Primal Beast, slowing him down and stopping him getting off that full duration pulverize and allowing Nightfall to escape. That's what's... Wait, the X is out.
Oh, so
it doesn't
close.
count trigger in time though. BKB covers it. And Nightfall will survive.
Yeah, the debuff immunity from the Muerta lasted, milliseconds later than the X mark. Of course, that is one of the comedic kind of changes, I guess, to the fact that debuff immunity is a thing. Because X mark's so long that once you get to this like lower duration, so easy to punish that. And yeah,
Ooh,
Save
there
tries to
goes
skip a wave or
Techies.
2, and this time he doesn't juke away like he did in top lane.
Yes, indeed. He gets punished appropriately this time around, as he should.
Sladden though.
Meanwhile, yeah, a little bit of trouble coming for him. The Roar is out, but boy, is he a tanky boy. And now MJZ coming out as well. In comes the
Overseal.
Fire Spirit. In comes the Sun Ray. Is it going to be enough to keep Conquer alive? They'll throw in the egg as well. Everything for Sladden. Keep your man alive. And that is going to be the cool here. And even the Yule's out onto the Dragon to get him away. Pure's going to be the one to go down instead. The Pirate lives to drink another day. Thunder looking for more. Probably won't be finding it, though.
Really good position there from the Phoenix, getting instantly there in time, removing the vessel with the Lotus, and then the Ogre Seal Totem. This neutral item, incredible in those scenarios, right? Like he's dead to rights in the river, but he's able to just jump his merry way away, and now put himself in such a position that the boat buff plus Sunray with the Lotus Dispel, yeah, great turnaround there for Thunder Awaken, and this is kind of what we're expecting of the late game here. Where's the damage for BetBoom? Can they even stand their ground in a fight? We're yet to see it.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I mean, it's tough. There's so much area denial. coming out from Thunder. You know, if you just get to sit there and use all your spells, then I do feel like
Is under attack.
Thunder is it's just much easier team fighting for them. As if they can start moving through the fights. I think that's when you're going to see a bit more coming out from BetBoom.
Oh. And nice that he does have the Agnums, of course. 3,000 gold. So he's going for a Silver Edge, which is like the middle ground. You are asking for some extra catch and jump. Don't go for a blink, go for a Silver Edge. Gives you the crit, the invisibility, the way to actually just set up the engagement. They take away the Tormentor. And Phoenix. Ooh, a nice little pickup for him. Of course, he can now use Sunray during the Supernova, providing heal and just annoying stuff.
Conker's definitely sensing something's wrong here. Scanning out, TPing out. Even though the scan didn't hit, it still feels like something's wrong. Just goes to join the rest of his team.
Radiant's top
He was under a ward, so yeah, just nice read from him there. So I'm just clicking on the cores of Thunder, and it's like 4,022 HP on Primal, 4,043 on Kunkka, 3,461 on Lifestealer, plus the Infest, with then the aggressive capabilities of it as well.
I mean, I know Muerta does a lot of damage, but does she do this much damage?
Does she do what's like 13, 15,000 she needs to get a fight on her side?
has been killed.
I mean, I like the item choice. Going for the Daedalus is absolutely what is needed. And look at them just coming charging across the map. BetBoom, they knock on the front door and they run themselves away. I played that one in my childhood as well.
An iconic game, actually. And I think it just shows how scared BetBoom are, right? Like, I think if this was 10 minutes ago in the game, where if they had a slightly better lead, that would be, no, we're fighting at this, Rax. We want you to use your spells here. But now with how it is, they're just kind of running around like headless chickens. It's like, hit the tier 3. Okay, force them back. No, run back to base and get whatever farm you can, because they're just too afraid to do anything right now. It's going to really boil down to some clutch team fight decision making, right? Like, you got Beastmaster looking for a refresher orb, a Hex and Techies down the line. Like, once they get these items, then suddenly they can maybe delete a hero and get a little bit of a advantage in that way. But right now, if you put all 5 into a full on the clash, or all 10 on the clash, sorry, I just don't see how BetBoom are able to win a fight.
I think it would be... I think it's just a case of BetBoom looking to break the map a bit. You know, it's
Yeah.
They just want to scatter the heroes across a little bit and stop Thunder Awaken kind of just, you know, being right next to each other as 5 heroes. They're kind of sticking together a lot. A very sticky team. They want to clean them up a bit, break them apart a little bit, but that's not going to happen. And now with Firsham being up again, it's just a big 5-man objective, which BetBoom feel like they have to come and take, but like they're not really making any real motion over towards it. It's like the thought of it is there, but they're not moving over. And interestingly, Muerta actually changed her item build. Had the Daedalus queued up, changed her mind, went for a Lincoln Spear, and now goes back for the Silver Edge. So I'm not sure Silver Edge is enough. I love this item, but
I think Nightfall is just trying to get that one fight where he can position, right? Like, we're yet to actually see the Muerta of the late game, right? Where she pierces the veil with the gunslinger, just ripping through multiple heroes. It's like we mentioned how tanky the Tricore is in Thunder Awaken. And then on top of it, it's like you've got Phoenix who can go into Egg or Supernova, or Yule, sorry. And then Willow can Realm. So realistically, all 5 heroes in Thunder Awaken have ways to just brush off that initial, hi, I'm Muerta, I'm ulting you right now kind of entry. And because of it, we're not really seeing Nightfall enter the game. He's 1, 1, and 2.
yeah.
Just constantly farming, waiting for that. I hope the fight presents itself. And
What do you think his hero damage is going to be?
right now, like 8,620.
I'm going sub 5,000. I'm going to go 3,800.
Okay.
I probably
just
should
said
have
some
checked that we can
random
actually get that graphic up beforehand before asking that question.
You should,
but-
yeah. There we go.
Hey!
6. Oh! Wait, what did you say?
I said 3,800.
I said 8,600, so.
Oh, it's like squarely in the middle. That's so cute.
Aww. Oh my god.
See, when we work together, we're truly at our strongest.
True.
That's why we're
Camaraderie
a
and
duo.
friendship will always prevail, guys.
Something which this Treant Protector is lacking right now, which is Wiz being smacked into the ground. He's actually got a BKB. I mean, he had a BKB and he even used it in that situation, but yeah, it's not going to save you, my friend. My lovely green friend.
I don't know. When have I ever seen actually Tree BKB? Of course, getting rid of the X and just all the noise of the fight is going to be helpful, but I rarely have seen that. It's going to obviously be quite a niche and rare pickup.
Indeed. Well, it's just taking out his rage on a boar. Might have been targeting the golem, or maybe just really wanted to kill a boar. I don't know. Lincoln's also
It's a pretty
on the
low
primal
cooldown
beast as well.
spell, so.
Interesting.
Oh, we're yet to see the combo actually. The what's it called? So the Pulverize with Tidal Wave and Torrent Storm, you can see heroes going magical different directions during the Pulverize. Like the X, Y, and Z
Four-dimensional
coordinates
movement.
just go into another dimension.
Pure being thrown up into the air right now, and Blimey even being hexed by the Kunkka. He has a hex, by the way. Don't worry about it. Also a Refresher Shard along with the Torrent Storm and the boat. So yeah, it's going to get crazy in the next fight.
And the reason why this game feels difficult is because Thunder Awaken, they don't have a traditional way of ending the game. Like, Lifesteal are walking up to high ground into a raw blast off to follow overgrowth. It's not a simple way of sieging.
Oh my
and then
God.
throwing the living armor on top of that to help buff up your towers. I think BetBoom, they are understanding that they can't take a fight outside a base. Thunder Awaken are going, wait a second, we can't take a fight at their base. So the stalemate has kind of just exists now until one team kind of breaks from the status quo and wants to go against it. And Pure, he's entertaining it a little bit by stepping out and get back to your base.
This is such a tense game at the moment. Illich is trying to break the tension. He's just trying to go up the high ground, use his heart, start to make something happen. But look at this, the damage coming down. Might of Nightfall, he's getting on top of the Kunkka. They're going to be able to bring him down. He does have the damage, but now disarmed, feared, pushed away from the engagement. They don't have their Muerta anymore, and the Techies is going to pay the price for it. 2 dead now on the side of BetBoom. The Beastmaster is out. Buyback from the Techies as they want to try and make this defense happen right now. Thunder, they don't want to overextend on this one. They don't want to keep on chasing. They see the buyback, and they get themselves away.
That's the key thing here for Thunder Awaken. Every time you go to that high ground, treat it like, the layers of the base, right? This is the first layer. Force out a buyback. Next time around, if Techies dies, okay, we can play around numbers advantage. It's always going to be difficult, but that's kind of the makings of that siege. I feel like we're probably going to be looking at a game where Thunder want that next Aegis to give them the insurance of trying to secure a racks, but it is going to take a lot of time. For BetBoom, though, they are very explosive in their high ground position. And for poor old Kunkka, he's frozen to start the fight, but with all the mana dependency he has, with the Hex 250 mana cost, the boat, the Torrent Storm, he didn't have enough mana to throw out his second round of spells after that Refresher Shard. So he just instantly kind of went, boop, I'm dead.
Nightfall just cooks him, but Nightfall could be the one in trouble right now. He doesn't have his BKB up for another 3 seconds. Does have the ultimate. Knight, he needs to get inside him. Does jump in, but now immediately jumps out. Doesn't want to get dragged up into the enemy base. And now, well, maybe it's a Primal Beast who could be in some trouble. The Muerta doesn't want to kind of come back into this fight. So I'm going to have to do it without him. But GPK, he's got the damage. Cheese comes out, BKB's there. This Primal Beast, he's not done with them yet, and he's about to have another round of spells up available, but here's the Muerta doing the damage, forcing them back. MJZ has fallen down on the sidelines. GPK finds one. They find 2 as well. Knight's going to get brought down as well. GPK comes rolling across and takes him out with the Achievers on a rock. Now, they're still chasing Illich here. Such a long run, but he's got the BKB, the Blink Dagger, back available. Gets himself up to the high ground and gets Knight out with him as well. But has to be said, Thunder, that's the first blunder we've seen from them in a little while.
Well, and it's Thunder's game to lose. Like BetBoom, they're the team that doesn't want to leave their base. Like, there's no reason for them to want to make any moves on the map. They know that Thunder Awaken are going to have to come to them. So all they need to do, sit back. There's no item they need to wait for, right? So the opportunity will present itself, and it did then. There was the BKB just coming back on cooldown, Thunder Awaken trying to punish it, but a matter of seconds changed everything. A second for the BKB on Nightfall, a second for the cheese on the Primal, like, whew. Thunder Awaken, they're going to have to clean up their act if they are going to try and win this second game and tie up the series. For BetBoom, they're getting more confident as the game does progress because yeah, executing on high ground, it's favoring BetBoom for sure.
Yeah. And GBK, who's the boss of that fight for sure, throwing out so much damage. I mean, at the point you're at in the game now on the Earth Spirit, you know, this is why you get the Midas. You get to this level 25, you have plus 30% magnetized damage and duration. You have magnetized undispellable now at 25 as well. Throw in plus 100 boulder smash damage, and all of a sudden this hero is just dishing out magic damage like crazy.
Have you looked at if you just click on neutral items of all of BetBoom?
Yeah,
a key theme here.
It's very spelly, isn't it?
4 spell prisms and a relic. It is very spellcasterish. It's very, come on, get the fight going their way. I mean, all their heroes love reducing their cooldowns, and when you're stuck in your base, sure, it's going to make it feel even better.
I think Words is probably the most surprising one out of those, but I feel like, I mean, if there's a possibility there's a minute-long fight, you get two Pierce the Veils out, perhaps. It also gives you like permanent uptime on Silver Edge as well, which is pretty nice. Just a cheeky boat coming down. Don't worry about it.
I feel like both teams have the same problem though. Like neither team actually wants to go to the high ground. Like if there was another objective on the map right now, they'd feel pretty good. But Tormentors don't feel great to do. Wisdom Rune's there. Roshan dead. Like, this could. I mean, what is the? Actually, I'm gonna check what the longest game has been so far. I'm pretty sure we haven't had an hour-long game yet. This should be easily the first hour-long game. 40 minutes, 31 minutes. Yep.
Yeah, I don't see that. I mean, no, it could still end, but we're definitely getting to the point where everyone's saving buybacks now, and well, I say that no one actually has buy. Illich, he's got in deep here, and once again another G's coming on out from him as he's trying to take this fight, getting on top of the Muerta. She's disarmed out for the full duration of her ultimate, forced down to the low ground. Okay, does get a couple of shots off now. It's a lot of damage coming out from Nightfall. Oh no, he's able to just free cast from the low ground. They didn't deal with the Muerta properly, and GPK coming in, dealing the damage on the Earth Spirit. He's going to keep on rolling in for more, looking over. Well, actually managed to get a TP out in the middle of that one, but MJZ will not be so lucky. He's going to get taken out as well. It's a triple kill for GPK. Sure, Muerta's doing the damage, but GPK is getting in and getting the real hits off. And now I'm looking for Illich here, who's decided to try and cut some waves. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky here, but maybe a little too cheeky. Toronto Tokyo finds him, no BKB available, nothing left for him to do, but get taken on down by Nightfall with another Pierce the Veil coming out from him. And that will be the end of, well, Thunder for the time being. Sladam coming out. Wait a second.
He's back there?
Wait a second. He has got the Hex, so he's going to delay the inevitable for the time being, but eventually this Roar is going to come out. But with the buyback from MJZ, that means the Sunray is available, and that means no kill for you.
Thunder Awaken, they just couldn't contain the fight. They barrel on in, and at that point, just a disengage for BetBoom going to the west side of that area, just preventing the Egg, the Torrent Storm, everything just to sync up beautifully.
Yo, Nightfall, just up on the high ground.
He's got Refresher. He's so powerful right now. No back.
That's an amazing item. Holy crap.
His middle tower is under attack.
Not sure what Pure's doing up here, just kind of assembling the menagerie and running on in. And now Thunder, their base is getting beaten down right now. It was a big loss for them. GPK though, taking hits. He's low. BKB comes out. He's getting himself away, and the roll is there. He is going to be safe. He's got no heart though, so it's going to have to be a TP back to base for him. And that means that BetBoom, it's time to pull the ripcord. Get your cells out. Lights is respawning. It's time to go. They recognize that, and they will get themselves out to safety. But they do take a lane of barracks.
Oh, I love the fact that this entire game is built around, can Thunder Awaken get all of their team fight into one key hero to get the advantage? And if not, BetBoom just showcasing just perfect fight disengage, force-staffing each other, playing on their BKBs, making sure that no one's really just left by themselves, especially Nightfall. I think Nightfall easily could just be left kind of on an island and just destroyed, ripped apart in this game, but they have really enabled him greatly. And I think just the discipline at their high ground has given them the confidence to get back on the map and make these plays. And GPK, of course,
this is so
rolling
silly.
in, rolling out. Like, how many times have we seen him be on like 250 HP? But this time he's getting hexed.
They
Can
need the
kill him
damage.
off?
They need it now. Illich comes in, tries to blow him up, and Pure on the backlines. They want to try and take down the Phoenix. They're going to be able to do exactly
egg.
that. No egg coming out through this fight, but the Primal Beast is still alive through it all. Nightfall just trying to get the damage out onto the Kunkka. Kunkka just trying to leave. BKB, TP, trying to get away. GBK times it perfectly, though, and they take down Sladham. That's going to be 2 big kills for the side of BetBoom. Now, what do they want to get with it? They're looking towards the pit right now, and that is the direction they're moving in.
Oh, I mean, BetBoom just outplaying Thunder Awaken in the late game. Just the discipline coming through. The international experience that we've mentioned from BetBoom compared to that of Thunder Awaken, it is really getting showcased as we hit the 50-minute mark. They smoke up, they run in, they get a high ground ward off, but once again, there isn't that kind of containment of the fight to just ensure they can do damage. Like Lifestealer at the very end, it's like, hi guys, I'm here, compared to the ranged carry of the Muerta, just kind of, as soon as the fight starts, already pumping out damage, whilst Lifestealer, he's playing on his Silver Edge, kind of in the tree line in the shadows, like, wait a second, I'm gonna infest soon. It's like, you can just really feel the difference right now in how quickly BetBoom can just throw out the damage, and they're moving their way to bot side of the map, getting themselves another lane of racks, and
Yeah, it might be Megas T. 20 seconds for the Kunkka, 20 seconds for the Phoenix. But Pure with this Aegis. Nightfall right behind him. They're coming. They're showing no signs of slowing down, but they saved the Fortify for this final lane of barracks, so good read at least for the side of Thunder, but they're going to be forced into a fight with him. I don't want to take immediate hacks coming out onto the Primal Beast. Is so quick off the mark on that one. He's just gone. Buyback is available for the Primal. They're going to need to use it here. He's actually got inside Nightfall here, but now needs to run himself away. Will do exactly that. Gets himself to safety for the time being, but now they need to find something. Now they need to make something happen. BetBoom, they're on the retreat. Now don't forget, they still have this Aegis in the hands of Pure. Look at this retreat coming out from them. GPK even using the shard as well. And oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Knight, he's in trouble. The roar is there, but it's not going to be there in time. And actually, the Hex now comes out onto the Beastmaster. He's going to lose his life. But don't forget, Aegis target, but the Egg's going to be there to cover it. In comes everything. The water park is coming on down. They want to take down Pure a second time here. Can they do it as Nightfall coming in through the backlines? He won't be time to save Pure, but might be time to get off the damage. Knight, he's getting low, but not low enough. He needs a target to get inside. He's got the Infest in 4 seconds. He's just healing off GPK this entire time. He might survive through it, but Nightfall from the low ground doing the damage, takes him out. Knight is gone. Buyback is there. Now GPK just trying to take through Illich. Illich, he's running out of HP. No cheese this time around. He will fall. It's Nightfall with the triple. 2 heroes dead, permanently on the side of Thunder Awakens, and over on the sidelines. Look at this guy. GPK still going absolutely crazy right now, but he does get stunned. He does get beaten down. Finally gets killed off. No roll for you as Knight gets himself another, and that might keep them in the game a little bit longer. Thunder, they get to take a breath for now.
But so many resources were used to get to that point, right? The Willow, the Lifestealer buyback. We got to see the team fight come into play, though. It was like the Phoenix, the Torrent Storm, Beastmaster, like just ripping through him, but it's just a little bit too late for them. They're already 2 racks down. BetBoom, they're going to be able to reset from this. They have a 28,000 gold lead. Meanwhile, in top, though, there was like a triple quad wave hitting the BetBoom side of the map. They nearly got themselves a melee racks throughout all of that. That would have been like a nice little something for Thunder Awaken. But no, the creeps not pulling a shift and taking it. And what is the win percentage? Yeah,
it's looking pretty good at this point.
Perfect demonstration of why Tree is very powerful at just prolonging the game, the living armor, the high ground defense. But on top of that, just the execution of BetBoom to understand the base is their friend. And this is kind of like when you reference game 1 again, like this is kind of what you expect Thunder Awaken to do in game 1 with their Medusa strat, is play for the high ground to be that kind of extra body to kind of simplify your defense, right? Like when you're down net worth, use your base, use the auras, use just the fact that there's going to be glyph damage, no way for your enemy to wrap around, and just turtle up, wait for the opportunity. And BetBoom, they did it beautifully in this game when they were behind what double-digit kills, momentum, everything. And now they should be looking at smoking up once they respawn. Look for another fight. Lifestealer has no buyback. If they are to kill him one time, it will definitely be GG and a 2-0 towards BetBoom.
To be fair, Nightfall also hasn't saved buyback either. Neither has Pure, so BetBoom definitely playing it a bit fast and loose. How do you feel about that? Think they just hold for now and just farm up the rest of their buybacks and then go?
Need to double check the buyback. I would like them to farm the buybacks probably, because they don't have it due to economy. Like Thunder Awaken don't have it due to time, because they used it, and the others
my God.
you know what, we're winning, boys. Buy items, go.
Jesus. The AoE living armor. Kind of breaking ears right there. Thank
all
God
the
the
summons,
observer wasn't watching that, but they all gathered up together in like the same little like 500 radius and just living armored everyone. It was
Well,
just,
now
like,
imagine if there was a
base.
perfect torrent used.
Torrent
guys, go
storm,
for
yeah.
living armor. Oh no, the torrent! They all die.
Is it unusual to see a Kunkka go for the Aghanims whilst also skipping the 15 ton, which is 30% torrent knockup?
I would say it's a little bit. He's half and half in the build for
hold
sure.
up. Heroes are gathering. A storm is forming as GPK jumps in, but Illich just wants to get himself away. Lights are inside of him once again, so they just need to get themselves out. Wait, no, it's not. That's the pulverize. Never mind. The magnetize, sorry.
Yeah, BetBoom, they don't want to throw away this game, so it feels like they are just. Oh no, they're smoked up. I was like,
They don't care about their buybacks. They really
they
don't.
don't care about buybacks. They don't care about Roshan potentially respawning in 2 minutes. They're smoked up. They see. Wait, no, he doesn't have buyback. He's just in the mid
This is an Archer key target. He's just going to get taken down so quickly. He doesn't get a chance to even survive through it all. 125 seconds with no life stealer. That might be it, honestly. That one small play. It's not a small play at all. It's a huge play. They catch him out in the middle lane and just not ready for it on the life stealer, unfortunately. No Lincoln Sphere available, so that roar comes through and you are just dead to the Muerta's damage. And now it is BetBoom coming down the middle lane. Thunder, what can you do? The answer, well, it's got to be a Hail Mary, but already getting caught out on the sidelines here. Sure, they're just trying to bring down Pure as quickly as possible, but Nightfall's there. Brings in the damage, takes down the egg, looks for the targets now as well. The roar is out, sure, and now Ghost Sladham as well. He's getting plinked on down by Nightfall, doing so much work. Illich will run, GG's a call. Game number 2, it does go to BetBoom.
GG. Fair play to Thunder Awaken. This was a much better showing than the first game, but they just didn't have the discipline of the high ground. And of course, BetBoom, they've been to 3 majors. Not the best results, but still, they've had that international experience. They are an Eastern European powerhouse of a roster, and they showcased that in this second game. When the backs were against the wall, they utilized their high ground beautifully, found the key pickoffs and the points in the game to get themselves back on the map, and then just obliterate their opponent. It took them nearly an hour, but yeah, it was... Yeah, I think this is going to be a cool showing of Muerta and what she can do. The weaknesses of her, the fact that she needs time, but then the strength of her when she hits that time. It's it's going to be a balance on how can teams really punish it. It's like a scuffed version of PA, kind of.
Yeah, we were looking at, what was it, like 30 minutes in, we were laughing at our damage, like, oh, 6k damage, like literally unable to shoot anybody. But at the same time, you know, we know what this hero can do if put in the right position. It wasn't the kind of game where the Muerta's roaming around the map with an early Silver Edge and finding heroes. They were just too clumped for that, so just had to go for the late game timings. But BetBoom, they understood that beautifully. They wait and they find the timing, and yeah, Muerta ending the game with 51,000 damage. Nobody is laughing at that.
No, that was just an extraordinary amount of damage. It helps that your opponent did itemize to be incredibly tanky, and I think for Thunder Awaken, it's like when you have this incredible of a start, I'm sorry to harp on it, but I feel like your itemization needs to be just perfect for this type of game. You like, I think Nightfall, he mentioned it in an interview, like you cannot play Dota perfectly, and this is the example of it. You have this 12-0 start, but then like your Kunk goes for a heart, not for the early Aghanims. You don't sync up the mid-game fight to really take out your opponent. You kind of farm for 15 minutes rather than keep going forward. And there was just a lot of down points in Thunder Awaken's timings because of them going, wait a second, this game's kind of good. We're 12-0 up. Let's be a bit greedier. And I feel like if they just toned down the greed, played a normal game, we could have potentially had that 1-1 draw. And Thunder Awaken kind of punching their ticket with their first victory at the Road to International, but you just get a little bit too carried away, and BetBoom, they're gonna always have a chance to get into the game. Like this is an Eastern European team that, unlike Eastern European teams in the past, like they always try and find that avenue back in. Like they aren't just gonna tap out and tilt themselves out. They're always gonna just give it their all, and you can see it here.
Yeah, they were very confident about their timings. You know, they were just kind of Yeah, neither feeling pressured, honestly, it felt like, even though there was definitely pressure coming out from Thunder, but, you know, they were just running across the map, trying to force some mistakes out from Thunder. And it's a credit to Thunder Awaken. Yeah, this was a great game from them for the first, like, 50 minutes or so. They weren't really slipping up massively, and they were keeping a tight line. They were staying. They knew what their draft did, but unfortunately, just a few mistakes at the end. And yeah, Lystula gets caught out at the end. Not the ending we really wanted to see, but unfortunately, you know, that's the ending we get. They catch out the carry without buyback, and that's the game over. Not much Thunder can do after that point. So BetBoom do take the second win, and will start themselves off with a very, very strong series here for the beginning of the group stage.
Toronto Tokyo went from 0-6-0 to 1-7-24. What a glow up from that TI winning 5 play.
Yeah, that's pretty MVP worthy.
Nah, should be GPK for sure.
All right. Back to back.
Yeah, we can't do the meme MVP on day one. Like maybe like once we do like 2 or 3 more series, we can throw out some meme MVPs. But no, I think GPK again showcasing, even with some nerfs to Earth Spirit, this hero is insane. The fact that like you can get into the middle of a fight, but then still roll out at like 200 HP, but in doing so, the entire construct of the fight is just ruined for your opponent. It's like, yeah, it's incredibly good. And I think when you think about the mid game as well, there's a lot of layers to why they got themselves into this game. It's like the vision of the tree and protector with the follow-up damage of the techies, but with the initiation of GPK, right? Like this is a weird MVP because I think without the tree, without the techies, GPK won't shine in the mid game after how difficult it was. But it was because also his spellcasting that enabled everything else. So if I could give multiple MVPs, I would, but unfortunately we have to give it to one. And Earth Spirit, yep, got a little bit nerfed, but still very much a TI contending hero.
1,098 XP, Ben. Jesus Christ, that's insane. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, GPK definitely deserving of MVP in both games there. Rocking it in game number 1 on the Storm Spirit, and doing the same thing in game number 2 on the Earth Spirit, and just proving that, you know, he's such a mid laner to kind of look out for and rely on for this BetBoom team. And that's going to do it for our first series of the day. And great one to open with, honestly. You know, game number 1, a little bit brutal, but game number 2 definitely bringing the entertainment we expect from the TI group stages. And now we can, of course, move on to our second series of the day, which is going to be T-Governor.
Tundra Awaken versus Shopify Rebellion. And no rest for the wicked. They just lost their first opening series for TI first timers. I was thinking of another way of saying that. Now playing against Shopify. So they really have no time at all to recover from that first series, and go up against another team from the Americas. Hopefully they can find a little bit more punch and get a win under their belt potentially.
Let's see what they can do. Let's see if they can shape it up and find their magic here at TI. But of course, we're going to throw it over to a break. Then we'll be back with Shopify Rebellion versus Tundra Awaken here on the E-Line. Well, hello there, and welcome back once again to the group stages, the road to the international. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by T-Governor as we jump into our second series of the day, and it's been pretty crazy so far. I mean, across the board, you know, have you had a chance to sneak a peek at some of the results, T-Gov?
I have a gander, but if we're going to talk about it, spoiler warning, just in case you want to watch
Just in
every
case
single game.
Some maniac out there.
There we go. Spoiler. 5, 4, 3. PSG beat GG. I just baited you. Yeah,
Crazy.
That was pretty cool. Crazy.
Yeah.
Now, where did you put in that group actually? What was your predictions? Did you do the group predictions thing? Where did you put,
I did. I had
LGD, sorry, not
Gaimin at the
PSG.
top and LGD second. So that's gone. Yeah. I mean, thanks, guys. Ruining things
I
already.
put LGD first.
You did? You're a smart man.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, that's the thing. I knew, like, I have a real soft spot for Shiro, and I was like, I'm not going to let it get to me. I'm going to put the major winners at the top, and yeah, now I'm all enough with his regrets.
Yeah, well, there's something about it where I'm like, 3 majors, surely something's got to go wrong at some point, right? And bam, LGD. Now, to be fair, though, it's
There it
super
is.
early days, right? Like, as long as you get top 2,
Yeah.
like, you're still in a very good contention and whatnot. So, yeah, you lose one series, there's still plenty of time to bounce back. You've got plenty of series to play out. And, yeah, we are going to see the standings here.
There
So,
you go.
even further
No one
spoilers.
won yet, by the way. Also, shout out Group A, who are currently speed running. All of them had an agreement that they would just try and pick super aggressively and run it down each game. So, yeah, Team Spirit got 2 quick wins versus 9 Pandas, and then Entity got 2 quick wins over EG, and now they're already playing their 3rd series, which is kind of insane. So, yeah, good job, Group A. We're taking our time. We're enjoying things. We're smelling the roses over here on currently with Thunder Awakens versus Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and I think if anything, I think Thunder Awaken are probably in one of the scarier positions because they've already lost against BetBoom, and then they're going up against Shopify, right? So I don't think there's a single team really at TI where you can go, okay, this is going to be like the easy win, right? I think, of course, depending on what perspective you are, you might be able to point out a couple teams that should be slightly. But when you're the underdog, you're always looking at every team like, oh God, this team now, oh no, this team. And they've had, 20 minutes to bounce back from that series. And I think there was some key points of things to improve on. And Shopify, they didn't have to play a series before this. So they've just sat back for 2 hours, basically, watched their opponent play, then watched them lose and go, okay, they lost because of this, this, and that. Let's just make sure that in our draft, we have these elements. And then they're going to have it. So I think it's even harder for Thunder Awaken to come into this series swinging just because of the schedule and how they've kind of approached it. So, yeah. If you're a Thunder Awaken fan, this is going to be a difficult second series, and I do hope that they can, muscle up and do something into a very well rested and prepared Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah. I mean, some of them were watching the game. Some of them were queuing pubs, looking at you, Saberlight. Did
he win it, though?
just grinding. I don't know. I wasn't
check now,
watching
don't
it.
worry.
I was casting with you, if you remember, T.
Oh, that's a good point. It's not even on Pro Tracker yet, so I can't even see. Maybe he's still in it. Maybe he's still like, this is why we're delayed. Saberlight, can you please focus up, TI's on, stop playing your Lycan in your pubs and get into the lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, what kind of patch now things have changed a little bit since last time we saw them? How do you think it's feeling for Shopify Rebellion and the way they play the game?
I mean, Storm Spirit was exceptional in the first game for BetBoom, right?
Yeah.
So Bob was going to be happy. That's a big dub for them. No, I think Shopify, at least in the last couple months or so, they've morphed into a team where you feel like they're really kind of putting their all in to make sure they have a deep hero pool. And I think at the start of the year, it's like a patch. I'd be like, well, they should do well in an A, but where's the adaptation? But I feel like they're showing us a lot more kind of just that grit to the team. They're not just the NA team that will always do well in NA. And they've had some really good runs. So I think they are just kind of widening their playbook, becoming a little bit more adaptable and kind of ready for the deeper runs on the international stage. And to be fair, this team, they always find their magic in the important tournaments. Like it's rare that this team just doesn't get a top 6 placement in the important events because, of course, between the coaching, the players, the kind of the aura around them, they always just find it.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see them play. We'll see what Thunder can bring to the table as well as we jump into the draft for game number 1 of Shopify Rebellion versus Thunder Awaken. And I mean, a couple of things to mention about Shopify as well is that Muerta is something which RTT's always liked, and Luna's been getting significantly buffed as well. So I think it's could be an interesting patch for Artesian as we see the Muerta already being banned out by Thunder straight off the bat. So they're not looking to see that one in play, nor the Storm. So very critical bans coming out. And Thunder, once again, switching it up. So, you know, I accused them, brazenly accused them of not having much variance before T. I mean, that was based on stats, but clearly they come into the groups with a much wider palette as they first phase of Dazzle.
Yeah, this is always a scary kind of point of analysis for a team because, like, do they have a wide playbook? Are they already kind of flip-flopping around a lot? Of course, it's only your third game, so I'm not going to get carried away too far with it, but I think often when you do get to the tail end of a group stage, the shift of hero versatility often leads towards the weaker teams, I would argue. Unless you have some like Thompson style mid laner who's like, pick me Ogre, pick me Pugna, pick me whatever, right? But I think if in 2 series time, the same thing's still occurring for Thunder Awaken, it is because they're still trying to find the comfort opening that makes them feel good throughout the draft and the game. But for Shopify, at least, they respect the Treant Protector, they respect the Invoker, and of course, you've already mentioned the Storm and the TA ban. These are, yeah, very good targeted bans towards Shopify. Of course, Arbed loves the Storm Spirit, the flexibility of TA between 1 and 2. And I think Venge into Dazzle, pretty good like matchup because, of course, Dazzle wants to keep positioning in the forefront of his entire gameplay. And if you swap out that person you're trying to grave or even swap the Dazzle away, it completely deconstructs the fight. Like now there isn't like a clean setup of your front line, your back line. It's just Dazzle or the target he's trying to save is just in a whole other area of the map. So yeah, I like the fact that they have responded with the Venge.
And are you expecting this to be a Dazzle 2 or a Dazzle 5, or do you think we just not know yet?
I'd like to see, I think Dazzle 3 is the nicest position for the hero.
Well, I didn't say that one, so you're not allowed to say it either, because you make me look like a big silly
well,
boy.
I apologize, okay? I, in the words of Nomad, would love to see it as a traditional position 5 that levels grave and no. No, I think offlane's like the sweet spot for the hero, unless you have some specialty mid, because on mid, you don't really make rotations. You don't really break the game for your team. You're just constantly farming. And if you're in offlane, you pressure the carry, you soak up that quarter of the map. You get to, let's say, your Midas, your Ags, your constant amp timing, and it's super hard to deal with. And there's the Spear Breaker. Ooh.
Oh, no.
Yo, okay, little nostalgia trip, right? If you just took away the logos for a second, my brain just says MVP Phoenix when I look at these heroes for Thunder Awaken, and it is such a fun level of gameplay. It's an old school team that would always pick like Spearbreaker, run at you style, Dazzle, you know. It's
No, I thought you were saying that like Phoenix was just going to be MVP versus these 3 heroes. And I mean, I'm kind of impressed with myself. I was so willing to call you out without giving you a chance to explain yourself on that point.
I meant the team.
No, you did that, and I agree with that. Yeah, that was
But I'm here for this level of gameplay. It's great to see. It's really in your face. Already, Shopify have levels to deal with it because you can swap back to dodge from the Inkswell. As long as the Phoenix isn't hit by that bug, the Phantom's Embrace, he can then obviously get Egg. Spearbreaker is a hero that once he gets in, he would have to like phase borders quickly out. And yeah, I think Shopify's approach to this is they want to be very skirmishy, run at you fight. Let's just hug each other. Luna likes to buy like second, third item BKB. Yeah. You happy?
I said it. Yeah. I mean, I love it when I say something kind of a bit risky, you know, to take a risk and it pays off. But yeah, Arteezy Luna, you know, the moment this hero becomes even slightly good again, Arteezy starts drooling at the mouth and begs Bobble to pick it.
It's my time.
Please.
No, yeah, I like the hero for sure. I think it's very much a draft-based hero. You can't just pick it without logic. It falls off in the late game. The lane is key. It needs a good lane, and you need to have purpose. Like, what am I trying to push my team forward for? I think the shard as well, the whole moon glaives to give yourself some like extra like tankiness with damage. Like, it's kind of cool in that aspect. We've not really seen it too much, but I think it's pretty nice on that front. And if you're Thunder Awaken, Ooh, like break is really annoying for Thunder Awaken, but also I don't think there's many heroes that I'd want to see Abed play that have break on it.
Interesting point, but yeah, I see where you're coming from.
I mean, do you think he's really
think,
going to whip out a Viper?
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't want to narrow his playstyle that heavily just to get some break on your team. Just buy a Silver Edge on your Luna and you're laughing, I think.
Yeah, I'm also fine for that.
Also, did you know that if you Silver Edge and then use a Shard, then your glaives do get bonus damage from the Silver Edge? It doesn't break, but it's you can just run around.
No, you get a break. No, you get a break. This is literally MVP Phoenix, by the way. Bristle and Spirit Breaker in the same draft. Like, I'm sure if you go back and scrub through some old drafts, you can find like near identical heroes.
The poor guy who has to do the MVPs at the end of the game is like in tears right now. He has no idea what he's doing. The game hasn't even been played yet. I can't give him an MVP yet. Got no stats.
We fade from draft into the MVP screen already. Is that even? I think they probably need some game information for that to work, but alas. All right, so what's the Abed hero here? They banned out a puck. Control isn't really Thunder Awaken's friend right now. They've got Charge, Phantom's Embrace, Ink Swell, Poison Touch, Shard, and that's about it. Any of the elusive mids are going to thrive. I actually think Viper is just a really good pick for Shopify. It's like they've already answered the issues of like, Viper hates playing games where the map gets drawn thin and like he needs to be everywhere and he doesn't have control. But like this lineup from Shopify, it screams farm for 20, end the game. First Roshan, hit tier 3s because like you have the reinitiation and disengage from Stampede. Also helps Viper, who's a slow hero, to get to the correct place in the fight. You have Phoenix and Venge to back up the additional damage, and then Luna to break all the towers. So I think Viper is like it's just the hero that completes the draft.
Do you not think that Shopify have big damage issues if they do that, though?
Their damage comes through existing down our lane. Like, when I see this lineup, I'm not seeing the 60-minute back-and-forth game where will they be able to do it? Will it be a close one? I look at these heroes and it screams to me, make stacks, be efficient, like play for the jungle, and then break your opponent with just decisive smokes and just being a ball.
B-ball.
B-ball. Yeah, be baller, be ball. They're taking a long time to ban, though. They got 20 seconds, and they banned the Viper. Right, good, yeah. I feel like it would have been way too easy, and now it's going to be a Spirit Breaker core with a Dazzle mid, I'd assume, and Abed, he's got free pick on the final phase.
So, no more Viper available. What else are we looking at? I mean, we got some other spirits available.
Primal Beast available?
Got an Earth. Yeah, Primal Beast still hanging around if they want it.
Has a break, but on the lane might be a bit awkward. Not even the lane, sorry, but okay, there you go, Lena.
Sure. That solves the damage issue I was kind of worried about. So, yeah, definitely solves that issue, pardon me, as we got some spells to throw down. A little bit vulnerable, I would say, though. If they do manage to close the gap with his Spirit Breaker and Dazzle coming down on the Lena, then you might have some issues. But of course, you've got a Centaur, you've got a Swap, you've got a Phoenix. Like, she's very, very well protected, I would say.
Yeah, and it helps as well because Lena's a hero that plays on incredible high range and just nuking. So this mid Dazzle, you're not going to see the Poison Touch constant click down of, let's say, a mid laner who's melee playing into it. So you're not going to have the Dazzle laning advantage. Just should be a trade of farm. I expect the Lena to go for the magic build where you're going like A for Lens, Ags, E-Blade, Blink. And at that point, it's like this Dazzle, hey, you show for a second, but there's no way you're going to grave once you're LSA, Lagooned, E-Bladed, and just removed. So, yeah, I like it from that aspect. But I think Shopify, this is one of the most stable-looking drafts for a Game 1 entering the International, where it's like, let's just take away volatility as we enter the game. Let's just make sure we know exactly what we need to do, right? Like, you have a Centaur Luna strategy with high magic burst behind it, right? Like, it's super stable. And on the other side, you have Thunder Awaken, where it's like, run at them, pick them off, do this, farm this. It's like they've got so many things that have to go well for them. And but we'll see if they can do it this time around.
Yeah, I feel like Shopify just have their draft just ticks boxes. You know, it ticks boxes like crazy. Every box I have is ticked. I'm all out of boxes. Meanwhile,
can you give me some examples of boxes, please?
Damage, creep hitting. I don't have any on hand right now, but yeah, like defensive, initiation, magic damage, physical damage, save. Everything's there. Everything's there, Tika. Meanwhile, on the side of Thunder, they're not bothering. They've made their own boxes. They're out of the charts. They're doing their own thing. I respect it a lot. Is it going to work? I don't know. Let's find out. Game number 1 starting right here, right now. Shopify, their first game off the group stages of the International. We're excited to watch them play. Meanwhile, Thunder, I'm excited to continue learning. It feels like they've taken that draft from game number 2 and said, all right, we almost got it. We almost figured it out. Let's keep going on that. Let's work on that. So again, they've isolated what they want to do already, and they're going to try and push that a little further. Let's see how it works out for them.
Yeah, I think for Thunder Awaken this time around, it is going to be Illich on the Spirit Breaker. How quickly can he get to the sweet spot on the hero? The phase boots, the Yashakaya, the Aghanims, ripping through the map, killing all the heroes. And then it's, wait, how do we kill the Bristleback with the save of the SD plus the Dazzle? Positioning and aggression is key to Thunder Awaken if they are to get themselves in this game.
Yeah.
And right now, both teams posturing, looking to go for the runes. Nothing too crazy. Should just be a 2-for-2 split.
Yeah. And a lot of things I said about
payback.
Shopify Rebellion. Oh, T-Gov. Unlucky.
Oh, into instant D-Ward. Oh, damn. Oof, what a start. Earlier.
Yeah, Knight's balling. He's loving life. What a gamer. That's a hell of a start. So, yeah, a lot of the things I was saying about Shopify definitely apply to Thunder as well, but just not quite in the same way. It's not as clean, you know?
It isn't.
Like, swap versus disruption is kind of like, I'd much rather have swap.
Yeah, that's true.
Magic damage, you know, like Spirit Breaker magic damage versus Lina magic is like,
But you do have disruption against Luna, so then you're able to take the copies of the Luna, force her itemization to maybe be a little bit different. She won't rush towards Butterfly, potentially. Skadi, of course, is very good in this game. But yeah, it's again a lot of questions that Shopify will need to answer, but fundamentally just team play is going to be the solution. When do they group up? How do they go for their first Roshan? And Abed, he is going to be the biggest playmaker of the team. I hope to see the magic build with the Blink Dagger, Aether Lens, and just non-stop be like, hey, you showed for a second? No more disruption. SD's there. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of interesting how this mid lane goes as well. I know that Dazzle is kind of hard to lose lanes with, but then Lina has always been just the number one, the day one of owning lanes. So
It is a classic for sure.
I want to win lane. I pick Lina. I use Dragon Slave. La 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 la. No brain.
Nice one. Saturn did.
Easy life.
He started with a couple extra denies, using the Shadow Wave to just manipulate the HP, getting that extra denial too. But yeah, I'd be surprised if we see any kills here. It would take like some egregious aggressive positioning for either the mid laners to go down and Blade Blight getting pretty low top. I mean, Shopify, they started
He's
this,
not super healthy. Wow, coming back in though. That's brave, but
I mean, if you saw the start of the lane, Saberlight was already like right in the face. He's like getting the extra deny, had a slight CS advantage, and at any minute in this lane, I think either side could go down, right? You've got double-edged spam into magic missile spam. On the other side, you've got quills into inkswells and stroke of fates. It's a very explosive lane from both of these teams, and if you're Shopify, you don't want to be giving away the kills. Like, as soon as you give Bristle any early lead, it will just accelerate their ability to group up whilst Luna's still catching up her farm, or not catching up, but just farming her key 2 or 3 items that she needs to then try and break the game. Yeah, not being too aggressive here. Just trading the farm.
there's something which we've seen though, like, oh, bottom, hello, she's getting kind of low here, but yeah, in comes the Phoenix once again. Actually, it might be Yellow, she's in some trouble. We've got a lot of Lucent Beam available, but he's not quite low enough to finish the job. And now Knight's going to come in from the side, but doesn't quite have the mana for disruption. Does now get the mana, but going to go for the Shadow Poisons instead. Wants to try and bring down RTZ, but that ain't going to happen, Chief.
So much resources used on both sides, but yeah, Lotus going the way of Shopify, so a little bit more regen for Arteezy. They do need to be bringing out some couriers, though, I feel. Like, I'm not seeing Phoenix or Luna bringing out any regen. Okay, now some Tangos are coming out. Dicing with death.
Little awkward Inkswell in the top lane. Just trying to save him, I think. Kind of defensive Inkswell, I suppose. As they just continue putting the pressure onto the Bristle. But he's still doing fine. Leading CS, actually, so not bothered at all. That's the thing, like, Shopify, I think they've kind of fallen out of this recently, but something they really used to love doing was giving Saberlight last pick, making sure they always gave him a nice lane so that Crit could go and do all the stuff on the map. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case this game, though.
Well, I think
It's
that...
not completely free.
I feel like Saberlight...
Arteezy.
Ooh. Please hold.
Poison. It won't be enough. The wonder's there from Arteezy, and that's actually going to be Arteezy getting first blood as well. And now Fly swooping in, looking for more.
Sticks.
Illich being chased down. One more right click will be needed, not going to be used, as there will still a stick available as well. So the Spirit Breaker will survive, but still big win in the bottom lane.
And the value is a stick, right? One lane has a little bit more spam, and in doing so, they can make that turnaround play. Tango's now finally come out for Shopify as well. Nice little early kill there.
Absolutely. And this is so nice for Luna as well. Like, it's very... It's quite unusual to be getting kills in this hero in lane. You usually just go for this passive build, which Arteezy is doing at the moment. Lucent Beam into 2 points in Luna Blessing, not leveling the beam really. Just going for the passive. So if you couldn't get yourself a kill on top of that, then you just go into the jungle, like, so strong.
It helps, though, that they're laning into one poison. It helps them lane into, like, a Shadow Demon, right? If this was, like, a Willow or a Mirana or anything else that could combo with aggression with the Spirit Breaker, there's no way Arteezy's sitting here on 200 HP, right? But the odd poison spam, the aura, the fact that at any minute Fly could just come in with some Fire Spirits to take away the right click of Spirit Breaker. He could maybe bash once every second or so, but now if he's got really good RNG, but he's barely right clicking, one of the slower right clickers in the game.
Mid lane.
Playing with confidence.
Crit tried to make a rotation in, but MJZ read him beautifully and was able to take him down with the help of Sladam. So rotation on the mid lane, not quite successful. And now the charge coming in through. Abed could be in some trouble. In comes the stroke of fate. Abed tries to turn around and get the kill into Sladam instead. Not going to happen. And the poison takes him down. 2 kills in the middle lane for the Dazzle. What a start for Thunder.
Yeah, what a move as well. He doesn't even have Grave on Dazzle. They just rotate in, don't have the damage output. And in doing so, Grim walks up, helps turn around the engagement. And a little bit surprising that the Spirit Breaker charging mid, it's Abed a little bit too far stepped up and does trade his life away. Crit respawns, comes bottom, tries to kill off Knight. Should very much be a kill.
Saberlight. Yep, Knight goes down, but over on the top side, they're finding another one. Saberlight will be killed off, and Sladam all of a sudden just 3 quick kills in a row. Bam, bam.
Yeah. It helps as well that the aggression came to Sladam in the mid lane, so then he could just TP to Saberlight, who was extremely aggressively positioned on the off lane. But no, this is exactly what Thunder Awaken want to do. They want to make the map feel chaotic, to then allow for these quick TPs, Spirit Breaker charges. Shopify, they scale into the game. Pretty much all their heroes are very heavily item dependent, at least in the Tri-Core.
Oh,
So that's where they can
tries to go
punish
for
it.
Knight here and grab the Wisdom Rune, but it's just going to collide with him, and now he will be going down.
nice
Spirit
bash.
Breaker runs across. Yeah, lovely little bash straight away. And that'll put an end to Fly.
Dire's bottom tower
Now, one really cool thing, if we look over towards Arteezy here, he's farming the stack, and who do you think made this stack?
Arteezy.
That's right, it's the man himself. During the laning phase, because they had such good lane control, he was just able to use this Lucent Beam to stack the camp for himself whilst continuing to farm under tower. So he didn't even need to take time away from the lane, using the range of Lucent Beam to stack the wave whilst laning. I've never seen that before. That's super sick, and now he's reaping the rewards from it.
I thought it was a trick question, to be fair. I was like, did SD stack it for him? Did he make a big blunder? I don't know.
tower.
It was kind of a trick question. You don't really expect the carry to stack camps during laning phase.
Ooh.
Knight, guess gets blasted to the face.
This is what you kind of expect
Immediately
to see.
pings the ward spot. There's no ward
Don't
there.
think you kill him. Oh, if Grim's here, you do. Oh,
Grim's
Stampede.
helping out. Oh, that's set though. Yeah, Stampede's going to try and help
Nice
out.
stroke.
Crit does go down regardless, and Abed can't quite finish the job onto Illich. Illich just going to go and TP away from this one, and Abed doing the exact same thing. Knows he can't fight with that Shadow Poison upon him, so just gets himself the hell out.
Yeah, I feel like for Shopify at least, they're kind of doing what you were mentioning, right? Like they like to put Saberlight on an island by himself, free up crit to make these moves, but just the moves aren't connecting right now. They're trying to gank a Dazzle who's defensively positioned. You then have an any minute Spirit Breaker kind of offsetting that engagement, and in doing so, the kill feed is favoring Thunder Awaken for now.
Luna,
the bot lane as well.
RTZ in some trouble. Disruption comes in as Crit tries to help him out, but it's not going to be enough. Luna's going to fall regardless. Illich gets the kill and they get themselves back. Nice pick off there onto the carry. Definitely a target you want to bring down a couple of times to stop RTC just absolutely running away with farm this game.
Just really nice poking coming from Thunder Awaken. You go mid, get killed, come bottom, instantly get the kills. Just dragging Shopify around the map, and they need to kind of just slow down the game a little bit, set up their heroes correctly so it just enables them to farm, but right now it's just not happening.
Quick finger crit doing the work onto Illich here, but Illich might still be able to get the kill. No, never mind. Does get blown up by Arbed, who's on the sidelines here. But Sladam coming in once again, once another, gonna find it. This Dazzle's going pretty nuts right now.
He's popping off. Kind of helps all the fights are localized in his area, right? Like he's not having to think about his TPs too much. And he's going straight for the Agnums. He's not looking for a Midas. He's not looking to greed it up. Get straight away, amp up your Shadow Wave, and throw your teammates into the fight. And we've not even had to mention Bristleback too much recently. He's very much on the way to Agnums. It does feel like Thunder Awaken should be able to hit their mid-game timing. Syncing up items was the biggest issue in that previous series for Thunder Awaken. But this time around, I think they have drastically improved it. You know, Shadow Blade for a Spirit Breaker, Ags for a Bristle, Ags for a Dazzle. It is their mid-game to make the moves and make all the plays. While Shopify clearly do need to make some recovery.
Like with the Quill Sprays being physical, and then of course like the Dazzle amplifying everybody's damage and making everybody low on armor. Of course, that's bad juju for you. Everyone that gets hit by a Dazzle spell, they lose armor. Whilst the Bristleback gains armor. Oh, that sounds like a brutal timing for them.
On top of it, like Spirit Breaker as well, if he gets the shard, the planar pocket, there's a lot of single target spells for him to soak up, right? Like if he soaks up a Laguna or a key magic missile, like that could be enough to go, wait a second, Bristle's not dead, or my SD didn't die. Now we can turn the fight, and the net worth is kind of teetering in 1-2k lead to Thunder Awaken. Of course, this isn't some like incredible like 5-6k start. Oh my god, it's their game, but it's at least moving in the direction of they should be able to control it.
Okay.
Illich is just showcasing why Spirit Breaker is insane. Like last TI, the hero was busted,
they got
but
a
no
first
one
hit
cared.
bash.
Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah, he just has good RNG. Like last TI, not fully ignored, but like no one really knew his power limits. He was busted. Some team, if they knew about Spirit Breaker back then, could have maybe took that TI from Tundra, but alas, now it's back to its true form with the extra bash damage in the previous patch. It's an insane hero. And once again, he charges onto mid lane Arbed. The charge is coming. He does have a tower though, so it's protected.
Yeah, positioning himself very well here as well. Knows the score. Knows that if he steps down into the river, this probably going to not end too well for him. And meanwhile, Arteezy just continuing to try and farm up here. Has this Mask of Madness completed, looking to go straight in for the Manta as well. So, really nice stuff coming out from him, but the Bristle, he's just a step ahead. Knight is absolutely rolling this game at the moment when it comes to money.
The question for Arteezy in this game is, what's the perfect build for him? Because right now, like there's a Silver Edge for the break against Bristle. There's a Lincoln's to stop the disruption or the charge from the SD or the Spirit Breaker. You also need Manta for farm efficiency. You can't really go Butterfly because of the SD, and also it's not too perfect of a game. Scardy's in contention. Like I'm listing like 3 or 4 items that have different playstyles. It'll be interesting to see which one Arteezy does land on in the end. And crit, not level 6 yet at the minute 13, so he can't swap back the Spirit Breaker. The supports are just starved a little bit on Shopify. Self-inflicted though, to be fair. They have been making a lot of moves on this Venge, and in doing so, this is the repercussions, right? You just don't have the XP and Knight. Luckily, he didn't go down to the Ancients. That would have been hysterical. He nearly died to Tormentor. And I mean, he wasn't dying to Ancients, but again, could have been funny. Oh, crit!
Yep. He tries to go for the Spirit Breaker. Doesn't quite work out, and now the Spirit Breaker comes for him. Unfortunate.
I have crit in my fantasy league. Come on, man. You got 4 dash. Wait, hold on. What was my stats for his? For
Hope you
this,
don't have the
actually?
death stat on him, because
No,
that's
let
not
me
looking
check.
too hot.
Watchers taken, runes grabbed, and stuns. Okay, luckily he is playing
Right, you're up for now.
a magic missile based hero. That's some stun.
Oh, yes. I've got Planet in mine, and they just won, so we eating good. Middle tower starting to take a hell of a beating here. Smiling Knight just hanging out in the middle lane all by his lonesome. I mean, his team are nearby within touching distance, but
He
when it
has
comes
the
to hitting
axe.
tower, it's just him, and yeah, what can you do? Oh my god, he does.
He's had just a complete free farm game. Like, this is the best window right now for Thunder Awaken. Like, the fact that they're going to have the double axe, dazzle on Bristle, the Shadow Blade's coming out on Spirit Breaker. There should be smokes, pickoffs, secure that Roshan, take it away from Shopify. Don't let them hit this like 20-minute ball that this draft easily could have hit if they were able to play a very methodical, stable laning phase. But Thunder Awaken, they did not allow it. They were very chaotic in both move and play.
Yeah, Arbed's really kind of out of the show at the moment. He needs to come and bring himself back into the game some other way. It'll be really hard to get kills against this Thunder lineup. Especially now. They're going to be so close to each other. Unless, of course, you want to go for Smiling Knight, who's got 2,000 HP and...
Oh, crit, no. He's TPing out.
It's gone. Oh, it was close. The Aghanims almost did it. The machine gun quills coming into play here as Arbed being chased down as well on the bottom side of the map. So they were like jumping in on this one. They want to try and just bring down a support to start things off here. MJZ going to be that target as Arbed does eventually fall. Turns around to get the Laguna Blade onto Knight. Knight also not falling here. I mean, they're using their
They have the
spells,
charge
but
coming
they're
in.
just not connecting. And now Saberlight all alone as the rest of the team come cascading down onto the Centaur. Saberlight, nothing he can do, stuns nothing and dies.
Just a 1-by-1-by-1. Like, you need to respect the map play against the Spirit Breaker lineup, and dragged so far around, and Arteezy goes top and instantly. Look who's there. Illich is like, let me go find an enemy real quick.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Dude, this play from Thunder, it's actually insane. It's insane.
They are just slaughtering Shopify on just map play. I guess the key thing here is Shopify, without the levels, most of their heroes kind of play for themselves, right? Luna wants to farm. Phoenix needs to farm a bit more. He hasn't got the big Sunray points to punish the Bristleback. Lina, even if she has a good game, she can't position in these fights.
Well, here we go. Eclipse is used. Maybe MJZ falls, although he's reached the limit on the Eclipse hits and he's not dead.
The bind.
Now, they need to get themselves away, but it's a beautiful
hit.
soul bind coming out of the two of them. Here comes Bristleback from the sidelines as well. They've assembled on the side of Thunder, and that Bristleback comes dangerously close to Arteezy, rips through Saberlight. They want the big carry. They might not find him, though. Beautiful LSA coming out, but the Inkswell takes the stun off. Arteezy under tower, getting beaten down. The charge comes through, interrupted by the Lucent Beam. Arteezy fighting for his life right now, and they're a tier 2 tower. They won't bring him down, but they will take his towers instead. Shopify, they cannot bring a fight to the side of Thunder. They need to find another way to play this game.
Bristol has Ag Shard. It's 17 minutes in. He's got Vanguard. He's going to bring out the Voodoo Mask as well, just for an extra bit of spell lifesteal, inevitably to become the Bloodstone. Shopify, they just need to dodge every single fight possible and just pray they can get to a later stage of this game. Crit, he's had an absolute... I don't even know what
Stinker.
word I want to use. It's just rough, hard, difficult game and
Stinker of a game.
stinker, yeah.
That's what I'm going with.
And a little oh, wait. But there, eventually it turns around. He's got a wand. Big one.
Surely he has to die. Surely he has to die. Spirit Breaker, he cannot survive this right now. And there we go. Laguna Blade to the face. A bit of Sid beef in the bottom lane as the cow goes down. But meanwhile, having Sid Roshan up on the top side. Roche is dead. Aegis now into the hands or paws or claws or whatever he has of Bristleback. And this guy was already feeling like he wasn't going to die. Now he's running down your lanes with the dazzle behind you and with an Aegis in his pocket.
Yeah, I feel like for Shopify though, like it's only a 4K lead to Thunder Awaken. Like once the fights get back to their base again, as long as they can farm up until, let's say, if they can just prolong the tier 3 siege, if it gets to 30 minutes, I think they're going to be in a good spot to kind of create the same comeback potential that BetBoom presented in that second game of Thunder Awaken's previous series. But the same logic applies, right? You're going to have like swap backs, you're going to have big bursts of damage, no real way of ending the game through building siege. Like Bristleback by himself will have to hit buildings into a swap with high cast range. That's why Thunder Awaken, they need to be so mindful of that. And I think for Shopify, yes, the game feels rough, but like Crit, he's already accepted. He's probably more a position 5 in this game, right? Like, oh, wow, you killed me, but this time I killed Spirit Breaker. He does it again. If they trade another kill, they're slowly doing the small things to get to the big ticket items. And Arteezy, he's looking to go for that Shadow Blade into the Silver Edge, get a bit of that break in play, and stop Bristle from being the unkillable boss that he currently is. Level 15 at the 19-minute mark.
Yes, the unkillable ball of hair and quills, which is running at you right now. And that's not even addressing the Dazzle issue. But I think we got to take this one step at a time for Shopify. They got a lot of fires to put out in only one bucket of water.
Oh, Crit, run away.
Yeah, your tier 2 tower might not be as safe as you're hoping. There comes the charge. There comes everything coming down on him. Blitzed.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So the Spirit Breaker was charging the creep wave, and then Fly just Icarus dived by the creep, which then hit through the charge. Oh.
Some days it's just not your game. You just got to accept that. You just got to go, okay, I'm gonna get upset and.
Oh, will Arteezy get the illusion rune? Saberlight's gonna die.
Oh, Saberlight. Yeah.
I think
Gonna try and get away from this one. I mean, there is no Nether
double
Strike
bounty.
thanks to Fly. Drop in earlier. But the poison's upon him. Not just the shadow poison, but also the poisony poison. And down he goes. Illage grabs another kill. This Spirit Break is going absolutely crazy right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
To be fair, it's not like the worst position though, because when you look at Arteezy, now he's top net worth. He's climbed the ranks. He also picked up an illusion rune. So if you look at the northern side of the map, these are Arteezy's illusions just soaking up
so
this top
nice.
farm as well. Like,
Yeah.
if there ever was like a glimmer of hope for Shopify, it's the fact that this Aegis hasn't been them taking every outer tower, really choking out the map, stealing away the wisdom runes. It's been quite a respectful usage of the Aegis. Like, you know what, we'll give you a bit of farm. We'll still kill you a couple times, but not really the killing blow. I think the comms on Shopify are just throw bodies in weird positions and then hope that Arbed and Arteezy itemize well enough that when it does hit that eventual high ground defense, we can turn the tide. And I think for Thunder Awaken, they do need to be a little bit more ruthless in their gameplay right now, because I think they're just giving too much of a combat potential. I feel like the win rate right now is probably like 65%, 64% is my gut guess for Thunder Awaken. When potentially with these heroes, it could have been a completely different story. I'm going to check the winner
How
now.
good is Luna, I guess is
Oh, it's
what it comes down
83%.
to.
Oh god, Dota Plus really thinks this is over.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dota Plus is not a believer.
Not a believer,
At least
no.
either in Luna or in Shopify or something, but I mean, it's scary. This Bristleback, I don't think a Silver Edge is going to be enough. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's kind of like you need Silver Edge plus Ags on the Lena, and then have the
This
Bristle positioned away from
Could be a
Grave.
Oh, good.
That's kind of like the territory of comeback right now for Shopify.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Smoke up though from Thunder Awaken. Surika has completed the Aghanims. He can of course now charge debuff immune heroes, even though BKBs aren't in play.
Has been seen here. Charging the wave. Ooh, Shopify is really something you want to go for. Our bed is not in the kitchen right now. You will be cooking without him. Routes of travel are available though, so he can come in if he wants, and they are going to try and make this one happen, and they're going to be able to take down a Lich straight off the bat. So Thunder Awakens do choose to fight. It will be a 4-on-5, but they're going to just hold them off with the egg here. It's almost like Shopify saying, like, okay, just give us a minute. Just give us a sec.
Under attack.
Oh, that felt like a very fatherly egg though from Fly. Like he's using the Sunray like, back off, get away from me, get away from my Arteezy.
Get away from my boys.
If my Arteezy's gonna farm and win me the game, get away.
Yep, we got our kill. You used your demonic purge. It's fine. So,
I mean, when you're behind, though,
honestly,
you do want to use spells like that, right? It's like you're kind of...
no, absolutely. I mean, that was a great series of events for Shopify Rebellion. Like they got the kill into a Spirit Breaker. They relieved a little bit of a map pressure, and just buy themselves a little bit more time for Arteezy to keep on farming, keep on trying to get himself into the game, become a hero.
I like the pickup, though, from Knight. Of course, he had the Vanguard. He then disassembled. He's now turned it into a Bloodstone and a Lotus Orb, using the components for both of these items. And now that'll obviously help with the swap situation. He can poke his head up, hit Lotus. If you swap me, I'm not going anywhere. I can then walk back down the lane a little bit. But they need to be careful. The fact that Illich's died twice. But they're smoked up. They're looking for the fight.
They see Arteezy. They see the Luna. But Luna doesn't care. She blows him up. But here comes the charge. Illich connects onto the Luna. They need the rest of the team here, and they need him now. Where is the Bristleback? He's coming behind. He's lagging behind the fight a bit. And now, in they go with the Eclipse. They'll take down the Dazzle. A little bit of hope being shown, but in they go. Oh my god, the Blender has arrived. The Quills are here. And down goes Crit and Arteezy. Taken out together. Abed, he just needs to run. He needs to get himself away, but he's gooed up right now. Suddenly finds himself covered in snot. And now the charge comes in, and the damage is there. It's a triple kill for Knight. Bristleback is just owning. He doesn't care that his Dazzle's dead.
Not only does he just do an immense amount of damage with Core Spray, he also has like plus 300 bonus damage. Yeah. Oh. Sometimes you wish Matumba never retired. This was his patch, you know? Like, get him out of retirement. Get him in.
Wake him up. Yeah, I mean, what? So they're in a great position right now, Thunder. They've managed to get themselves a good few kills. They've beaten down Arteezy a couple of times. When do we see them going for the key objectives? Next Roshan into high ground? Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, it does feel like the next stage is going to be key for Thunder Awaken. Just have that little bit of insurance. I think Shopify are doing a pretty good job at getting that one core kill to give themselves some lease of life in the game, but I feel like if there's an Aegis in play, it's... Wait, we swapped him, we killed him. Oh, he's now respawned. We don't have Sunray, we don't have Egg. There isn't that repositioning tool. So I think for Thunder Awaken, farm the map, keep preventing Shopify from being super efficient with how they farm. Next Aegis, smoke pick or straight into high ground. I feel like the next 10 minutes of the game is going to be a real big indicator if Thunder Awaken can close this one out. So again, this net worth has always been a little bit awkward. 6k, 5k, it's been really kind of in a balancing point.
Smoke up. Shopify Rebellion, they're on the hunt.
Ooh.
They're going for the Bristleback. They're going for the big boy.
They have the Silver Edge.
Oh, the whole team's behind him. It's going to be tough. Knight, they actually goes behind. Saberlight goes for the deep jump here, trying to catch out the Dazzle or something, but Arteezy's got different plans. They do take down MGZ. That's a lot of damage coming straight off the bat. Egg comes down as well. Knight, though, he's plenty tanky with the Bloodstone coming through as well. He's going to be absolutely fine. Shopify, do they go for the reset? They've been given some time to breathe here, and they're not leaving. Arteezy doesn't want to put the fight away. But Thunder, they're not going to give them a chance. They're going to back themselves away. They respect Shopify Rebellion, and they will leave.
They're still in the
area, though.
Silver Edge back up in 2
Still
seconds.
in the area. The swap's out onto Knight. He's just gone. Luckily, it was the support Knight and not the carry Knight. Sorry for the viewers at home. This is confusing, I know. Blame Thunder Awakens for naming two of their players the same damn thing.
It's cheaper on printing the shirts.
True. So they come stun immediately out to Illich, though. Knight just being held in position. And there's this the point where they try and go for him. I mean, they don't have the break available just yet. Can Silver Edge him if you want, but he's still got that Bloodstone. Arteezy's just getting cooked right now. He's going towards the tree line, trying to get himself out, but the whole team's just chasing him down. The Luna is dead, and Knight's going to get yet another kill from him. I think Shopify Rebellion just stuck around a little bit too long. They tried to make the reset happen, but it just didn't work out for them.
I mean, there's a lot of layers to how Shopify needs to take the fight, right? They need Saberlight to jump the back to disjoint SD and Dazzle's positioning. They need Abed to be in position to either punish this SD or Dazzle, but also if Luna finds the Bristle with the break, to quickly pivot and try and go for that explosive blow-up pre-save. And Shopify, the fact that they're trying to make these plays whilst Egg's on cooldown as well, you know, kind of removing a hero from your roster to some degree. They're playing underneath Thunder Awaken Vision on top. They really were trying to push the limits of their heroes, but fundamentally it was just too difficult. And Thunder Awaken, they execute in the moment. They just drag the fight, really just take away the positioning so no one could help each other out. And that's where, yeah, this Spearbreaker Bristle lineup, they love these chaotic, wait, where's your construct? There isn't any. Let me just break you down. And yeah, second day just goes towards them.
You have to be so disciplined, don't you, to play against this draft.
There's a single mistake and then it's gone. Like, Silver Edge is actually so key here. Like, if Arteezy misclicks his Silver Edge, then suddenly the ability to fight is somewhat removed. And
well, see, I watched that last fight, and he was just running away from the Bristleback with his Silver Edge available because he knows that, like, if he don't use it, like, the Bristleback doesn't care. It's got Bloodstone and Quill stacks. Like, he's going to heal regardless. Saberlight, maybe in some trouble here. Gonna have to pop the ultimate to get himself out of dodge. Link now available, does get to safety. Arbed as well, gonna be able to TP out from this one. So dragging Thunder around the map is exactly what you want to be doing here, but now you gotta wait another 70 seconds for Stampede to come back and for you to do that again.
Now, the next item here for Arteezy is it's super important. Is he gonna go for a Skadi for extra heal mitigation? Will he go for maybe just more damage to try and go, if I break you, I'm gonna kill you? Like, Centaur's going for the Shivas, so he's already thinking about the heal aspect already with his items. And Arteezy not giving us any information with his quick buy. So got nothing to go off right now. But yeah, a little bit of a tease.
I'm expecting the Skadi. It makes sense. It's really good with this 20 talent as well. You get really long range, Lucent Beams, which can also apply Skadi to people.
It's weird because,
helps you play the fights much slower, but
this is also a game where, like, Hurricane Pike would have been cool as an earlier item, but, like, you don't want to buy it now, of course, because, like, into Spearbreaker, just having that pushback, cancelling the charge is always very nice. But there's no way he's going to buy it as a 4th item. It's, like, just a redundant item now for him. And even building range against a Bristle, like, I do feel like where he's itemized is very good. Like, I think most of the items I was mentioning he's gone for here, like the Silver Edge and Lincolns were the big 2. It really is just what's the statement item now for him. Because I think for Luna, these are the items for Arteezy to want to play a fight. Now he needs to think of the item that allows him to win the fight with a bit of confidence. And
yeah,
it's
got to give him something, because right now Knight's up on the high ground. Bristleback, he's got an Aegis, another 2 minutes 20 on this bad boy. He's just smacking away at the tier 3 towers. You got to do something about this. You got to answer this. They do have a Fortify available, and they'll have another one when the tower falls. So that's kind of the timer for Arteezy. That's the dinner bell. So that's it. Saberlight has just dragged 3 heroes up to the top side of the map. Okay, will almost TP out. Does get caught eventually. So I don't think it matters what happens to him here. I think it's just value regardless. Am I wrong?
It does feel pretty value, to be fair. Thunder Awaken have spent quite a lot of time looking backwards, finding these pesky Shopify heroes who are constantly skipping waves and just doing weird things. And Knight is trying his best this time. Like, guys, I'm trying to end the game here. Can we please just stop looking back? Let's just hit a tier 3.
It would feel more value if it wasn't for the case that this Bristleback can just siege alone as one hero.
Oh. Arteezy used his Eclipse trying to kill off Illich. Illich has a gem now as well, so there will be no element of surprise for Arteezy. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Knight is still trying his hardest to get a Rax.
Yep, one tower has gone. Gonna refresh the Fortify. You don't want to use it against a Bristleback who's just slowly chipping it down, but at the same time, it's not that slow. There's nothing you can do about it. He's not leaving.
This is probably the most awkward Rax taken I've seen here at the Rotin International. My 3rd game, but it's still the most awkward.
Yeah, it's insane.
Come on, you've got this, King. Oh,
here we go. Swap back immediately, just dumping the whole kitchen sink into the guy. All right, they bring him down. What now? That is the question. You don't have break for a 2nd life, so I have a feeling he just runs away. But without an Aegis, can he keep the siege going? Well, so far so good. Legion's going to come in and keep hitting it, but the Barrack is alive, and no Aegis on the side of Thunder Awaken, so...
We got to the spicy part of the game. There's no Aegis now. Like, the next time Knight walks up the high ground, if his Lotus isn't in play, the same thing's going to happen. But then Illich is in.
Oh, he certainly is. He's plenty tanky, though. BKB's out. Lotus Orb's on him as well. Can't really free cast on this guy. Any hero, it feels like, can do that on the side of Thunder Awaken and not be punished for it, which is absolutely insane.
Illich is just a madman. Like, this is true Spirit Breaker. Like, "Ooh, I'm in. Oh, wait, you went behind me. Then again, though, he is moving at, what, 1,000,000 miles per hour. He's got the 200 move speed talent on 20, plus the fact that the phase boost amps it up as well. Like, he can be in the fight in a matter of milliseconds compared to other heroes. Just need to keep that in mind. Can't get too carried away with how quickly he gets in and out. But Shopify, they are now smoked up themselves, looking
All right.
to fight.
Eclipse is back. Let's see what they can do. Dazzle would be a great target hit, but it can be so quick from Sladam. My goodness, you're not catching this guy sleeping as he immediately turns around and brings down Crit. Fantastic work. And now on the sidelines, they do see Bristle back. They're going to try and bring him down. They're able to do so. The break is there. The damage is in. And the egg helps as well. And Knight is gone. Finally, they bring down the Hedgehog. But now they're looking to keep the fight going. In comes the Spirit Breaker. Tears our bed apart. And they just need to leave. Shopify Rebellion, they got the kill, but they could only bring down one. That does seem to be the issue here. And Sableye going to lead them on a merry old chase. Come with me, my friends, across the map. But the charge is there from Illich. That will put an end to his shenanigans. And Slams will finish him off with a big old Shadow Wave.
Okay. There it is. They kill the Bristle. Finally. They trade 3 heroes. I'm trying to decide if that's a win or not. I think momentum-based, a little bit of breathing room for Shopify. But the fact that it's like, we finally killed Bristle, and now Spirit Breaker's, he's in his like end game level of items and play, right? Like, he's doing so much damage in these fights. He did what, 3,700? The Dazzle did 6,500. Like, these heroes, they're no joke. On top of that, we've not even mentioned it, but the Grimstroke can still go for the Aghanims. Illich is in the base again.
Hold on. Surely this is punishable.
Swap.
Surely they can catch him out. The swap is there. The damage is in, and
Why is he there?
yeah. He's a Spirit Breaker, T, Governor. You know this answer more than anybody.
That was rather illegal.
Well, it was illegal. He did get punished for it. It's feudal punishment here in the Dota world. That's definitely going to put a bit of a speed bump in the road for the side of Thunder Awaken to a kind
It's
of
a speed mountain. It's a massive thing. Just fed away a gem.
Oh, we had a gem. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It's getting worse. But ooh, and Shard now and Luna as well picked up. We mentioned that earlier on, how that's going to be a pretty key factor in the late game. Like, yeah, 25% doesn't sound too much, but when you get to the late game, these percentages mean a lot.
So Nomad, we got a really interesting development with Arteezy item, right? So he went for Satanic to make sure he can stand his ground a bit, but he's looking to go Butterfly because he disassembled the Mask of Madness. But there's a Grimstroke Ags soon to come into play, plus an SD, and he has no MKB. So he's potentially double amping both of the supports on Thunder Awaken if he is to complete this item. You could argue that maybe Bloodthorn could have been quite a cute item for the Luna in this game. Have the Mage Slayer, bit of tankiness, provide that reduction in damage. Nice Lotus here.
Very nice job on the Lotus Orb here, and now they can look to start the fight. Sableye's going to be the target right now. Sunray's coming through, but it does absolutely nothing. Down goes Sableye. Buyback from him as Albed and Arteezy are just trying to find a way to get into this fight, but there's not really any direction they can move in from. Oh, they have managed to find the backlines, though. They've managed to find Knight, but in comes a Grave out onto him, so he's going to be okay for the time being. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crit does go down to MJZ. Buyback's coming out from 2 of the Shopify heroes so far as Fly's Egg finally comes to an end, and Knight once again just taking place, standing in front of Shopify Rebellion, daring them to come for him. Come around the side, but in comes the Eclipse. Arteezy is trying to go for it right now, but it's too damn hard. It's too much damage, and now the Drizzleback's on top of him. He needs to fight back, but how does he do it? Satanic comes out, but he's stun locked forever. Down goes the Luna.
Back already?
Oh no, he's just in the middle of everything right now, trying to fight this one up, but it's not going to happen. The Centaur, he gets torn down as well. And once again, the moment these fights get broken, it is just Thunder all the way home.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And Knight instantly into bot
look
lane.
at this, they're just ignoring Roshan, they don't care.
I think this is a really good read here. Just Dazzle died though. Hold up, pause. No buyback on Centaur, he died back. Venge, also no buyback. That's a dieback.
That's true.
Radiant's top tower.
2 heroes out for the count, and Knight, he knows that if there's not at least 4 heroes alive there, there's no chance they're taking him down. So, yeah, doesn't care about Roshan, just goes straight in for the barracks. And again, the Fortify is there. It's kind of awkward that he has to stay on the lane with creeps on it to defend the creeps. So, it's a bit strange. But nevertheless,
it was also just like a weird fight to take. Like, Shopify, they had exceptional vision up there. They have this triangle of observers, but to hug the tree line, to not find that clean jump, they weren't able to easily go, okay, Centaur initiate follow-up. It was Centaur dies, buybacks, don't worry guys, he's coming, let's try and fight again. It felt forced. It felt like Shopify, the best place for them to fight is under the discipline of their high ground. Allow Thunder Awaken to misplay at the steps of your base, utilizing swap and punishing their positioning. But instead they opt to actively seek the fight in an area where it's quite easy for Thunder Awaken to buy back TP if they need to. They didn't even need to do that. And on top of it, it felt a little bit forced from them. And in doing so, Thunder Awaken continued to have such an exceptional game 1 in this series. Looking to take the 3rd Roshan, Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher. Spearbreaker.
What a game.
Yeah.
I mean, what a game coming out from Thunder Awaken. Game number 1 of the day for them looked absolutely terrible. It was brutal.
I think they have made a lot of improvement. Like, every game you're seeing the improvements, which is very cool to see from a team very fresh into their TI run and history, right? Like, I think 1 player's previous TI, 4 players haven't. And often these types of teams, you don't really see adjustments mid-series, mid-game. It takes at least a day to do it. But this team, I think from game to game, you are seeing that slight shift in how do we want to approach this group stage. And this 3rd game for their day has been, of course, the best because they're winning it, but
yeah,
very very enjoyable stuff.
My God, what are they going to be like on their 4th game? Well, I'm pretty sure they play like 8 games today or something.
It's a lot of games. I think they're also playing first and I need to double check actually. I need to see if any teams are playing first and last. They are. Thunder Awaken is playing the 1st series of the day and the last series of the day. Ouch.
Well, let's just hope their power level continues.
They got like a 10-hour difference between their 1st and last series. Well, winning this one will, of course, fuel them into that final one. Swap back.
In comes the damage. The Bristleback's taken down for the first time here, but don't forget he's got that Aegis, so coming back in a minute. Meanwhile, Luna being stunned up for now. She needs to get herself out of this one. The damage is coming through, and then comes the Stampede. That's going to save her for the time being, as well as the Glaze being used to mitigate some of that damage coming out. But Crit is already gone to the Dazzle. And Saberlight, he's in some trouble as well. The damage is too much coming out from Knight right now. He takes him down again. There's so much damage on this Bristleback with this 25 talent. He's ripping through the buildings, ripping through the barracks now as well. You use your combo to kill him the once, but now you need to do it the twice, and without the swap available on Avenge, it's just looking impossible. Nice little stance to the 2 of them, but it's not going to make a difference. The top lane of barracks starting to fall. Only 3 heroes on the side of Shopify to defend with. And the Lunar Illusion as well. Just going to start going to town on RTC. He does just turn around and kill it off in like 1 hit, but meanwhile, Bristleback, he's dealing with the barracks. Yeah, sure, they get Illich, whatever. Mega creeps go in the way of Thunder Awakens. Nice. He's on the front. Eclipse is there, but in comes a Grave. They're keeping him alive for the time being, and now the Hex comes down onto Arteezy. Arteezy, he's holding his ground, though, because they're not looking to fight him. They're backing away, but Sladam, he didn't quite get that memo. He's still trying to bring down Arbed. Arbed actually trying to TP back to the fountain. Might just make it in time, and Sladam will eventually get caught out. So, okay, they get a couple of exit kills. It's okay, but mega creeps.
Yeah, I think
that's
this fight just kind of proves to me that if Shopify just potentially sacked that previous Roshan attempt, farmed that next item, then they would have been in a much better position to defend this. And it kind of happened, right? The way they lost their 1st racks, the way they lost their 2nd racks, it's that kind of excitement of, wait, we actually got to kill on Bristol, to then kind of throw it away on the wider map. And now if you look at Saberlight, where's his item progression? He's been kind of close to Shiva's Guard for now, what, 15 minutes of the game? Like, these are all the small things that you need against this lineup with how much healing and kind of forward-pushing concepts that Thunder Awaken are bringing in. You need every little bit in your itemization to get you into the fight. But again, Shopify threw themselves into just Thunder Awaken territory. And of course, they're going to take the loss, and on the fights at least. Not yet the game. They are playing into mega creeps.
I mean, I think
barreling it down mid.
I don't like to be a hater, T, but I'm not
Say
seeing a
how
way
it is,
back
man,
into
man.
it for Shopify Rebellion. This one's almost over. I think once Thunder respawn, they just control the map. Shopify Rebellion have to sit in their base.
Dyer's middle
They're not going to do
tower
anything with
Okay,
these two
hold up,
kills
hold
they
up.
got.
You say that, but look at the
Sure.
buyback situation right now. Dazzle can't afford it. Bristle can't afford it. They've also shown with new items. So potentially, if Thunder Awaken get excited and lose a fight, they could technically lose the
I mean,
game.
Luna can end games, sure. Luna's
There we go.
always an end killer. If you don't have buyback, Luna can end
God.
games, yes, but
Basically, Shopify can win the game in the next 30 seconds based off of one misplay, or they just lose the game based on
which
Thunder
they
Awaken
don't
being
know about to add. they
correct.
don't know
And the lanes
buyback
aren't even there.
situations.
Radiant's middle
Yeah.
tower
But this is their
If
time.
all of these conditions are fulfilled,
I'm just trying to give hope to any of the NA fans, you know? Like, this is, you know, SA's ruling supreme in this first game. Just trying to give them a glimmer of hope, what to look out for. And fair play to Shopify, they did look for that actual play. They were smoked up, and
Radiant's middle tower
with the creeps barreling down the lanes, this should be it for Thunder Awaken.
not just creeps
Tier 4
barreling down
falls.
lanes. Thunder in the base right now, and now they've found Saberlight. Saberlight pops out ultimate, needs to get himself out of this one, but I'm not sure he's going to get a chance to. The blender goes off. Bristol
Phoenix
back
there as
shreds
well.
him to pieces. And now in the back lines, they've also caught out Fly. He's just gone as well. Does have a buyback available on the Phoenix. They're going to have to find a really cute entry into this fight, and I'm just not sure that's possible. Building's being destroyed, Swap is out, but the Lotus is there. You're just giving the Bristle a whole lot of HP. And now Hex is out onto Arteezy. Arteezy in some trouble. He needs to turn away, fight around right now. He needs to start
Satanic.
getting off these glaives with the Satanic. I mean, he's keeping himself alive, but he's doing absolutely piddle of damage. And into the fountain he will go, but his Ancient is falling. Shopify Rebellion, they need to find a way to fight up into this right now because they are running out of health on that Ancient, and down he goes. Knight, he's just doing way too much damage, and there it goes. The Ancient will fall, and Thunder Awaken pull off a crazy victory here. What an upset.
Yeah, what a banger game from them. That's like, just from their first series to this series, like, this is the aggression that I want to see from this team. The way that they drafted it, but also executed on it. Like, they have just made a statement that Spirit Breaker, he is bonkers. Like, the post-TI patch or post-TI phase last year, where people were like, wait, this hero is insane. Why didn't we pick it at TI? Now it's the same hero. It crushes creep waves. It crushes the map.
Look
it
at that.
crushes your spirits. It crushes any mistake that you make. And on top of that, you throw a Bristle back into the mix with an SD and a Grimstroke behind you that can counter a Luna as the game goes later. They completely picked apart Shopify. And Shopify, they tried to make a couple cool plays where they leave their base, but then got destroyed. I think they needed to be super disciplined to win this game, respect the fact that they can't contest a Roshan ever, and hope to make that kind of big swap kill that they did a couple times. But no, fair play, Thunder Awaken. This is all your game. Just the way that you executed on it, the confidence to draft this way with this style of hero. Very reminiscent of MVP Phoenix. Phoenix is not the MVP, but yeah, just to clarify.
Stop doing it, Sam. The
I just love
graphics
doing
guy.
it. I just want to test them.
Come on.
But no, I
Give him a break.
thoroughly enjoyed this game from Thunder Awaken. And
Hell yeah.
I will happily say this is
mean-
clearly an upset. Like, I think a lot of people would expect Shopify to win this game. But yeah, already an upset in the first game.
Huge upset, yeah. I think this is kind of worrying for Shopify Rebellion, that's for sure, because these groups are absolutely no joke. You know, you get one or two games behind, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a sticky old situation. So, yeah, this is tough for them. They're going to have to find a way to mentally recover from this, at least in game number 2. And yeah, I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were saying before. Like, their draft looked great on Shopify Rebellion. Like, I'm not saying this is a draft issue, because again, boxes are ticked, but the laning phase went absolutely terribly. They never found a way back into it, really. Like, there was just Thunder. They had this really cute, cool draft. Like, I'm not even calling this a gimmick, because it synergized so nicely, and it was just a really nice take on the game. And they're able to utilize that and just make it absolutely look so damn good. And sure, I mean, it takes them a while to finish the job. It takes megas. It takes a little bit of time, but they were clinical about it. And yeah, very, very exciting performance here from Thunder, and makes me definitely want to keep on watching this team, T.
Oof. I think it's just the idea that they're picking some of the fun heroes of the patch and just throwing them into one big draft is the cool thing. Like, I think Grimstroke is going to be a big contested hero in this patch, especially when you have Spiritbreaker rising up, Bristle back in play. A lot of these kind of big, brawly melee heroes, You love the shard on the hero. And then it's like you have SD and Dazzle who can free cast every fight. Like all the highlights in this fight is just where's the Spirit Breaker, where's the Bristle, and then these three little, look at the dudes on the right hand side. They're just free casting beautifully. And Knight's like, don't worry guys, I got this. Of course, this is like the end of the game, but this was kind of the theme throughout every single engagement. And yeah, I guess the question is, will Spirit Breaker get let through for Thunder Awaken again? Like Illich did play a very aggressive game. He did feed away a gem, but the concept of the hero was insane. And yeah, just Slatum, Dazzle, the Bristleback for Knight. It's like, which one are you, which hero are you really going to be giving the credit to? I think Slatum on the Dazzle for me was the big showcase. The kills on mid lane, the TP to top, then to get extra kills mid. It's just like the perfect Dazzle game. Rushing the Ags, not going Midas, not trying to be this like weird, oh, let me do Midas memes. No, he plays for his team. But you know, I think yes.
Yeah.
What a glow up.
Thunder Awaken were the team, you know, they broke the game, but it was kind of Slatum who created the cracks, which then Knight was able to kind of like smash down on and completely shatter it. So yeah, I think when it comes to MVP, I mean, it's kind of hard, but I'm probably going Knight just for kind of the continued dominance for like 30 minutes into the game, just not really, you know, just knowing the hero really well, knowing his limits really well, only dying once whilst basically sitting on the high ground by himself. Like, a lot of that stuff was very sick. So yeah, I think I'm leaning Knight. What about you, T?
Sure. I mean, I praise Slatum. I think again, just everyone played really well this game. It's probably between Slatum or Knight. I'll let production pick if they want to do an MVP screen. You know, they can decide between the two. But how does Shopify bounce back from this one? I think if anything, you can easily say the draft was very obvious looking in regards to like, oh, it's a Centaur pick, it's a Luna pick, but I think just the play just wasn't as clean as Shopify has experienced in the past. Like the early game from Crit, running to mid and dying, running to enemy triangle dying, having like 4 or 5 deaths to his name, and then you have these like super aggressive calls being made where it's like, is it really the best for your type of draft at a gold deficit to fight here? Like, so I think just got to shake off those early TI nerves, regroup, and then probably go again for game 2. But Thunder Awaken, please continue down this aggressive path. I want to see you just amp that up, keep going, and keep trying to be in the face of your opponent, because when you play like this, it's really fun to watch.
Hell of an entertaining game coming out from them, and yeah, potential beginnings of a underdog story, but of course, you know, we're only into their 3rd game of TI, still a long road to go. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 of Thunder Awaken versus Shopify Rebellion. See you in a minute.
Wanted to be a giant space crab.
Tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hello there, you wonderful people, and welcome back, because we are in the middle of a very, very spicy series. T, tell the lovely people all about what just happened.
Well, Thunder Awaken beat Shopify Rebellion. So potentially, for some fans, one of the favorites potentially for the group. Already got an L to their name. And yeah, they're going to have to do a bounce back. This group, it's pretty stat. Azure Ray, BetBoom, Shopify Liquid, and then already Awaken, proving a little bit of an upset. So yeah, for Shopify, going to have to refine some of their footing and get themselves back into this one. But yeah, we're seeing the stats here on the screen. That previous game from Thunder. Look at this lineup. If you're just tuning in now, it is so beautifully aggressive. The mid dazzle, off lane spray breaker, carry bristleback. It just screams go, 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 fight, fight, fight. And how often do you see SD plus Grim into a Luna? Like Arteezy, the entire time he was like, I don't want to buy Butterfly, and it's awkward to go Scardy, and then he was like always kind of second guessing that next item, going for survivability, and it just, you could see his hero never really translated into the game because of the fact he was just hoping for the Silver Edge proc rather than anything else.
Yeah, and sure, they managed to kill the Bristleback a couple of times, but it was almost always within Aegis, where they go for swap back into LSA, into break, into all this damage, and then they'll be like, great, we killed him. And then what? He comes back, and you've got nothing left in the tank to do with him. Smiling Knight, just incredible performance on the Bristle, and just generally like such a sick strategy coming out from Thunder Awaken. I loved it. And I love this Bristleback and Dazzle combination, you know, like these two heroes, I've never realized how well they sync up together, but just tons of AoE anti-armor with tons of AoE physical damage, like Dazzle great at chasing, great at just kind of staying behind, healing, shallow grave if the Bristleback gets in trouble. It's just like, mwah. Very, very nice. I'm sure at least one of those heroes is getting banned. I mean, that's the one thing you can say is like, okay, at least maybe they don't need to ban both in the first phase. Maybe they can just get rid of one, but this is the thing which this new drafting strategy kind of means, is that quite often you can spare a ban for breaking a strategy like this. So I'm sure we'll see Shopify Rebellion doing that in the next draft. In fact, I reckon it's going to be the Dazzle they're going to ban out to yourself. I'm just very smart.
Yeah, I think, yeah, potentially I think you are. I think, what? Dazzle plus Tree ban, Dazzle Invoker. Like, they're doing a lot of respect towards the Slatum Invoker. So maybe they just double ban that and no, if they actually just do Dazzle and Bristle.
Wow. All right, forget it. Apparently it's a double threat. They're scared of both of them, and that is absolutely fair enough. That last game was a bit of a disheartening loss for the side of Shopify Rebellion, who was starting to who wanted to start their TI run with, I mean, yeah, a nice big win, a nice big W, but instead just had to take a big fat L instead and come into game number 2 with some fresh ideas. But they are forcing Thunder Awaken to do the same thing. They're forcing them to innovate and come up with something new to take on Shopify Rebellion. It's almost a little bit disrespectful from Shopify Rebellion to take out both, to just be like, we don't need to ban anything else because this is the only reason we lost. It's just these two heroes, it's just this strategy. You can play anything else in the game you want and we will beat you on it. You know, that's what I'm reading into it.
I like the fact, you know, Storm, just look at the Arbed respect. Invoker, Storm, Pango. Like just 3 of the 4 bans towards, and then just a little nod towards the Brewmaster. So here the Thunder Awaken first pick themselves, so clearly they hold this hero in high regard. But this time around, Shopify will be first pick. Be interesting to see what they do gravitate towards. It's only
still rating the bench highly?
Probably should, to be fair. I think, but even though the Venge had a horrendous start to the game. Oh, wait, sure. Tree's available, so that's fine. I was like, Venge or Tree are probably the 2 that you'd look towards, and ban Beast, pick Tree. I think because of the way you play Tree now, you don't really want to play into Beastmaster, because you play more on Leech Seed rather than your Grasp. So you're not pushing out lanes, you're just kind of setting up other heroes to do well. And then when you pick up Shard, you're very kind of map playing hero rather than the old school, let me park myself in front of my tower the entire time. So I can see why, even though the ban might look weird, because of playstyle shifts, yeah, it feels pretty warranted.
Yeah. Shard even coming out for Thunder Awaken. And yeah, just grabbing 2 supports in the first phase. A couple more bans going to come out then until the kind of avenue of picks comes out.
SD pick for Thunder Awaken. Not opposed to it. I think the SD is always a nice casual pickup because it just prevents certain heroes. And, you know, RTZ has traditionally gone down the Terrorblade, Naga, Luna style of draft sometimes. So, yeah, not opposed to it, to be fair. Trying to think of what he played the most throughout the year.
Wow.
Yeah, he played Morphling, Medusa, Terrorblade were his big three. So already it kind of slightly prevents those heroes a little bit because of how potent it is when you give away an illusion.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just wondering how much they're leaning into this anti-chaos thing on the side of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, banning out the Spirit Break and the Primal Beast is just really like, we're not letting you break up these fights anymore.
Yeah.
You know, we want to play some nice, clean Dota. We don't want to come down to the scrappy streets of SA.
No, I'm down for that. No, I respect the bans for sure. I think I'm a little bit upset because I'd love to see Thunder Awaken showcase more aggression, but the bans are really taking away that kind of ideology from the draft. And we'll see if we can go there. Do you know, by the way, just random, RTZ had a 27% win rate on Medusa throughout the year. He played 11 games, 27%.
Wow. That doesn't sound very good.
Everything else is like obviously pretty healthy, right? Decent rates, but this is just Medusa. So it's very uncomfortable.
Such a random call out. Poor RTZ.
I mean, the people should
There's
know.
no Medusa in this game. Come on.
I just thought I'd say it. Just why not? Look at him. He's like, don't pick me Medusa. I've got a 27% win rate. Don't worry. You win it, you get like 31%. But no, that's a redundant hero anyway. And they go for the Muerta. So, yeah, this draft from Shopify this time around, a little bit more defensive for sure in nature. I think you've hit the nail on the head, right, in regards to the bans being aggressive heroes. The picks are very defensive. The Muerta, if jumped on, you just pierce the veil, turn it around. You can't kill me anymore. I kill you. The Willow has the Realm. The Tree has the Shard. The Invis, the Overgrowth. Like, there's a lot of elements of let them come to us, but then we'll obliterate them if they really fall victim to our kind of our wards and our positioning game. And Thunder Awaken, they don't really have that jump the backline type hero. They've got two supports that are very tanky in nature, Disruptions and Sunrays and Eggs. Throw in a Kunkka on top of that to throw in boats. Please, Mr. Kunkka, Blade Mail Ags. Don't go Blade Mail Heart like you did in the previous game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same matchup against the Muerta, so I imagine we'll see a heart at some stage. It is very good just to build raw HP versus hero, but yeah, you need the Axe is great.
Yeah, I don't mind the heart, like third item, fourth item, but second item, not a fan.
Yeah. Fair enough. But still, very strong hero at the moment. Good to see Thunder Awaken giving it another shot. See what they can do with it. I feel like the Luna versus Shadow Demon thing still applies to Muerta versus Shadow Demon.
Does Muerta really buy stat items? She buys Mjolnir and Silver Edge, so is it really? I don't think
Not
it's
really,
the same,
but
yeah.
you know, if you copy Muerta and her ulti, then the illusions have the ultimate buff on them as well.
I didn't know that. So
Yeah, it
maybe
makes Darkseer really good against her.
Oh, I remember that being on like, I think I saw it on Reddit many months ago, but Muerta then kind of faded away from like existence. I kind of just ignored her, but okay. And they go for a TA, so I'm a little bit afraid if you're a Shopify fan, because you've now drafted a lot of calls that want to make the jump into Solar Guardian, Rum Buff, the boat from Kunkka, Sunray and Disruption. So if Thunder Awaken are positioned correctly, like they're going to be able to save the hero who gets mode struck, the hero that Muerta's trying to go on. But this isn't like the most defensive of lineups from Shopify. Of course, if they can get an Aegis and really hit the momentum of the game, then they should be in a better spot. But they need to make sure their lanes go a lot better to get that first Aegis, to give themselves, you know, just things to do on the map. Because if this game gets stagnant and even, then the overwhelming team fight of Thunder Awaken does look pretty convincing.
Yeah, but then also like having two farmers as well, you know, if Thunder aren't able to kind of push their advantage or even like put pressure if the
easy.
game's in a neutral state, then Shopify are going to start to pull ahead.
I'm just like concerned that Muerta and TA do the same thing, right? Like Muerta wants to farm
For sure.
2 items, TA wants to farm 3 items. You're now suddenly, don't worry guys, I'm close to myself. Don't worry guys, I'm close to my desk. Don't worry guys, I'm close. You know, it's like a lot of what's next. And where's that like?
Yeah.
Like Saberlight needs to play the offlane hero that brings it together, right? But the Bruise band, the Tides band, the Centaurs band, Axe isn't very good in this game. Like what even is left for Saberlight, to be fair?
It's not a rich pool to be picking from, but they have gone back to the old classic of Shopify Rebellion, of course, of just kind of leaving Saberlight's pick for last and giving him the choice.
Ooh.
And he has a very, very deep hero pool. Like this
You
guy
ready?
plays a lot of pubs.
I think Night Stalker could be okay for Shopify. The only issue of it is you're really playing for that mid game and the lane isn't too great. But because of Willow, it might give you breathing room. I think with CK Wraithing bans, it does maybe amp it up a bit. Oh, they go Sanking. Okay,
Do you want a crazy stat of Saberlight's pubs, by the way?
sure.
8 days. He's
Yeah.
played 30 matches. He's only played 2 heroes more than twice.
10 seconds.
And those heroes have been 4 times each.
He's playing
You want
quite well.
variety?
Yeah.
This guy is giving us variety.
And Sanking's in a pretty cool spot right now, like with the Ags allowing the little mini burrow strikes inside of his Sandstorm, plus the fact it moves. Your laning phase is pretty aggressive. Like, I think I was leaning Night Stalker just for I press my ultimate, I see SD, I see Phoenix, my hero's going to make the jump. Issue with it would be, my concern was like the laning phase aspect. On the flip side, SK has a much better laning phase. Like, SD and Phoenix aren't the strongest in lane. They can keep heroes alive slightly, but they don't kill. So now you throw a Sanking and a Willow into a lane, Burrow Strike, Bramble, you're going to whittle them down over time, maybe even get a kill or 2. So this is a momentum pick, right? Like Sanking picks up Blink,
Yeah.
Willow plays with you, you throw Bedlam on the Sanking plus Burrow Strike, get a kill, keep going, and then at some point, your 2 heavily farming carries, or cores, will want to do something. And now Thunder Awaken take the Luna themselves. What a statement. You beat Arteezy on Luna, and you now take his own Luna.
Don't do it to him. Don't do it to him, Thunder. Come on. Man has a family. But yeah, I do really love the Sanking pick. Like, it definitely ticks all the boxes I needed for this last pick for Saberlight. This Luna, you know, we saw its kind of weaknesses last game a little bit. Sure, it farmed well, but couldn't really find that big entry to the fight. It wasn't like a TB where it just melts heroes down or anything like that. It kind of deals its damage a bit more spread than that. Never really got a chance to utilize the high ground pushing abilities of it either. So yeah, Knight going to give it a try this time around, and we're going to see what it looks like in the hands of Thunder Awaken.
And I think it does feel like not a better Luna game, but of course you're not playing Luna into any of these clone copies of yourself, so you're going to be able to itemize however freely you want. MKB will feel good. Morta doesn't really buy MKB, I'd think, until much later. TA, of course, can buy MKB. So I think Luna, pretty good spot. You have SD on your team this time, so you can skip out waves. I feel damage will be an issue for Thunder Awaken this game. You've got a lot of control, but you don't really have that kind of burst, right? It's like, I've got a boat, I've got a Sunray, a little bit of poison. Luna needs to farm. So I think Shopify should have the slightly better lanes and scale into the game. And I think 20-25 minutes, this is Shopify's game to just break it apart. If they don't hit that timing, that's when it's going to become this really kind of back and forth late game. How do they execute on it? But this is Shopify's early game that they need to execute just cleaner than the previous one.
Yeah, I agree. Interested to see which kind of build this Luna goes for this time around. You know, is it going to be the similar thing? Is it going to be a bit more aggressive? Maybe seeing a Silver Edge or something to get on top of these heroes? Or are you just going to try and outfarm it? You know, like one hero just trying to hard farm versus 2 heroes trying to hard farm. You know, Luna can be the giga carry this game, maybe. I want to see what happens. And guess what? We don't have to wait any longer. Game's now live, so let's jump into it. It's game number 2 of Shopify Rebellion versus Thunder Awakens. And do not forget, ladies and gents, that it was Shopify Rebellion that lost the first game of this series. So things getting a little bit spicy here in the early stages of the road to TI for Shopify.
They decided in their second game to go for many farming cores with a little old Saberlight Sanking who needs to connect all the dots, but to be fair, though, they're playing into a Luna. Like, this Luna is... I think it's one of the few carries in the game where, like, at 40 minutes, I'm like, all right, if it's 40 minutes, Luna's not winning the game. It's like Naga Siren has the same thing. Like, Naga, at 45 minutes, you just lose faith in whatever gold she has. She can have 30k, 40k gold, and you just lose faith in her. So for Thunder Awaken, they need to find that balance of don't get picked apart too early, don't get crushed by a Sanking, but then break them whilst they're still farming.
I just want to see some good lanes coming out from Shopify Rebellion, honestly, because that was a bit of a disaster for them last game. I want to see some nice, clean laning phases coming on down for Shopify Rebellion, which should be the case. They have strong laners. Willow's great, Trian's pretty good, Muerta's a decent laner, Sanking's a decent laner.
I think top lane will be about just a sentry game. Like, once the sandstorms start getting thrown out, does MJZ bring out enough sentries to prevent SK from freely pushing in the lane? Luckily for Thunder Awaken, Luna can go for Moonglaves to equally push out the lane, get a Morbid Mask quite early on, have that lifesteal. But I expect for Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be looking for kills. They want to get that Bramble plus Biostrike combination. They've already leveled both of the spells, and they're hoping to start just whittling down the resources of this safe lane. And even in bot, already very low. Both the tree and the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, kind of getting chunked a bit, but if we're talking about the trade equilibrium hit, then you're definitely feeling better if you're Shopify Rebellion, because that's, of course, your support getting bought low versus the offlaner to the side of Thunder. So that's going to kind of hurt. Meanwhile, for top side as well. Look at Saberlight. Where have his tangos gone? He's already used them all. He's had to bring out a Salve Tim now as well. Like, the harassment is just absolutely berserk. MJZ blasting him down, so... There's a lot of clicking going on in both of these side lanes. And at mid as well. Abed and Sladam, of course, trading up a lot. Abed going to meld side blades as well, so really just trying to get as much damage into this Conqueror as possible. Got to be careful, though. He's so very low on HP. There's, of course, the bottle coming out to him right now, so that should help things out.
Oh, no, tease his courier.
Both kill each other's couriers. Okay.
A fair trade.
Yep. Courier trading, of course, is never okay. They're people, too.
That would be, that'd be just hilarious. Just one April's Fools, just one courier for a day.
God, this Conga hero, very annoying to whittle through. But to be fair, there's still no points in refraction for Abed, so he's kind of just tanking these constant Tidebringers coming out. I'm also getting caught by pretty much every single torrent I've seen so far. Sladam's doing an amazing job.
Or was he going to get that?
Now Abed trying to race him to the water rune, but Sladam's going to be able to grab it. Now just turns around and gives Abed what for.
Yeah, I mean, torrent, it does pretty well at taking away the refraction. So go for some meld. Try and take the fight to the Kunkka. Not opposed to it. No.
Management at bottom, but not looking to set up for anything. I was wondering if they wanted to go for like the cheeky Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker, everything onto Muerta, but nah.
Any minute in this mid lane, I feel like someone like this, like Abed could just overplay his hand, right? And I'm just gonna hide quickly.
Ooh.
Is he gonna put a point of refraction on his 4th point, or is he gonna continue down the line of?
Hooray!
Okay, he is gonna go for it. Okay, there you go.
Thank God.
I was like, that would have been a wild build. Level 4, no points in refraction. But I was just dodging the Tidebringer with it. Pretty nice stuff. In regards to lane, Luna hasn't really been pressured in top lane. This Biostrike Bramble, not really enough to deter her from the creeps. And I think the only real loser of laning phase right now has just been Dawnbreaker a little bit, but still it's nothing too crazily Wow, Teasy, how
What the
did
hell?
you get there?
There's a disruption available. What is this? What are we seeing
What are
right
we
now?
watching?
How?
What?
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Alrighty. Up in the...
Yo, there's a walk of shame cam happening right now when he respawns. Oh, he done the smoke as well.
Yeesh. How? I'm...
Let's just look back at top lane. I have no idea how we got there.
I think it's... we don't know. We're not going to try and... Patrick, do you know?
Why was he behind the tier 1 tower? I was just looking.
he
I
does.
just didn't expect the carry to just.
All right, hold on. Patrick's going to tell us. So he went
he
like
walked
this.
this
He went
way.
like this. Did he pick up the Lotus?
It's minute 4, mate.
No.
Right.
Okay.
Ah, well.
He just went on an adventure. Arteezy's fun day out. So that's a rough start. But up in the top lane, things looking, well, also pretty bad, to be honest. At least Tablight's getting farmed, but
Their lanes are just
is
going
getting whatever
really
she wants.
poorly. Simply, we're not going to sugarcoat it. The Luna is complete free
I
farm.
was trying to, but...
No. Arteezy just fed away a kill. Don't know why he was behind the tower. And Kunkka's also just free farming mid lane. Trading with Abed for sure, but in regards to the team hitting their timing, Thunder Awaken, if they itemize correctly,
Ooh,
you expect all four
held
to be able
on.
to hit it. And Knight in the bot lane,
There's no spells left for Fly. He can't finish the job.
He came back.
is going to zone out Knight for the time being, but maybe
7
shepherd him
seconds?
over towards the mid lane? No, not going to
Arteezy
happen. And
dies.
Arteezy just gets beaten down in the meanwhile. Oh my god. He gets a kill for it, but that's not going to be any kind of silver lining.
no. 6-minute rune. Denied by
Denied.
Knight. Nice.
Good job. I feel like if he went for that, he probably would be dead.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's just taking Fly for a walk, honestly. Fly's been trying to kill him, and now he gets a bounty rune as well.
All the way. Off we go again. 330 move speed to 355.
Up,
Your
up,
25
up,
move speed
up,
slower, Fly.
up.
But he does have stick into leech. God, please deny
Alright,
yourself.
he's
Just
finally
somehow
dead.
find a way, find a way, find a way.
No, he's not. He's not.
Aw.
Oh, and he even gets out bed. All right, you know what?
You died on the temple
Worth.
steps.
Take the win there, Fly.
I didn't realize Fly was a shepherd.
Yeah, he really is. He's not a shepherd. He's a sheepdog.
Yeah. Exactly. Wait, what did you call Fly?
Don't worry. Arteezy actually went for the Falcon Blade build. You know something you see when people are trying to like really hammer down on their lane and win their laning phase. But Sladam, he's paying attention to the bottom lane as well. They're going for Arteezy again here. They will not give the guy a break. A boat comes down. 2 men caught inside that wonderful little combo. Fly still surviving for the time being, but maybe not for much longer. MJZ's upon him now as well. There's a blood grenade, there's flames, there's a hammer in the back of the head, and that will take down the Treant Protector.
Just, yeah, beautiful moves coming out from Thunder Awaken. Just the off-lane pressure. Sladam coming in as well to get that extra kill. And I think if you are Shopify, you're looking towards Abed. How's he going to itemize? Is he going to go for an early Blink Dagger? Is he going to go for like Dragon Lance Deso, secure his own game? Maybe go for a quick Roshan to take it away from what is soon to be quite the death ball coming in the next 15 minutes from Thunder Awaken. And on top of that, Saberlight, he is kind of free farming now with the Vanguard, being able to play behind tower, 3 points in the Sandstorm. When he picks up his Blink Dagger, he needs to play a crit to make moves. But Abed, I've just mentioned him being a key component in the comeback of the mid game.
That's such a
instantly
big
getting
kill.
picked off in the mid.
Utilizing the Solar Guardian. The moment they hit 6, they just immediately make use out of it. Thunder Awaken are just pulling out some really sick shit. It's hard to play into, and MJC, well, might be the one getting turned around upon here. Crit will take him out. Nice little Shadow Realm to the head.
Feels like a
help,
different
but
team
it's
from the
just a
first
little
series.
support kill.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Knight
Saberlight.
has a Mask of Madness already. Saberlight trying to take him down. I mean, this is a big commitment here with the ultimate. They're trying to finish off Knight, and in comes Crit as well. Is it enough? I mean, he's only down to about a third of HP, and now the boat comes through. That'll be all that Tal Healthy needs to turn this one around. Saberlight likely going to get brought down here. Knight still a little low as Arteezy tries to commit to it. He doesn't have level 6 though.
He does as well.
He just came to the fight to die, and the tips are coming out.
These are really good tips. Like, these are incredible tips.
That's nasty. Oh, poor boy.
But the key thing there is Luna. She had the Seeds of Serenity. The Verdura's Gale with the 17 charges on the wand allowed her just to stand her ground with the Mask of Madness. Like, Arteezy, sure, boss, you want to come make a rotation, but she's incredibly tanky. She's 3 levels higher than you. Maybe if you didn't die the bot tower and then the respawn and death and whatnot, but again, Sladom, he is the key component here. Punishes bot, goes back again top, connecting all the pieces of the puzzle to allow them just to continue farming up.
Congratulations on being the first caster to actually use Verdus Dale.
Oh no, Flight, not Flight. Fog loves saying it. No,
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he just screams it when we play pubs. Yeah. Maybe it's just an unranked thing, but
he's too professional to do it in casts. Unlike others. MJZ is gonna get brought down at least, so I'll please get something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's not as poor as you would think, to be fair.
Yeah, you would kind of expect him to be like 3k, just entering 3k net worth, not a net worth. But he's actually just close to 4k in contention with kind of Kunkka. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. I think Arbed's going Blink, by the way.
Somehow.
So the repercussion of how the game's going is Arbed's going straight for the Blink, then Dragonlance. So you are going to have a timing of double Blink, but Arbed shows himself into mid lane, instant X and boat. Plus Solar Guardian, they hate the guy.
They do. This is brutal. Bullying in the middle lane as Arbed gets brought down. 4 heroes plonked upon his head. No chance of survival. Crit, unfortunately, didn't quite pop the Terrorize. He used the Bramble Maze and then ran out of mana. Had to wand. It was all a little bit awkward, but wouldn't have really changed anything. Saberlight. He's got an epicenter. If anyone comes close enough for this Burrow Strike to be in range, then I'm sure he'll consider trying to bring him down. Does actually now catch out Illich, but not quite committing the full thing. He's a bit too tanky on this Dawnbreaker to be brought down by a single epicenter.
Yeah, I don't think Arbed can... He's tossing and turning. He's thinking of the Blink, thinking of the Dragonlance. I think if he goes Blink Dagger, you're really going to see Saberlight, Crit, and him play together, try and kill the Luna off a couple times. But if that doesn't happen, then of course there's SD turnarounds, Solar Guardians. It's not going to be the easiest transition from laning phase into mid game. And you asked about the itemization from this Luna. She doesn't have a counter to her, right? So she's just going for the stock standard build. Manta, BKB, into Butterfly. Play on the fact that they need to get these right clicks off on her.
Yep. Ooh, middle lane, they are going to go for the Kunkka here, and they are going to be able to bring him down. So first successful rotation with the MP Center is going to result in a kill onto the big mid laner of the enemy team. And now MJZ also going to get brought down as well. Okay, Shopify. First successful big move we're seeing from them, but at the same time, down in the bottom side of the map, it comes crashing down onto Arteezy once again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Good though for Shopify to get the mid kill off the Kunkka. Slatomy's been a thorn in their side and taking away the mid tower as well.
Has fallen.
Yeah, at this stage,
Slatomy's been pretty shut down as well.
Under attack.
Yeah, you kind of just need to accept that Arteezy's just gonna he's gonna die whatever. But for Shopify, it's like, okay, let's make sure that the rest of our heroes can make these moves, can make the plays, because eventually Arteezy should be able to come back into the game. Arbed, Meld Strike blinks away.
Pranked him.
Yeah, spooky. And Saberlight, he's got the Blink Dagger now available. This is a pretty good window to try and make that smoke play. The only issue is, do you really have enough damage outside of Epicenter when you don't have it into the Solar Guardian? They'll need to be very careful of how they initiate these fights. Arteezy, of course, needs to find a place to farm because pretty much as soon as he shows, he's getting just run down pretty much.
Yup. It's been a tough time, and it's going to continue to be a tough time for a while, to be honest. They've got so many answers to this game that he's going to need, like, He needs a BKB, but you can't really just go Maelstrom BKB. I don't think that's a build.
No, yeah, it
Not for
doesn't
this
feel
hero.
right.
You need the attack speed to actually do damage in your ulti.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's like a Maelstrom Mask of Madness BKB game.
I think the damage
Still
comes
feels-
from the surprise though. Like the Sand King plus TA. TA can itemize for like Hurricane Pike, MKB, Daedalus style of play with a BKB. And it's like I Burrow Strike into meld, Luna's either dead or having to Satanic hit run away. And then Arteezy can play his own game. But right now it really is just make the moves without him and see what you can find. But Thunder Awaken doing a pretty good job reading this. You got everyone kind of hugging the extremes of the map. Not really putting themselves in a position of vulnerability. And Slatin yet to show what he's going for his next item. I think he's going for the shard, but hopefully this time around he is going to be going for that Aghanims. I think it would destroy like, a TA. She's one of the few heroes where it's like
Painful.
you blink in, there's no way to get back out, right? So if Arbed ever misclicks, there's Knight. He's actually jumped with the
Hold on,
the
hold on.
Guardian.
This is a really big jump here from Sableye, and I don't think it's going to be successful. They try to bite off a little bit more than they can chew. And unfortunately, this Luna's just a little bit too big to be brought down like that.
Yes. Next to a tier 3 as well with that additional HP regen with a Manta complete. The Vidura's Dale active. It's ambitious. Was a really nice way of describing that one. I think Shopify, they clearly know the state of the game. They are trying to go for the plays that people don't expect. If it hits, you praise them. If it doesn't, it's going to look quite comedic. And this time around, it does fall into the comedy category.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Unfortunately so, but, you know, you need to make some space somehow. That's exactly what they're trying to do. Sableye, you know, because, I mean, another thing is, because the kills are so deep, you know, they don't really get a chance to utilize the deaths and actually find any objectives for it. So Sableye gets a chance to TP back in, defend the middle tower. So again, they won't be losing too much map pressure here. But over on the top side, Fly could be in some trouble. Disruption comes out, Crit's ready though, throws down the Terrorize to try and hold them back. Overgrowth comes through as well, and it's going to be a nice two-man Terrorize, but not ready to follow up here, but also a lot of time wasted.
forced the
Egg
egg.
is going to be forced as well, but nice little catch here from the Conquer. They've got the torrent, they've got the boat, they've got the damage. Waveform down to the low ground, surfing into the enemy team. Ahmed gets brought down as well. 2 dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
I've always wanted to
Under,
see a giant
they're
space
finding their pace once again.
tower has fallen.
How do they fight into it? Like, Arbed, he's on a high ground position trying to kill a Phoenix that has Egg, and because they tried going for that epi play on the Luna at top tier 3, they then can't take the fight here, and Thunder Awaken just punishing the cooldowns beautifully of Shopify and just keep on going against Satan. This Conquer. I mean, Conquer already in contention for one of the top heroes for the group stage so far, at least from the games that we've seen.
power. I'll take your
Even if it's not winning, it's still having such immense impact.
Yeah, it's doing bits. Sableye won't be caught out by the random torrent. Definitely feeling the fear which Thunder is instilling upon them. This is great pressure. It's very, very difficult now for the TA and the Muerta to both find their farm. Their maps are incredibly small. This Luna just has so much space on the map. You know, she's got a Manta as well to hoover up even more farm, and no one's contesting that on Thunder. They're just giving it all to Knight. Smiling Knight is definitely smiling this game, hitting 10k net worth at 17 minutes. Absolutely insane so far.
Yeah, incredible fun, but also being ready to join the fight as well. He's been in like 5 of the 12 kills. It's like poke his head in, throw out a Lucent Beam, make sure he's like present but not too present. Yeah, overall, very nice game there from Knight. Let's Saberlight. Throwing himself a little bit into top.
A little bit.
I just don't see a timing right now where you actually find kills. I think Dark Willow wants her second point in her Bedlam. You need like a Deso or just any damage item on TA to have that meld striker just threat. And then of course Arteezy, he bought Mjolnir plus BKB.
Middle tower has fallen.
And even then I'm skeptical if the Muerta is really going to pump out immense damage. I think teams are drafting quite nicely against this Muerta by preemptively picking heroes that can deal with it, right? Phoenix jumps into an egg, SD can disrupt, and then you have the evasion of Dawn down the line plus the healing. It isn't like the perfect Muerta game where she can just free cast and kill everything. Flight. There's a single tree and now a sentry. Ooh, he...
Oh,
Oh, okay,
he's
maybe not.
gone. Almost got away with it. Almost got away with it. But alas, Illich was just acting. No, I can't see you. Don't worry about it, bro.
You can't see me.
X out on Saberlight. Bode's going to follow as well. Not convinced that Slime can do it by himself, but that's fine because in comes a Dawnbreaker as well. But nice little terrorize from the high ground from Crit. And that allows Saberlight to get himself out of there.
Okay, Boat on cooldown. Solar Guardian on cooldown. Some of the big spells are now not available, but again, without a Deso on the TA, this is just a moment of continue farming. Don't do anything. And for Thunder Awaken, it's all right. We're throwing some spells up. We're not really progressing the map with our heroes. I would expect them to actually go to Roshan, especially now that Luna's completed the BKB. What is stopping them from going there? Maybe the fact they don't have like a Solar Crest buying hero or any way to actually eat through Roshan. It could just be a little bit too long, so also expect them just to ignore that option.
God damn, Arteezy's been chugging salves like you chug tea.
Just
He's drowning.
bathing in it.
Yeah, literally. I mean, it's a way, right, to just be more efficient on Muerta. Deadshot does a lot of damage, so just using it to clear through creeps. Well,
There you go for
Shopify.
Roshan. All right.
Hello. You talked about doing the unexpected earlier on, and this is certainly that.
There is one scan available though for Thunder Awaken, and illusions are kind of in position.
He's
They
drawn the
use the
line.
scan, it goes red. They're aware.
I mean, you have to be aware. It's a TA draft, but Abed did take his time in getting over here. Now just comes a question of can they do it in time? Arteezy could pop the Pierce the Veil here if they really wanted to finish it up.
Getting close.
It's getting very close indeed. What's their initiation knight? He's just going to try and run in with the BKB, but they're going to high and behold him back. He's got a BKB available, but not going to use it. Aegis on the deck. Ahmed picks it up, but now can you actually take this fight? I don't know if they can. Eclipse has
hiding
been
in the
used,
pit.
however. They're huddling together in the pit, and in comes the Egg. That's not going to last very long. Bye-bye, Egg. Illich taking to the front lines. They don't really know how to take this fight, and now in comes a Pierce the Veil, in comes a BKB, just trying to blow up the Dawnbreaker. Not doing a ton of damage due to the BKB, but doing enough. Down she goes. Shopify Rebellion. I don't know how they pieced this fight together, but they make it work.
What a blunder though from Thunder Awaken, right? Like they smoke up, they see the scan, they're going in, then Knight runs on the Luna, gets hit by a Barrow Strike. They weren't able to get on into the pit, right? There wasn't the torrent to check, to throw in the boat. The egg was then placed, but without any assistance on top of it. It just was kind of like a symphony of misused spells, which then allowed Shopify, which was a beautiful play from them, rush into Roshan quickly, get themselves the Aegis, and you're going to see it here, right? Luna runs on in, has to go, wait a second, I'm already out. Nice little shot there to fear it back, but at this point, it's just very disjointed. And Crit, that's the key thing. He actually fears back the backlines of Thunder Awaken. Beautiful fear there from Crit, which fully disjoints that initiation. Phoenix is running in, Kunkka's feared out. Everything's just gone wrong for Thunder Awaken there. And yeah, really good just get shot calling there from Shopify, just to go, you know what, just go for the Roshan. Don't allow this Luna with her early lead to get that Aegis. And now they're back in the game. Arteezy, after being, what, 2-5, now second net worth.
Not too shabby. Definitely doing all right here. Yeah, big break for the side of Shopify Rebellion. And, you know, we looked at this other side, Thunder Awaken, like, yeah, you took last game. You looked good throughout the entire thing, weren't really set back too far. This game, it's a huge setback. Now, do they have the mentality to come back into it? Do they have the mentality to keep doing the things which they have been doing to win the game? The makings of a real contender here at TI. Shopify taking up an aggressive stance here up in the top lane now. They don't have Abed here whatsoever. Arteezy is going to pop everything here. BKB coming out, ultimate coming down as well. They'll be able to take down the egg, but Arteezy's not going to be able to survive through it all. There comes a hammer, finishing off the Muerta. So they kill Flight, they kill up Arteezy, and yeah, again, kind of weird to be that far up when you don't have your Templar Assassin. And I mean, that's great. Sableye was kind of far from that one as well, so...
Yeah, it was Yeah, it's a bit forced for sure. I think that's kind of been the theme of Shopify, at least in the games that we've seen. Like, it's go, go, go. And in doing so, yeah, they are falling victim. Phoenix, of course, throws out an egg. It does die quite quickly as well. I think for Shopify, maybe they're looking to punish some cooldowns. It's like, okay, you know what? Solar Guardian's on cooldown. Let's now smoke up as soon as we're alive and go for that next fight. Then again, your BKB's on cooldown. I think Shopify getting a little bit excited that this game is closer than it may have felt for the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And Butterfly is soon complete. Knight will disassemble the Mask of Madness, utilize the Quarterstaff, just needs to buy the Talisman of Evasion, and it's going to then be a Butterfly Medusa with BKB, ready to run down your lanes. And yes, Slatum, you have done it.
Hooray!
Blade Mail into Aghanims. He was like awkwardly teasing me this entire time. He had Halberd queued up. I was like, please, man, don't do it. I don't want to talk about this. Like, you did Heart last game. It wasn't very good, but this time, this is it. This is peak TI build for a Kunkka. It's nothing pretty. It does exactly what it should do on the tin. You know, lots of water park, but it will give plenty of control for Knight to A-click throughout the engagement. And yeah, smoked up straight away.
Massive disruption, massive problems for non-BKB targets, and currently it's only Arteezy sitting with a BKB, even Sableye just looking for the Aghanims next as well, so gotta be really hard. Abed trying to go for the Tormentor here, but they are going to see him. Doesn't quite connect there with the Torrent. Aegis available for another 30 seconds, so if Abed is to go down, then he is going to be coming on back. Ooh, Abed taking heavy hits. He is going to lose his first life. Egg's going to crash. They have a BKB Arteezy ready to come in, but no, they're leaving him for dead. There is no help coming to Abed here.
Bro, did you see that?
Jesus.
He cast X, but then he threw the spells where Abed was going to blink rather than just going on the X because he expected Abed to hit the blink because he had refraction up. So the predicted bolt. Oh, Saddam, you cheeky devil.
He's gaming.
Yeah, and also Abed, it's like I just saw Arteezy try and take a tier 2 by himself, kind of, and then Abed try and take the enemy Tormentor by himself. It's like it's a little bit disjointed from Shopify. Yeah. Like some of their games in Dream League and other tournaments, it's like you can feel the discipline in them, right? They're a very disciplined team over time. But this series, it's been not the strongest entry for them into the road to the international. And this format isn't going to be very forgiving. You drop one series, that could be the series that forces you into tiebreakers, into third place contention rather than that coveted top 2 spot. So got to be careful. Either way,
Arteezy has to decide if he wants to pop the BKB here. Not going to do so. Going to keep on trying to make him work for it. Disruption now comes down. Oh, this is getting awkward. Now BKB is there. Arteezy on the run, not standing and fighting. Here's the Veil, still unused, but look at Knight. He's still upon him. There comes that ultimate, and they will be able to just shoot down Knight. Huerta always able to do the damage when required. Now TP out of the tree line, slide him. Won't find him. Does connect onto the Sand King at the very least, so we'll be able to claim this kill. So we're going to jump through a couple of them here, but will eventually be going down. Bonk.
Did you say bonk?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought my headset cut out. It was a really just weird sound. I was so confused.
Quite good at making sound effects.
All right, fair enough.
It is very satisfying when the last hit of the Starbreaker finishes the job. Over the head, swing.
Yep.
Well, at least Arteezy got away this time, so he's well truly back into the game. He's a threat.
A threat, but also to be a threat, they need to position their heroes to be in threatening positions, and I'm just not seeing it right now. I guess the issue for Shopify is their draft doesn't have a clean front line, right? Like Tree and Protector wants to play in the tree line, Willow wants to play for Fear, TA wants to blink in with a Meld Strike, Murta doesn't really want to body the aggression. So I feel like Arteezy kind of falls into the position of I am the front line. Pierce of the Veil, the BKB, like she needs to soak up a little bit to allow everyone else to reinitiate. It kind of feels like Shopify drafted 5 reinitiating heroes, whilst Thunder Awaken have the front line of Luna, the front line of Kunkka, the saves. You're now kind of seeing the effects of the draft come into play, and That's why maybe the game looks a little bit weird from Shopify, because the heroes that they have is forcing them to play in a slightly unconventional way, and maybe they're not used to having this amount of kind of one-sided heroes compared to maybe other drafts they've been scrimming. And Thunder Awaken now, the Satanic is complete on Knight, BKB, Satanic, Butterfly Manta at the 28-minute mark. This is Luna to be reckoned with, and I kind of expect Thunder Awaken just to walk down the lane at some point. They haven't really done that whole let's hit tier 2s and make the game feel awkward part. They've done a lot of killing, but not a lot of tower killing.
Yeah, and a couple of their other games I felt this as well, where they just don't really often try to look for things whenever they hit their timings. They'll pick up a big item and just be like, great, let's keep hitting stuff. They're more worried about when they can claim objectives, when Roshan's up. They're very tight on Roshan though, other than the last fight. And they still got there, but wasn't enough.
So what does TA? So TA has a BKB now, very important. Sand King has the Aghanim, so we are seeing some defensive items picked up from Shopify. But Thunder Awaken, they are grouped up, they are smoked. Looking to wrap behind them. Smoke on smoke action.
A very hard target to bring down. Not only the BKB, but the Starbreaker available, but they do manage to catch him out just a little bit, but the disruption from the high ground, great positioning from Knight. Will that be enough to save the day? Urge taking heavy hits here from Abed, and now in comes Luna from the sidelines. Abed takes him down, but will be dying immediately afterwards as Knight comes through and takes down Fly as well. Crit trying to get away inside that Shadow Realm, but Sladam's chasing. He's going to try and find him. Meanwhile in the back, Arteezy and Saberlight, they're in an awkward position here.
They have TPs.
They do indeed. Silver Edge, blink away, both of them just trying to escape, and both of them will be successful. There is no chase happening from the side of Thunder. So it's just going to be a 2-for-2 trade. One of them is going to be the TA though, so I think you're feeling a little bit better if you are Thunder Awaken. And now that Roshan
really
area, it's respawning pretty damn quickly, and that is going to be pretty nice for the side of Thunder if they keep eyes in the pit.
Just great positioning from the Shadow Demon there, right? Just holding that kind of little high ground spot, getting the disruption. Just really nice stuff.
3,
and yeah, Knight.
2, 1.
There it is.
Hello.
Hi, Roshan.
Nice of you to drop by. Very, very well timed. Let's split like a second later. I don't think Knight has seen it. It'd be pretty awkward, but here it comes.
Shopify, are they trying to contest, or they're trying to kill the SD or something, or I don't know.
Saberlight's here. He's being lasered. Luna's running out the pit. Uh-oh, Saberlight. He's not surviving this one. They committed a lot for it, though. He doesn't have buyback, though, as Arteezy on the backlines is able to take down the Shadow Demon, but his own illusions plus Knight are just tearing him apart. Abed in some trouble as well. BKB gonna have to be used here, but he can't stand and fight. He has to get out, goes into the pit, but there is nowhere to go. Blink of Dagger of it. Oh, the bash!
Oh, Roshan.
Oh, Roche, the traitor. Not a Shopify fan, as they will lose Abed as well. Tips coming out as Roshan will go the way of Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, get Roshan a Thunder Awaken jersey. He's the 6th man on the roster.
He really
Getting
is.
aggroed by Luna to then turn around and just slap Abed into blink cooldown. Age is now complete. I say complete, but picked up. Shopify, I feel like that's kind of like you're seeing what Morta can do in a game, but when you're behind, you might kill off the SD with the silence plus the pierce, but then you just eventually do just go down from being all out by yourself. And same thing for Sand King. There wasn't any epicenter value there. It was just I'm here, I'm now dead. Good luck, Arteezy. Very disjointed from Shopify. And Thunder Awaken, very clinical performance. Knight with the farm, everyone else with the tankiness, and SD is going to go down, which does force a couple TPs back.
Yeah, no high ground push for now, but with the 2 cores respawning in like 10 seconds, it wasn't really realistically going to be an attempt from Thunder Awaken anyway. They've still got 2 more tier 2s to take, and I imagine that'll be their targets for now. Skadi now finished up on the Luna as well, so Knight is just an absolute beast.
Does it not annoy you, Luna's HP right now? His chaos changed. She was 3,332. Like 1 HP away from a very clean number. But then she leveled up and yeah, it's fully broken. She now got 3,420 HP.
Nice. Crit In some trouble here, but actually the
Big
turnaround.
Bar's
Look at this. Phoenix is dead, and down goes the Thornbreaker as well. Holy moly, what a start to the fight. What's up? Pots a BKB, Pots a Pierce. The Veil just turns around and fights up into the Luna. Luna gets her own BKB off, trying to stand her ground here, and with the Satanic, is going to be able to do so, but the two cores are stronger than one. Muerta and Abed fighting up together onto the Luna, and now they turn around, looking for the backlines, want to take down Sladam instead. Abed just blasting away with the damage into the Conquer the BKB. It's not going to be enough, and now Knight is all on his lonesome. The damage is too much to handle. Thunder Awaken, despite having an Aegis, despite having everything, they completely fall apart. What an execution from Shopify.
They just weren't ready to fight. They were just walking up the high ground, probably talking about their next move, and in doing so, Saberlight hits the Burrow Strike of his dreams, shuts down the Phoenix, kills off pre-Egg, and on top of that, like, SD just is nowhere to be seen. They were not ready for that fight, but Shopify, when your back's against the walls, you're always thinking, when can we find that opportunity? And they found it.
Dire's bottom tower
Sand King, he has a little bit of X Factor, and you're going to see it here on the replay. MJZ walks up, Crit's like, oh, hi, I'm here. And then instantly, two-man Burrow Strike into the double kind of artillery of the TA and the Muerta. This is what they want from their lineup. They want to do this style of play, and it's taken nearly 33 minutes for Thunder Awaken to present an opportunity for Shopify to do it. And what a time for it to occur for them. Thunder Awaken, they need to be careful. They can't give away deaths like this. And
hold on, more fighting is taking place, and they've actually managed to bring down Arteezy. MJZ and Illich just able to bring him down regardless, and once again, those disruptions from Knight just do way too much damage to Arteezy. MJZ will fall as well. Saberlight kind of needs to get out here. His BKB is running out. He needs to run. He's pretty quick, though, with the Blink Dagger and does get himself away.
I felt the replay. I was really enjoying the replay. Like, for a moment, going, wow, Shopify. And then I come back from the replay, and I'm like, how?
It happened again.
I'm gonna click
this was a
death
hex
summary
reveal
for
from the Phoenix, though, so caught out a little bit.
Okay, that was going to be the key thing. I was like, what was like the X factor for them to do it? Because surely Arteezy just doesn't die to just like a disrupt gank, right? No, it was a hex reveal from Phoenix. Popularized this build by Koyori on PSG Quest, one of the maybe at least in this year of DPC. Of course, probably in years past, you can quote some other player doing it, but Koyori has been like the one to do it religiously this year on the Phoenix. Tranquil Boots into Hex. You dive in, you hit the Hex, live throughout the egg with Sunray, and just secure your own life during your ultimate.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, especially when you get a refresher orb to go with it as well. Of course, that's a long way off. In fact, not even in the queue for MJZ this game. Looking more for the Aeon Disc so he can reliably get off these supernovas. Which I think is a great pickup versus these really high damage heroes of TA and Muerta, and even the Sand King to some extent. This Aeon Disc just allows you to always be throwing down the ultimate.
The real question now is, do you think Thunder Awaken have lost confidence in looking to go high ground? With how quickly they got deleted? Because like, when I think about high ground now, it's like Burrow Strike into two ranged cores that have high range, high range of course, but just burst potential without having to put themselves in a weird position. Dawn, SD, Phoenix aren't going to do very well in a siege scenario. Like, can Luna really 1v9 the high ground?
I'm not even sure Thunder Awaken are thinking about the high ground though. Like, you know, this is going to be like when they have Aegis back and when they have everything, you know, all systems go, then yeah, maybe that's a consideration. But I think for the next kind of 5 minutes, we're just looking at each team pressuring appropriately. I don't think anyone's going to commit to a major fight, you know, so once you have the Aegis, I don't think it's too hard for the Luna to just kind of sit there. Or maybe she gets brought up regardless.
Aegis to simplify it.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
But yeah, I don't think Thunder Awaken, no matter if they get like 5k or 10k lead, buybacks are always going to be terrifying because of the burst potential. Sand King, he's going to be the next one brought down. Illich is never afraid to throw out the Solar Guardian because it just gives them that extra like safety whenever they're going for these kills.
Yep. And now they barrel down mid. I feel like this entire game is kind of on Saberlight. Like the damage comes from the TA and the Muerta, but if like Sand King isn't in position to hit that like game-winning godly Burrow Strike, it just falls flat, right? Like the main fight we saw them win was because it hit like a Phoenix plus Dawnbreaker, 2 team fight critical heroes, to then 100-0 both of them. So there's a lot of pressure on Saberlight's shoulders right now. And Luna's already at the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of damage going through to the Conquer, though. He's got to be careful. You overextend versus this team, and they will kill you off. The single target damage from the TA and the Muerta is nothing to mess around with. The Conquer, I mean, he got a bit carried away with that water park.
Are we going to be seeing this throughout TI, by the way? The Treant Muerta combo, where it's like you lose the early to mid game really hard, but then Treant just keeps the tower alive long enough that you have this high ground defense plus impossible impenetrable fortress, and then she has refresher and all the items that you need.
Yeah,
like BetBoom just did it earlier today, and I'm seeing the same strategy kind of come into play here.
It's just like the Treant and Spectre combination of TI8.
There's some tree snipers as well. Yep. Not at TI8, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
bots too on the sanking as well. Saberlight, guys, you know what? I'm not going to show anymore. I'm going to let you do your thing, and I'm just going to TP right into the middle. So now I feel like Shopify's fight construct will change. But I think Fly should become the sacrificial lamb, running around with the gem. Maybe he gets jumped, and in doing so, buy enough time to overgrowth, plus bots to jump in from sanking, who should then find the Burrow strikes.
I mean, that has been the make or break of these fights, to be fair. It's been everything. And now the team smoked up, ready to go, ready to find some action. Now, do they go towards mid lane or do they go towards bottom? They go towards mid. They want to try and find this Conquer. He did X in very, very far, though, so it's quite tricky to actually find it. The Saberlight could find a huge jump here, immediately engaging. Doesn't get the stun off onto Knight, though. Instead, they'll have to try and bring down the Phoenix. The Phoenix gets off the egg regardless. Oh, no. They could look to try and turn this one around, but it doesn't matter. Arteezy brings it down regardless with the BKB, with the damage. It is too much, but it's just a Phoenix, but it's also a Dawnbreaker. Abed catches the Dawn on the side, and, well, Shopify, they're looking so damn strong. I mean, this Luna, she just doesn't feel like a factor anymore. How is she just not doing anything in these engagements?
Luna at 40 minutes. I mean, if you can rewind the tape, I'm pretty sure at lane, like as the heroes are walking to lane, I was like, Luna's the type of hero where you get to 40 minutes, all of her economy just falls flat, right? Like it's just, yeah. Like she's a hero that likes to play in kind of zonal areas with her team pushing her forward, pressuring objectives, and it isn't really the case now. Or Saberlight stepping up when he needs to. Fire strikes are coming in clutch. Now Teasy soloing the Roshan. Just look at the origin story from diving at tier 1, dying by himself, having to smoke himself back to lane. Look at him now. Look at him. So grown up with an Aegis and an Aghanims. Parting shot will be hype.
Yeah, I know. Patrick's upset. He wanted to see some TA anime jumping around the map, but no. We get to see a 4-second stun instead.
There we go.
Sure, 35% damage reduction. It's important, for sure. Now, for a lot of people don't know what parting shot actually does, it is just, it's a 4-second stun where it creates a clone of your hero as well. That hero can cast, like the clone can cast spells. That's pretty much it. So the target who's stunned gets 35% damage resistance.
Yeah, so the key thing here is if you jump onto the SD can still disrupt and then save himself. So it's more of a, there'll be ways for it to be very, very impactful, but just got to be careful with how you approach it. Arteezy shouldn't now be thinking I'm an assassin, still play with the same logic, but now he has a little bit more defensive capabilities built into his lineup.
My God, he's so slow.
Yeah.
Look at him running around this map.
Going for a very late game Hurricane Poke as well. Of course, I think, Muerta, always based on do I get the clicks off or not, so attack range will be key. Didn't really get any of the attack range neutral items, went for the Mindbreaker. No, this is...
The Mindbreaker can be really good, but We definitely want to try and get like Quiver or something like that, but meh. Thunder. What are they doing around here? Checking Roshan? That's interesting. When there's an Aegis. I think he's just trying to escape in the Roche pit.
I mean, we're at
just
the
seems to be
water
sending
phase of
heroes
the
out
game,
to
right?
scout areas of the map.
We're at like the water phase of the game. I think, is there really enough damage in the Dire lineup anymore to kill through the BKB of the TA or the Mortar with the living armor? Plus, like, I think Shopify, they had a really difficult start. I think they're going to be kicking themselves. Like, even if they win this game, this is not a game to be happy in victory. They're going to really need to kind of, brush up on their laning phase / mid game if they are to play up against some of the other teams in this group. Of course, they need to find that victory first.
I mean, it was just closing this one out. 1 or 2 bad fights and the game never ends. And then all of a sudden you're playing against a dual core lineup again with a 1 core lineup when it comes to like the hard scaling, hard damage heroes. And Luna's not even that good in the super late situations. So yeah, it does get difficult.
You
need to find a way to.
So I'd say when you say find a way, it's like I look at Luna's quick buy and she's looking at like Aghanim's refresher. Like her variation on the late game isn't to go like rapier and become like a physical damage. It's like, you know what? I'll then go mixed damage for the late game. And sure, it can burst a hero. I think Muerta, no BKB, you're gonna die, but still a lot more gold for Luna to feel like she's pivoting.
Yeah, tricky with refresher over the Mara strike, but maybe the TA falls victim to it. But yeah, this is a great target to bring down. Knight is so pivotal to these fights. Now no disruption, no big threats onto these big cores. Ooh, almost up to the high ground, not quite from Sladam.
So
have to give it a go.
Look at him, 320 move speed, or 25 move speed.
Yeah, when he uses Silver Edge, he's pretty quick, but when he's not, this is just like slow-mo running, floating through the air. Yeah, interesting that Shadow Demon going down isn't enough to invite them up to the high ground, even though they have an Aegis. Shopify definitely taking their time about this one. Showing a lot of respect towards Thunder. Maybe even too much respect.
I mean, Shadow Demon only doesn't have buyback because of gold, so you cannot really predict that, the 45-minute mark. You kind of expect him to have the buyback. And teams, of course, they do fall flat to this, where they kill a support, run high ground, instantly die, and it's like, why did we do that? It just wasn't worth it. Especially with the catch that they have here. Oh, they tried to jump onto the Sand King. Wasn't able to get it due to nighttime. And killing a wolf.
Refresher all finished up on Luna, by the way. Holding off on the Axe for now.
Sure.
Backpacking the Butterfly.
There is double MKB. So this Butterfly, you're actually in contention of, do I just sell it and have the Axe? That's kind of like the territory that this Luna's probably at.
Yeah.
It's very good damage, though, if you are to win the fight and get to a base. But I could see that being
it does suck to lose out on 35 agility, 30 attack speed, and 25 damage.
Yeah.
But at this point in the game, like it's just not really been a factor.
It just depends on if Knight
Axe Refresher
has that read, right? Like if his read is, my Axe Refresher will win me the fight, I could see him selling it for the moment, right? But on the flip side, he just keeps it just because, like you said, the raw stats are way more important. We'll see how they do approach this very awkward position they've now put themselves in.
Yep. And meanwhile, Arteezy decides to finally go back for a Hurricane Pike. 47 minutes into the game, finally decides, actually, I do need one. It'd just be nice.
Yeah.
It's a hella nice item on this hero.
The key thing as well is like, not only is it attack range, but the fact that you can self-reposition in the fight is pretty key. If you ever you pop that Pierce of the Veil to keep yourself alive, and then you see an opportunity, you can now actually go, you know what, I'm there, I'm doing the damage, rather than the pre-Hurricane Pike build, you're always a bit, help me, please, someone force me, please, someone do something for me. But yeah, Arteezy now the independent carry, and kind of at the sweet spot of a Murta build. This will always be the thing with Murta, by the way. It's like, once you get to this stage of the game, it's like insane. Getting to this point of the game is very shaky.
Kind of difficult.
And we've seen probably one of the shakiest journeys here. But the hero is nuts in the late game.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Some would say bonkers.
Just kind of waiting for Roshan at this point, which is kind of wild. Well, never mind. No, we're not. We're trying to get the Hex off out onto Illich here, and Illich will not be surviving through this one. Almost managed to get away with a sliver of HP, but not quite.
In the high ground.
Yeah, Sand King drawn up to the high ground by that goddamn tidal wave, but he manages to get himself back down again. Now with the BKB, should be surviving a little bit longer. Cheese in the inventory, should he want to use it. So options available. Very disciplined on the buyback there from the Dawnbreaker. Many players would have just smashed that button immediately. But he's holding.
Yeah. Key thing as well, Shadim, with that Demonic Purge, kind of preventing the 4-stars being too instrumental in the disengage there. So you need to keep note of. Especially when you have, how many 4-stars? You got 3 4-stars. So whoever's getting targeted, if SD just uses ultimate, all 3 saves are now just removed from being efficient. And that's maybe why Shopify are being a little bit respectful with how they approach the high ground. On top of the fact that it is just a metric ton of team fight. It's quite the stalemate I feel like we've entered.
Somewhat. I also kind of feel like Shopify are just waiting for them all to hit critical mass. Like, I feel like when they get
like
Aegis...
49 minutes of farm to catch up on. That's very true, Nomad, yes.
Yeah. Just get a little bit more absolute critical mass until there's nothing else you could ever possibly want, and then you can go high ground. I feel like the super late game is just kind of Shopify's. Like, I don't really see Thunder being able to do much. But of course,
in the comeback.
Super late game's never, ever predictable, so
yeah.
Who knows? Sladder. It's so scary when there's a Blink, Hex, Dark Willow, and a Muerta with Pierce the Veil just sitting here.
Yeah, it's parked up in the triangle. Knight's underneath Vision trying to solo a Tormentor. Ooh.
Oh god.
They're in the area.
This is not ideal. Luna caught out with her pants down, trying to take down the Tormentor, ready to kill off regardless, and now bring down the Luna as well. What the hell was that?
It was underneath the Vision. There's Trap Vision, there's Ward Vision, there's all the Vision to boot, and just Knight tries to solo it, and then the Kunker's like, you know what? I love this idea. Let me jump on board too.
This seems like a fantastic idea. I'm in. Sign me up. Goodness gracious, that was not the play, but we'll see if they can do anything about it now. A buyback is available, but not really one you want to use. That's for sure. That gives you a win condition and a half. Arteezy, he waited a long time for this. He got killed relentlessly in the early game. And now his revengeance is coming.
What a score at 12-8 and 8. Arteezy never backed down. He never gave up.
No, sir. Arteezy's always seemed to love this hero since it got dropped, so kind of fun to see it. Oh, in they jump. They've got the Hex out onto the Whites. They're trying to bring it down as quickly as possible. Buyback coming out from the Luna as well, and they've got her. Down goes Arteezy. They'll move across towards Fly as well. He will fall, and Thunder. What a defense. It does cost them that buyback. And Arteezy, he just uses it. He doesn't want to give up the Roshan.
Ooh, is he going to try and run in there and quickly solo it?
No
Yo,
shot,
this is...
no
okay,
shot.
Here we go.
No
Come on, quick
shot.
ultimate. Do it quick.
This is such a risky
Come on.
Ah! They're stalling. Thunder are backing away. They don't want to try. Oh my goodness.
They actually got it. Yo, what a call.
Dude, that was terrifying.
The discipline to make that call, by the way. When Thunder are barreling down the lane, looking it for themselves. Okay, but now they're smoked up.
They stopped. Thunder
Aegis.
stopped, and I'm wondering why.
They were taking a little bit of time to get there. It wasn't... Don't forget, like 25 minutes ago, they tried to contest Roshan, and it was rather sloppy.
Oh, Saberlight. He finds a catch once again. Phoenix, he needs to die, and he needs to die now. The Hex down onto him. Knight, he's going to be able to try and turn around and bring down the Sand King, but Knight, his first BKB is ending. He needs to get off the second one at the same time as Arteezy jumps in, but actually Arteezy, he's saving his second Pierce the Veil. Very, very disciplined from them both here. Sablelight's back in. He didn't even die during this, and now he jumps to finish what he started, but is it going to be enough? Knight's there with the disruption, but it's not going to be there. MJC, he's going to fall. Illich goes down as well. Both have buyback, though. They can come back into this. Will they, though? They absolutely will. Knight's going to be a little bit cautious. Again, just poking, prodding, seeing what they can get. Knight has a refresher orb available, so BKB will be available if they go and commit hard to this one, but they will not. Shopify Rebellion again, they're just not feeling pressured at the moment. They're just happy to lock Thunder inside their base and starve them out. It is a slow siege.
But there's going to be this window. Once the Aegis expires, both carries on the teams won't have buyback. So whoever gets the jump, whoever finds that initiation, getting that kill, could just have free access to running it down mid in a good, ethical way and trying to win the game.
An ethical run down mid.
They've got the Aegis, but they got to be careful. I could see in 3 minutes' time, like this game just being absolutely broken apart based on who finds that jump. I think MJZ on the Phoenix, he's going to be a key component here. Can he find that Icarus dive into Hex initiation? But Shopify, they've got the window
Based
to
on
try
what you're saying, like there is every reason for Shopify to kind of try and make this happen, you know, to try and push this advantage, but they're not doing so at all. They're very, very confident about how they can play this game later on. But I mean, we're 54 minutes in. How much later on is there?
About 5.5 minutes until we get to late, because we get tier 5s.
Yep.
We were close to getting a 60-minute game earlier. Like, we're on the long games today, it seems, Nomad.
Don't do it to us again. At least this one make it to 60 minutes. Last game,
No. The viewers love the long games.
teasing us.
You
Me
know,
too.
like, and the police were in the background. They're coming to arrest someone. Criminal game we are watching.
I think the only person that deserves arresting maybe could be Knight for that Tormentor attempt, but otherwise it's been pretty clean. Still surprised he's holding on to this butterfly, but I guess you've got kind of 2 redundant slots if you do end up using the double BKB. So, if you're Thunder Awaken, are you going for it? Are you timing this Aegis and just going, you know what? Ride or die time, friends. Let's see if we can find out easy.
To be fair, but like that's me going from like a viewer perspective, right? Like I feel like this game would be just have such a beautiful ending if in a minute and a half it's just smoke, go. Oh, we won the fight. Cool, run down mid. I think in reality for Thunder Awaken, there might be a level of let's wait it out a little bit, keep that high ground defense, punish Shopify a bit. Especially now that Trent has the Aghanims, he's got Refresher. Like, there's going to be vision everywhere. It's not going to be simple for Thunder Awaken to move out on the map. Like, there is no way at 60 minutes into the game, unless you get like Book of the Dead and have a Quelling Blade, plus like have another hero with Gem. Like, it's so hard to actually navigate at this stage. And
yeah. Also, if we're being logical Larrys about it, you do have to consider that if they do go for it and they both end up dying, which is kind of likely, the Luna and the Muerta go down, then you've still got Arbeb, the auxiliary carry, held in reserve. He will have the buyback available regardless. He can come back in and he can take buildings. I don't think Thunder want to take like a 4-on-4 or 3v3 fight in the late game like this. So
it's like, what tier 5s are we even looking at right now? So
Pirate hat Muerta.
we're going to get close to it. So like Pirate, so you're saying some more attack speed from Muerta, okay?
Yeah, she's only got 0.38.
It's happening. The Aegis is out in 20 seconds.
For it.
Thunder Awaken, they're making the play.
Oh, is it too quick?
Scan's been used.
It's very quick. But they're seen, they know they're out the base. That it's a Shopify scan.
What a scan. But still, they're not backing down here. They're looking to try and find the jump. Don't forget, guys, Arteezy, he doesn't have buyback. He bought back to take away the Aegis to prevent Thunder having a little bit of momentum. And just a general nice read there from Shopify, preventing that quick burst of play that we could have seen, that we were hoping, anticipating to occur.
It's kind of
back
absurd.
to tier 5 neutral items. Right, let's have a look. Okay, so you want Pirate's Hat for Shopify because you just want attack speed for Muerta.
Yeah.
What really else? I guess Searstone Vision's always pretty key.
For TA.
Yep, more burst, didn't mind that.
Yeah. Luna probably wants Apex, I would imagine. And she's pretty chill with a lot of things, to be fair, on Luna.
Yeah, I could also see her getting the Ex Machina to have just more items to be able to play out the fights. I'm trying to think. I'm not like maybe even like Mirror Shield could be pretty good just to prevent the Sand King from getting free Burrow Strikes.
Possibly.
But yeah, it's a lot of contention. I really like Book of the
I mean,
Dead
Book of the
myself,
Dead is
but
kind
yeah.
of...
I
sorry,
think
not
you
Book
need
of
a
the Dead,
casual Book of the Dead for Thunder Awaken. Book of
No,
Shadows
Book of
is also
Shadows,
very
but
good.
like
Yeah.
it's all about like these initiations with the Pierce the Veil and everything. So if you can just survive through that, especially as a support,
Look how many traps are just in mid lane. Oh, bed.
yeah.
Yup.
Force away. It's very, very tense. But Fly now has an Aghanim Scepter. He picked that up a while ago. He's been decorating the map for a little while now. Eyes in the forest. They are everywhere. Timbersaw was right. The trees are watching you. And the traps are watching you as well. This map is very well controlled. But Luna has a shield rune for about 5 seconds. Maybe
Pretty
not.
tanky.
The item,
Jumping onto the TA.
Oh, they're going to go. Here we go. Finding Arbed straight off the bat here. BKB does get used. Knight needs to get on top of him and will be able to do exactly that. Meanwhile, in comes Crit. He's going to be the next one to go down. Everything's been used here by Thunder. Are they going to see an opportunity here on Shopify? No, they are not. Crit comes
Instantly
back
back
in.
out.
Yeah. They don't need to buy back on the TA. I think they just wait.
And none of that. They have the
Whoa.
illusions
They
go
go
down
for
mid.
Rax here? Ooh. Nope, they're going for Illich. Illich is going to be the target of the set. The Hex is there, and the damage comes in. It's so much. Shot down in seconds by the Muerta. BKB now
But no,
coming
he's on
down
the
as well.
back lane.
MJZ on the sidelines here. He's trying to
That's a
get
dieback.
off there. Doesn't have the egg. Muerta actually just going to go and stand and hold his ground here. He's just taking down everyone. Illich is gone, but the BKB is ending soon. He's completely out of mana. Who wins the fight between him and the Luna? Well, with the stun coming through from Saberlight, it might well be the Muerta. Oh my god, Luna, she finally falls.
Ultra kill.
RTC, he's taking
Rampage.
down everyone. It's a rampage for RTZ right now. He needs to back himself away. He needs to be a little bit careful, but buyback's still available for RTZ. Even if he does get caught here, he should be okay. Buyback's coming out from both teams here, slamming the deck. Oh my god.
In the game, it's like buildings aren't falling, but heroes are dropping everywhere. Arteezy gets a rampage. I have no idea if it's the first one of the Road to International, but I'm pretty sure it might be. On top of that, it's the
17K
first game
damage in
that has
one
gone 60
fight.
minutes. Like, Arteezy is just popping off now in the late game for sure. Took him an hour, but here we are.
It did. He's been warming up for an hour, and now we have these all-important neutral items. Mirror shield found by the Templar Assassin.
Dawnbreaker
Here we go
goes down
with the
so
replay as
quickly.
well.
Like, they hit this torrent, they hit all the spells, and Knight, his positioning so key, killing off Crit. But Arteezy with the BKB plus the Pierce the Veil, Saberlight, constant stuns, constant control here. There just isn't enough damage to just see through this Muerta. And at the very start,
Saberlight
the
as
reason
well.
why this fight goes so poor as well is SD used Disruption on the mid-Luna illusion to then try and push out the wave. So it was on cooldown when the Dawn got jumped. If he didn't use it on Luna illusion, he may have been able to save and change everything, but now...
And
no
here we go.
Dawnbreaker.
They're trying to end this one right now. Great stun in from Saberlight as well. They're just trying to bring down Sladam. Sladam's not going to fall, though. That's a big pig in the middle of all of this right now. Muerta, she's in deep and she's in trouble, but she does kill off the egg. And actually, not in that much trouble. The Luna just doesn't do enough damage. Martizi should finally... I don't know, actually, the tidal wave comes through, dragging it under the tier 4s. They need to finish the job, and they will finally bring him down. Buyback is available from Artesian. Meanwhile, Arbed fighting up into them, takes down Knight, takes down Sladam. They don't have the buybacks. It's a 2-on-5. I think they've run out of steam. They've run out of hope. Thunder, they put up such a good fight, such a good series from them, but this might well be the end of game number 2. Knight just builds a Dagon 3 for some reason. I don't know what the plan is here. There isn't
Having
really
stats.
one. Here we go. Jump in, disruption onto self, and yeah, the Ancient's gonna fall. They're trying something, they're cooking something, but that is going to be it for game number 2. 62 minutes deep, and Shopify Rebellion do come back and take the win, making it a 1-1 series.
Yeah, and just look at their faces right now. They understand that this was an uncomfortable victory. They're going to need to do a little bit of team review after this game. They've got more series to play out today. I don't really know off the top of my head who they're playing next, but either way, like, that was just an uncomfortable game for them. But I think Saberlight has to step up and be a little bit of an MVP here. Some of his burrow strikes, the Phoenix and the Dawnbreaker in the top lane, and then after that, just constantly looking for that next fight. You know that if he hits the burrow strike, you have to expect Arteezy or Abed to be in position to follow up with that physical damage. But yeah, Saberlight on this Sand King, it was a shaky game. But yeah, already, production, they know how important this play is. Instantly Saberlight, 2-man Burrow Strike. This was kind of like the comeback potential for them. Thunder Awaken, 33 minutes, 6k lead with Aegis. There is no way they should be losing a fight in this position. But Saberlight and Shopify, they saw the one glimpse of hope to get back into this game. And yeah, they took it. Yeah, it was a back and forth game, but yeah, fair play to Saberlight. A very nice performance in the mid to late game on this Sand King.
Super close. Like they Thunder, they should have been able to close it out with that Aegis, and then that play, that fight, it was everything. This game would have been over if it didn't take place, but they found the opportunity. Some huge moments here. I mean, unfortunately, this egg just doesn't survive versus the Muerta and the TA. They've just got too much attack speed to be able to bring it down. So a little bit hard for the Phoenix to play these ones out. And in the end, it did just come down to the catches, the plays, and the buybacks. It's such a crazy final fight. My God. They started out actually pretty bad for Shopify. Like they couldn't get their heroes back into the fight, but the damage coming out from Muerta is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway is just this tree plus Muerta combination. We saw BetBoom win with like the same philosophy earlier today against Thunder Awaken. Oof. It's the living armor, and then we got to see a rampage from Arteezy.
I didn't catch that one before, but the tidal wave swooped the heroes away from the Luna as she was rooted and trying to lifesteal off them with Satanic.
I see. That's small things as well.
Yeah.
That's like where, if you're the Shopify Twitter account or whatnot, you got the Arteezy Death level 2, and then you have Arteezy Rampage, and you go like, Arteezy haters what or something? I'm sure there's a tweet in there, guys, that you can construct. But
yeah, I'm glad you're not in social media.
I mean, it would bang, to be fair. I feel like that would bang, just saying.
All right. 18, 10, and 14. Not a very conventional Muerta scoreline, but that's what we've got. And yeah, Smiling Knight, doing his best on the Luna to try and keep him in the game, but not enough in the end. But yeah, I mean, hell of a scoreline coming out from both teams. 63 minutes was the game almost. It was ridiculously long. And yeah, it did come down to it. Just Saberlight finding the key pickups to keep them in the game, and he will be our MVP for this game number 2. I think we both agreed on that one.
Yep, I fully agree that Saberlight should be the MVP of this game. It was very chaotic, and I mentioned it halfway through the cast that they kind of drafted no traditional frontline, and it really boiled down to finding that initiation, having kind of just some body, and then whoop, there we go, Burrow Strike's in play, and I think Saberlight, he did that quite well, going for that bots 2 on top of it, utilizing Fly's natural positioning as a Treant Protector, and of course, the Arteezy positioning as well. You've got to buy bots 2 to make sure you can help him out when things get rough, and the scoreline doesn't look too crazy, but 82% kill participation, farming up the assists, just making sure he was just in the right place at the right time. Yeah, without that Burrow Strike at that 33-minute mark, it would have probably been an entirely different scenario we're talking about here.
Of course, 5 camps stacked. Very, very important.
And yeah,
did great.
No, go on, please. Try and hype up the 5 camp stacked. Okay, go on.
I mean, I did see him doing it. I saw him doing it during pretty early on, stacking Ancients for his TA or for his Muerta to overcome and stake it. Most offlaners, they don't bother. They think they're above it.
Was it the highest in the game?
Maybe.
That's depressing if it is. But either way, fair play to Shopify. They win the second game. They draw out the series. Both teams, of course, are going to be playing more throughout the day. So this isn't the end of the day for them. They are going to still need to rework some things, fine-tune, and try and find some victory later on.
Yeah, I still think it's important to kind of look back on Thunder and just say, like, dude, like, what a performance from them. They took a game of Shopify. They pushed them over 60 minutes in the second game. Like, these guys, most people didn't even have them on their radars because they're just not well-known players. They're not a big team. We're expecting to do well here. So
I think they were 4th in SA, technically, because they came 2nd in the qualifiers and 2 teams got invited via points. Yep. So they are like the 4th seed SA team. That alone is like you're beating or punishing number 1 and 8, right? So already a little bit of like upsets are brewing. Again, group stage is a little bit more volatile than the main bracket, but yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. Alrighty, well, that's going to do it for this series as we move on with the road of the international. And of course, stick around. Plenty of streams for you to check out. Plenty of games going on right now. So we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we will be back with the next series of the day. We'll see you soon.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I've always wanted to be a giant spacecraft.
Welcome back, everybody. It is MLP Dota and John XY joining you here for the road to the international. Jonathan, welcome, sir. Day one of the groups upon us. Of course, you've already seen 2 series here in the stream today. We're on for the 3rd one. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We've already had a lot of games go on, and every single one of those series counts. A single 0-2 for a team can drag down their chances to climb up to get into the next phase here for the road to the international. So should be an exciting day to close out here, Mike, with 3 more series lined up. A lot of games for that road to the international. You can see TI cresting over the hill. It's almost there, Mike. We're almost there.
Yeah, almost there, but not quite yet. You've got to get through this group stage first before you can get all the way to the international, and we'll see who does manage to get to that point. For now, though, Jonathan, I have been watching quite a few games. We can have a look at the schedule, of course. You saw Shopify Rebellion against the side of Thunder Awaken earlier on, and you had the side of Thunder Awaken against BetBoom as well. Now we have Quest up against KDS, the Keyed Stars, I believe, and then, of course, Tundra up against Keyed Stars straight after that. And Gaimin Gladiators up against Nouns to finish us off for the day. But before all that, Jonathan, Quest versus Keyed Stars is the one we need to talk about. I know you've been watching quite a few series here today, of course, and you've seen the meta has been shifting quite a bit. There's been a lot of new heroes popping up as of late. The Luna coming out, the Spectres we've been seeing as well. There's just been plenty of Dota, plenty of meta shifts happening. What do you think about this matchup in terms of that meta? I think you kind of said to me, Keyed Stars has a tendency of taking a bit longer to finish off games. I think the average was, 45 minutes? Whereas we know Quest tend to be perhaps a little bit faster. They like to set a quick tempo. So how do you feel like the meta kind of favors either side here in this series?
It's going to be an interesting matchup. We haven't seen Keyed Stars on an international event in a long time. These are seasoned players. Mind you, these are all very seasoned players. There was a time when South American Dota was represented by Brazil, and that's kind of been taken over by the Chilean, the Peruvian players. But now, they've got a stack back in the international. This is going to be an interesting one to watch. I can't fairly say whether or not Keyed Stars, where their games are longer by virtue of how they play or just how this patch has kind of gravitated towards 45-minute games. Quest as a team is a team that you and I have seen on and off for quite a while now. They've climbed the ranks from Division 2 into this top contending team going through the qualifiers. I would say on paper, this is definitely much more favorable for Quest for sure. I think you've got to watch out for those mid picks of Noob. I feel like that's where the big difference maker is really going to be, Analog versus Noob. Whether or not Noob gets to pick up something like his Primal Beast, I think, is a big consideration. And I'm keen to see if those adjustments are made by either team. This is their first series to play here in the road to the international groups. So will we see any of them experimenting into that Dazzle mid, into, the Earth Spirit mids? I'm keen to find out here.
We will find out rather soon. I believe we are going to have a draft underway pretty damn soon here between these two teams, so we can see exactly what kind of road they're headed down for the road to the international, Jonathan. I've made a terrible pun there. My apologies for that. But again, the draft is going to be underway rather soon. Spoiler alert, I believe Muerta was already first phase banned, which makes enough sense because Muerta has been, as you just saw in that previous game, quite damn strong. If you can drag it out long enough, that is, the hero does feel relatively broken. Any other heroes you'd like to keep an eye out for, John? I mean, I know you've been talking to me about the Dazzle for the past 30 minutes before we even came live. Well, what other heroes don't you want to see here between these two?
I don't think anything really stands out as a major ban. Maybe, stuff like the Beastmaster's big one. The Primal Beast of Noob is another consideration again on mid. He's just had a lot of big impact with that hero, with the momentum he does carry. We do already see, as you mentioned, Muerta being taken out by Quest, Vivo, Keyed Stars, taking care of the Beastmaster, of the Brewmaster and the Naga and the Centaur. I don't know why my brain's on delay. It's an early day. I stayed up to watch all the games, all right?
Wow.
Road to the international.
What a professional.
I got a glimpse. I wanted to see if I'd be completely clueless coming in. I didn't want to be completely clueless because you already take that job, Mike. One of us have to be informed here.
I mean, you are an analyst, Jonathan, so it is your job to know what we're talking about. I'm simply here to, try and sound excited as we are going to see a very exciting third ban out, and here we go. There's the Dazzle you talked about. Very, very exciting, John. The Dazzle has been removed, which I'm sure makes you very, very happy, and we get to see the Pango straight off the bat. Pango, John, I know you and I have talked about it quite a lot. This hero just never going to disappear from the meta.
No, it got direct nerfs this time around in the sub patch, and it's still up there in the contest rate, I believe. Highest contest rate hero right now. One of the highest contest rate heroes still. So Pangolier still up there in popularity for sure. There goes that Primal Beast coming out for the side of Keyed Stars. Curious to see if Analog will want to take that mid. Should be. I think the matchup against Pangolier still works out for the most part for the Primal Beast to kind of play around with. So you already have the established mid matchup coming out here. I am keen to see, again, what does get through. I think there are a couple of carries I feel like has been maybe a bit ignored in this first part of the road to the international. You know, stuff like Gyrocopter has been left in the pool. Slark hasn't really been popping up. We've seen a lot more Luna, which I feel like Keyed might be looking at. Costabile used to play quite a fair bit of Luna, if my memory serves me right. But I'm still not sold completely on Luna. It's a very weird tempo hero. They do ban out Shadow Demon, so there is a decent chance you get Luna. It's overall smart ban as well when you have the Primal Beast take another save from that Pulverize. So keen to see how high value support heroes, maybe something like Avenge could fit in, but it's early in for Vivo for Keyed Stars to kind of try to pick up the Venge. No real direct synergy with Primal Beast unless you're looking at like a swap into Instant Pulverize. Not a hero that really plays with minus armor. They'll go with a Sky instead as their combination, so Pulverize into Mystic Flare. You've got a hero that really crushes lanes with Sky Wrath Mage. It's very difficult to trade into that. And you just have this straightforward combination. You know, this does give you a way of holding down this Pangolier as well. That's going to force a defensive item build up here for Noob, as any mid laner up against that Ancient Seal never feels good. And Pango is just so reliant on using his spells for mobility that even a silence for a moment gives that opening for Primal Beast to just kind of collapse onto you here.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, next pickup to come here for the side of Quest. We'll see what they want to go ahead and pick up for themselves. I have a bit more of a think about it, it seems. And perhaps the Skywrath does scare them just a little bit, but I'm sure they've got the answers for it. Of course, props to Quest as well, John. I believe they recently got a new pretty big sponsor in PSG, so happy days for them. Very, very good to see.
Yeah. It's such a weird adjustment period, right? After all the years of saying PSG LGD, now it's technically PSG Quest.
Yeah.
What a switcheroo right there. So they do manage to pick up that Hoodwink along with the Tide, so they're tying in their team fight here for Quest. Fairly reliable and tanky lineup as well.
Yeah, so they've gone for the Hoodwink, they've gone for the Tide. The Hoodwink is arguably something that surprises me a little bit more because we haven't seen this hero pop up quite as much as you'd kind of hope. It just has not really seemed to fit the meta too well. But then again, Tide Hoodwink lane can be pretty damn strong. Obviously, against the Skywrath, it's pretty damn easy to just kind of burst her down with the sharpshooter of the Hoodwink. So we shall see how this all pans out. I think the Hoodwink's a very interesting support pickup to go down at the very least here from Quest. Don't mind the Tide so much, though. At the very least, the Tide does always kind of just fit any draft. So happy days for that. Welcome back, Jonathan.
Yeah, I like the minus armor combination coming out from Quest. I think this lane can be really oppressive if you're running the Hoodwink 4 here. Gush plus, say, a Blightstone on the Hoodwink means trading's not going to feel that good into the Tidehunter. So it's really high aggression coming out from Quest on the lane. The response out from Keyed is going to be Undying and Luna, which laning into a Tidehunter doesn't feel that bad for Luna. It is pretty playable. You can stand back far enough to avoid at least the anchor smash. They can collapse onto you quite nicely still on Quest, so I'm really keen to see how far they push that envelope. And I love this response. Dusa comes out, and this hero's been kind of left alone, but the core-to-core matchup up against the Luna is pretty damn favorable for a Medusa. You know, you don't care too much about the illusions. You can clear them out quite well. There's no real minus mana hero, no diffusal carrier on the side of Keyed. So you're always going to feel good. Ties into this team fight really well. You've got Tide Ravage, you've got the Pangolier Rolling Thunder, and so many ways to just protect this Dusa in the middle of a big fight, right? There's just not many answers to stop that Dusa from just playing her own game. So yeah, I'm really digging this from Quest.
Yeah, I mean, in a slower game as well, where your Luna just wants to hit creeps, you just choose a hero that hits creeps even better, and the Medusa. And I think we've actually only seen one Medusa so far on the road to the International for day one. That was Thunder Awaken, if I remember correctly, and they did lose with the Medusa, but to be fair, it was not as good of a draft as this one is, I would argue, from Quest. So certainly does feel like a much better Medusa game this time around, at the very least. And yeah, I do agree with the points you were making, John. It doesn't really feel like they have any answers towards this hero as of yet on the side of Keed. Like, sure, you can just go down the standard route of just trying to play a very fast game against Medusa, and that tends to work quite well. But then you run into the issue of how do we go high ground, right? Against Medusa, against Pango, against Tide, it starts to feel rather impossible. And I think this is probably going to be a pretty free Medusa game once you get past the laning stage. Like, if she's just allowed to hit jungle for 10 minutes, it's going to be a huge problem. But what do you even pick up against this hero now for Keed?
I'm not seeing a straightforward answer from the offlane. I think they've taken care of most of the big issues for Medusa. You could go left field here for Keed and try to go for maybe an offlane, I don't know, something like an offlane AM is the last thing on my mind, but AM into Medusa is not necessarily the best thing in the world, especially on offlane. I think it just throws you off a little bit too much. Your team fight control isn't as amazing here. And yeah, they cover it again with the Invoker ban, so no EMP to worry about for Medusa. It's honestly difficult. I feel like right now for Keed, the best direction is just kind of focusing on the strength of your draft rather than focusing on this Medusa. Try to play around this really early pickoff potential, have an offlane that can complement that. The Centaur would have been nice if it wasn't banned out by Keed early on. You could maybe gun for, I don't know, like, I want to say Mars, but it doesn't really fit in. Bristleback offlane's a little bit too greedy with Luna. Maybe something that can push, although it's hard to say that when your teamfight control is literally just basically Ancient Seal and Pulverize, all single target up against this teamfight lineup. And it gets even worse. I mean, into Phoenix now with Egg, Egg, Ravage, Rolling Thunder. It's way too much to handle for a big 5-on-5 here.
It's a pretty tough situation now for Keed, that's for sure. Like Rolling Thunder, Ravage, and Egg. Like, who do you focus? What do you do in these fights? Is going to be the big question here for Keed. Well, they've got one final pick to go. Seems like they are still lacking their offlane right now, though I suppose you could still switch up the Primal Beast if you wanted to. Highly doubt we'll go down that route anyway. It's Keed. They'll use the rest of their reserve time for this final pickup. But these team fights, I mean, well, again, once you leave that laning stage, once you hit the mid game here for Quest, these team fights are going to feel excruciatingly hard. So you just don't have the heroes to focus down all these heroes and all these units, really. And by units, I do mean that Egg that's going to be sitting right in the middle of these fights. It's like maybe your Luna can deal with it, but then she probably just gets annihilated in the meantime. We'll see if Keed can maybe just kite out all these big fights and just wait for the big ultis to come out first, but it really isn't that easy to pull off, especially up against a team like Quest.
Definitely not. It's so hard to think about something that plugs these holes for Keed, or even just something that plays with this draft. I think just this timing they're looking for is going to be a little bit hard to pull off. The one thing they do have here for Keed is that the Luna and the Undying lane should be pretty decent up against the Tide Hoodwink, if it comes down to that. I think that lane can hold its own, especially level 1, level 2. It's not going to be the easiest time for you to leverage the minus armor with Gush and the Blightstone of the Hoodwink. But once you hit, say, level 3, level 4, it should stabilize for the side of Quest. They go with a Spirit Breaker, so they are just, again, going all in on momentum, going all in on aggression. This has to play fast from the side of Keed. And we kind of talked about this in terms of stats. Like, this is a team that has its average game time of 45 minutes. It's not the fastest games coming out for Keed, at least in the context of the regional qualifiers for them for this road to the international in South America. So yeah. I'm keen to see just how much they can pull out. I think overall, I would just favor Quest purely on draft. I think this draft is just so well-rounded, so much synergy going on. The one concern is the laning phase. Like, if KJ does get a really good time on the Undying and bullies out Toby and Omar, then the Tide lane can feel like a little bit of dead weight for a while, which is one thing that they can build up on. Like giving Costabila all of that space in Luna could allow for some early timing since maybe a quicker tempo from Luna, but well, we've seen a lot of Luna games already. It tends to just go into farm anyway. I'm keen to see it. I think with the way Keed has drafted, they've got to play fast. And with the way Quest is drafted, sure, they're going to be farming a little bit, but you don't need too much farm on a Tide and a Pangolier. It's only really going to be TA2000 farming up in Medusa, so you can afford to play as 4 even, and just play with all of these team fight.
It's going to be a very, very interesting game one. I think we can probably both agree Quest are looking like the stronger team, at least based on draft, going into this game number 1 against Keed Stars. But I can't wait to see what Keed Stars do have up their sleeve to try and pull off this game 1 victory. I hope they put up a good fight. I mean, they've got at least they've got a couple of my favorite heroes, John, the Spirit Breaker, the Undying here now as well. So I kind of want to see these heroes do well, but we'll see if it all pans out. I have my doubts right now for the Radiant side of things, but I do hope at the very least we do have a close game on our hands. And potentially a long game as well, because every game I've watched today has felt like it's gone forever. Like, just the last game that we were watching on this stream went for 60 minutes plus. So I highly expect we're in for a long day here, John, but I don't mind some Dota. We're on the road to the international, Jonathan. What a better time, right, to enjoy some great Dota.
That it is. You know, it's a long road ahead, and we've got some long games ahead. We should be able to get into this game 1 between Keed Stars and Quest Esports relatively soon.
Yeah.
And again, this is going to be a fun one. At the very least, you know, I'm just happy we're not getting Dazzle. I'm happy we're not getting literally just Dazzle. I know you mentioned it a little bit in the draft. It's not even in this game. But let me just tell you, I hate Dazzle as a hero. Like, that hero is just absurd right now.
Well, tell us why,
like
John.
it. Why does he get 100% uptime on Shallow Grave? Why does he get almost like a fresh Midas every single time if you decide to go for the Midas build, which I don't think we've seen too much of? But this is something that I actually spoke with. Who was it I talked to in Malaysia? I think it was Avo. When the patch came out, and I was like, oh yeah, you know, I was doing the Midas Dazzle in the jungle. And that was Avo. Obviously, he couldn't make it work. Otherwise, he wouldn't be casting, right?
Right.
But it's a dumb hero, right? When you play against Dazzle in any position, core or support, you're not playing Dota against that hero. If you don't have any way of dealing with Shallow Grave, just jumping Dazzle, which with his cast range, he doesn't really care. He's going to stand a million miles away. It's an annoying hero. I hate it. I play every turbo game I play. Dazzle has to be banned. I don't even care about Witchstalker. Someone picks Witchstalker, I don't really care, even though it's still strong. Dazzle is oppressive. You're not playing Dota. You know, I queue into a game, Mike. I want to play Dota. I don't want to play Dazzle Simulator 2023.
Just pick Axe, John. Just pick Axe. What's your problem? So there's a counter. Get over it. Just pick Axe.
I don't know. Like, you know, some games you pick the Axe and, you know, well, I'm support, Mike. Why would I pick Axe support? I have done that. John. I actually have done that on Turbo, mind you, so it doesn't count for anything, but it is fun. You can make it work. Anything works in Dota 2. Yeah. You know?
Just like that.
That case. Yeah, like Dazzle. That's why it's so popular. You know, we saw snippets of that Dazzle popping out as well in the last third-party tournament. We saw a lot of the CIS teams go into that Dazzle mid. We saw Kiyotaka play it. You know, we had a little bit of a giggle. It didn't quite work out there. But it's back. You know, it's here. It's here to stay.
Luckily, we don't have any. We're not casting Kiyotaka today as well, so the man can relax, knowing that we're not going to ruin his game here today. But I wouldn't be too relaxed, Kiyotaka. You know, you never know when we're coming back. You never know over these next few days if we're going to have to cast him.
Oh yeah, I'm hoping not as well because I have him on my fantasy, Mike. He's doing well in my points, man. He's carrying me. All right, so you know, as long as we don't touch him, they're not going to be cursed, and they're going to do perfectly fine in the road to the international. That's all we need.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get an unpause rather soon as well, because we there we go. Go when ready has been set by Quest. Looks like the sound issues have been resolved, so hopefully we'll have a game 1 on our hands rather soon.
I'd like to give PTP a shout out as well, showing us her fantasy points at minute 0. A good old 10 points coming out there. Absolutely insane value.
Thank you, PTP.
A little bit of a bump up.
We always appreciate it. Look at this. Keed Stars. Cheeky Smoke, barely missing out on TA2000, sadly. They'll wrap around through the dire jungle, see if they can make their way to the top bounty rune spot. Quest is hanging around their own smoke, but it is about to wear off. See if they do kind of anticipate this rotation from the Keed Stars. It seems like not so much. They're looking to run bot perhaps and not really give up an opportunity for first blood. The thing is as well, with the draft of Keed Stars at level 1, it is naturally going to be a lot stronger. So you'd much rather not go into an early team fight if you can avoid it as Quest.
Yeah. We'll see if they'll commit. I think as long as they're split up away from the Undying, it should be all right.
The battle begins.
Carrier highly doubt he tries for this. I mean, he could go Icarus Dive and give it a crack, but it's probably not worth it. He'll just leave it alone. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway. We can get to the laning stage. Of course, you're going to have Analog in the mid lane, and he's going to be up against Noob on the Pangolier in the mid lane. So the Pango versus Primal Beast matchup is upon us once again, Jonathan. What do we need to know about this one?
This one goes pretty back and forth. It does, if I recall from the way this matchup tends to work, it does feel like the Primal Beast does pull ahead. Just easier for him to trade, easier for him to commit onto the Pangolier. Pango does have some play, especially with Shield Crash, but once you hit level 2, that's when the Primal Beast can kind of kick it up. Interesting to see that Analog does decide to go for a value point in Uproar, in comparison to Noob, who never gets Uproar until he gets 4-4 on his first 2 skills. I'm keen to see how much Analog can do, because this is something that Noob understands the ins and outs of. Now, he is one of the best Primal Beast mids, so he also knows how to play against it. And he also knows how to crush this matchup as a Primal Beast, so he should be able to know what a Pango needs to do to counteract it here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what about those side lanes? I mean, top lane, you've got TA2000 and Carry against FCR and, of course, King RD. The Spirit Breaker off lane, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I feel like it can work here in this matchup, but at the least for now, FCR not having the best start here at all against TA2000 and Cowrie. And I don't imagine this lane's going to get too much easier for him either.
No, I mean, a melee matchup for a Medusa always feels good. TA2000 should just be able to farm. Most of the harassment coming out here from our Sky is also just ending up onto the Phoenix. Cowrie's not going to care too much about trading this way as well. King RD, you can't do too much to stop the Medusa. Again, you don't have a way of just burning through the man shield very early on in that lane. So it's going to be a relatively quiet lane for FCR and just a free farm lane for TA2000, which is concerning. Like, if you can dip out as this Phoenix, leave this lane a little bit by
King RD
and stack up.
Forced TP away. Cowrie looking for the final hit, won't be able to get it. Nice TP from King RD, but he is going to have to make the walk of shame back towards the laning stage, and it's pretty rough. Like, even for the Skywrath Mage, just getting kind of harassed out like that by Cowrie, not going to be really setting up a good precedence for this top lane.
No, certainly not. And it sets a really good tone for Quest. Again, this is something we talked about. Their lanes just look extremely strong. Top lane is, again, the more passive defensive lane, which works out in TA2000's favor. The bot lane is where you would find a few issues early on. Again, up against an Undying, Ty doesn't feel great, but KG's already out of mana. And you're still doing relatively fine for Toby in terms of just holding his own on the Tide, riding through these first 2 levels is when the Undying feels like it should be getting more.
FCR, they're going to try for Cowrie. Cowrie, though, he's got the spirits and he's got the Icarus dive, so FCR now the one in danger as he will dive right in and does secure the kill as King RD trying so desperately to secure the kill, but he can't get it. Cowrie, at least he'll have his salve cancelled. King RD still trying to chase, but the concussive shot's on cooldown. He can't chase him down. Oh boy, I mean, Cowrie is really just running circles around this top lane. It has gone disastrously right now for Keed Stars.
I love the way they position themselves as well. They're covering each other really well in Quest. Like, you see that aggression come out. TA2000 stands right next to the Sky, so the concussive shot goes to the Medusa instead. And they just share that damage really well. Again, this lane up top is pretty much a wash for Quest. Already 21-14 for TA2000, and no presence at all from FCR. It's like 7-8-1 on a Spirit Breaker. No opportunities to rotate earliest this year from the off lane onto mid. Like, you're going to have to just try to soak up as much EXP as possible and mitigate these losses here.
Now, what about that bot lane? Like, that's the one lane we haven't talked about at all yet. You've had Costabile and KJ against Toby for now. As Toby does not have his Hoodwinker support at the moment. Omar did rotate to the mid lane. Speaking of mid, Analog's trying to go for a bit of a harass attempt onto Noob, but he doesn't seem very concerned about it. They will go for the trample now, but Noob is going to be just fine to walk out of there. But the bot lane, while we have a second, John, how's that been going?
Yeah, this one, again, it's been pretty all right for Quest. Like, you're not finding the best of form from Toad, but he hasn't died. This is immediately tied into an Undying lane. You know, it's a standard Undying plus ranged hero lane as well. They're not able to bring that burst down mid.
Yeah, mid lane, he'll go for the onslaught away, but the chase is still on. Omar obviously not in range for a bushwhack at the moment, so can't really stop the Primal Beast from just running. So a nice little escape as top lane. Kauri again being jumped, but no, he's the one to jump back in. King RT is gone. FCR, at least he's going to be okay. But it's so rough for the Skywrath. Even as Kauri's about to drop, they just can't deal with the Phoenix. Mid,
Yeah.
Analog, dropping very low, but again, the onslaught away is going to be just enough to allow him out of this one. They will give him the bottle refill here for Analog, but again, a very rough start here for Keed Stars.
Absolutely is. Like, again, Noob understands this matchup up against Primal Beast. He's played Primal Beast versus Pango multiple times. He's done a great job of managing this lane. He is going to have to walk all the way back for a little bit of a reset and top up. No one can really TP in for him. So that is giving some room for Analog to soak back in. He's about to hit level 6 now on that Primal Beast. So they've got some timing to play with here to get aggressive if they can collapse onto someone. Unfortunately, that combination we were talking about with Sky is going to take a little bit longer, though.
They're trying onto Toby, but Toby just casually walks away. And KJ dropped the tombstone, but it really did him no good whatsoever. At the very least, you aren't feeding the tombstone away, which is good news. Seems like Quest are having some more issues as well, so we are going to need a quick pause before we can continue. A bit of a rough attempt there. Like, Toby just casually walked away on the tide. Now with Tombstone down, it seems like Omar wants to make the rotation back down towards the bottom lane to see if he can set up on someone.
Yeah, I mean, again, you've got the synergy with Tide Hoodwink. You have the level 1 Gush, you've got the Blightstone. The right-click damage coming out from Hoodwink and Tide, if they manage to collapse onto someone, is not to be underestimated. And KJ's already out of regen. At least has the one Healing Lotus ready on hand, but not much else. So he's got maybe just one spell cast on Decay, and it's just not going to be enough to dissuade the side of Quest. Again, every single lane for Quest looking fantastic. For the side of Keed, they kind of need to wait for some level 6s to be on. Mainly KRD. If they can get that Sky 6 and connect with this play that they can do globally via Charge or just through the Primal Beast with Pulverize, there is a lot that you can get done. Like, this is a ganking squad lineup for the side of Keed, but it's just the EXP difference that has me concerned. If they can manage to snag away maybe that extra EXP rune from the side of Quest, things start to look up a little bit more, but I don't see anyone from the side of Keed sneaking that far into Quest control area just yet.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose KJ could try for it, but it highly doubt he gets away with it. Like, Omar's already on the way to at least be, you know, within range to get that Wisdom Rune. And of course, you always have the TPs back towards the tier 2 bottom tower if you need it. Well, I mean, I suppose top lane we might see a bit of a jump on Kauri as Analog is around the corner with an Invis Rune, so perhaps Kauri will finally die. We shall see. It is, he has been rather cheeky as of late, just avoiding any game coming his way, but without the Icarus Dive available, he should just be dead.
He should be. He should be, ideally. I mean, you do have Pulverize ready, the Invis ready to go. So that should be, what, the first kill for Keed coming out? Unless we've just completely cursed him, which shouldn't happen. But you never know sometimes.
No, you certainly don't.
You know?
We shall see. We are still waiting on this pause to be over before we can get back into it. Looking back at TA2000, still having a very, very good time. And I think the thing is as well, like we kind of said this already during the draft, but between these two cores, obviously you're just going to try to dominate the lane and go to the jungle. Pretty standard stuff. It seems like the Luna's not too far behind this Medusa. So it could be a very even kind of game between these two position ones. At the very least, you do have that going for you as Keyed Stars, though. I do say I'd probably rather the Medusa on my team over the Luna, as I agree with the fact that Luna just does not feel the best right now, but we could just continue to see it as KJ just wants to go. Believe me, KJ, I'm with you on that.
Oh, God. I forget how some players, they just want to keep going, Mike. No resting. It's the road to the international. No brakes on this road. High speed limit. 100 kmh. Foot on the pedal. And there's the go.
Is Carry going to die? Analog, sure. He should have it. Pulverize out. They've got the concussive right behind, so King RD going to help out, and Analog will take the kill. There's your first kill coming out for Keyed Stars.
Yeah, not the biggest kill, but an important one to find. Getting some activity out as well for King RD. A little bit more EXP going out to the sky. That does mean you're pretty fine on TA2000. You're not going to be threatened for a kill. There was that clump up down bot, but they don't manage to get that going as well for Quest. Just secure their Wisdom, it looks like, and get some stacks going from Omar. I mean, going back to your point about the Luna versus the Dusa matchup here, you also kind of outfarm as the Medusa, right? Like, yeah, your split shots, clearing out camps feels a little bit easier. You're always hitting 4 targets. So you're always having kind of a good time and just clearing out these stacks as they come out. I like the itemization as well from TA2000, just going fairly farm accelerating, going for the Midas early, trying to get some EXP, getting a fast timing into the Manta. You can start to play pretty damn early once that full Manta stalls up. So I like this. There's just nothing to punish this kind of greed coming out from Quest with the immediate Midas buildup. Nothing to interrupt that gold farm here for TA2000.
Another bottle refill here for Analog in the mid lane. So they aren't going to try and attempt the life of Noob. He's just going to be able to casually pounce out of it. Pretty quiet across the map. Omar's leaving bottom lane again, though mid lane, they are making the jump in now onto the Pangolier. Tombstone even dropped just in case they needed it, and it seems like it will prove to be enough. Noob is down.
Oh my God.
Omar, maybe in a bit of danger as the zombie is just giving full vision over the hoodwink. And that'll be another Omar to go down, FCR to take the kill. And great rotations out from Keyed Stars now. So they'll even find Cowrie, who has Icarus Dive available, though he was silenced and the chase is still on. Cowrie, he gets it off, but it doesn't matter. He is down.
That was really clever coming out from Keyed Stars. KJ, he starts this game with a Quelling Blade, uses it on that attempt for the save coming out there from Omar, cuts down the tree, ensures that the Bushwhack does not connect to interrupt that Pulverize, and that just nets them that chain of events. Gives them the confidence to kind of start working lane. They equalize in the kill board 4-3. 1K lead still stands for Quest, but you are starting to put a bit of a damper onto the timings of Noob, right? Like the Fusel timings thrown off. We're not seeing too much activity coming out from Noob as well. He's copying the pressure. This is a lot of space to be created for the Dusa, though. I think overall you're happy with kind of trading that way. Like, the Pangolier doesn't necessarily need too much farm, and they're just focusing onto that mid. Heck, they're even allowing Toby to just farm up on this Tide. So I don't think you're in a bad position for Quest, even though it's your mid dying. You still got Dusa farming. You might not be too happy about Noob dying twice in a row, but they're not fully committing just yet.
Oh, Analog, gonna see Omar. Noob is around, does have the Rolling Thunder as well, but will cancel. Won't bother trying to use it. It's like the Keyed Stars do not want to keep going for that fight. Analog will back his way out. There's just no action happening from Quest yet, though they do smoke up as 3 now. So it seems like they're ready to try and make these plays happen as they do smoke and run towards the bottom side of the map. They might find themselves King RD, but no, Analog, he's going to be the one to get jumped. Noob, he was the only one in, though. Just preemptively jumping in as now the Tombstone has been dropped by KJ. And that's going to be enough to force Quest back. They don't want to mess around with this, though Omar was still being chased, but it's not really going to amount to much, though. Noob, hold on a minute, he does get silenced up, but it's still not going to matter because he just gets to the high ground. Nothing coming of it yet, though. FCR now going for the charge out, and he does get the kill. Oh, perfect. Omar also caught out. FCR finding a double. Gets him mid-rolling Thunder. Just nothing Quest could have done about it.
Dire's middle tower is
Nah, I mean, even Arun was playing against him. Analog picks up a regen, uses that to dive past the tier 1, catching the side as well. And you are getting a lot of space out for Quest for both the Tide and the Dusa. But the sacrifices that Noob is having to make, again, throwing off this diffusal timing, throwing off the support EXP gains as well. Like, Egg is almost there, almost ready for Cowrie, but not quite. And I love this play. You know, key to immediately take over that triangle, clear out some of the large camps. Ancient's not something they can fully take out. They are trying to equalize and provide that footing for Questabila to play his game. Like, attention's taken away from Luna. Even though you're still a little bit behind in farm, you're not being contested now on this hero. So you've got the room to play with this Mask of Madness and get your own build-up going on this win condition for Keyed Esports here.
They certainly do. Keyed. Very strong position so far, 7-3, very slight net worth lead their way. So the main thing you've got to be worried about, of course, is TA2000, who is just constantly free farming up at the moment and is already 1.2k ahead of the Luna. So that is going to be a point of concern, I'm sure, as he does already have the Midas up as well. And Quest, they are certainly taking their time with this game. They are in no rush to try and force any kind of fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Omar's been walking between the bottom and mid lane for like the whole game now. The poor guy's just been stacking as he goes, but this is all about he has to do. No lanes to farm for him, no action to happen. Still level 5 as well.
Radiant
Just got to stack the camps.
Yeah, the fact that they're not able to really work mid is giving a lot of rune control to Keyed Stars. Double damage coming out for Analog, has the Blade Mail, feeling confident on this Primal Beast at level 9. And they're just constantly looking for smokes. The smoke does break there. They don't manage to find anything, but they can get a pretty good shove onto that mid-tier 1. No problem here.
Well, there goes Cowrie. King RD able to secure that kill as they do get the mid-tier 1 tower. Another nice set of events happening here for Keyed Stars. Quest, they'll start focusing on those ancient stacks that were made as well, so TA2000 will go ahead and clean those up. Well, top lane, it seems like that they are going to start setting up for the top tier 1 tower. So Analog just rotating with the double damage rune will try to get that done himself. And again, it seems like Quest are not exactly interested in trying to force a fight. They're going to all TP down towards the bottom side of the map. Try to just secure and farm that area and maybe get the bottom tier 1 tower. But certainly the structural trades are working in the way of Keyed Stars at the moment. So they are getting away with just way more than what Quest are.
is under attack.
So they will try to trade the bottom tier 1 tower now. There is time for Keyed Stars to rotate and try to force a fight if they so wish, but it seems like they're going to walk the old-fashioned way, perhaps.
Is under attack.
Now, I don't think you mind too much surrendering bot tier 1. Heck, you've got the Tombstone already committed from KJ just to hold off on this push, but it's just going to be some free gold coming out here for Toby. Full pipe up for the Tide should help in mitigating some of this early magical damage. KJ?
He's going to try and... No, he will cancel. Can't get through the twin gates. Understands he is just dead. He'll pop the ulti as well while he's at it, but he is certainly just down.
Dire's top
Nice little pick up there for Quest, as they do also find the bottom tier 1 tower. And it's back to the farm game now between these two teams. I mean, it does still feel like Keyed are the ones that might need to continue the aggression, but it seems like they're pretty happy with the position they've got themselves in at the moment.
Yeah, I think they're in a decent spot. They do manage to find Cowrie. So FCR, again, starting to build up on the Spirit Breaker after a pretty damn slow lane, a few rotations out with the Midas up. And the hero's just, again, just looking for these softer targets to burst down. Phoenix, I mean, the only way he can really survive that onslaught is by perhaps committing the egg, but that's not the ideal use case here for Quest. So you're playing to your strengths well on Keyed. They're invading that top jungle. They're buying a ton of space out for Questabile. He's got some good ancients of his own kind of stacked up here as well. Manta not too far off. The timings of our Dusa and of our Luna are fairly close to each other in terms of itemization at the very least. So you will have that play. I think the one concern for Quest is really on how Noob plays this game, because he will always be the target of the Ancient Seal. If not him, then I can see Cowrie from being blocked from trying to get the Phoenix dive and egg.
Oh, Analog.
And, well,
This could be a big one. Smoke is broken. They should know he's on the high ground somewhere, that they are continuing to try and sneak around, but it's too late. Analog does leave the area. Of course, there was vision on the high ground from the Radiant side, saving the life of the Primal Beast. This quest, they are unable to secure anything out of this. So, very nice vision game from the side of Keydstars to allow Analog that information.
Yeah, they had some good game sense coming out. The war does get taken out. They've got good forward vision as well from Keyd, watching that top lane, top jungle area, and the top jungle itself as well. So they've always got a little bit of a clue as to whether or not Quest are trying to get greedy and playing their own side of the map, where, again, it doesn't feel like they have the best control. A 3K lead coming out for Keyd, playing to this momentum early on. I think, again, the major concern for Quest here is that Ancient Seal, right? Like, if any of your big heroes get silenced up, whether it's the Phoenix, the Tide, or the Pango probably being the most disruptive one to Ancient Seal up, and then your counter initiation falls flat for Quest. So, keen to see what the solution will be from Noob is, whether or not he wants anything defensive or just tries to play the pickoff game and instantly hunt down that Sky before anything can come out. It's easier said than done right now, especially with the way the game's going. You've got the full Atos up and running as well on King RD. So he can just set up for a solo combo here if he does find a good target to go for.
And he just may. I mean, Omar is around. They're going to bring in the Primal Beast again. It's like Omar does cop the concussive shot as King RD. He does get the run of Atos into the Mystic Flare, but it is shared. Noob will make sure that Omar does not go down for free like that. Back into the tier 1 mid tower they go. Quest really wanting this, but looking to start the fight onto King RD. The Skywrath dropping very low and is set to fall. Nice easy pick off there for Quest. And the tier 1 mid tower also dropping quite easily. It seems like Keydstars now the ones to retreat, as they just do not really have the best options in terms of a fight.
You can see that investment onto Toby just paying off massively. Just pops the pipe. Suddenly that solo combo play from King RD is just not going to do much. The barrier early on just does a lot of work. And it's trying to chase up Spirit Breaker. FCR just a little bit too fast. And you are starting to hit critical mass now as well in TA2000. Manta style up, Midas just constantly being used. Butterfly next for Dedusa. That's going to put a big question mark onto how Keyd's going to handle that. You can't magically burst her down with Pipe Up. You can try to control her up with Analog, with a Pulverize, but...
Charge out. They've got the Bushwhack on FCR, but he already had the Bulldoze going, so it does not last very long. Power Rune, 18-minute mark. They're going to try and go for it, but it's not up the top lane, and now the Ravage does come in. It seems like they are going to go on to King RD, and they've got the Skywrath. Nice, easy pick-off once again, as they'll go for a bit more. KJ, trying to run. Should be okay, as they do not land a Bushwhack on anyone. At the very least, though, Quest do get what they came for, which is the haste rune. In fact, Analog, gonna get jumped now here by Noob. Does go for the Rolling Thunder, but there's your charge in again from MCR, and he gets blocked by the staircase. He does not get to the high ground. FCR still trying, does avoid with the Nether Strike. He'll get away. Omar's the one to go down, as now Analog, though, he's in big danger. They'll drop the egg, they'll drop the Sun Ray. Analog still trying to fight, but can't do it. He is down. And with that, Quest, they'll accept the trade they get and they'll leave.
It's a pretty massive commitment out from Quest. Egg, Ravage, and even the Stone Gaze coming out there from 2000. It does provide a little bit of an opening for Keyd. Rather unfortunate in the earlier part of that fight, when it broke out in the high ground, right before they grabbed that haste rune. The charge did push away from the Mystic Flare right on the edge. Even then, again, if you don't manage to pin down the Tide, prevent that Pipe of Insight from coming off, your magical burst isn't really lining up here for Keyd. 10-7, rather even back and forth. 2K lead still standing up here for Keyd, but it does feel like they're not going to be able to sustain through that burst play that they're looking for, at least until their Luna comes in. Costabila is trying to work into the BKB to assist his team. If you can bring in Eclipse on top of this combination you've got with your Skywrath Mage and Primal Beast, then you're not too concerned about the Pipe of Insight. It can melt from the Eclipse, but you are asking for a Luna to just pop her long cooldown spell and trying to take care of a barrier, which also isn't the ideal circumstances for the Luna when she's trying to take these fights.
Now double damage rune being found out by Noob. He'll bottle that one up for himself. Keed Stars looking to maybe rotate up towards the top side of the map. They will hang around the twin gates at the bottom side though. Maybe prepping for a Roshan attempt, but it is a little bit too early perhaps for them to go for this. They certainly could, it just may take a bit too much time, and Quest may realize what's happening. The Analog seems to want to go for this. Quest are not too far away. They're currently in the dire triangle, so they could certainly make their way over if Roshan does begin. And it seems like it will. Keed Stars, they are running all the way towards the Roshan pit. Quest seem to maybe have an idea this could be happening as they are hanging around the bot lane, just pushing out the creep wave. We'll see if they pick up on it. It's a big win for Keed Stars if they get away with this for free.
And would be. This is a scary area to fight into, though. If Toby can kind of jump in with a Ravage, that can work in their way, but Toby's not quite in the area. Not going to be able to contest. Not the fastest rush, but should still go the way of Keed Stars. You've already got that full heart and Analog as well working into the Ags. So, going to have a lot more front lining on the Primal Beast. And we'll be able to take that Aegis. So you've got the safety net for Costabile with that fresh BKB. They can start to look to make things happen now, though. They are trying to chase FCR.
They will try. FCR doing a very good job of just juking out the swashbuckle, though, and does eventually just charge away. No problems here for FCR. Very close to that Aghanim Scepter as well on the Spirit Breaker, so he's going to have a very good time very soon. Speaking of Aghanim Scepters, though, Noob does already have his now on the Pangolier, so kind of keep a lookout for that one in the next team fights. I think the Spirit Breaker Ags is the one I want to keep an eye on. It is a pretty scary Ags to play against once it is up. Like that 8-second cooldown, it is very annoying.
I mean, he already has the Octarine, so it's basically like he has the Ags anyway at this moment. Would be a little bit sillier once you have a full Ags up, but he already has that impact he's looking for. Just running around the map, making space, trying to force a response out, wasting some time. That did help them secure that Roshan there, just his presence up top.
No,
and there is
ridiculous.
that full Ags you're talking about. So 6-second cooldown from 9 seconds. Very balanced for Spirit Breaker.
Certainly is. I mean, in the middle of these team fights, it is very, very annoying to just get constantly charged. Especially if you can land that charge on a couple of heroes, it can be very detrimental here for Quest. It's a decent way as well of controlling TA2000 in these fights. Like if you just want to try and make sure she can't do anything in the middle of these fights, just have FCR just constantly charging her. You know, just what's she gonna do?
The funny thing is, it's not the most straightforward Spirit Breaker game to just keep charging around, especially when you're isolated, just because of Dead in the Water. So, it's trying to charge with an anchor hook to your ankle is not going to be the comfiest of times for FCR. That is one way Quest can kind of try to mitigate that issue here. Well, let's see. And the game has slowed down. 2K lead coming back the way of Keed, but you are still number one in that word right now for TA2000. He is soaking up all of the form for his team. Noob and Toby not getting quite as much investment as you are seeing out from Keed Stars, but their farm distribution being a lot smoother between the three cores. But again, you don't need to work with too much here for Tide and Pango. And honestly, the next step here for Quest is probably just some like Lincoln spam. Like if you can just block charge or at least block Nether Strike onto the Dusa, you feel pretty safe for Quest to start engaging. And we still haven't seen Quest take a big 5v5 with that Ravage and the Egg and the Stone Gaze. We saw all those spells used at once, but only on one hero. So we haven't seen that big 5v5 just yet where Quest lineup theoretically does shine.
Well, here's a smoke up. 3-man smoke from VKS. Seems like they'll head towards a dire triangle. In fact, never mind that. They'll head towards the top side jungle of the dire. Thing is, Quest seem to have a very good idea that this is happening because they're hanging onto the high ground. So just completely avoiding the smoke of Keed Stars here. Lines have been drawn right towards them, but I doubt they want to dive the tier 2 tower. They will run towards the bottom tier 2 instead. So they're just going to try and take a tower for their trouble. If you can't force a fight, just take a tower.
Dire's middle
Yep.
tower is under attack.
Well, there is still a Luna, so there's some good laning pressure that can come out from Costabile. And just having one set of racks exposed, one high ground exposed that you can kind of pierce into with Luna and her illusions for Manta does pose a threat to Quest in this war of attrition. Like, eventually that will shove in. You will take damage on high ground, and that's not going to feel too comfy here for Quest.
And they'll walk away. As soon as they see the TP rotations coming in, they're more than happy with that. Keyd Stars, they will leave the area, wait for another day to come back, as they will go into the tier 2 mid tower now instead. TA2000 is going to show up, and Toby is right behind him in the tree line. Costabile actually doing some decent work of draining her mana as well with these glaive hits. Toby's going to make the jump in. They want the Primal Beast first, though he's a bit of a tanky boy, but maybe not so much. The Sun Ray comes in, and it's all too much.
Oh my God.
Even the Ravage right after. They've got the Undying to boot. Costabile lost the Aegis out. And with that, Costabile, he might just be going right to the graveyard. T is down, TA2000, able to secure a double kill. At the very least, King RD was able to TP out of there, but it really was a terrible team fight here for the side of Keyd Stars.
Yeah, they just kind of got forced in, and this is what we were talking about with Quest's lineup. Ravage, Egg, Stone Gaze, Rolling Thunder, way too much to kind of deal with all at once. They're at least playing poke really nicely with Noob, but they're not going to be able to pin down that Pangolier long enough. And now you've got room for Quest to try to work the map. Get a little bit of a shove in on mid. They're not going to be able to fully commit for the objectives, but they take away the threat of the Aegis on Costabile. And you can see what happens when you leave a Deuce alone to farm. You know, this takes me back to a lot of, really, when I think of Deuce, I kind of think of, 9 Pandas games with Ramses. You know, it's just kind of one of those heroes you leave alone for 10, 15 minutes in the jungle, comes out with Butterfly Scotty, and even with an Aegis, you can't really touch her.
Certainly felt that way. I mean, it's just one Ravage with a huge Sun Ray. The Medusa wasn't even touched, basically, after the glaive hits. Just able to freely do whatever she wants. But at least for Costabile, you kind of see that he can deal with the Medusa's mana pool at the very least. So you've got that going for you, but that's assuming that he can actually just stand there and hit her. Which that last team fight, that was certainly not the case. So we'll see if he finds the opening he requires to get all the damage he does need in the next fight. But so you're just going to be worried about those big ultis coming out from Quest, which make it very, very hard to do anything. It's something we kind of mentioned in the drafting phase. Like, once you get into these 5-on-5 fights, who's focusing the Egg? Who's focusing the Rolling Thunder? You know, who's trying to control Toby before he ravages? It's all very hard. All these decisions need to be made on the fly.
Yeah, and there's no straightforward answers either for Keyd anyway. I don't know how they're gonna have to try to split that responsibility up. Like, even if you've got this high durability from Spirit Breaker and from Primal Beast here for FCR and for Analog, you're playing into Phoenix. Like, if this Egg is left alone with Sunray, it's percent-based damage. Your hearts, your strength means nothing as they manage to catch FCR.
They have anchored up FCR. Yule's out as well. He does have another charge, though, so chances are he should be okay. Though Bushwhack is going to land very well, but it doesn't matter because he has a BKB. And he will just be able to charge again any moment from now. There we go. Easy peasy.
Oh, is it?
I mean, Noob is still trying. Maybe not so easy, but he will still get away. Analog, though.
He still hates it up.
Bushwhack's going to land. They've got the Primal Beast. Nice little jump away, though, with the Ogre Still Totem. To completely avoid the Rolling Thunder hit, and that'll be enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good use of space here from Keyd, or good creation of space. They're managing to take over top off the back of all of that movement from Quest. Costabilis gets to soak up farm. I believe he is pretty much at his Silver Edge flying out. Some more output there for Luna. Some angles to run away.
Toby.
Another dead in the water here.
Yeah, they're going to try. I mean, he's leashed for a long, long time, so this could be a kill to come out, but no, the 4-star with the Ravage. It's going to land on 2 targets. In fact, make that 3s. They even found the Undying, but the Primal Beast still running. The Onslaught not going to be enough yet, but the Ogre still Totem. It gives him the space, but not quite. They just chase him down. Analog is gone. 2 for the price of nothing for Quest. Keyd Stars, it's just another team fight that they cannot take when these spells are up.
Yeah, they just can't fight into it. Ideally, I think if in this kind of circumstance right now for Keed, if you manage to survive in your Primal Beast, while those spells are down, those are massive cooldowns outside of Rolling Thunder. You can force the issue then, but without the Primal Beast, with just your Spirit Breaker for FCR, it's not going to be enough. You're not going to be able to find openings. And the side of Quest just playing perfectly. You know, they're maintaining this aggression still with Toby and with Noob. They're buying a lot of space out for TI12.
They might try now. They might try now. When the spells are down, when the Ravage is not available and the Egg is not available, they could try to go for a fight, but they TP both supports down towards the bottom lane, but it doesn't seem like they were interested in a fight to begin with. Maybe just ensuring FCR was going to be quite safe, and it seems like he will be.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Everyone else in the meantime just leaves the building. Top lane, Toby's being charged. Toby goes for a TP out though, but a nice Lucent Beam. Costabile cancelling it off as now the charge does land, but the Kraken Shell is going to ensure that he doesn't really even get stunned. It's kind of the hard thing, like you're charging a Tide of all things. Chances are he's not going to die.
No. That was so hard to pin down. You even had the neutral camp kind of get a stun off onto Costabile to cut off that chase. They are set up for Roshan. It has spawned down bot. So they do have an objective to play for, but Quest aren't giving this one out for free anymore.
They are going to go in with the ulti of the Primal Beast. The Pulverize landing, though, it doesn't really do too much against the Phoenix, as now the jump is there onto Analog. Analog copping so much damage already. Bushwhack to land as well. He's really got nowhere to go. Still trying to walk out of this one. Meanwhile, Costabile going to move back in, trying to go after Medusa, who is out of mana now. Maybe they can deal with TA2000, but he's going to man up. Costabile has gone. They will at least find the Medusa. But Analog still dropping very, very low. We'll turn around again with a Pulverize, and now FCR taking down Omar. So they will finally get Analog down. FCR still fighting, but the Ravage does eventually come out from Toby. Noob's on an Ultra, looking for the Rampage, but the charge away. Not going to allow it. Ultra kill for the Pangolier, though.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, they managed to identify the targets well on Keed, jumping the softer supports, ensuring that the Phoenix Egg wasn't going to go off, ensuring that the Sunray is not a factor to kind of instantly burst down or just constantly burn down your Primal Beast here. That's what made that fight really awkward for the side of Quest. You also jumped really aggressive there for TA2000. Like, he just blinked forward, no cares in the world. That does prevent the side of Keed from going for the Roshan. Does allow a little bit of a reset for Quest. No Ravage for the next fight, but they do have the Egg at the very least. And again,
they've got a Pango right now.
Lose that Phoenix.
Well, Noob was getting charged there for a moment.
Is under attack.
So they do end up cancelling the charge off as they saw Noob going towards that Dire Triangle. You are seeing the remnants of that last team fight, and Costabile trying his best to just try and take down TA2000, but TA2000 just manning up. They will eventually get her, but it just doesn't feel worth it at the end of that team fight. And speaking of team fights, we might have another coming right up. Roshan has begun once again from Keed Stars. You don't have the Ravage to play with, but you do still have the Egg and the Stone Gaze, plus the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, again, this won't be a freebie. Scans out, and Quests aren't too far off.
This could be a rough team fight. Keed Stars have got to be very, very cautious not to give this Roshan away. Noob looking to make his way in, does have the Rolling Thunder and does pop it immediately out onto the Primal Beast, who just gets destroyed, though no Tombstone. The grab does save for a moment, but not quite. He just gets annihilated here by the side of Quest as they do take the Aegis. There was a steal attempt from MCR, but he gets nothing for his trouble. He'll be forced to charge away. Nice attempt at least.
Yeah. Tried to look for the cheese, doesn't quite find it, at least doesn't lose his life. Not the biggest kills for the side of Quest to find at this point. You know, you're not killing off the Luna. You do find a support plus the Primal Beast, which is still a good target, but yeah, you're pretty happy in Quest. Just a straightforward take on the Roshan, straightforward contest. For the side of Keed, and they're going to have to try to play high ground. Again, this lineup excels at the solo pickoff, but you kind of need to connect your Spirit Breaker and your Primal Beast and trying to play that. And, you know, it's like you're charging across the map, but it's not like you have backup there for you to play for that for FCR.
bottom lane. They might try for the tier 2 tower now. 7k advantage the way of Quest. Don't know, it seems like they are splitting up again, going for a bit more of a farm game. No rush right now for Quest. They understand how strong they are at the moment.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Into the tier 2 bottom tower they go. TA2000 looking to try and just do this on his own. We'll force out a glyph here from Keed Stars. So now just buys up the Swift Blink completely here in the Medusa, so
Top tower is under attack.
suddenly TA2000 even scarier. They have rotated a few heroes in. Looks like they have found Omar, so a nice pick up onto the Hoodwink. But seeing that Quest, they just leave the building. They don't really care too much.
Nah. Again, not really high commitment out. Hoodwink doesn't really open up too much for Keed with that pick off. They're finding something. It's not enough to stop Quest from just trying to play. They still have 3.5 minutes left on that Aegis as well, which is more than enough time to try to re-engage onto an objective.
Has fallen.
And there's still a lot of room to grow as well for Quest. Like, even if this game drags on, there's a limit to where your Primal Beast can take you. There's a limit to where your Luna can take you as well. Like, this is not necessarily the be-all, end-all late game carry in the Luna. You know, it's very tempo based. You could try to do something with, say, Ag's refresh down the line, but that also feels a little bit lackluster considering how durable the side of Quest is, unless you really manage to catch him off guard. There are no BKBs, at least from Quest, so that's some itemization they can consider. Again, for Keed, playing into this pickoff style, like past, what, maybe 20, 18 minutes at around that game time, it just felt near impossible. Like, you were finding some good forces on mid, but after that, it just hasn't lined up.
Oh, Toby, he barely missed out on seeing the Primal Beast there. Analog probably thanking his lucky stars, though he might have an opportunity to now go from the rear, but no, he gets under vision. They see the Primal Beast. And with that, he is still trying to run with the Force Staff, and now the Ravage landing on 3. Toby trying. The grab is there again. Analog still trying to walk away, but he is down. Toby landed the easiest Ravage of his life. They do try and nether strike him, but he takes no damage.
Has been killed. Dire's top tower is under attack.
I think this game is really starting to get one-sided here between these two teams. And Constabilia wasn't even there for the fight, to be fair, but pretty rough affair right now for Keith.
Yeah, and it's not like Constabilia can do too much. He's trying to split push up top, get some more farm going. Does lose his courier, so not going to be able to ferry items out while he's up north. Aegis, only about 1:40 left. That should clear out the rest of the tier 2s as, oh, they find Omar.
Now that's sort of the one hero they can kill quite easily, but FCR, that's about all he can get for his team right now. It's certainly something, but it just doesn't do what you need it to do. It's just, in fact, Noob. Oh, okay, they're going to find a free Skyrath kill. That's nice. KJ gonna go for a run, but he's being chased down by Noob, who doesn't even take the banner away from the Undying, and KJ is just dead. Suddenly, 3 heroes down for the Keed Stars.
Yeah, it's not looking that sharp here for Keed. And again, Constabilia is getting some space out, does manage to sneak out of that triangle. He's able to somewhat keep up pace with TA2000. It's just, I don't know where this farm goes from here. You know, again, like, we're talking about itemization, something like the refresh Ag's Blessing could be one way. That's still a ways off from being really built up. Quest, on the other hand, you've got room to grow in Toby. You've got a lot more that can come out into Noob. He does have that full Skull Basher up. You've got the Hex still lined up here for Cowrie. More control coming in. For Keed, it's now down to, like, spotting some mistakes from Quest. Right? If you can get some forward vision out, try to look for moments where TA2000's exposed by himself. The Dusa is still manageable in 1v3 circumstance. It's just finding those opportunities right now for Keed is next to impossible. You know, they don't have the forward vision they need. They don't have the map control. They're not able to drag heroes on top of FCR's charges. They have at least managed to stall out that the Aegis has expired in TA2000. So no high ground attempts coming out from that Aegis backup. But they're just losing map space now. It's down to, again, this moment that we've seen in this patch. Once you reach 40 minutes, you just build up.
FCR Gonna look to try and go after Nerd, but the Lincolns is broken. FCR learning the hard way as Costabile, meanwhile, forced to BKB TP away from Omar. Does get his way out. Charge away from FCR, and King RD gonna do the TP away as well. So everyone getting out just fine here from Keystars. Quest unable to find any kind of straggler. The lines have been drawn straight through the mid lane, it seems like. So Quest, they might just want to try and force a fight, but maybe going high ground. If they know at least Costabile won't have a BKB for another minute.
Yeah, it's an opening. And the Luna without protection is just going to be such a sitting duck to all of this control, all of this output. They find a DD as well for TA2000 to pick up. And this is prime opportunity for Quest to force something to happen here.
Mid lane FCR. We'll see the Manta illusions of the Medusa. I mean, TA2000, he has a double damage rune right now, so you certainly don't want to run into him.
Radiant are scared.
Onto the high ground they'll go. They'll have half the duration of the double damage left over. FCR, he'll go for the charge in to clear out the creep wave, but they do have the Yule Scepter. Thing is, can they hold him down long enough? It does seem like they can. Nice and easy. Preemptive sentry ward placement as well to ensure they saw him through that silver edge. It's TA2000 now just going after the mid-racks. What are you finding the tier 3 tower? Gonna be the easiest racks of his life as
Has fallen.
well, VKS, they really just can't do anything to stop them at the moment. T2000 still sticking around, but decides better off. He'll just back off. He's already got the melee barracks anyway. No need to waste his time on the range. He'll just leave the area.
Yeah. I think ideally before fully committing, they'd want these tier 2 towers gone first so they can try to go for the full megas. They can also just wait out next Roche, half a minute until we see that respawn timer. The side of Key trying to step outside of their base while the retreat's there, but it's not a full back from Quest. They catch one person out, and that could be a breach into the high ground, maybe even tier 4s if they find a big fight off the back of a misplay here from Keed.
Well, lines are being drawn through the bottom lane. And Quest seem to want to head to that area. And Costabile, he is in position to push out the top wave again, though he does TP away, so never mind that. He's not going to stick around. He'll just leave the Manta illusions behind. Quest, they could hope for an early Roshan, and it seems like it's not going to be a bad time for it. It's about a minute away right now, so Quest may have the option to just wait for Roshan, and it seems like that's probably exactly what they'll do.
Yeah, just play into the pit. That's where they're really strong with all of these team fight spells. He'd have to find a way to break into that. Maybe a good charge with BKB in, a good onslaught into pulverize with a BKB up here for analog could be one way to do it. They get a good scan off. They have a charge going onto TA2000. They've got some info to play with. They can collapse just correctly here.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, they're going to wrap around that Radiant jungle. VKS. They'll go around the Lotus Pool now. Really just go from the backside. See if they can find Carry, I think, is the one support they really want to get rid of before the fight starts. Carry is making it rather hard with all these smokes available. And Quest will just hug the high ground, that they will start to move back towards the Lotus Pools where VKS have the high ground. Roshan just casually waiting for somebody to get started.
Radiant's courier has been
KJ gives up his courier. They'll make the charge in onto the Medusa. That's the target they want to start with. TA2000, he's already lost all his mana, but he's still able to just stand his ground because Costabile, he gets stone-gazed up and he's down. He just gets destroyed. King RD down to boot. Analog trying to run. Ravage out from Toby. He found another 3 targets. And with that, it's looking pretty bad. FCR still trying to save Analog. They will be able to do so, but Costabile, he's the big one. He came back into the team fight with a buyback, but he might be going right back to the graveyard as they do get him. Dieback on a Costabile. FCR, he does at least get the Medusa, but he dies himself. See, we'll buy back. They are coming back into the fight. Charge out on Omar. They don't want to give Roshan away. Can they continue? The charge is still going. Omar's the target. Omar, he might just melt, but no, it does get cancelled. In goes Noob again. They really want that Spirit Breaker tieback. FCR, looks like he's going to be okay this time around, but Analog probably not so much. Analog is out of mana. He is down.
Good God. Costa Bila just blows up. Like, he just can't stand his ground, BKB or not. BKB into trying to fight into Stone Gaze doesn't work out for him. Buyback into TPing in what looked to be decent. Couldn't instantly burst down TA2000, and TA2000 just does so much damn damage.
Yeah.
It's just, it's uncontrollable at this point. Free Ags as well coming out for TA2000. Along with a shard, so you've got the Mystic Snakes bouncing around, dropping her to empty mana now. It's a much harder, much more arduous process in trying to deal with that Dusa. We have seen moments where the Dusa is exposed. It's just, how do you burst her? Where's your output? You know, it's like, it takes off your magic damage to drag her down to 0 mana. And your right-click output from Luna is just not enough to really rip apart the
FCR
before she does damage.
He just solos the Hoodwink again. Just charges right in, takes the Hoodwink down. But Omar, or rather FCR, needs a way out and he'll be okay. You love Spirit Breaker. This is what we love to see. Just to charge in, burst out a Hoodwink, and just charge right back up.
Yeah, and he's stalling quite nicely, FCR. So that makes it a lot less comfy for Quest to try to force something out. They probably just are waiting for their Ravage to be off cooldown from Toby anyway, so it's not the biggest deal in the world for Quest. 20k lead standing here for the side of Quest. Checking Dota Plus, win probability at 83% for Quest as well. So everything's kind of lining up. And we had some moments of brilliance early on from Keed, but it's just this lineup. This draft is just so single target pick-off intensive. If you don't find that, then it can go south. They do have good vision right now, watching where Quest's at. Like, they have good vision in TA2000 in the triangle. They've got this forward ward in the bot jungle. They've got a ward right by their own middle area of the bot jungle, but again, they can't really play into it. So it's just a matter of waiting. If Quest somehow slips up, if they misposition themselves, provide an opening for Keed to collapse and find them one by one, that's where the game opens up. But if we haven't seen Quest make any mistake like that at all in this game.
No, certainly not. I mean, it was a strong start for Keed Stars here in this game one, but that strong start has gone by the wayside now. As I mean, you're looking at Costa Billy on the Luna, like he's 13k behind the Medusa in terms of net worth. And while that may not matter so much anymore at the 47-minute mark, it still seems to. There's just too much tankability, too much damage coming out from this Medusa. Costa Billy at least now has the Aghanim Scepter coming out, so you do have that AoE Eclipse you can throw out from a mile away. That may make a difference here in this game, but we'll have to wait and see.
I feel like it needs to refresh. Like, just the Ags alone isn't going to be enough. It needs to be the double Ags usage, the double particle cannon coming in, and that's still a ways off. You know, you don't have buyback. It's on cooldown anyway, I suppose, for Costa Bila, but you're in a dangerous spot now for Keed. Like, you can... This does allow you to do some cheeky plays with Primal Beast and Spirit Breaker. So you have some follow-up damage for the charge in. Could see it in play if they want to go on Noob, but no. If CR TP's out, they need to hold their ground on the high ground. They don't want to give any more openings with their mid already gone. The T2000 doesn't care anymore, though. Daedalus in, Age is still up, just goes to town.
Nice little deny from Analog. At least gets away with that. Range rank's already taken here by TA2000. He will not stick around for the melee yet. He's going to have to wait for the creep wave.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Analog finding out the hard way they can't go for that D ward on the sentry. TA2000 still being very, very cautious, but does now make the move in onto Analog, who has lost half his HP pool. There goes your bottom racks. Nice and easy. Only one racks to go up at the top lane, and, well, they do have to get through a tier 2 tower first.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. The top lane is shoved in. That's where Keed has been trying to play their own counter push, but looks like they might not even be interested. Just keeping the wave shoved in, maybe force a fight out and end the game here.
Well, Rolling Thunder popped preemptively here by Noob. It's like he was hoping that Analog would stick around, but not so much. So he does just roll away So they might run right into Costabile if he's not too careful. Costabile running towards the Roshan pit. Looks like he's going to be all right. He does need to be super cautious right now on that Luna because he does not have buyback for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, he's being a little bit cheeky. Should be able to cut the wave off with the Manta Illusions. Does have the TP to back out as well. And should be fine. Does manage to get that done. So buying more time and space. Quest does not address the top lane. So you're not able to look for the tier 2 into the mega creeps just yet. And they give some time for Keith. They're smoked out here.
TA2000, he just denies 3 creeps from the Manta Illusions. Such a nuisance.
Scanning.
So 50-minute mark is now here. Quest still grouped up as 5 heroes, looking to maybe make a bit of a smoke rotation. They're just going to hang on the high ground for now, as it seems like Keed Stars made their own 5-man smoke, but it obviously does not pan out for them. Like it was either under vision or it was just good game sense here by Quest. At the very least, VKS, they do end up taking the outpost in the dire triangle. They'll see TA2000 in the mid lane, but they don't really want to fight around her tier 3 tower. Pretty rough.
No. It's a hard target to go for. TA2000 also has the full nullifier up, so you've got a way of kind of trying to keep a slow going on FCR. It's going to be a lot harder to just try to charge away now for that good old Spirit Breaker. Again, it's a tough game for Keed right now. They're holding on. They've got 1 Rax, they've got a tier 2, 1 outer tower. They're playing outside, but they're just not able to find any openings. Like, they've got to be brave and try to they're trying to play around their vision, but Quest again has that read with the outpost taken. They just don't even bother trying to pierce into that area. And they can just, if they wanted to on Quest, they could just wait out till next Roche. Like, how do you fight into that pit? Keed, we haven't seen any good way of him just trying to jump in there.
Yeah, they really haven't found the best opportunity, that's for sure. There's your refresher orb coming out now in Costabile, so he will have the double eclipse available. Mind you, he has no buyback gold, so he has spent all his gold on that refresher orb now. Still needs about 2.8k to have buyback available as well for the Luna. But perhaps that's the answer, like that double eclipse with the Aghanim Scepter. That may make all the difference here against this Medusa. In terms of just blowing her up completely and not worrying about having to right-click her. That might just be it. Analog?
Yeah.
Now he's looking for an opportunity on that Primal Beast. He's not going to find it quite yet. But they are watching TA2000. Analog, he'll make the jump in. They do get the Eclipse off, but now the Ravage comes out, hitting really nobody on Toby. The Dusa still dropping low, but she seems to be just fine. With the mana pool, she'll reset. Analog's the one going down, though they will heal him up with the Soul Rip and the Grab Ally just to ensure that he'll survive a little bit longer. But is it going to be enough? Another Soul Rip on Analog. He's still running away. And Toby's the one to go down. Analog will survive another day. Who's typing? Somebody's just typing in the middle of all this.
Yeah, I think it's one of our other casters there. Maybe getting a little bit excited. That was a massive kill. Big buybacks being forced out from Quest, neutralizing their lead. And it's all down to the fact that with the double eclipse onto the Medusa, you don't have a BKB, and the pipe's not going to be able to keep you alive long enough. Like, it can only block so much damage. You don't have any saves here from the side of Quest unless you'd really want to count maybe something like power you with an Ags. Perhaps could be one way. Sunray doesn't really help the Medusa too much, unfortunately. Not a high HP hero, so you don't really play off the sustain aspect of Sunray too much. But that is the reveal of that refresh, and it does pay off. So all of a sudden, you're only about 1.2k away for Costabile to have buyback. You're in position to contest Roshan. You know, Quest is down after big team fight spells for a little bit longer. Roche is spawning up shortly, and you are in position for Keed. They can actually try to reel in control of Roshan here. Free Ags to be given out as well. Wondering who they'd hand that over. I feel like at this point, you probably give the free Ags over to King RD. Just have double of everything. Double spell spam with that shield with the Scion. Killing off the Sky in a prolonged fight. It's going to be a bit of a chore here.
That it will. Roshan gonna go the way of Keed Stars now. Aegis the way of Constabile. They'll take the cheese on Analog, and King RD looking for something. Let's get the eggs for himself. With that, I mean, Keedstars, it looks like they're back in the game now. It's a very even game, 54.5 minutes in between these two teams. Props for Keedstars for staying in this one and not giving up too early. Certainly paying off right now. And for Quest, I mean, you've had a 6-slotted Medusa for quite a while now, so she's running out of slots for these items at this stage. I'm not really sure what else she can buy out to try and change the outcome of the last fight. It seems pretty rough against the double Eclipse.
I think just a fresh BKB at this point does wonders for you. Like that's pretty much it. Just BKB, maybe you backpack the nullifier, swap it in when the BKBs pop. That should cover most of TA2000's issues, because it was just the magical nukage coming out was a little bit too much. Pipe again is not enough to block that damage at this point in the game. So if Constabile can get the jump, if they can find this angle in with the frontliners they have to pop that Eclipse on, there are angles for the side of Keed. Quest, they're gonna need some time to farm up. Like even as readout from FCR, right? Just going for magical damage with Dagon, just looking for burst. It's such a good read as to where they're finding success right now on the side of Keed. And this is them playing from 2 racks behind. Like Quest, from a commanding lead into 4K behind, win probability is still leaning towards Quest's way at 64%. It's not completely over for them yet, but they've got to be able to execute. And they can't allow TA2000 to just get bursted down anymore. Like this Dusa has to be protected.
See how it all pans out. I mean, Keedstars, they're moving their way through the bottom lane now. TA2000 going to show up and defend. We'll just let the illusions do the work. With that Quest, they will be able to get away with this high ground defense for now. Constabile is still trying, but not going to be able to continue for now. Keedstars, but they are sticking around. Like, they don't want to give up this position. Perhaps through the mid lane they could try. Thing is, the high ground attempts are very, very challenging to get through here for Keedstars. So many heroes and abilities you have to worry about. Analog still looking for that right moment to make the jump in. Now even a refresher orb available though on Cowrie, so if you don't catch the Phoenix, he's going to have that double egg as well as all the rest of the abilities he has. And that science device, don't forget. They'll make the jump in. TA2000, he does get caught. Toby, he'll pop the Ravage. It only really connects on one, though. TA2000, in the meantime, he will be able to back off the safety for now as they have lost the Aegis on Constabile. That's not a great start here for Keen. They need to get the hell out of here, but the Luna is just melting.
No.
Constabile is down. And there goes another. They have found King RD. What do you do? The Primal Beast even buys back for this, but it's all too late.
I'm surprised how he decided to take that fight.
Oh no.
They are still chasing Analog.
Yeah, Analog, he just bought back. This is a real problem. He'll force out all the other buybacks here as FCR. He'll make the charge in. The mana is low. TA2000, he needs to back out of there as the Tagon comes in. It takes out half his HP. TA2000, he finally does go down. They'll be able to get him. Pulverize out from Analog. That'll find Toby and Omar to boot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Even a third, or rather a fourth is Noob. What have you guys done?
Oh boy, they got too keen. No buyback for 2 minutes here on your Dusa. That's your high ground defense. Remember, you popped the refresh earlier in Constabile, but he didn't use that particle cannon. So he still had it on hand. The high ground push with Luna, it doesn't take too long. They're ripping right through that tier 3. I don't know if they can hold. Like, they don't have Ravage, they don't have Egg. They'll have Roll in a bit, but no Dusa. That's your damage, that's your hold.
Yeah, what a great comeback here from Keedstars, doing a brilliant job in making this game one work when it was looking so damn dire. FCR still just dagoning up people. They'll make the jump in. Analog, he does get side devised up, but he is okay. In fact, he's the one moving back in now with the uproar. They're just holding them at the fountain as Costabile. He's just going after T4 towers. He's going right for the jugular. Quest need to find an answer to this, but nobody's around to stop the Luna. Analog's the target, but Analog, he is just making all the distractions here for the Luna as Costabile is still just going for the Ancient. So is FCR. But can they really defend? It doesn't seem like it. They'll try to disarm. They'll try to make the jump in. The Luna, the Hex out. Maybe they've got him, but no. She is still just going for the Ancient. GG is called. Wow, wow, wow. Keed Stars, they managed to make it work for game number one. Just barely, by the way. Really hanging on by a thread, but they make it work.
They didn't respect that buyback here on Quest. Like they saw that high ground fight work their way. They saw that they took out the Luna. Maybe they didn't notice that Costabile didn't pop the refresh yet. He only used one Eclipse in that initial fight in the high ground, which is why TA2000 lived. And that was also a bit of a question in my mind. It's like they didn't double particle cannon right on TA2000 to try to get that high ground opening. It pays off in the end. They have the buyback. They have Eclipse ready to go. They catch TA2000 again, jumping forward, trying to get this chase down onto Analog, who's just way too durable to instantly burst down. And it just goes sideways. Like, just like that. From what looked like a very awkward decision on that high ground fight to what turns into a really great buyback turnaround. It's just phenomenal from Keed. Considering the game state as well, like they were so far behind for majority of that game. They couldn't do too much. Their pick-off lineup just wasn't doing it. When they did reach that refresh Ag's blessing on the Luna, that just turned it around from Costabile.
Yeah, it's fantastic itemization here from the side of Keed Stars, and FCR in particular, probably the person I think did the best here for the side of Keed Stars as well. Like, you saw him just buying unlimited time with that Spirit Breaker, and see the Octarine Core Aghanim Scepter allowing him a 6-second cooldown makes it quite easy for him to do that. But I feel like FCR really just ensuring his team had the opportunity to get to this stage where they can start to out-carry the side of Quest Esports, and Quest not going to be too happy with this game one loss, I don't think. Like the fact that they lose off the back of those that chase down of the Primal Beast, it's going to hurt.
Yeah, it definitely does. Again, they feel confident in that high ground fight that we see right there with a buyback in TA2000. There, like it was only one Eclipse being popped. And I feel like maybe they thought it was already double when they kill off the Luna, Costabile here. They take off the first life, secondary life comes in, you get an instant bash coming out from Nuba, and I believe 2 hits? Yeah, no, 1 hit bash coming out. Refresh comes in, and they don't think about it, right? Like, it's all right, we got the Luna. If she buys back, she's not going to have Eclipse. She has Eclipse. She didn't pop 2. Maybe they didn't notice the refresh, maybe they didn't respect it. But it was more than enough, and you were completely drained of mana from TA2000, again, coming down to this insane burst build coming out, and they just clean up. Like, it's too much damage. The pipe's not enough to save you, and the Keed, they drag Quest into that. You know, they play mind games. They're like, all right, they're going to feel confident. We have our buybacks. We'll go in. We've got the clips. And then all of a sudden, you don't have your Medusa to help you defend. It just falls apart.
Yeah, you certainly didn't. Big props to Keed. I thought this game one was almost just guaranteed in the bag for Quest, especially after that, say, 45-minute mark. But not the case. Keed make it work, and well, there you go. There's the score lines, and I just lean towards FCR. If we're talking MVPs, I think FCR easily deserves it out of all these players here on VKS.
Yeah, FCR did a ton of work on that Spirit Breaker, charging around the map, forcing out space. Like, he forced a lot of chases out from the side of Quest. He forced a lot of ultimates out. Like, he'd force out the Ravage and Egg combination. And, you know, with that downtime for Quest, they just end up farming, which gave VKS the room to farm up, which gave the room for Costabile to build up as well. Like, FCR was very disruptive on that Spirit Breaker. His lane, probably not the best in the world. It was a pretty crummy start, but that's something you expect up against Medusa. And he just does the work once he's given room. Like, the moment he hit Octarine, even pre-Ags, just the Octarine alone, he was already making work happen on the map and trying to help his team recover. I'm keen to see what happens in game number 2, how Quest adjusts, because they had a really good laning phase coming out. They had a really good mid game. They had a good understanding of these fights, but it's just really that buyback and the chase down. Just I feel like they saw the end of the game, and you know, it's TI. It's the first TI for a lot of these players. Maybe they got a little bit overexcited. They didn't respect that refresh eclipse. They didn't respect the raw output coming out there, and it cost them that entire game.
Well, with that, John, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after the break, we'll see how game 2 goes between Quest and, of course, Cade Stars. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be heading to our game 2 of this best of 2 very, very soon between Quest and, of course, the side of Keyd Stars. And it is MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you for this one. Jonathan, game 1, pretty rough affair for Quest, I'd argue. I mean, they had control of that game for a solid 30, 35, 40 minutes maybe. And at the end of the day, Keyd Stars, they found a way to drag it back their way at the end of the game. What do you do as Quest? I mean, I can't say it was a drafting issue, John. We both agreed the draft was fantastic from Quest, and they pulled it off for 80% of the game. So what do you need to change up here from Quest's end to try and force a tie-up?
I think just clean up a little bit more, calm down the nerves, maybe getting a little bit too excited there with that high ground defense, not respecting the buybacks, not respecting that secondary eclipse, and the burst damage they did have to focus down. I think there were issues with TI12 trying to get hits on with Blade Mail up. That melts through the man shield of that Dusa, considering her output very, very fast. The Dagon build up from FCR as well was really smart. Like, I don't think it was like major issues coming out from Quest. Just that last fight should not have gotten that way. Like, they shouldn't have overcommitted for that chase on analog. And that kind of is the story of the game, right? They're overcommittal on chases on, say, FCR as well, where they tried to chase down the Spirit Breaker, they'd pop Ravage, sometimes they'd find the kill. Eventually, it was just not a target they could consistently try to burst down. So they kind of need to weigh their options, try to judge when to kind of go all in on that kind of pickoff and when to just back off, let it go, play elsewhere, find something else to do on the map instead of just tunnel visioning towards that one hero. So we'll see if Quest can adapt. I think that's a pretty painful loss for them to enter here in the road to the International for their first game, but they've got a chance to redeem themselves. For Keyd, I think that's the one that has a lot of room to improve. I think their draft for game 1 was very single target focused, very much looking for early momentum, not something they really found, to be fair. Like, their lineup didn't manage to catch out a lot of these fights. It took them a long time. It went into a war of attrition and trying to get that opening for themselves. So maybe something more focused on a balance of team fight. I think there was a severe lack of AoE control. Like, you really only had basically charge and pulverize to kind of help you pin down these targets. And once the gank train kind of slowing down, it was really just trying to farm up in Costabile, make space for that Luna, which did pay off, but it didn't feel like they were in control of that game for a very long time. And that was mainly down to how the draft was oriented, just towards these single target pickoffs that once the side of Quest was willing to commit to these group ups, that was around the time where Toby farmed up the pipe. And then things started to go a little bit sideways for that early mid game to really the late game up until that last fight.
Yeah, it has been sort of the meta as well once we saw the map kind of get extended, right? Like skipping creep waves and pushing out creep waves in the side lanes was always a thing for quite a few years now. But yeah, with the map being bigger, not only can you just split push out creep waves, but then you could just go to the jungle across the map, and you've got these twin gates that you can kind of utilize as well. So it's the evade game, right? Like just split pushing and evading and just jungling over and over again. It seems to be the way to play out the game ever since the map just got extended. And when you had to play like FCR, just charging all the creep waves, just not allowing anything near the base, it just makes it very hard to ever put a lid on the game. As well as that, it seems like we're still in a meta where Roshan just matters every single time, right? Like high ground is still incredibly hard to breach, and no matter what draft you have, apparently. And Roshan just too important. You saw the side of Keyd Stars getting away with a couple, and I mean, Quest, one simple mistake at the end did obviously cost them, but you've got to give props to Keyd Stars as well, I suppose, right? Like the constant split push is what bought them time to allow that comeback to happen. Quite frankly, I thought the game was meant to end, say, around the 35, 40-minute mark, but they just would not allow that to occur.
Yeah, I think it also boiled down to a couple of choices from Quest, right? We mentioned this. They managed to clear out mid and bot. They never managed to crack on top. They didn't go for that tier 2 tower. They didn't open up for the full mega creeps. It allowed at least one lane to play in favor of the side of Keyd, and that was the lane where Costabile was running around just farming. Occasionally as well, where FCR would just try to camp and look for a charge target. So I think it's just those kinds of macro decisions as well coming out from Quest needs some correcting. Whether or not they can kind of correct that in the middle of a series, it's a lot to kind of try to digest and correct between games. So I think if Keed were trying to draw it out, that's where they could find their openings again. But ideally here, mainly on Keed, we'd see an improvement in the early game. Again, the laning phase wasn't outstanding. Their draft in lane was pretty atrocious, not gonna lie. Like, especially that top lane for FCR and King RD, that was just unplayable. So we'll see how the corrections are made from the draft for Keed and for like the macro decisions here for Quest, as we should have Game 2 coming up very shortly. We should have that draft on hand. I'm wondering if there are any major adjustments in bans. Like, probably the Pangolier should be one consideration. Noob was getting a lot of work done. Although, if you are just going to play Pango into Primal Beast, Noob is probably the best person to kind of deal with that kind of matchup. So I don't know if that's a priority at all for either side to change. I don't think the mid matchup was too bad for either side. Analog did manage to hit some early timings, start to run around, play aggressive. I think it's just drafting around that. Again, they open up with Primal Beast. They went into Skywrath Mage, and that already told you it was all in on this single target play.
Certainly was, at least last game around. But let's see what they change up this game around. As the draft 2 is underway, Lone Druid, Prophet both being removed here from the side of Quest, and for now, Kunkka has been removed from the side of Keed Stars. See what else they really want to get rid of. It's like the Naga Siren going to be removed as well. I mean, in this kind of meta, like with the way things have kind of played out, it just feels like any kind of farming pos one is something you don't want to play against right now if you can avoid it. We'll see the Pango and the Muerta being removed. One final ban out to go.
5 seconds remaining.
I think last time around we did see a last ban of Dazzle in the first phase, and well, they still have the opportunity to take it out. I'm not really sure if it's going to be first phase material here for either team. And well, for now they're going to get rid of the Brewmaster, so we'll see if they do want something like the Dazzle, or whether they're going to go down another route.
I think you could fit the Dazzle in if you really wanted to. The Primal Beast is still in contention. Something like the Shaker's up there as well for both sides. I think that's a hero that kind of works up against these melee matchups on mid really well anyway. So that could be one route for the side of Keed to go. Now they'll go to Invoker early on. So they pick up one of the highly contested heroes of this patch as well. And this is a hero that we were talking about a lot when we went into this patch. And we did see a lot of this banned out in the regional qualifiers. It does slide through. And this hero is just, it's so damn annoying. Like, it does so much from mid, of course. But even as the support flex, I don't think this is completely locked in for Keed. Granted, if I recall, we used to see a lot of Analog Invoker mid, and he is fantastic on that hero. So I wouldn't mind that to just straight up be your mid matchup. TA does come out for the side of Quest. Matchup against Invoker mid is decent. Level 3s when the TA feels a little bit good. Before that, the Invoker can probably bully a little bit better in level 1 to level 2, depending on what build you're going here for the Invoker. So I like the shift. I am curious about where Quest will want this, like whether or not they'll want Noob to play it or just kind of toss it to TA2000, as it is his namesake.
Quite literally his name.
There is openings. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's right there in the title. It's right there in the username. You'd want to give him there. But
10 seconds.
there is an argument for the TA mid. But again, against Invoker,
5 seconds.
might not be the comfiest once a few levels are up.
Esports turn to ban.
We'll see. I'm pretty sure we have seen TA2000 play the TA quite a few times as well. It does tend to do quite well, as again we shall see. Final ban to come from Quest before we can continue with these drafts.
10 seconds remaining.
I'll have a bit of a think about it as per usual. Like, what are you really afraid of here? They'll get rid of the Luna this time around. So they don't want to have to deal with that again from Costabile, which is fair because they did lose against it. You and I, we question the hero a little bit right now, this Luna pick, but it did seem pretty strong. So they'll just remove it straight off the bat. More picks to come now.
Remaining.
Reveal to us what you're going to do here, Quest. What's the draft we're playing here today?
If they wanted to go all in on the minus armor, Avenge kind of fits in with the TA. Very straightforward support. Trading with Venge with Wave of Terror feels atrocious for the enemy team. So you can kind of double down on that if you want to play with your TA. Enables early rush as well. There goes the Venge. Very, very straightforward for the side of Quest to have that option. For Kid, that's the one that's a little bit more open. Again, I'll just assume an analog mid invoker very early on. But again, there's some flex potential. I don't see Kid pulling that away from analog just because of how well he can play the invoker.
5 seconds remaining.
They have options. They will go with the Tusk, so looking for some saving action here, looking for a way to get aggressive. There is some pretty decent combinations that you can have on hand, especially if you're thinking about your safe lane now. Like Tusk plus a ranged hero always feels good. I'm wondering what they might want to combine with that. Drow is a hero that comes into mind. Maybe a Terrorblade. But both of those heroes also haven't had the best of times right now in this patch. So it can be a little bit dicey. They just go for the support pick into the Treant. And also one of the highest contested heroes so far in day one of the Road of the International. Granted, our sample size isn't that big, Mike. Around what? 20 games? I'm thinking 10 series. But it is already up there in like, what, 90% contest for Treant, along with Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, the Treant is pretty damn strong. I would argue. Like, we've been seeing it quite a lot, and it certainly has proven to be very efficient in what it needs to do. And it's just dragging out the game with living armor. Like, we know how it goes. Just the split push constantly from Treant Protector is always going to be nice. Overgrowth is always going to be a great ability to have to boot. And against these minus armor strats, like living armor, that bonus armor is going to make you feel really damn good.
5 seconds
The Quest Esports, how will they respond? They've got a puck pickup for themselves. That should be the mid puck to come out. Because there has been talks about the support Weaver making a reappearance as well as of late. So if you wanted to go full minus armor, you could go down the Weaver route to boot.
Oh, Mikey.
It's been happening.
Spicy now. You're thinking now. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of that come out. I don't think it's too bad. I think you kind of lack control here for Quest if you go that route. Hey, if you want minus armor, why not go for Dazzle, right?
Sure.
You spam out, the bad juju kicks in, more minus armor. You save your TA. You've got some control with your shard. It's a little bit of a hex in play. We'll go with a Hoodwink instead. They're not going too crazy here. Blightstone build up anyway, early on in the laning phase. So you kind of just have a little bit more minus armor to play with by virtue of that. It's some decent hold coming out here for the side of Quest. I don't fault them for going into the Hoodwink once more. Did do a pretty damn good job last time. Plays nicely. It's a good way to deal with Treant Protector. Just because, well, if he's trying to hide in the trees, you've got a really easy way to just lock him down. The Viper coming out for Key.
Oh, here we go.
That is toxic.
Disgusting.
That is going to be an off-lane Viper, a TA Viper lane. You're not going to have fun here for TA 2000.
No.
You really aren't.
No, you're certainly not. It's not going to be a good time, and I imagine Quest probably not going to be too happy with this TA versus Viper matchup. Mind you, well, I suppose you are going to have the offlane Viper anyway, so things are not going to be too easy for the TA. I mean, can the Venge force the Viper away? Probably not, is the answer. And
no. Either lane combo sounds atrocious to play into, like Viper Tusk or Viper Treant. Both of those sound really bad for you to play into as a Venge. Like, you're not going to win the right-click trades. You're going to get whittled down. It's beautiful from Keed. I think they've corrected from their game one issues where they were kind of looking at just playing all in, looking at the overall dynamic, like just this single target focus tying into the Primal Beast. Now they're looking at their lanes. They've got strong laning supports. They've got a decent mid lane matchup for Invoker versus Puck. And they get the Viper solution to TA. Along with, again, either of these strong melee supports. Like, you are setting up for a really good time on the side of Key. The question now is what safe lane will they want for Costabile? Right? Like, with a matchup of TA and Venge, like this is so much onto minus armor that it feels like there's an argument here for a Sven or a Terrorblade. right? Like Sven to just armor up everyone with Warcry, Shard, and AC. TB just because, well, he's not really gonna care about physical burst as a Terrorblade. So either one kind of works here for the side of Keed. It's down to Quest to kind of pick their poison and what to ban out.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see the Sven more, if anything. If they did want to go down that route, the Sven does seem like a pretty nice pick here for Quest. We shall see, or rather, excuse me, for King RD, or excuse me, for the side of Keed Stars. For Costa Bila is what I'm trying to say. My goodness. Anyway, moving on. Final bans to come. Quest Esports. We'll see what they want to get rid of. Like, do they want to ban out the Sven, or do they want to allow the side of Keed Stars to have the option? 32 seconds reserve time left for this final ban out. I mean, the TB option doesn't bother me too much either. I think the TB also kind of fits. I just think the Sven just offers you a bit more value with this draft that they have here for the side of Keed Stars.
Yeah, they prioritize the faces Void. So that Sven's looking pretty damn good. I think the Sven fits overall better than the Terrorblade right now. Terrorblade's just, it hasn't felt as hot as it once has. It's still a stable hero that you see every now and again. But the Sven's certainly been up there. Flash farm so fast, item buildup's really smooth, laning phase, not too bad. I don't see you being bullied out here by the side of Quest, especially with the Tide ban. Like, that's the one matchup that probably feels pretty awful. Maybe something like a Razor can come out for Quest if the side of Keed leave that in. I think if you pick the Sven, Razor's probably the one concern. Still plays into the minus armor of the side of Quest really well as well with Eye of the Storm. Yeah, they'll take care of the Lycan. So
let's see what happens.
Is it going to be the Sven?
We shall see what Costa Bila does want, or rather what's going to be drafted for him. It's Keed Stars. Needed position 1. Bit of a conversation happening between him and his team right now to figure out what they are going to pick up. I'll take his time with this one. I suppose if anything, comfort's probably always better than just the outright best pick anyway.
Yeah, he's played the Sven before in the regional qualifiers, so I'm sure. Costa Bila's been around for a long time now. He knows the Sven. Maybe not as well as Fear does. Good old Fear.
Yeah.
He has a set. He has a, what was that set from? Free to play. They go to CK, so that is comfort. Very strong comfort.
That is a nice
Costa Bila.
It is a nice CK game as well, right? Because you can burst down so many of these heroes with CK. Like the Puck, Venge, and the Hoodwink, they're all going to be sitting ducks for this guy.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. Like even this TA pre-BKB is, you have some solutions to burn through Refraction with Viper, with Invoker. And once your Refraction's gone, you're going to get one shot by the CK with Phantasm. Really good solution here. I don't see anything again on the offlane left for you to kind of try to bully out here on Quest. Wondering what the solution will be from Toby. Not as much reserve time here for Quest to make this call out. They'll go with the Omni Knight, so that is one way to mitigate it. You've got Guardian Angel and Nullifier buildup on CK can happen. It's not going to be the comfiest. So you have some saves, right? You've got Guardian Angel, you've got the Repel on hand as well to try to save. This can be pretty nice in lane. It's not exactly a solution to the CK in terms of trying to pin him down. Your team fight again here for Quest is lacking in terms of control. You're basically playing with Magic Missile and Dream Coil, maybe Dream Coil swap. And every now and again, I suppose if you get a good coil out, you could try to depend on the Hoodwink with a Bushwhack in the middle, but not as consistent. I think when you look at Keed, it's much more well-balanced now in their draft. They've got Overgrowth, they've got Cataclysm down the line to combine into that. They've still got the Gank Squad going with the Tusk on hand, but I think it's much more well-balanced. I'm keen to see what Quest does. You can never count out TA2000 on his TA, but I don't know about that lane. Like FCR and Viper, it's going to be a bit scary. Again, maybe level 1 here for Quest is where you can kind of work that lane. Say, if you get a double melt strike off with Wave of Terror, you can melt the Viper. And I guess the Viper only really feels good there by level 4. I think you have to kind of go 2-0-2. You kind of need that corrosive skin to punish some trades. So there is a little bit of an opening early on, but it can go sideways. Again, like, just a Viper Tusk is not a fun lane to go into, no matter what hero you are. Like, that is such a run at you lane for Key that I think they've corrected from their weaker laning phase from game one.
I'm very curious to see exactly what happens here between these two teams. It should be a very interesting matchup. It really is the Viper versus TA that does kind of put a spanner in the works for me as well. Because if it was without the Viper, I would still lean towards Quest. But with the Viper involved, things are going to get very, very interesting. Might I add as well, by the way, Jonathan, big fan of the offlane Omni Knight coming out here for Toby. So looking forward to seeing how that one works out for them. Because this Omni Knight in the offlane, once it gets a bit of farm up, this hero can start to feel pretty unkillable in the middle of team fights. So let's see how it all pans out. Game number 2 is now officially underway between Quest and Keydstars. We can head into it and see exactly how game 2 will go. Of course, in case you weren't aware, Keydstars did win out the first game. Just barely, but they managed to swipe it away from Quest. So they are playing for a 2-0 victory attempt here against Quest Esports. And if they were managing to get that 2-0 victory, John, they'd so far be undefeated on the road to TI.
Yeah, it would be a big opening, again, for this team that's coming out from regional qualifiers, for a team that we haven't seen on LAN in a very long time. These players are veterans of the scenes here on Keyed. And maybe that's also one thing that plays into it, right? We didn't really touch on this in game 1, but Quest is still relatively new in terms of their players being on the LAN, in terms of being at TI as well, outside of maybe Toby and a couple of others. So Keyed have been in this situation before in these high pressure moments. So when it comes down to maybe shaking off those nerves, like in game 1, I think it was pretty evident there. Keyed certainly is a team that you can't count out in terms of the mental game.
Yeah. You saw Toby, he actually did a massive wraparound avoiding the side of Keydstars. They were smoked up around him. They knew someone was around as well, because KJ had his smoke broken back then, but they could not find the Omni Knight that time around. Still bounty runes. Looking like it's probably going to be a 2-for-2. And it will be. Costa Bile will be able to take the final banner rune for his team. Start off with the mid lane as per usual as well. Of course, Analog going to be on the Invoker, this time against Noob on the Puck. What do you think about the matchup? Between the Puck and Invoker, do you have an advantageous kind of side here in this mid lane?
I think the Puck feels pretty good here. It takes a few levels for the Invoker to try to trade back, so it shouldn't be too bad. For Noob, Analog does go for the early Exort, so trying to go for maybe a little bit more trade, looking for Sunstrike to scout. Let's see if they can try to tie in for an early Sunstrike kill if they manage to pin anyone down. It is one way to kind of boost Analog up. And he is winning out a little bit more on the right-click trades, but Noob should be pretty stable in terms of just clearing out the creep wave anyway. I think the Puck stabilizes by 3 or 4, so it should hold steady by then. Rune controls the big one by the 6-minute mark, or even support rotations. I think if you can get some room out for King RD to work his way mid, before the Puck starts to get into the high points of spamming out the Orb and Waning Rift, then there's some good kill opportunities with just the Tusk. But whether or not King RD has that space, we'll have to see as the game goes on.
Well, top lane, a bit of a chase was happening onto Toby. And KJ really trying to get within range to get those right clicks off, but Toby is going to be just fine. The top lane can be rather scary as well. Like if you cop a long stun into the lead seed, like the slow can be very annoying for Toby to deal with before he has the repel up. They should have it up rather soon, to be fair. Mid lane, a bit of a chase on Analog, but he's going to be just fine. Just a bit of damage being dealt here from the Puck. Of course, bottom lane, you are having a look at Kaori on the Venge. He'll be there along with TI12 on the TA, who is currently just going to the jungle. So just realizes, I can't lane against this Viper. I'm out of here.
Yeah, just trying to build up some early stacks. Like, there's not too much they can do to really contest the side of Keyed. And again, this is the lane we talked about. This is the here we were highlighting the Viper pickup. Just having this partnership for FCR and King RD with a Tusk as well. It's not something you can sustain. Even with this minus armor play, it felt like you had to find this double meld onto the Viper to even consider doing anything early on to get yourself some space out. And, well, TA2000 at least can clear out some camps fairly quick with Meld and Sideblade, so you've got that going, but it's painful to see that your safe laner already being forced to jungle. It's like, it reminds you of Iron Talon days, Mike, but that item is not there.
Very nice bushwhack out from Omar to ensure that Toby does not get chased down too far. And in fact, KJ, he's the one that takes the most damage. He'll be able to walk away and salve himself up. And the aggression against Toby is nice while he doesn't not have the repel available, but Omar was there to save the day as they will try for the Lotus Ball swipe, but KJ, he's back in after Toby now. Maybe this time around they could get the kill because the Bushwhack was used earlier. And he is down, Toby. Getting taken out as KJ, getting tipped by Costabile for the setup. And as soon as he saw that Bushwhack committed, he just moved right in. In fact, here we go again. A stun out onto Omar, trying for the kill, but not so lucky with the final hit. Really wanted that Chaos Strike to land, but it just ends up being a normal hit at the end of the day.
Now we're seeing a bit of a flip from game one. Like game two is, again, Keed coming out with the stronger lanes, really bullying out up top. And even down bot, again, you're just forced to jungle early. There's nothing Cowrie can do to hold that lane besides soak EXP. You have to cut your losses early from Quest. Like TA2000 has the right idea. Cowrie has got to just soak. He can't afford to even try to trade. It's just not a winning time right now for that Venge down bot. Just soak some EXP. If you do decide to soak though, again, King RD is going to have some room to rotate down the line. And once that rotation comes in onto the puck, just having an additional piece of lockdown, stop noob can make all the difference here for Analog to find some openings. He is doing a damn good job in that mid matchup as well this time. Slightly ahead, having more denies, feeling pretty damn good. Already level 5, going for Quas X Sword. So, does have a lot to play with if a +1 does come in.
Has been killed.
I mean, he's just got a lot to play with in general, I think. Like with the Exort build, that Sunstrike going to be very annoying. And because Costabile with the setup of the Chaos Bolt should give enough time for the Sunstrike to land, just for that follow-up damage. Toby's being chased again. Costabile was trying to reach for a stun, but decides better of it. Spacks his way out as Toby was already by the tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, update on the bottom lane. In the meantime, TA2000 is still jungling. Mind you, it is a TA. It's one of those heroes that just jungles effectively from basically the level 2 mark, if you want it to, and that's exactly what TA2000's been doing. Toby, in the meantime, he will go down. They do secure the Omni Knight, and it was a Sunstrike from Analog to finish off the kill.
No, I like this read from TA2000. Like, you can tell the guy has had to play TA versus Viper multiple times. And he's been stacking up efficiently. He's been clearing out the camps. He's top in CS. You know, he's top in CS despite being in the jungle. It's just down to stacking. So he's making it work. He's not up there in net worth, but I saw some people in chat saying, "Oh, I'm gonna try that jungle in 2 minutes." You know, don't do that, guys. Let's not do that.
It's not gonna work. Carry, this won't work either. Carry, no Roshan available for the deny, so he does go down. Another Sunstrike kill here for Analog. Yeah, I mean, going back to the TA point, this is probably one of the only heroes that can do this whole jungle trick. I suppose TB is maybe another one, but that was back in the Dota All-Star days, John. I'm getting old, so I probably, you know, I'm thinking too far back now.
Yeah, no.
Costabile, top lane, he just gets annihilated. My goodness, TA2000. Not only is he jungling at level 2, but he's roaming at level 5 now. The TA does cop the Sunstrike. The Urn's still ticking him out. He will die. Analog getting the tip here from Costabile. At least they found the CK, and now, in fact, they're going to find another. KJ down. King RD, he'll try to run, but he is also down. 3 for the price of 1. Sunstrike, Omar, no, it won't land. But in comes Costabile. There's 3 heroes around, though. Has he given his life away? I think he may have.
Oh, no.
Costabile, run. He'll eat a Lotus. He'll be okay. Oh, he's really playing on the edge here, this CK.
I feel like both of our safe laners just losing their mind. Costabile sees TA2000 rotate and wants to play too.
It's full war up the top lane. Carry does go down. Costabile going for another fight. Moving on to Toby now. Toby, he will be able to at least outrun the Viper who TP's in. And so Toby will not drop. But it's currently a 3-6 in terms of kill score, favoring the side of Keed Stars. And I suppose the one saving grace right now for Quest is the fact that TA2000 is farming very effectively considering his start. Top lane.
I mean, he's... Oh?
Costabile, he cops the Dream Coil. Sunstrike on Toby though. Analog
my
finding
God.
another kill. There's now the snowball out onto Omar. They want a second if they can get it. Omar though going to be able to run away just fine. Noob. Oh, that's a long TP.
What?
That was the longest TP I've ever seen. KJ, he's still going to die though. Noob the one to get the
my
kill of all
God.
things.
What a crazy game. What a crazy game. Just all in up top. Mind you, that's the space for TI2000. There were wards watching him farm up that bot jungle. They managed to sneak forward on Keed to get some vision down. They're not able to bully that TA. And look at TI2000's that word. He's slowly creeping up, Mike. Only 400 behind FCR. Minute 2 jungle. It works if you're TI2000.
Yeah.
Don't try this at home, kids.
What happens, right, if this turns out to be the most broken strat of the meta? Well, what happens if all TI, everyone just spam picks TA and just goes jungle?
We deleted Iron Talon for this?
Yeah, that's what
What
we
you're
did.
telling me? Just bring it back then. Let everyone jungle. You know, let's have a Husker jungle, level 1. The LC jungle classic.
TA. Oh, he breaks the smoke of FCR. They're still going to make the jump in past the tier 2 tower. Sunstrike is going to land and they will get it. Great rotation from Keed Stars to make that one happen. It's mid lane in the meantime, though.
Ooh.
Analog will drop. FCR, he has rotated but cannot take down Omar. He'll try onto Noob, but the swaps are there. Kaori just ensuring everyone remains alive. There's now FCR looking for a way out of this situation. King RD's going to move in and snowball right back towards Kaori, but in comes Noob to clean up. In fact, Omar is still slowly ticking away to the urn charge. KJ, he moves in now, but it's all too late, as we are going to have a quick pause.
Are
Yep.
you okay?
Just a little bit. This game's insane. You know, last game was a little bit slower. You know, we had some action early on, but not to this extent of insanity. And safe lanes rotating, safe lanes jungling. I'm happy to see this. You know, game one felt pretty bog standard. This is something new, Mike. This is different.
Certainly is, John. You love to see it.
This
Sunstrike,
reminds
where's
me
it
of a
going?
Southeast Asian pub.
Wouldn't go that far.
You know, it's like, it's like one guy, he has a bad matchup. It's like, I'm just jungling, hold it, support. And the support's like, I don't know what to do. And Kaori just tries to survive, pays
Can I
off,
just
then
say-
suddenly you see your,
As a support player, every time my call, hold that thought, TA2000, he's in danger. Overgrowth out, they really want this TA kill. With the Sunstrike out, TA2000 is gone. Very, very nice pickup once again from Keed Stars. And if they can continue to do this, it's not like the TA has anywhere to go. She is going to be in the jungle no matter what. You know, so it's just, if King RD and KJ can continue to find the TA with the follow-up Sunstrike to boot, it's all too much.
It is. It's way too much. And again, they've done a great job of warding forward here. What are you saying about as a support, Mike? Well, what's your opinion as a support?
If my core gives up and gives me the lane as a support, I'm actually happy. As far as I'm concerned, if you're too trash to win the lane, I'd rather turn into a core. That's the way I think about it.
That's
Go
a
on.
very Southeast Asian mindset as well.
Well, I
Not
need
gonna lie.
to. You know, I'm playing on 200 ping in SCA, John. I've got to have the mindset.
Sure. That's what you always say, Mikey. Big stats for TA2000. Look at that. Supports, well, they probably shared some stacks there. It's clearing out rather efficiently. Again, those stats kind of set him back a bit in terms of gold, but he's got the entire bank to himself right now. All the space to clear this out. Dragonlance already up for TA2000. So again, considering the start, it could have been a lot worse. Only a 1k lead coming out from Keed, a smoke out from Quest as well. They've got the swap Dream Coil ready to go if they catch someone out here.
Not top lane, Costabile. No, they're going to loop around to the mid lane instead. Vision down. They won't see anyone yet. King RD and Analog, they're hanging around that tier 1 mid tower. Analog will reveal his position with the Chaos Meteor being dropped, but the Quest may not feel too safe to just dive the Invoker past that tier 1 at the moment. They do not see enough heroes in the map, so they are going to back their way out of this. I mean, you are buying the TA plenty of space to catch up in that farm, that farm situation, but could say the exact same thing for VKS. Like, you've got Analog, you've got Costabile, you've got FCR. Everyone's having a great
This is
time.
dumb.
What is
TI2000's level 10. Costavila's level 8, and this is the jungle TA. It's like, well, that's the power of stacks, I guess. You know, maybe your net worth doesn't go up, but your EXP skyrockets. Jesus, that doesn't feel fair.
No, certainly doesn't, John. To be fair, he did have to play the game without a laning stage, so, you know, perhaps it is fair. It's going to be some sort of trade-off for the poor guy. Costabile. Good start on the tier 1 mid tower. It is going to go down for free. No contest whatsoever from Quest. To be fair, we did see this game 1 as well, where Quest were actually the one playing a slower game at say, the first 15-20 minutes. This game, though, you can kind of excuse them for it because they are behind, especially against the draft that VKS have come up with. It is very hard to fight into, especially this Viper. Because now the bottom tier 2 tower is just gone, apparently. There is no defense to come.
They can't come in. Again, for Quest, their team fight, it's not as straightforward as it was in the last game where you had Ravage, you had Stone Gaze, you had the Egg. Here you only really have that Dream Coil. Maybe you get a good Bushwhack in the middle. Maybe you get a swap break on that coil as well. But it's a lot more maybes than guaranteed teamfight wins. So they do have to play more conservatively. Just kind of try to farm up, get that build-up you'd want. It's not just the TA that needs farm. You kind of need more to roll in here for Toby as well. And for Noob, like this blink on puck is really the big opener they need, because a lot of this initiation is hanging on that puck. So it's just a matter of stalling. Unfortunately, with the tier 2 loss, it does feel like you're allowed a lot more reach here for VKS than you normally would have at this point in the game. So they've just completely taken over bot jungle. They're just kind of taking away space that could be going to other cores. Mind you, again, this isn't really impacting TA2000. He's almost got Desolator. So again, the jungling TA has been paying off dividends here for Quest.
Absolutely.
TA2000, it's in his name. You can never count him out.
Here we go. Wraparound attempt, Omar gonna cop the snowball. It will not land though. King RD unable to get within range. Omar still running. Is gonna be completely surrounded eventually. As the cold snap comes in. Costabile even TPing in just to ensure they secure the kill. That'll be another kill for Analog on the Invoker. Is now FCR. Staring down Toby. CR will get started. See a Viper strike out. Toby, he'll just put a point in the repel. And eventually should be able to just walk away. It's no problem.
Yep. Does back off, but he's buying space. You know, again, it's all a matter of stalling here for Quest. You do have the Desolator timing for TA2000. And he has equalized with FCR's farm on that TA. So you're in a good spot for Quest, honestly. It's only a 2k lead for VKS. Most of that is on Analog, a little bit of it on Costabile. He is going for what looks to be a Shadow Blade coming in with Echo Saber as well. So going to be able to try to run down and snipe people out. I think for the side of VKS, their lineup does scale, but you don't necessarily want to drag this game on too long. You don't want to have to try to deal with a TA with Guardian Angel on top, considering that your core matchup is physical for the CK into that. So the saves coming out from Toby is going to be massive once he does have that. Now, we'll see. Roshan is the call. Scan is there to spot from Quest, but this shouldn't be a long rush for the side of VKS to take.
And it certainly won't be. Roshan is already half its HP gone. No contest to come here for Quest Esports. Roshan will go the way of Keyed Stars. It'll be Analog that takes it as well in the Invoker. Why the hell not? Lines being drawn immediately right towards the Dire Triangle. Seemingly very well aware of where they are on the side of Quest. Smoked up, running through the twin gates, trying to head towards Quest, and it seems like they might just run right into TA2000. This is very unfortunate for TA, who just moved into this area to farm up, but King RD found him with a snowball, and TA2000 has no option but to fight back, but he is down. Carry in the meantime, he will also drop.
is under
TP will do him no good against this Viper. Poor old TA2000. You know, he just saw them take Roshan, but he was not expecting the smoke rotation through the twin gates. It's rough.
Yeah. I mean, if you managed to maybe find that pick off on the Tusk, you know, you'd be like, all right, that's a later charge. You know, you look at the positives. No positives coming out there for Quest. VKS, though, all over the map, playing this well, applying that early pressure that they'd want to with this kind of lineup. Costabile, Shadowblade not too far off. So it should be able to go into probably the Silver Edge here if he really wants to go all in. BKB almost done as well on FCR. So holding back the Viper is going to be a lot harder. The threat of Dream Coil is not going to be as meaningful for the Viper to worry about. Again, you've got so much room to grow. Like, you've got the eventual blink coming out for KJ at some point on the stream. He's got his shard ready to go once his courier is back up. You can keep stalling out these pushes with a living armor. You've got the full blink up for Toby, so he can try to jump in, play with his shard, try to get some aggressive purification.
Bushwhack. They have found themselves a task. BK is saying that they will immediately just leave the area. Not interested in fighting without their task available. They did just buy a BKB up on an FCR, so it seems like he probably will want to try and make his team go for a big fight soon. I mean, they do still have the Aegis in hand as well for Analog, so it might just be a great time for them to go for a big smoke rotation against Quest. Lines have been drawn towards a TA who is under vision right now, or was under vision for a moment, I should say. Now is TA2000. They know exactly where he is, and Costabile going to move in for the easiest stun of his life. Oh, I tell you what, John Keatstars, they are playing this very well. Just the vision game, constantly looking out for this TA. And there's no hesitation. Every time they know where he is, they just rush him. Mid lane, they did make a jump onto FCR, and they did take down the Viper, but now, can they get themselves out of here? Noob, he'll be able to jaunt away with the orb. Or not, he'll just stay there instead. Meanwhile, Omar and Toby both able to walk away. Though Noob has stuck around. Pings are out, they saw him for a second. Noob, still just skipping the wave, does get cold snapped. In comes KJ. He does have the overgrowth available. He just needs to be able to catch the puck though. Noob still, no, he gets orbed up. Or rather, he gets overgrowthed up, but he's still able to jaunt away. Noob is still running.
God.
It's just so much space being bought from this puck, as I don't believe he's getting caught. He's all right.
Oh my god.
What a hero.
Yeah, what a hero. So much time being expended, one big ult being popped. And that's, again, time Quest needs to build up in their TA, to try to scale up, get these timings going on Toby and on Noob as well. For VKS, they're not in a bad spot. It does feel like the stall out does not work in their favor all too much. I think when you have the CK, it does want to play tempo. Mind you, you could say the same thing about the TA. In this scenario, like, TA is also here that needs a lot of tempo to play with. So I guess it kind of evens out. I don't think either side's winning or losing too much. It's at a very even state right now. It's just going to be down to execution. Like, if Quest can keep dancing around like this and drag the side of Keyed out, make them get a little bit hasty perhaps, they can start to find some punishing openings. So it's kind of the opposite of what we saw from the last game, again, where Quest was the one chasing around FCR, trying to pin down Analog. This time, it's the side of Keyed that's kind of trying to chase around his puck, trying to stop Noob, and it's just a little bit too slippery.
That it is.
Analog?
Oh, whoopsie daisies. Unfortunate. It's all right. I mean, the Aegis was going to expire eventually. It's all right.
Yeah, I suppose. I suppose that was a calculated suicide to the Tormentor, perhaps.
Definitely.
Yeah, it was just about to expire, so perfect timing. That's not a play I'd expect to see, but this is the road to the international, Mike. That road is filled with a lot of surprises.
Absolutely. This might be a surprise for Quest top lane, as there is a big group up once again here from BKS, as they have at least found Cowrie. They will miss out on TA2000, but they'll still get something for their trouble. The Venge is gone. Keed Stars, I mean, you just keep up the aggression, right? Like there is the threat of this TA becoming a problem eventually, but for now, she's not anywhere near that point.
No, not quite yet. Once the BKB is up, the game becomes a lot more playable for TA2000. I'm also wondering who on Keed is going to get something like the Nullifier here, because we haven't seen them have to deal with the Guardian Angel, but it will be a point of concern down the line. Like that is something you have to have a solution to. Both FCR and Costabilia can carry the Nullifiers themselves, so there are a couple of options there, but no one really queuing it up yet. I think that's where Omar, that's where Toby with a blink kind of kicks in, like a blink Guardian Angel just ruins the side of Keed in the right team fight. Although,
Carry just gonna get deleted. Yeah, I mean, it's just not much they can do. They know how fast they can burst down the Venge if they catch him with the shards out, and King RD is doing a fantastic job of constantly catching him out. Tier 2 top tower, not going to take very long at all here for BKS.
Tower has fallen.
They'll have a look for the Tormentor, but that is not currently available on the Radiant side of things. And they aren't going to bother high ground yet. I mean, they don't have an Aegis available.
Dire's middle tower.
I mean, they can chip away slowly here with the Forged Spirits, but that's about it. They are not going to commit.
I like that call from the side of Keed. I think at this point, you could probably clear out another tier 2, clear out all the outer towers of Quest, go for Roche, and then go for the full Mega Creeps if you win a couple of fights back to back.
Omar, ballsy play, just jumping in on his own, is probably going to get caught out. He is down. I'm not sure what that was about. He just casually blinked in and went for a bush.
Yeah, maybe trying to buy space. They were on an intercept course. They find Toby now. Good God.
That they do.
Jeez.
Toby gets annihilated. Carry's been caught out to boot, so the Venge is probably going to go down as well. And Carry, the Sunstrike, not even necessary. King RD will take the kill for himself. Keed Stars again. I mean, they just continue to impress us here in this game too. They are moving into the top, rather tier 2 mid tower.
King RD. Unbind that, sir.
Oh, the GG well played. How unfortunate. It's all.
Unbind it. Put a voice line in. You know, you've got a lot, I'm sure, King RD. Show it off as they do clear out that last outer tower, and now it's that time we were talking about, right? Clear out the last tier 2, go for Roshan, into the high ground you go, and the Mega Creeps become a very real threat from the side of Keed. Quest, for their part, I mean, they can try to intercept. This is where the puck can shine.
Yeah, I mean, she might be shining, all right. No, he'll be able to just blink away. He's all right. They don't allow the creep skipping to happen for free, of course. The puck. Well, Nubia's going to go back and rejoin his team here for a big smoke up. They know exactly where Keed Stars are, so they're going to make their move up towards the top lane and see if they can try for a strong team fight. But now, Keed Stars hanging around the twin gates, so in preparation for the fight, they do have that kind of advantageous position. Bushwhack's gonna land though. King RD, he gets caught completely blind. Beautiful bushwhack out from Omar. BKS, I mean, they do rotate now, but they will not fight without the Tusk.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they're so reliant on that lockdown without having to pop the overgrowth. We'll try for a smoke wrap here, though.
Noob's gonna blink away again. They have found Carry, they found Toby to boot. They'll make the jump in on the Venge, but the Guardian Angel is out, so they are going to have to retreat for at least a little bit. There goes your Tornado now, purging off the Guardian Angel, and they're looking to move in. Toby is still being targeted here on the Omni Knight, as FCR will just not leave the man alone. They really just want this guy dead. Meanwhile, TA2000, they've got Analog down. Omar was the one to take him out. Costabile in the meantime, dropping very low now, needs to get away, but the chase is on. They have got the CK. They have got KJ down. The kill is still attempted here for TA2000. TA2000 eventually dying as FCR gets a triple kill, but so will Omar. As FCR bushwhacked up, Noob moving in for more damage. He'll try for the TP play out, and he is going to be okay.
Radiant's middle
It's still a
tower is
one-team fight though for Quest.
That it is. They managed to make that work. They draw out the side of Keed. And again, you're seeing the issues we talked about. Like when Guardian Angel comes in, that burst window for the CK disappears. You don't have a way of just taking care of these heroes before they become an issue in a prolonged fight. And that fight just dragged on. Now, you lost your Tusk early. VKS tried for the smoke play, doesn't work out, and the punishment is clean from Quest. Maybe not completely clean with some sacrifices, but it does work out. They're the ones playing from behind, and they're the ones finding the favorable trades now. So someone has to build that nullifier. If not the nullifier, someone has got to burst down Toby, which we've seen before can happen quite fast, but this needs to be the priority target. It has to be that Omni Knight taken out first. Roshan is open for VKS though. Quest did pull all the way back. They do have vision. They know Roche is happening with these wards. Not scouted out yet, although KJ now with a gem should spot it out.
Roshan still going the way of Cade Stars for now. Quest not going to try and contest whatsoever. Looks like they'll just leave this one be. Secondary Roshan for VKS now. Cheese available on FCR, and Aegis will be taken by Costabile this time. TP's down towards the bottom lane. It's going to deal with the creep wave being pushed out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Quest is still remaining as a unit. There are 5 heroes right next to each other. So not really giving any openings away to VKS to try and take advantage of with this Aegis timing. Though it doesn't seem like they really want to try for now anyway. I mean, they are just hanging around, just getting some more farm up on their CK. But it does kind of work both ways. Like, you are getting more farm up on this TA again, as well as Noob for that matter. In fact, they're going to make the jump in now into the tree and Protector. And KJ, he's barely going to survive, actually. He'll walk away from that.
Would have been a nice freebie to pick up. Might have been able to...
He's going to be all right as well. The Bushwhack Sharpshooter not going to be anywhere near enough for the Viper. Still had the cheese intact as well, just in case he needed it. They do at least force the Dire End to TP back towards the bottom lane. So they know where they are.
And going back to your point about just farming up here for VKS, with this Aegis, it does feel like there is some pressure to go high ground. Like, it is a body advantage coming out here for the side of VKS. And again, once you open up at least one lane, the threat of Megas or multiple super creep lanes does open up. And that is something they want to play with. You want to start to shut down this TA from building up any further than it already has. You don't want TI12 to find a net worth lead, start to be an item above. You've got, as this game goes on as well, sure, you scale pretty well on the side of Keyed Stars, but Noob will always go through creep waves. Noob will always pressure in the lane. You've got to act fast before the puck starts to get even more. Although, even with just the Octarine, it's enough to keep this spell spam going and try to keep providing pressure points to play with for Quest.
Here we go, tier 3 tower. Going down relatively quickly, but VKS seeing all the TPs coming in, they will back their way out. In respect of the high ground defensibility of Quest, Quest's going to go for a 5-man smoke. They're going to try for something big. In the Radiant jungle is where VKS are currently hanging. They'll run into the Radiant triangle instead here, Quest. They'll hang around that high ground and hope that somebody comes to farm the mid wave. Nobody from the Keyed Stars has really shown up around this area yet, though. Seems like Quest will just continue to push it out. The smoke does feel pretty obvious at this stage. So run back towards the bot lane seems to be the game plan here for VKS, as they might just find Toby in a moment, though Toby, still smoked up, is going to be all right to retreat himself. But it's onto the tier 3 bottom tower again.
Yep. Force out the Fortify early. You don't quite have the shard yet on FCR to speed us up, but again, they've got Aegis for some time here.
They're just trying to chip away the best he possibly can. Costabile getting a little bit low. Don't forget, though, he does still have the Aegis up. In fact, they will Dream Coil, and he does break the coil, though he is still surviving just fine. Seems like they will go for the retreat for now and not really rush their way up to the high ground. Aegis is expiring in a minute 20, so it does feel like maybe it's going to be a little bit wasted here. VKS, or rather Costabile, he is full HP again, but seems like they aren't going to bother. They'll let the Aegis expire.
No. They play conservative. I like this respect from VKS. They're not getting too trigger happy. They know that Quest can try to make plays up in the high ground. They're trying to hit this point where they get the full Bloodthorn up on Costabile, and he is only the cornucopia away. So once that's up and running, if you can spot out and pick off this Omni Knight pre-BKB, that's your opening. Heck, even just catching out the puck with no Lincolns up yet in the noob. That is one way to kind of, again, give yourself the advantage here on the side of VKS. Smoke up on 3 heroes for VKS in the back line.
Move up to the high ground. FCR he'll be the front line for his team. King RD looking for the Walrus punch onto the TA, does not get it. Noob in the meantime gets an ice cream call off, and they're going to try and burst down the Tusk for now. But instead, no, they want FCR, but FCR's perfectly fine. Costabile jumping back in, so is King RD, but he's going to go down. Now Costabile, he's getting quite low. Still 5 seconds on the A just till it expires, and they are just ignoring him completely. Costabile trying to die the best he possibly can.
Oh, no,
but now he needs to run. Run, Costabile, run. It is not safe. He'll armor toggle the best he can, but it's not going to be enough. Noob gets it. Toby, in the meantime, finds KJ. And everyone else, they just need to leave.
Oh, man. That was very forced out from the side of VKS. They jump in. Again, Guardian Angel comes off right on time. They're not able to get the silence control out. And it just breaks up the momentum of that fight for VKS. Again, you're not seeing the physical burst, you're not seeing these heroes melt, and it provides that opening out for Quest. Like, they wait patiently as well for the ages to expire before coming in. They had the dust, they had everything ready. Really disciplined out from Quest. Again, they are in form. Like, this is maybe something that was lacking a little bit in game one. Some of these decision making, the choices of when to chase, when not to. They're playing really smart now in Quest. They can try to hold off, keep shoving out these lanes. Tier 2 still stands, so no high ground threat, but Roshan can open up if they manage to take control here, although...
Here we go, jump in, King RD. He's going to be just fine. They won't fully commit for this. DKS, on the other hand, they want to go for the fight. Immediately rushing after Quest. Noob will not be the target. Instead, they'll try to chase down Omar on the hoodwink, though Omar for now is fine. In fact, Noob's going to jump right back in, and now the Tusk is just down. King RD getting completely outplayed there by the two. Quest, I mean, they're still getting away with murder here. Like, they're getting away with a lot more than you'd kind of anticipate.
That they are. Now they're on the hunt. Costabile?
I mean, he's one hero down. He's going to be a little bit cautious. It seems like with the Shadow Blade, he is going to be just fine to leave the area, but the chase is still on. That Quest, they'll just take the Ancients instead.
Oh.
Tormentor, though.
Yeah, that almost killed KJ with how fast that was going down.
Oh, Costabile. Costabile, he's under vision now, and the Noob should know he's there. Now he does. Can they burst him down? He's going to run back towards the triangle? No. Shadow Blade, be very careful with your decision-making here. He's going to take the safe route. He'll back off to the fountain. Very good game sense from Costabile.
Knows something's up. No one really showing on the map here from Quest. So he figures he's being hunted down. Plays it safe. This is, again, a lot of stall time for that next Roche. And we'll find out very, very shortly as to how long that timer will be. That's going to be the next flashpoint for both sides. Like, it has to be Roche. They are getting a forward position here on VKS, though, on that enemy triangle.
TA2000, huge target. If Costabile could break the gap somehow, he has a full Bloodthorn up on the CK to boot. Like, they could really burst him down quite fast. They will retreat once again. Quest, they are smoked up as a unit. Looking to move into the triangle. There is vision around this area. Noob, he'll jump right on top of it and try to get the D-Ward off, and does successfully do so. Now the chase is on from Quest. They want the fight. Noob still scouting out the best he possibly can. But VKS, they are well and truly out of there. They're within safety. And Roshan's up as well, so it seems like that's where the next fight could possibly break out.
Yeah, that's going to be the focal point. And both sides need this Roshan to open up the game for themselves. You can see though, VKS, they're already camping in position, at least KJ is, waiting for the rest of the heroes to fully commit. They do have the water at least to provide some vision, and they'll get to town. They've got that shard up and running on FCR. It's not going to take too long to clear this out. Quest, not going to make it in time. So, Aegis going the way of VKS. Refresh shard on hand, along with Aegis Cheese. And they won't hand that refresh over to good old Analog. So, multiple BKBs, multiple side of Vice. Going to be massive in these engagements. Now it's just down to whether or not VKS can get the engagement they want. We've seen them in this position before, trying to knock onto the high ground. They can't afford to ignore Toby in the back. Like, you have got to catch that Omni Knight. You've got to stop this puck as well from jumping in and out. If you can't do either of that, then the team fight's just way too disruptive for the side of Quest.
Toby's going to get scouted there by the Sunstrike of Analog. The push attempt for the high ground and through the top lane once again by VKS. Still proving to be a little bit intimidating though, because they don't see the side of Quest on their own high ground. They'll get some D wards off into the Radiant Triangle.
Radiant are scanning.
Noob in the meantime is just split pushing the top lane, so he's not really going to allow this push to happen.
Yeah, again, that's the magic of puck. You know, you just jump around, you clear out waves, and you stall out the game. And that's exactly what Noob is aiming to do. Has the Timeless Relic for a little bit more output as well. VKS have got to try to find an opening. Like, this is not an Aegis they can afford to just give away. You do have the secondary life on FCR this time, so he can frontline for the team. We'll see if they get that opportunity to do so. I mean, they're just trying to clear out the creep waves on top. They've got creep wave on mid to start on top, at least.
Here we go. Tier 3 tower. It drops so quick to the Viper damage. The alacrity of the shard, it does not take very long. The backdoor protection at least giving them a chance at holding onto this tier 3 tower. And once again, VKS, they are lacking a creep wave right now, so they are going to retreat. Wait for another day. And Noob, he's just doing, again, a great job of just constantly split pushing out, and there's not really too much you can do about it unless you can kill him off. They do now once again have a creep wave available. Question is, how long does it really last? And do they move high ground again? Seems like they want to. Sunstrike to scout. They won't see too much. Back onto the tier 3 tower, FCR will go. Creep wave, however, is once again deleted. But they got the tier 3. Happy days.
Very happy days. Like, they're stopping this annoyance, this nuisance from Quest. The creep waves aren't being cut off too far deep now. So they've got some room. Mid's going to be pushing in soon. Once they take care of the mid tier 3, no tier 3 towers to worry about. Can just focus on the racks. Quest. And this is where it's really awkward for them. You know, there's no smooth way for them to start these fights. Maybe you can get a good swap back in. Maybe you can get a big dream coil, but it's not as reliable as the way VKS does have to play. Like, you can rely on Tusk to find one. You've got the Treant with the blink ready, so KJ can just blink forward overgrowth and just ruin that game for you.
Oh, backside, they have found the puck. Nope. Still trying to run. We'll orb towards the north. Phase shift away. Looks like he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, the Rax, though, is being targeted. And FCR, trying to go after Toby, has slowed him up with the Viper Strike. The shards to lock him into boot, but they just want the Rax. They will not dive in for the Omni kill. In fact, they won't even finish the Rax. They take the range Rax and they leave. In fact, all the Rax left standing are melee barracks.
Yeah. Oh.
And jump in. Double stun out.
Oh.
They've caught FCR. The Aegis is gone. King RD, he'll go for the snowball to be able to survive for now. The Omni Knight in a bit of danger, but now he has his own snowball to go back to. King RT saving the day for Toby. Meanwhile, TA2000 jumping onto FCR, trying to secure something on the TA.
Oh my
He's got
God.
Costa Bile. He might have the Viper, and he does. A double kill for TA2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000 They go too far.
They do. They go too far. They don't respect that counter control, that pick-off potential coming out from Quest. Still no nullifier on anyone being built up. So every single time, Toby just pops Guardian Angel. You can't find that burst kill. You're running around trying to kite them. And the physical output coming out from Quest is just overwhelming now with how well farmed TA2000 is. Going for the Swift Blink next. You're in a dangerous spot for VKS. I mean, they're so close to it, but only having range creeps for these super creeps doesn't feel amazing. Mid-tier 3 still stands. Rush control could go the way of Quest, but respawns are fairly short. So both sides have a chance to kind of play into that objective. The key thing for Quest now is to try to find some tier 2s while they can. If they can force out some tier 2s, equalize map control a little bit more, that's where things start to get a little bit dicey for the side of VKS. They will pop Fortify for the mid. There's a refresh on that if the mid tower dies anyway. It's the first tier 2. So they're not surrendering too much. But the side of VKS, again, like, they need to reel this in, right? Like, they're playing cautiously on the high ground. They can find Toby.
They have found Toby. Toby, he's a decent target to take down. Analog is forced to refresh for that, but who the hell cares? He'll secure the kill immediately. Toby has no buyback for 75 seconds here, so
Dire's bottom tower
you could try, but again, all the creep waves are just pushed out. There's no real way to get to the high ground here for VKS.
Just no way. Again, it's just down to playing against a puck. Noob is just jumping around, ensuring that the angles into the high ground for the side of VKS aren't straightforward. They'll try for a smoke play, though. One good pick-off here could open up the fight. Now, remember, no Omni Knight with buyback, no Guardian Angel. Physical burst still in play here for VKS.
Well, lines have been drawn towards the bottom lane. They want to head right towards the TA. And TA2000, he may not see this one coming. He's still just farming the southern area of the map. Carry is by him to try and tank a gank if he needs to. And in fact, very, very nice TP timing. They will both leave the area before it's too late.
Dire are scanning.
So no follow-up kill to come. The VKS, they are still just running across the map, but there's just nothing for them to aim.
No. Like, at this point, it's just going to be a drag out to the next Roche once more. And I'm Quest. And they're reaching that point where it's pretty scary to play into them. You've got BKB piercing, Dream Coil. You've got every wave being shoved out. Eventually, down the line, you can get the Ags here on TA2000. So it's not just the puck jumping around, clearing out waves. It could be the TA as well. VKS. Yeah, they've got this team fight potential. They need to catch Toby. Either you catch Toby or you catch Noob, but it feels like it really has to be Toby. You've got the nullifier at least fully up for Costabile. So that Guardian Angel, it's not going to be as annoying here for the CK. Physical burst can still come into play. They are setting up for Roshan. How long of a spawn? Half a minute. Not the longest in the world, not the shortest either, but pretty damn short. VKS already setting up for control up top. So we'll see if Quest can kind of try to force their way in there. Because if Roche goes the way of VKS again, I can see them actually clearing out these melee racks, Mike. I can see them trying to go for the Megas at that point.
We'll see if it happens. Roshan 10 seconds away now. Quest, they are slowly moving their way up towards the Roshan pit, but they still have a while to go. Double damage going to spawn up naturally for TA2000, so you get Roshan pit, but we'll get a double damage. This could be a problem. This TA is going to hit like an absolute truck now. They are running right towards VKS. I don't know if they're prepped for this one. KJ, he's going to break the smoke. King RD is going to be around as well to make the jump in onto FCR for now, but no real commitment. No real big commitment, I should say. Is King RD. Here we go. They'll use him up. They want the tusk, but the Walrus punches out. The TA in a bit of danger. Does get bushwhacked up for a moment. Costabile in the meantime. Who are we chasing down? He'll go back after the TA now. The Snowball is going to go back the way of the Templar Assassin. And Costabile, he's the one to drop. Oh, Analog will follow right after him. FCR,
no.
He is still trying to fight, but there is no helping coming. King RD, the final piece of the puzzle for this team fight. And he is dead. No buybacks on any of those 4 heroes.
And those are 2 diebacks already for VKS. Roche opening up for Quest. Again, just forcing VKS to take action. Like, that snowball forward from King RD was not necessary. They were playing in, they were trying to drag them into that forest area right by the gate. And they get a bit hasty on VKS. So now Quest with Aegis, Cheese, Refresh on their side. They still have some tier 2s to dig into, but they should be able to find it no problem. They do lose the full Octarine for Toby. And so the buyout on the secret shop not going to be there, but it doesn't really matter. Even without the TA, they can make some progress on the map. They can start to equalize here. Mind you, waiting for the TA for the full push does mean you will have defenses in place for VKS, but they've lost momentum. Like, it's all on Quest now. You check the win probabilities here, Mike, 62% the way of Quest. And VKS, they just played a little bit too conservatively. You know, they don't find as much as they could have on the high ground. They play a little bit too safe. And when they do take risks, it's risks they don't need to take as well.
It's tough. It is a tough situation now for VKS. Omar, but they're going to try and at least snipe the hoodwink. Costabile, he'll get it done. There'll be no fight back here from Quest. They are still lacking their TA. The shoe will be up in 3 seconds. 23k advantage. I mean, it's just huge for Quest after one big fight. You've got to kind of admire, you know, the endurance here of the Quest boys. I could say the exact same thing for VKS last game. In fact, I should probably be saying it more so for them last game, because the last game went a lot longer and looked a lot more one-sided than this one does at the moment.
I'm wondering how much of an impact, say, level 25 is for FCR, right? Like, become universal.
Dire's top
I mean, I'd say it's pretty damn good.
That should take his base damage up from 196 to around 380, if I recall how that tends to look for Vipers. So that's going to be a pretty good time for FCR. The issue is I don't think they're lacking damage at all. It's not damage that's the issue here. It's just how they're taking these fights. It's just too hasty. Like, these rolls from King RD have to be on point. He doesn't even have his Ags up. Maybe once you have this Ags done on the Tusk, blink kickbacks is how you start to play this game. Like, isolate this TA, drag someone away from Guardian Angel so that when Guardian Angel kicks in, you can use the Nullifier to pick off another target. I think that's the way they have to execute on VKS. Just get this Ags up on King RD. Try to clean up from there. Try to find some isolated heroes to drag out the position.
They found the bench. That'll be Carry gone. Costabile, though, he's a big target, and he might just be the one to go down right after, and he will be.
Goodness.
Uh-oh. That is not the best of trades, to say the least. And Carry still has his remnant. He does have the axe up, so he doesn't really care too much for dying. Meanwhile, though, top lane, they've got to sight the Vice on the Puck. They might just have Noob this time around, but he'll just go into the phase shift. And they can't kill him. You just can't kill this guy. He had the Aegis anyway, to be fair. So even if you did the first time, you probably wouldn't have got him the second.
Yeah, just too slippery. No instant locks coming out from VKS. Oh,
Jump in. Kickback is there. They've got the TA, but a nice blink away. She's fine. Kauri moving in, double stun out. A nice pushback to boot, catching a couple. They have not made the jump in quite yet, though. Seems like Quest now the ones hesitating to fully commit. Especially seeing the bike back of Costabile. You see the buyback, and that's going to be more than enough to just retreat.
Yep, they play it safe. They're still hanging around by the triangle. They've got an opportunity to try to punish if the side of VKS gets a little bit too hasty. They've got the full nullifier up now for TA2000, so they've got their own way of trying to pin someone down with that little nullify. And they do have the stall game going here for the side of VKS, and we've got living armor, so if you don't fully commit for the push, slowly but surely the towers can heal back up. So, again, it's one of those games, Mike, that could potentially just never end.
Yeah.
Just gonna be stuck here. Day one.
We had a
the road to
conversation
the
about
international.
this. We had a conversation about this earlier. You mentioned something about 20-minute games. I believe you have some lunch to go to, Jonathan. I think you're going to have to cancel that one.
It's not happening.
No
Yeah,
lunch for you.
for sure.
You're
Yeah,
going to be
no
starving
lunch.
today, John. In fact, cancel dinner as well.
I'm used to it. I can't afford it anyway. Let's be frank here, Mike. None of us can afford that. You're laughing. You have a child, Mike. Why are you laughing? It's not funny that you can't afford to eat.
That's not my problem, John. I'm all right.
Yeah. Children should be able to fend for themselves. You're in Australia. Self-sufficiency is a trait you all learn, right?
That's what I
Growing
always
up.
say, John. That's what I always say. VKS. A bit of a smoke rotation now. Wrapping around the mid lane. They're looking to try and head towards the dire triangle. Or catch Noob, alternatively, I think is probably the way to put it. Just catch the puck. That's probably what they really want. But they won't be able to get him because Noob is just fine. Rotating towards the top lane to defend that. And VKS, they're not going to find anything with this smoke.
Yep. Just a little bit farm coming out. Next Roche, see in about 2 minutes how long that respawn time will be. I like that you are going for the second hex here on FCR. Like, you need just one more hold. Just pop Lincoln's, just chain stun Noob. Take out the puck. And it shouldn't be too hard to try to take care of everyone else. But who knows? Like, you still have to worry about Toby. You still have to worry about Guardian Angel. There's a lot to worry about here for the side of VKS at this point from Quest. Quest going for a smoke play, looking for someone straggling around, but no one is ever going to that triangle. Let's be fair here, guys. You've been in there for at least 5 minutes. They know. They're not going there. They'll try to sneak around a little bit, at least.
Oh, swap out. They got the Invoker. Quick thinking from Cowrie. And now Noob, he'll make the jump in with a double Dream Core, catching both of them. Oh boy, the Treant in huge trouble. In FCR, he could not stick around to help out. The kickback is there onto TA2000, but Cowrie will just swap him right back out of danger. Sacrifice his own life. No problem for Cowrie.
No
Meanwhile,
buybacks.
King RD also going down, and there's 2 heroes now without buyback on the side of VKS.
That's the opening. Quest, they're going to gun for it.
Oh, why not?
They can't do it. They have Overcrowed. It's going to take a spectacular play to somehow make something happen here for VKS without these buybacks. You do at least get the buyback back for Analog. Does go off cooldown. And you've got the gold ready, so they're coming back in.
They are. Rain Drax will be taken. Melee Barracks will be left standing. I mean, Quest, right now, with the way the game went earlier on, I think they're just more than happy to be approaching high ground of VKS with a 35k advantage in terms of net worth and a double damage rune to be found. Omar will spot it. TA2000 will run towards it. And,
Radiant are scared.
well, I mean, if you really wanted to, you could get into position to go for a big smoke rotation and force another fight with this DD rune. Noob, he probably won't be able to get there, though. They might have to do it as 4 if they really wanted to try and commit. Or even 3, rather,
Yeah.
because the Venge isn't even there.
I don't think it's too bad for Quest if they wanted to do that, honestly.
Well, they had the bot winning.
Roche is 2.5 minutes away. So you've got some time here to contemplate for both VKS and Quest. Quest, for their part, I mean, even though they're 1 racks down, 1.5 racks down, it does feel like they're on more than equal footing right now. VKS just aren't finding anything. And again, this is the point in the game where you're like, a CK just doesn't scale that well. No, it's not a be-all and all late game carry. You do have 25 up, so FCR is doing around 353 damage per right click as a universal type. It's just a matter of delivering that damage now for the side of VKS.
Smoke on smoke situation. Roshan Pit is probably going to be the location they want to fight at. Though Roshan's still 1:40 away from respawning, but they're going to run right into each other. Omar already breaking the smoke on King RD, who will not get the kick off, but a nice pushback, and now the swap out. They've got the tusk. Meanwhile, though, the Venge has been caught out by Costa Bile. They'll try to burst down Cowrie, though, TA2000. He will find King RD, and now he finds Costa
No
Bile.
buybacks.
They've lost the CK. No buyback available. FCR, he's still trying to fight as the Viper, but he's down. Triple kill for TA2000. Everyone else left to run away. Noob is still hunting them down, but they have left the building. Still, without buybacks on Costa Bila, it's a pretty tough defense to come.
That it is. It's not going to be straightforward at all. Already collapsing onto top. Double damage already fades, so you're not going to be as silly here, but it doesn't even feel necessary anymore for TA2000. Without that CK, like there's just no burst. Just nothing that you can really do here. Universal type Viper just doesn't do much. Doesn't even survive that long with his durability, and they'll go for the end game.
Yeah, it looks like another comeback here in this best of 2 series to start us off for the day as TA2000 takes down 1 tier 4 tower. Now onto the Invoker. They have found Analog. The Bushwhack will not land, but it may not matter because he's just dead. Too easy. TA2000, that'll be the second tier 4. Meanwhile, FCR, he's still trying to find a way to fight back as his Viper. It's just not really panning out the way he would like, as Analog now has ball back, but might be going right back to the graveyard as he will be forced to BKB and run towards the fountain. KJ and FCR, they are still trying. In fact, they've got the TA now. They will find her life, but it won't matter. The game's over. Quest Esports. Game 1 was a huge comeback for VKS. Game 2 goes the exact opposite way. A comeback for Quest Esports.
Yeah, that is a nutty game out from Quest. What looked like an atrocious early start. You know, TA2000 having to lane up against a Viper, having to go jungle at level 2, and coming out this strong, it's insanity. Quest, they play it right. They managed to wait out well. Noob is just so disruptive on the puck. And to hit these timings, VKS, they drop the ball a bit. You know, they go, again, a little bit conservative on the high ground push. They don't go for this nullifier. They don't respect Toby with a Blink Guardian Angel. That ruins their physical burst. And in those prolonged fights, it allows Quest to find some angles in here.
It certainly does, Jonathan. A fantastic performance this time around from Quest. And you know what's great to see is the fact that both these teams seem to be quite equally matched, right? In this series, it was very, very back and forth here between these two. And I mean, at least ending up in a draw, which is what it feels like it should be. So we're seeing highlights here from game number 2. This is the high ground attempt here from VKS, which I believe ended in a range racks, but that was about it. They just leave right after the range rack was taken, as they do lose maybe a few too many bodies here against Quest. It's like that was kind of the story for VKS's game. It's like range racks, but no melee barracks get taken, and Noob was just being a real headache on the puck. He was just not allowing anything to happen.
Definitely. Like that last moment was where the Aegis did expire on Costa Bila. Like all these small plays coming out from Quest, waiting for the timeout, going for that kill afterwards, using Guardian Angel and kiting around, getting a position to actually get their own physical burst going on Quest's end. Just too much for VKS to handle. Like VKS's draft had to work so much earlier. And they had such an amazing start too. Analog was popping off with these Sunstrike kills all over the map. You had basically a free lane for FCR with no contest. You had a pretty good time for Castabile as well up top. It just drags out too long. You know, you go into the Guardian Angel, no one's taking damage, and they're trading really damn well. They've got their own output here on Quest. You don't have saves on VKS with your supports. I don't think you're expecting too much from Living Armor at that point. And it just falls flat. And again, Quest, they kind of correct from what happened. It feels like both teams kind of made the same mistakes in these games where they've lost. Quest game 1 didn't respect the buybacks and overextend. VKS in game 2, it's more of a case of didn't really respect the backline. Right? They didn't respect that Guardian Angel. They never found Toby to initiate on. And sometimes it would be VKS, King RD, kind of rolling up when he didn't need to commit a roll forward in some of these positions where they're trying to draw them in, trying to look for better targets. So I think that hastiness did cost VKS a lot of that momentum in the game. And it's a drawn-out series, which is not bad for VKS, not bad for Quest either. Especially for Quest, considering they lost game 1, but VKS could have set themselves up for a much stronger opening here in the road to the International. Doesn't quite find that perfect start, but you know what? It's still a good tone to set, right? Like, even if you lost game 2, you still got more games to play. It's your first time back on a big LAN, and you're already somewhat proving a point. Even this game 2 was a good back and forth between Quest and VKS here.
Oh, it absolutely was. And of course, if we're talking MVPs, Jonathan, I'd have to say it has to be Noob. Like, because the game just wouldn't continue if Noob wasn't just being an absolute menace in the puck. Kind of the same story we saw last game around with FCR and the Spirit Breaker, right? Like, just without the intense split pushing between these two guys, it's just the games would not have continued long enough for the comeback to happen. So I dare say Noob should just be the MVP.
I would agree. I think Noob did a lot of work on that puck just to be disruptive. Held off in the high ground push, cut those creep waves, basically just doing puck things. I will want to give a special shout out, though, to TA2000 for just going jungle at minute 2, cutting his losses. You can tell the guys had to deal with that. You know, you can tell.
That is
He's TA2000. He plays a lot of TA. He knows what happens when you lane against Viper. So he just goes off into the jungle, find his own way, and it does work out. But yeah, Noob definitely set that game up for Quest. And Quest, again, this is a team of high hopefuls. There we go. There's the, thank you to our producer, good old Seth. Also for TA2000. I think both of them did a fantastic job. And you know, hats off. If you can jungle from minute 2 to 10 and be #1 in last hits, the TA2000's insane. Like that, it was literally the first 10 minutes that was like, this guy's stacking every camp, getting every side blade off. Just insane how efficient he was in the map.
I mean, I could have done that too, Jonathan. I'm not going to lie. I probably could have pulled it off.
I remember a time when we were playing Gyrocopter, Mike, and you were complaining that you couldn't last hit anything. But that doesn't matter. We've got our group stage standings so far for the road to the international here. Taking a look across every group. Group A, Team Spirit, the favorites, winning everything so far before TI, is 4-0 so far in the road to the international. Looking fantastic, with Entity not too far behind at 3-1. Group B, Liquid as well, rallying 3-1 here. BetBoom at 2-2. Group C, LGD at 4-0 as well. So China rallying up. Gaimin Gladiators at 2-2. It's been a little bit rocky for the team that's been winning everything else all year. And Tundra rallying at the right time to go 4-0 so far. But what do you think, Mike? Like, are these results you didn't quite expect? You know, these outside of the norm. As we take a look at our schedule here for the rest of the stream, we do have Keyed Stars again up against Tundra, and we will tie it off with Gaimin Gladiators up against Nouns later on. So back to back for Keyed Stars, but yeah, it's kind of insane. Like, so many games going on, so many streams on the road to the international group stage. Those results, man, I don't know if that's something I'd expect. I don't think I got my predictions for any of those. I think I'm looking at my bracket. I don't think I'm going to get any of that right here, Mike.
That's unfortunate.
It's looking bad.
That is unfortunate. Thank you for the hosting you just did. It was fantastic, Jonathan. I appreciated not being able to fit any words in, even though you were asking me questions.
You're welcome.
This is why we don't allow Johnny Spy to host, but we'll allow you to host one time. Jonathan. Do you want to throw to a break for us? This is your opportunity to show us how great you are.
No, stop it.
Go on,
Since he said that's it for now, for a little bit, we'll take a little bit of a short break. We'll be back for our next series of Keyed up against Tundra, and stick around and make sure to check other streams as well. We'll catch you in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be heading into our next series very, very soon between Gaimin Gladiators and, of course, the side of Keyd Stars. Excuse me, did I say Gaimin? Tundra is what I meant against Keyd Stars, and it is MLP Dota and John Expired. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. That's your fault, by the way. You were talking about Gaimin, I believe, just a second ago, weren't you?
Yeah, it's not my fault you weren't there for the rest of that conversation, you know? I'm not the guy AFKing up until 10 seconds. Ha! I've outed you, but what we're not out of is the road of the international, right? The road to the international with that next series of Tundra versus Keyd Stars. And we did see Keyd Stars up against Quest. Not an easy opponent. They did manage to get a 1-1. And even in game 2, it looked pretty damn good for Keyd Stars up until the end. So this is going to be an interesting one because, quite frankly, Tundra looks insane.
Yeah.
With the changes they've had, with what they've done to the roster, with Thompson in. It's kind of wild as we can take a look back at what happened here, but in terms of scoreline. But Tundra, I don't know if anyone can stop them in this new form.
It's looking pretty hard against these boys. I mean, not only are they arguably one of the more quote unquote intelligent teams with a coach like AUI 2000 and all the nerdy stuff they like to do with couriers and creeps, and it's all very disgusting to talk about, isn't it, Jonathan? But they are currently looking very unbeatable. Can the side of Keyd Stars do it? I don't know. They're looking pretty damn good themselves. I might be frank, John. I mean, against Quest Esports, they put up a great fight. I just wonder, this will be a real test. Can you take at least a game off Tundra? Can you hand them their first loss of the day?
I think it's possible. I'm really curious to see. I feel like a lot of this comes down to draft, like what sort of silly mids we get for Thompson. He's been playing a lot of that Dazzle mid, Mike. He's been playing a lot of that Earth Spirit mid. You say Earth Spirit's a trash hero, only for trash players, Mike. Come on. Godson, Earth Spirit, and you dare to say the hero's trash? It's a skill issue. It's a skill issue. Get over it.
I never said Thompson's Earth Spirit was bad, Jonathan.
No. That's not the point. You say Earth Spirit's bad. Well, Thompson makes a bad hero work. Just get good, Mike. Get good.
I can't wait till Thompson starts picking up things like Lion mid. I can't wait. I can't wait for that to happen. Just so I can give it to you.
He'll pick Lion mid and he'll max out E first. 1-1-3, baby. And you will see true power, Mike. If Thompson does that, I will literally run across wherever he is. If he's in Malaysia, I will find a man, give him a handshake, and we'll go out for lunch. Because he right now, my hero.
Right now, he's in Seattle, Jonathan, in case
Yeah, well, I'm saying I'm not going to be in Seattle, Mike. But if I see him in Malaysia at some point. Well, why aren't you in Seattle, huh? We're at the road to the international. We don't need to be at the road to the road. Well, I lost
we're on the
my
road.
Trail of thought. We're on the road.
We're getting there.
The road isn't a physical thing. It's the journey to the international. It's a metaphysical object, so we don't need to be there. Come on.
Get
over yourself.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. I would have. Yeah, Seattle seems like a nice place, but
it does.
So is home, Jonathan. Home's a nice place as well. Anyway, moving on. Game number 1 between Tundra and Vivo Keyd Stars. It's set to get underway rather soon. I can only imagine how these drafts are going to go between these two teams. Tundra, again, I mean, they tend to be one of the more intelligent teams, I would argue. And by intelligent, I mean that it's just very hard to outsmart these guys. If you've got a game plan, chances are they've already considered it. So let's see what they do. But you are up against the masterminds of Tundra now. So it's going to be, if you're going to bring out some surprises, it's probably about time to bring it out.
Yeah, you can't afford to really pocket anything up against Tundra. I know you just can't. They've had a rocky year this past year in the DPC. Maybe underperforming for most recent TI winners, but in this season, in this stage, in this event, in the road to the international, it certainly does look a lot better. Starting off in the road to the international group stage at 4-0, not an easy feat. We'll see what the adjustments are made here by Keyd. Maybe they carry some of that. Some lessons from Quest perhaps carry true here in terms of decision making and macro decisions, as we will take a look at the draft shortly. I'm keen to see what kind of instant bans come out here for Keyd. I'm It's like, I don't know if they had time to watch, right? Like, did they have time to see what Tundra does? Did they have time to see the Earth Spirit, the Dazzle? Yeah, it looks like they did, as they already do ban the Earth Spirit. So there you go. That's one gone.
But I think the really challenging thing about banning out these mid heroes against Tundra is Thompson just plays the weirdest stuff in the mid lane, right? Like you went over this mid Dazzle. We see him bringing out the mid Clinks whenever it's available. He's one of those players that just, you give him any hero, chances are he knows how to play it in the mid lane. So it's kind of hard to focus on Thompson bans. I feel like if you are Cade Stars.
Yeah, for sure. But it's still something you have to do. You know, it's like, you can't let him have the smoothest game of his life. Just try to make it challenging for him. At least give Analog a decent lane matchup. I think that's how you kind of have to work this out here for the side of Keed. I would say, though, that the Dazzle has to be taken out. Like, there's no way you want to play against that. It's too much. They will take care of the Tide first, which is fair. If Dazzle slides through and Thompson picks it up, he is. I mean, that's a smart pick. It's also disgusting.
It is. It'll make me very happy to hear you squirming behind the mic, Jonathan.
Oh, I will hate every single thing about that game. I'd be very happy to see, you know, how fast Thompson can go, but it's disgusting.
Well, I fully anticipate some very high level analysis from you about Dazzle, Jonathan, if it does come out for Thompson.
Oh,
I'll tell you that.
For sure. Now, I blame this all down to, I swear to God, it was Avo who told me that he played Dazzle in the jungle, spamming out his thing.
You keep bringing Avo up. Avo's probably not the best example of a pro player.
Yeah, exactly it. But he had the idea to spam out that spell in the jungle, drop the cooldown, and just Midas, even though Midas was not probably the best bet for that, but that was Avo's grand plan. I distinctly remember it. I don't know why. I wish I didn't. I'm sorry, Avo. That's the one core memory I have of him now in our conversation, outside of manga choices, which is also a different story entirely.
Don't even start that conversation. I don't want to hear about it, John. First pickup's coming. Here's the Invoker. So it seems like the side of Keed Stars, they are going to give that back to Analog, who was performing very well last game when it came to the Invoker mid. So why the hell not just go back down that route? Was very annoying to play against as well. Just the constant threat of the Sunstrike to come in with a stun setup just almost guarantees you a kill.
Yeah, he performed really well in the first 10 minutes, like just so much action across the board. And he managed to ramp up really nicely as well in that Invoker. So I don't mind that at all. I think Invoker matchups in general are pretty smooth for the hero. Up against maybe some exceptions, like say a Quap could be annoying. So that is probably one of the few things we'll see. What Thompson will want to pick up. I'm wondering if they will just pick Thompson's hero straight up, knowing the mid matchup. Like Dazzle versus Invoker. I'm trying to ponder on this. I don't think it's too bad for Dazzle. It is somewhat playable. Maybe not as much of a crushing lane as other matchups, but still something that can work fairly straightforward if you wanted to. We'll go with the Nature's Prophet pickup first. So you've got that really annoying support jumping all over the place. Teleportation damage is still ridiculous. Sprout damage is still kind of nuts. So, yeah, you were talking about NP last time as well, Mike. There you go. You've got your NP.
Yeah, I mean, I realize they handed out nerfs to the hero, but nowhere near enough, in my opinion, to make it a forgotten hero. It just still seems absolutely ridiculous, especially with all the map changes that have happened. Like just the fact that you have the Wisdom Rune spawning. Like every time you're up against the Prophet, you've got to be so worried about the Wisdom Runes at 7 minutes. And the thing is as well, if one team gets 2 Wisdom Runes and your team had a bad laning stage, it's so hard to come back from that. Like the whole mid game just feels horrible if you miss that first Wisdom Rune timing.
Yeah.
At least the supports.
It does. And NP just allows you to instantly take control. Again, that's the kind of stuff that Tundra loves to maximize, right? Like anything on the map, they try to maximize their impact on it. So NP fits that bill. What else are you going to take out here, Keed? Will you leave some like I don't know if you even care about the Dazzle at this point, honestly. Just it feels like you have bigger issues to concern yourself with the Nature's Prophet pickup. But in thinking about it as well, NP rotates into the Dazzle lane with Sprout into Treants, and then you have a Shadow Wave bomb. So that's also really annoying. I don't know. Like, it feels like Dazzle will still fit in here if they want it.
Well, final bans to come. The Naga Siren going to be removed. Tundra still focused on position ones by the looks of it. They get rid of the LD. They'll get rid of the Muerta. You still have options like the Luna that we saw earlier today. They wanted to ban that out as well. Though, again, I don't know if they really view that as too much of a threat here for Tundra. Been seeing other position ones like Gyrocopter pop up here and there, though that hasn't looked amazing, and there's a real threat. They'll get rid of the Bristleback, which has been a real detrimental hero as of late, and it's right into the Brewmaster.
Yeah, that hero is obnoxious to play against as well. We've seen a lot of Brewmasters in the regional qualifiers. This hero does a lot of work in the team fights. Plays pretty nicely in lane. Like, if you did run MP plus Brewmaster, that is a fairly easy lane to try to run down here on the side of Tundra. So I like seeing this coming out for 33. What's the call here for Keed? Like, they have their own options for offlane. Maybe something like, say, I don't know, Centaurs in the pool. If you wanted straight up pick it up, you could go for support pickups here. They go with Avenge, which is, I suppose, one way to help people out in the Sprout. You can just kind of swap them out. You can try to swap down the Cyclone here as well. That's one way to kind of ensure that the counter carry potential of the Brewmaster is not as annoying as it could be just with swap. So that is one way to kind of handle that. Gyrocopter is picked up as well by Keed, and that is a hero that has been up there in terms of the carries. It also has gotten a couple of touches down, but it's still something we saw a lot of in regional qualifiers. Not so much here in the first day of the road to the international, if I am recalling right. We didn't see too much Gyro come in. Only about 4 contests for Gyrocopter, so not as popular as it once was, but with this kind of lineup, Alacrity plus Wave of Terror, Gyrocopter is not going to have too bad of a time here.
It shouldn't be too bad. Tundra, third pick for themselves. I mean, they'll see the position 1 and the mid lane now of Keed Stars. I'm having a bit of a thought about this one. There's still supports to be picked up. Unless they don't want to really reveal the position of this Prophet. Like, it still could go to the 5 position as well, but say the Brewmaster Prophet lane is going to be quite annoying to play against, so I think you'd rather go down that kind of duo. Tundra dragging out the reserve time, 35 seconds left. They'll go down the tiny route, which is not something we see as of late, and now the Klink's coming up. Here we go.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I like this from Tundra. You know, the Klinks has, and like you mentioned, Thompson's been enjoying it. There's some good targets to pick off. Avenge dies very, very fast. So, yeah, it should be a decent time. Mid lane matchups, not the worst thing in the world. You can kind of play at range up against the Invoker. So it is somewhat manageable for Thompson. And that does mean what? A tiny 4, NP5. A tiny plus Brewmaster lane is all right. I mean, there is still flex. You could run tiny mid and support Klink still. Like, a Klink's Brewmaster lane does sound pretty damn good. I don't know if you'd want to remove that. It sounds way better than, say, a tiny 4 with a Brewmaster lane. So I can kind of see it going either way for Tundra. I would actually prefer a Thompson Tiny here, just because, again, the lane duo of Klink's Brewmaster is very straightforward. Keed do go for the Tusk once more. That should be our King RT hero. Had a fairly decent time last time around. You do have some... It's a good save potential as well. So you have Swap, you have Snowball plus Blink, kind of save heroes. You've got the eventual Ags pickup with a kickback, and you've got this ganking squad once more for Keed. So you have good control, good damage, and the follow-up damage can come out from Analog to Snowball from mid with Sunstrike. So they're setting up for that same early tempo here on the side of Keed, which honestly, it did work out pretty damn well in game 2. Like, the first 10, 15 minutes felt insanely good for Keed. I don't mind them going back into that same mindset.
We'll see if it pays off, though. Again, Tundra's arguably a much stronger team based off the results right now. So whether it works or not is going to be the big question. And going back to the point you made as well about the Clinks versus Tiny for Thompson, I can't see Thompson saying no to the Clinks. That's kind of my main issue here. It's I might agree with you based on the combo with the Brewmaster Clinks, but the thing is, Thompson, when he takes this mid Clinks, he just carries the game for you. You know, he just does everything he needs to do.
Yeah, but he can carry in a mid Tiny as well.
Can he, though, John?
Yeah. I mean, he can carry on an Earth Spirit, Mike, not like you. So he can. He can. Believe it.
What have I done to deserve all this from you today,
You're just going to take the shots, Mike, you know?
I lost my last Earth Spirit game as well, by the way.
Oh, there you go. Skill issue, Mike LaPhoenix. Skill issue.
You should have seen it.
It is what it is.
We were 1 quarter of their ancient away from winning the game, and we did something stupid, John. It involves their fountain.
See, because you didn't have Ags. You know, if you remnanted your allies and pulled them out of being dummies in the fountain, you would have won. You didn't think ahead, Mike. See, Thompson thinks ahead.
Actually, I was the one who rolled into the fountain, John.
Good job, Mike LaPhoenix. Round of applause in chat for Mike. Outstanding play.
What am I going to do? I can't cancel the roll, Jonathan. Do I, Pango can cancel the roll, cancel SB charge, but not Earth Spirit.
Well,
Can't
just
cancel
don't
his
roll
roll.
into the fountain. Just don't do it. Why would you do it?
Final pick here for Keed Stars. You wouldn't get it,
No
Jonathan.
defense.
Only Earth
I
Spirit
would
players
get
would understand.
Okay. If you say
You
so.
wouldn't get it.
If you say so. Sure. What's
Keed,
it going to be for Keed? We're looking at an off lane for FCR. He doesn't know his safe lane matchup. They'll go with a Visage. So a bit of a change of pace. This is very high tempo coming out from Keed. They want to take out some early objectives. They want to take some early fights and just kind of rush down. Avenge plus Visage is a pretty strong combination in terms of just taking objectives and trying to build up pressure. I think your lane duo of Avenge Visage is very damn strong. Maybe not in level 1, but level 2, level 3, it starts to ramp up a little bit more. I'm keen to see what they'd take for safe lane here, though, on Tundra. Because you see the Visage, you can kind of try to just find a lane that doesn't care too much about the output somehow, or can kind of dance around it for Skitter. I can't think of a hero off the top of my head that kind of does that, though. So I'm keen to see what they might have in mind, you know, being the big nerds that they are. And they will go over the Faceless Void, so just time walk back. You've got decent damage to throw into Chrono. It is just going to be the Thompson point, so he'll just take it. You're right. He'll just take it, you know.
You can't say
Screw
no,
the lane combinations. Who cares about laning combinations, all those technicalities? He wants to play Clinks. Let the man play his Clinks.
To be fair, though, Tiny Brewmaster is probably going to be pretty strong, right? Like Cinder Brew plus Avalanche is probably going to be a huge headache to deal with, not to mention the tossbacks are going to be a problem. So, yeah, Thompson, he can't say no to this mid-clinks. I'm telling you, John, every time I've seen this guy play this hero, it's revolting to watch. It really is. I feel terrible for the enemy every time.
It's revolting, but I'd still argue it's not as revolting as his Dazzle. Anyone that plays Dazzle mid, and special shout out to Kiyotaka, it's disgusting.
Well, you know, John, I mean, it only got banned once today so far for us, so, you know.
Yeah, on our stream. Everywhere else, you know, they're getting the spice with the Dazzle. Thank God it's not on our stream, actually. Oh, God. Ugh, okay. Good. Thank you, Tundra, for not picking Dazzle. Thank you.
Well, what are you thinking here between these two drafts? Like, ignore the teams. Forget about who's playing. Who has the better draft in your eyes for game one?
I'd still say Tundra. I think draft-wise, this is pretty straightforward. You've got really good counter carry in the Brewmaster. I think this potential for Venge swap to take them out of Cyclone. It's interesting because, well, you won't have swap for anything else. You're not going to be able to use it offensively. You're going to have to hold back. You're going to have to assume that the Brewmaster will always get the split off. So it's like a heat of the moment decision whether or not you want to hold that off for the swap. And I think it can be a little bit difficult. I think the tempo that the side of Tundra brings is really strong. Just again, based on draft, you've got this Nature's Prophet that's going to contest your runes. You've got this global gank potential of the Clinks sneaking around with an NP jumping on top. Like, there's a lot of early tempo that Tundra brings to the table here. And I think for the side of Keed, like this lineup, if it falls behind, it's not going to feel amazing. Sure, you've got all these buffs for the gyrocopter, but something like the Visage, right? Like if the Visage starts to drag on in game, it can start to feel like it's not doing as much. You know, you've got the Ags build up, you've got stuff like that, but it can start to lag a bit behind when it doesn't snowball hard from the laning phase.
Well, good news, John. We do have Game 1 now officially underway, so we don't even need your opinion anymore on these drafts because we can see exactly how they'll perform. In game number 1 between Tundra and Keed Stars, Tundra should be the favourites going into this matchup purely based on their scoreline right now, which is 4-0, but Keed Stars did surprise us last series. They did take one game off Quest, and they looked like they were about to take the second, so we'll see if Tundra can remain undefeated after this series. Thompson does get sharded up, but seems more than happy to just fight against King RD. He does have 4 heroes behind him. You know, it's kind of expected he just turns around and fights.
Yep. And I like that sneaky little play that Snaking immediately did. As soon as the game loaded in, TP down mid, plant a ward, not going to be spotted by anyone, gets forward the sentry as well. So they managed to get that instant D ward and just win the ward trade already.
Very
you have
nice.
a sentry ready on the side of VKS, so you can try to spot that out, but they're not going to be able to get too sneaky here with a really nice position ward. Again, Snaking, giant nerd, as everyone in Tundra is, as we lovingly call them, the giant nerds of Dota. Doing nerdy plays.
Giant
does that?
wealthy nerds. Giant,
Yeah,
very
that's
wealthy nerds. Yeah.
They could be wealthier if they win a second TI, you know?
Better avoid the jokes I was about to make here, John. We'll look into the top lane. I think you've got 9 against, 9 and 33 against KJ. And of course, Costa Bile. There's top lane. Like, I think it could be very detrimental for Keed Stars. Like, sure, the Gyrocopter Venge is a strong duo in and of itself, but once you hit level 2 or even level 3 here for 9, along with the Cinderbrew and the Thunderclap, it's just so hard to walk away.
Yeah, it's going to be really annoying. Like, the Venge can't really do too much to stop that as well. I think the key thing is to always just play with Flak and Wave of Terror, because the minus armor plus physical output you have is pretty ridiculous, and Tiny doesn't have any base armor to play with. So you can kind of punish if 9 does come up. Keen to see just how much they can get out from that first level, because level 2 to 3 is going to be a big spike for Tundra. As you mentioned, that's where the aggression should kick in. So having a chance to look elsewhere, down in mid, Thompson, trading blows with Analog early on. Already running a little bit low on the mana, using the Death Pact, has a little bit left for Tar Bomb spam, but is controlling the lane pretty nicely. On top of the nice 4-3 up against the 2-2 of Analog. It just Thompson clinks, just spam that Tar Bomb and run down. Relatively easy to just keep it shoved out in your favor here all the time.
It certainly is. We should have a look at that final lane as well. Of course, bot lane, FCR and King RD are up against Snaking and Skidder. Now, this bot lane should be okay for VKS, right? Like, you've got a Visage, you've got a Tusk. Chances are both sides are just going to trade farm. I was about to say I don't expect too many kills here, but here we go. Snaking going to get jumped immediately, and he is down. There you go, Jonathan. Caster's Curse coming in hot.
Not it does. I mean, again, we talked about the Faceless Void pickup to dodge out the damage coming out from VKS. A Treant, Nature's Prophet, can't really do that. He doesn't have Time Walk. So if he cops it, he cops it, and cops it fast. Although Snaking, looking for a snipe.
He might get his revenge very, very early as FCR now going to drop. Skidder, we'll back off. We'll leave King RD alone. But they get their revenge. Snaking, I'm sure, will be pretty happy with that trade, in fact.
Yeah. Not going to be too upset and giving the kill over. And they still find little. You get some solo EXP for Skidder. He has some tangos to play with. One more shared tango in the backpack. And again, you just kind of hold your own. And then the lane does get a little bit trickier as time goes on until Time Walk's at a decent level. So you should still be able to look for that nuke opportunity up top. Trading blows here.
9's getting very low, though. He's going to go for the toss back onto 33, but it is not going to work in his favor as 9 is down. And 33, he is struggling. Like, they are doing a fantastic job at this top lane, KJ and Costa Bile. of really making it hard for Tundra. As 33 now going to have to go for a run because the homing missile is going to land, and they'll have a follow-up magic missile now. So 33 might be going down to boot, but not quite. He is okay just with the stick charges. He will barely survive. As in comes 9 again. But 9, he's got level 1 toss and level 1 tree grab. Like, there's not really much he can do.
That was such a clever play by Costabile, holding on to that melee creep so he has something to bounce flat cannon off of.
Oh, very nice.
Just maximizing every single step to look for that opening, trying to find these openings. This is what you have to do when you're up against Tundra. You have to find all these small things to play with. They are finding them so far up top on VKS. A decent enough start coming out for VKS, although the mid lane is starting to suffer. Analog's starting to drop really low up against Thompson. 19 to 10 on that Clinks, although
they're going to snowball in. Thompson, he's still actually trying to go after Analog, realizing there's no real way out. Snaking sprouts him into boot. Why the hell not? Thompson going to try to go for a run, but is certainly dead. Snaking, he will go for the chase after King RD. In fact, never mind, he'll turn back towards Analog, but he doesn't have the lockdown nor the damage to finish them off. Unless he's going to sprout back up, and they're going to snowball back in. King RD continuing with the tag team now, so Snaking still trying to run, does have the Fairy Fire and will survive as King RD will go down. Analog almost dropping along with him. In comes Thompson again. The Thompson is back, but it seems like Analog will be okay.
he scoots out of there with his life intact, has a water rune to give him a little bit of a boost. Has something to play with, but with Thompson fully reset,
Costa
showing that lane for even a moment.
Here comes that power spike we were talking about earlier, John. They've got the Avalanche Toss and they've got the Cinder Brew now, with the Urn Chant, by the way, of 33. So this is where the top lane gets very difficult. So now, if they land a Cinder Brew into an Avalanche, you are almost guaranteed to just die.
Yeah, you're not going to be surviving that output. They are starting to force a response down mid.
FCR, Thompson, mid lane, is going to be in a bit of danger. FCR, in the meantime, still being chased down bottom, though Skidder cannot quite reach. Thompson, he is still alive, but not for long. The tornado does land, and Thompson will go down as Analog. He will hand the tip over to King RD for the great rotations of the Tuscan. I might agree, John. King RD has been doing some fantastic work.
And he has. Again, we saw him do this in the last game as well, setting up for the Sunstrike kills.
A lot of action here in this game. 133 now getting caught out. Go for the Thunderclap and the run. And with the Storm Brawler stance, he will be able to walk his way out just fine. The KJ is still chasing, but wouldn't have had the damage. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Snaking. Getting caught out will go down to King Art.
Finding some openings on the side of VKS, trading back and forth. I feel like the space being given out to Skidder is sort of a concern. This Faceless Void isn't really being contested when left alone solo up against the Visage, and this is where this Faceless Void pick comes in handy. You don't care too much, you've got the time walk. You can always bail out when you're being committed on, and they get the rotation out early here from 33.
FCR in danger. 33 with the rotation. Looks like it is going to pan out immediately. And he has the urn up, so it's just a nice, easy way of getting through the Gravekeeper's Cloak, of course. And
Radiant are scanning.
what does work out quite nicely is he will go right through the Twin Gates back towards the top lane. Meanwhile, 9 may have his Wisdom Rune stolen, but a nice preemptive Avalanche, knowing that KJ was somewhere around there, does still pick up the Wisdom. And now KJ probably going to die. Snaking. He was trying to go for a steal of his own, but he cannot get it. And he gets a deny. He actually gets the deny on the creeps. Meanwhile, KJ is still running from 9, but Avalanche is back up. He just needs to get within range, and he is. Toss. Oh, he was out of mana. It won't matter, though. Surely, KJ. One more hit. There it is. 9 will get it.
God. That is disgusting. I just don't understand why King RD didn't aggro the creeps, or didn't manage to aggro the creeps, actually. And Snaking still slips by. Nice little trades coming out. Feels a little bit better for Tundra. But you're not too bad off here on the side of VKS. You are still at least finding your Wisdom Runes coming out. So you're not being starved out as much as you'd be expecting to up against Nature's Prophet. So far, a rather even game I don't think it's leaning one way or the other just yet. You're getting some decent farm coming out in your gyro. A little bit of a smoke out from VKS now. Analog, King RD, and KJ ready to go.
Yeah, certainly so. 3-man smoke up towards the top lane where they'll try to focus on 33. 33 still level 5, so has no primal split available. He'll have to try and walk the old-fashioned way, but there is no getting out of that. Costabile had the kill by VKS. I appreciate the amount of attention they've been giving 33. You don't want to give this guy a good game. Meanwhile, FCR, though, also being chased across the map. Topson and 9, both having a look around for somebody. The Visage is really the only target they have. But he is hugging that tier 1 bottom tower at the moment. 9, about to see him. FCR is going to be able to walk away, and it seems like this time they will miss out.
Nah.
Top lane.
They don't find the opening. Oh.
It hasn't ended yet, John. 33 may get caught soon. They are waiting patiently for the Brewmaster to show himself.
That they are, but they do have vision onto this clump up, so 33 is just going to be hugging around unless he can get a little bit of a flank in, maybe a TP in, but no one's really coming in from the side of Tundra, so they'll surrender the top tier 1.
33. Aggressive plays here from the Brewmaster. He does have level 6 though, so he wants to try and play like this. Snaking, also TPing in, but not really finding anyone to jump in on. They do at least get the Tusk. King RD, though, going to buy a bit of time with a snowball back towards 9. Toss back the way of his teammates, though. So King RD getting tossed around like a ragdoll. Eventually will die. With that, it's not the greatest kill, but Tundra, they'll take it. It's something.
Yep. It's not the biggest deal in the world. At the same time, it's a nice little pickup for Topson to help accelerate on this Clinks. So far, again, you are buying a ton of space here for VKS, for Costabile to just farm up on that Jar Copper. Though I believe he does have his crystals flying out, so farm acceleration should be in play. At the same time, you are starting to ramp up on Topson, and even Skitter, you know, the Faceless Void, not the fastest farmer, is number 2 in net worth because of the relatively free lane Skitter did have. So he's going to be able to kick into gear on that Faceless Void sooner rather than later. Does have the Midas recipe flying out now as well. And the main thing now for both sides is really the aggression from everyone else. Like the tempo that you can expect from FCR and the tempo that you can expect from 33. It's going to be on the off lanes and mids here. And it does feel like you have more uptime for sure on a Visage. The Familiars just being alive as long as they don't die. It's much more consistent presence in comparison to the split reliance of the Brewmaster for these wider fights. But they are more than happy to farm on Tundra. They're forcing VKS to be the ones to dictate and try to find a way in here.
Oh, they're going to know Topson's around this bottom lane. King RD having his smoke broken. Get some vision down. Topson will see all this, of course, so he'll retreat, seeing how many heroes were around the area. Skitter will try to do the same, but now the chase is on. That Costabile even showing up. Skitter, he is trying to run, but the shards will lock him in. He's forced a chrono and just run around the chrono. He might still make it. The time walk away. They cannot kill him. A defensive chrono, but it's not like Skitter wants to fight anyway. He just wants to farm.
Yeah, and that's so much space. They managed to clear out mid. They don't need to rotate anyone else to help Skitter out down bot. So they take an objective for nothing, just costing Chrono, but he's got Midas, he wants to farm. Analog reveals his position with that Ghost Walk.
But he does.
Oh.
So at least get the shield rune here for King RD. The thing is, you lost your mid-tier 1 tower while that bottom fight was happening, right? Like, it's a pretty big deal to just hand that over to Tundra. So they do sneak it away, and now FCR, speaking of being sneaky, Topson trying to get a solo pick off for himself, though he may have gone a bit too far. Skitter trying to help out Topson, he will go down. BKS, a great pickup as they do find the mid clinks, and well, Topson, you saw how much damage he did to that Visage, but VKS at the very least sticking as a unit, not allowing the clinks those easy pickoffs.
Yeah. It's kind of using the bounty rune as bait as well, but the Visage, not the easiest target to burst down, even with just the level 1 Gravekeeper's Cloak at that point, with a full Solar Crest up, and does have enough armor to kind of sit through the siege that the Clinks provides, and now they can kind of go for a push, so...
Oh, nice shards. King RD gonna lock in 9. Familiars are incoming. Thompson around the area trying to help out by taking down the Tusk. They've actually still saved the Tiny as well. He will be able to walk out of here. So 9 is fine. King RD is the one to go down. Now they might even find a cheeky Familiar, but not quite. It does manage to get out of there.
Good punish. Holds off on the mid push as well. The side of VKS can't fully commit. Try to find that objective. This is still a ton of good space coming out for Costabile. A gyrocopter 2 parts away from full ags, but it doesn't feel like he's finding enough of a lead over Skitter. Like, this face is void, despite having lost this Tier 1 tower relatively quick. With the Midas is not too far behind, around a 900 gold deficit, 900, 800 gold deficit in comparison to a Gyro, who theoretically is supposed to farm a lot faster, is not a bad position. So despite all the space, I don't think you're finding enough for VKS to feel comfy here. Skitter's farm is still on point. Thompson's hanging up there, has some stacks, clearing out with 33. 33 going for the Radiance. So the mischance for the gyrocopter down the line is just going to be a massive nuisance for that hero. And they're kind of holding back in this aggression that VKS wants to bring out. Like, compare this to the last Invoker game of Analog, where he was hammering in all these Sunstrikes. Granted, he didn't go Exhort this time, but they're not able to really play off the back of, say, just pick-off potential here. On the side of VKS, they're having to try to drag in multiple heroes, and they're not really finding too much for their trouble. So it's a slower pace, and Tundra, when they're left alone like this, are just much more efficient on the map.
But they absolutely are. This is like, it feels like Tundra's game, right? Like, you just give them the space, they'll just start doing all this wacky stuff, and at the very least, Costabile, he is having a pretty good time farming on that Gyrocop. Like, he's still top of the net worth board, but against a Faceless Void, that may not feel that great, to be quite frank with you. Like, if the Void's still staying on parity when it comes to farm, we know how strong these Voids can be as the game gets later. And Chrono never gets old as an ability. Now, see how they do intend on trying to deal with this. It's Tundra now occupying the Dire jungle. Not so much looking for an opportunity to kill, but rather just buying themselves time and space. VKS will do the exact same thing. They have bought time for Skitter to have the full the Maelstrom up now, so his farm will start to escalate quite a bit. Costabile is very close to the Aghanim Scepter on the Gyrocopter, so happy days for him, but you know, I just worry about the Gyro when it comes to just having that equal kind of net worth to the Void. It's never going to feel that great.
No, certainly not. I think the one thing you can bank on here for VKS is that you have some answers for both the Chrono and the Cyclone, right? So again, you have the swap.
Yeah.
Your Gyrocopter is caught in Chrono, swap out. Perfectly fine. Your Gyrocopter is caught in the Cyclone, swap out. That can save, but it takes a long time for you to hit some good strides with swap. Like, the moment where it feels like you're never going to be able to pin down the Gyro is like level 20 with a minus 15-second nether swap. And that's a long ways off. There's still going to be openings where you're going to have to commit 2 spells, but you're always going to be able to put that Gyro out of the pool, out of contention in these fights. Trying to smoke around here on the side of VKS. They could try for Roshan, and they are clumping up for that. They've got the full Ags on Costabile, with a Chrysalis, with Tag Team and the Familiars. And the Wave of Terror, not going to take too long here.
Roshan will be taken quite easily, VKS. We'll see what they can get away with this Aegis, though. Like, it's one thing to take Roshan, but it's a matter of what you can do with what Roshan gives you. Obviously, that mid-tier 1 tower would probably be a great start for VKS to try and, you know, get some kind of prize out of this Aegis that they will now acquire. Hell, maybe even just the top tier 1 tower might do it for them. And speaking of that top tier 1, it just goes down to creeps. Mid-tier 1 tower it is. They have smoked up as 5. Thompson is going to reveal himself up at that top lane, and that'll be an amazing pick-off, but they're going to go down to the bottom instead and go for a bigger team fight. They'll run to Snaking, though. Not exactly the target they want. It is just going to be a pos 5 profit they'll get.
Yeah, not the biggest deal in the world for Snaking. As long as no one else gets caught out, Skitter backs off at the right moment. Should be able to just fully retreat. So VKS...
33?
Oh?
The thing is, you don't want to jump the Brewmaster because he'll just split. It's not like you can burst him quick enough.
No. Not going to be under threat. They're not They are still set to collapse, though.
Now they're trying out. Cold Snap is out. Primal Split is going to be able to come off just in the nick of time. 33 though. Can he get the Prulings out? Not quite. A very aggressive position. Like earlier on when we talked about it, John, he had his team around him. This time he just goes right past the river on his own with no backup, and yeah, they just annihilated the Brewlings.
Yeah, I mean, Flak Cannon with a Crystallis and Ags. You've got enough output to kind of melt those level 1 Brewlings. Takes a long while for them to get really tanky to kind of withstand that punishment. So, good opening being found by VKS. Tundra maybe not quite necessary to lose out on 33 there. But again, they're kind of playing the stall game. They want more items to be up in Skitter. They want more on Thompson as well. He does have the Deso up on the Clinks. Dragonlance next into the Shard. And even just the Deso alone, this is where the Clinks should start to pop off, right? Like, this is where you can start looking for that. Venge, looking for, heck, even something like the Visage can melt. So this is where Thompson should start to play his game.
Jesus, PTP, all that time you couldn't show us the death summary of 33? My goodness. Come on, PTP. We're paying you good money, PTP. Show us the death summary. Show us the death summary, PTP. What are you doing? There you go. Thank you, PTP. We appreciate it. Bot lane, Snake
why you
King.
gotta do that to him?
Skitter, Chrono up, he's got it.
Oh,
Just cancel the TP of Analog, no wasting time. Beautiful pickup. They could still go after King RD, though he will TP away. And now mid lane, FCR. He will also get caught. Familiars, doesn't seem like they're going to be too lucky either. They both get bursted down. So Tundra is starting to really get their tempo going.
there they are. They're finding some punishment. They're breaking up the side of VKS. When they're not stuck together as a team, again, this lineup excels at pickoffs on the side of Tundra. And it's basically global pickoff potential with NP TPing in on top of the Clinks, with how he can weave around the map. Good invasion of the triangle from Thompson as well. And just denying some resources away. VKS are still hanging as a trio up top, though, playing off the back of Costabile. Satanic almost fully done on the gyro. So some good sustain to play with. Not focusing too hard on damage here for Costabile, which I do appreciate that he wants that sustain. We'll see. It's right now the one issue for VKS on top of all of this movement is that it's only Costabile farming. FCR is taking the backseat. Analog has not popped off, and there's not too much they can do to stop that. They'll lose their Tormentor here as well. So freebie for 9. Always nice to have.
I mean, it's you know, unlimited tree grab, I guess. It's unlimited charges on the tree grab is something for the Tiny. Sure.
Yeah. Support Tiny is not the best, but, you know, down the line, you've got your free shard for when you kind of want to pick up a moon shard, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like at 40 minutes, you'll look back and it's like, I'm so happy I got this at 20 minutes.
Fair. I suppose it was that or Curse of the Overgrowth, which is, you know, that's another ability, I suppose.
Yeah, that's honestly, the Curse of the Overgrowth might have been better, but, you know, you look at the positives here, Mike. You look at the positives. You've got the Axe for snaking, so you get the Axe, the shard will go to 9. That's it.
Very, very nice. Top tier 2 tower going to be under siege. The bottom tier 2 will also be under siege from Tundra. BKB now fully available on Skitter, so he might want to try and go for a fight. Costabile, though, he's just about to pick up the Reaver to finish off his Satanic. So suddenly the Gyrocopter, he does become a bit more of a menace to deal with. Speaking of a menace, top lane, King RD going to chase down 9 on the Tiny. KJ will be there to help out. 9, though, he does avoid the Sunstrike, but the swap is out. And with the tier 3 tower damage, he's not getting away.
Nah, but that drags them so far away from any other point of action here for VKS. Again, so much space for Tundra. They've got the full BKB up for Skitter. They've got Thompson just clearing out more Tormentors. 33 gets it now as well. Never going to snaking, huh? That's rather unfortunate, but you get the longer duration split. More utility for 33. Radiance also not too far off now. It should be pretty much up in 60 gold. So the timings are lining up for Tundra. 8k lead, 10 to 10. Again, if you're not playing aggressive here on VKS, Tundra will just outfarm you on the map. They just know how to be efficient. They're math nerds. They know what's efficiency.
Absolutely.
Tower is under attack.
Tier 2 mid tower, though, is going. Like, VKS, they are still fighting outer objectives. Costa BLA seems to want to try for the high ground, at least force back the side of Tundra. 9, though, this is a bit of a force back. Costa BLA, he got tossed back into a chrono, but the swap is there. They will save for now. Problem is, he will get tornadoed up, so they've still got the gyrocopter held down, and now the root's coming out. He's forced to fight. Costa BLA, can he do it? It seems like he'll cop a bit of damage, but he's okay to back off for now, but Nine's back in again. Avalanche and toss out. The Visage is down. Costa BLA, he does not have a Satanic available. Thompson comes in from the backside. That is just a complete wipe for the side of Tundra. That's kind of the thing. You know, you've got this tiny toss back. It can be a little bit worrisome here for the gyrocopter.
That it can be. You are seeing some of the saves kick in, but with the Satanic, you don't have that much damage. You're kind of relying on being alacritied up almost all the time here on the gyrocopter, on Costa BLA, to try to deal with the onslaught from Tundra, and it's just not enough. Even a one-man chrono is... You know, in any other game, you might feel bad about it, but in this kind of game, you don't mind. You've got enough from everyone else outside.
They've got the Invoker this time, and Analog, he just... Oh, he gets away. The Ghost Walk. It disjoints some of the attacks, so he will be able to survive just a little bit longer. Problem is, King RD will get left behind. The KJ is moving back in as 9 now gets the Invoker.
Oh my
Analog
God.
moved back in for a second, gets caught by 9. The 9 will give his life up for it, but it's well worth it. Tundra, they'll be more than happy with those trades.
For sure. And KJ tried his best to save. Another swap with the damage reduction as well, doing a ton of work there for the Invoker to kind of hang in with a sliver of HP, but makes the wrong choice to walk up onto the left side. Does get punished, and that's still not enough to stop Thompson from pushing. I mean, tier 2 tower falls anyway. So the sacrifices were made. You're still losing map space. And Tundra, again, just choking out VKS. 15k up, 17 to 11. Not the most action-packed game, but man, whenever some of these fights break out, Tundra just finds a way to make these fights work in their favor. Now again, we saw an early launch up by VKS, and now it's really not doing much. Like, yeah, you're still number 1 in Costa BLA. Look at the sacrifice Analog's had to make. Analog is lower net worth than Snaking and 9 on the Invoker.
Yeah.
The mid-Invoker.
Yes, he is. Yes, he certainly is, Jonathan. Not a very happy position for a mid-invoker. And in case you just joined the stream, this is a position to invoke you're watching. 8k net worth is not something you get to see very often for a mid-invoker, but it happens. At least he has a Midas, right? You know? He'll catch up one day, John. Eventually.
Eventually. He will. We need to see some of these combinations kick in. Like, again, there's no instant burst with the Sunstrike, with Exert being so low level right now. I don't know, like, you play around with just alacritying up your gyrocopter when he comes in. Look for the right alacrity moment as well. You have to kind of wait out the Cyclone. You have to maybe think about the Chrono. There's a lot of things to consider for VKS when these fights break out.
Thompson.
They might force something out here.
Costa BLA, you don't want to be at the front, I don't think so. Oh, that Satanic up. Like, you saw how much damage they can pump out against the gyrocopter. Ag's now coming out for the Visage, so you're going to have that Silent as the Grave now available for SCR, and that can be quite annoying, especially for this next Roshan fight. They will smoke up as 4. Side of VKS, they want to try and move in for a fight. They've got the 4 Daedalus built up on Costa BLA as well, so they want to try and abuse this power spike, but he does not have buyback gold now. So if he dies, the fight is as good as over. Costa BLA will show himself. The jump is there. 9, he's going to make the jump in immediately, though he does get stunned up. It's a bit of a messy fight for Tundra, but Skidder, he does jump in for a nice chrono. He found 3 targets. Analog is gone. They've even lost KJ on the Vengeful Spirit, and now Skidder, he can get right to work. Costa BLA, who are you even attacking, sir? He doesn't know where to go, what to do. There's nothing to do. He's just down. Thompson with a triple. FCR, just surrounded by the trees, will also go down as Thompson gets an ultra kill for himself. What can you do? A full team wipe.
Not much you can do about that for VKS. Good angle being found once more by the side of Tundra. Just kind of collapsing and snaring the side of VKS in that area. Unfortunate that Skitter did steal that Rampage from Thompson, but it is what it is. You know, it happens. I'm sure Thompson will find another opportunity elsewhere, as they will take Roshan. No problems here from the side of Tundra. Aegis and She's going their way. And VKS now, it's starting to feel like they missed their timing. Because even scaling into late game here, their teamfight presence is just not the same. It's not the same as Tundra's. You have to deal with Chrono. You have to deal with even just the Ags up and snaking, the Rat of Nature route. You have to expend so many resources to find Thompson sneaking around, trying to look for these pickoffs. He has the full Daedalus up. Like, this Clinks is an assassin on a mission. And for VKS, it's all about just trying to keep building up in Gyro. But again, it's just Gyro farming. No one else has farm here.
Well, here we go, 9. Forced up to the high ground. Will not go down yet, but the shards will lock him in. Meanwhile, Thompson just kills off Analog on his own. 9 somehow still alive. 9 actually blinks away. He's fine. He had no help around him. But they just weren't confident to move up high ground. They just didn't have enough vision. Meanwhile,
Don't have enough vision. Oh,
in the triangle, snaking, he might be baiting here for Thompson, who's sneaking up from the backside, but no. Snaking will drop, Thompson will leave him. So they do at least get a profit. It's something.
Is something. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Thompson just waiting for someone to kind of eat up this creep wave. No one biting the bait just yet. Does have the Arcane rune ready as well, so he's going to be running around on a very low cooldown relatively soon. And does not opt to try to play tag with the Gyro, not without some backup. Will just take away more resources. Again, Tundra, whenever these kinds of trades happen, they just work the map so damn well. VKS are so clumped up. It's only your Gyrocopter farming. FCR has nothing. Analog has nothing. Yeah. Your 2 cores have less farm than snaking.
Kick RD getting the Thompson Clinks experience. Very nice.
2 cores less than the enemy NP. Well, FCR slightly ahead, but this is disgusting.
It's a pretty revolting experience if you are Keyd Stars at the moment. Tundra, in no rush to put it into this game. I think they're having a lot of fun in this game one, as lines have been drawn through the bottom lane, but as we've seen throughout all our games today, it's, you know, there is a lot of hesitation going high ground because it does prove to be very challenging. FCR,
But it does.
they're going to try and make the jump in on the Clinks. Thompson will just walk away. 9, well, they're still going to chase him down. Tops is still being targeted, but 9 does save the day, tossing Thompson out. He will be able to retreat and reset. 33, though, forced the primal split to be able to get the fight going and be able to survive a little bit longer. Meanwhile, the Tusk back in on Thompson, but Thompson just annihilates him. Back onto the Gyrocopter. Skitter not even requiring the Chrono, just doing it the old-fashioned way, and Costabile can do nothing. He can do nothing but watch it happen.
Yeah, they can't stop this. With the threat of Chrono still ready as well, the high ground's just going to get torn apart. And there's not much they can do to stop it on the side of VKS, even with relatively short respawns.
Split push. There goes your top tier 3 tower. Thompson's racing his own team to find a Rax. And he's actually winning that race, by the way. We'll leave the area now. But I think for the Keyd Stars, it's... This game is looking pretty much as good as over at this point, not to be anti-hype, John. That last team fight was without Chrono being committed, and now the Chrono has been committed. He'll find 2 more targets plus some familiars, and they just get destroyed. Xanalog, he will die once again on the Invoker. They do have buybacks available, but I don't really know if they even want to commit it at this stage. Like, the game's just so one-sided. It might just be time to call it. The Gyro is coming up in 3 seconds. They'll go one more time, perhaps. There's your Gyrocopter. Are we going to buy back? They'll commit all the buybacks, but the Ancient is completely exposed. They are just ignoring the heroes, and that's game over. Game 1 to go the way of Tundra. They remain undefeated here today for the road to TI. And, well, game 2 will be coming up, but Tundra, John, there's no way to sugarcoat it. They made it look pretty damn easy.
That they did, because Thompson Clinks snaking, Nature's Prophet just rotate on top. They work the map so well. They're so efficient. Again, if there's any downtime at all and you're not applying pressure, Tundra will just outfarm you. Like, snaking was above net worth of FCR and of Analog. Like, what can you do? You know, we were talking about this in the draft. There's so many things you have to ban out up against Tundra. They let the Clinks through. They experienced the Clinks gameplay. And there were some shining moments there for VKS. You know, they tried to apply this pressure onto the high ground early. They're not able to find too much success. The swap saves are there, but it's just not enough. Like, I think there were some good ideas here from the side of VKS. I think this opener of Invoker straight up along with Venge didn't feel like it synergized too well. They didn't have the strongest lanes. Like, Venge Gyrocopter is all right. It's not directly synergistic. You know, ideally, I think a Gyrocopter would much prefer a frontline kind of support. Instead, you had to run Tusk plus Visage. So you lost a lot of that impact early on, and sure, they were finding some ways to bully out the Brewmaster in the first few levels, level 1 to 2, but since you managed to get level 3 up and, you know, start getting these Cinder Brews off, then it didn't really matter too much for 9.
It certainly did not. And you're seeing one of those team fights where things just went very, very badly for Keat Stars. Like, Costabile just got kited the whole team fight by this Brewmaster. Just that tornado making it absolutely impossible for him to join his team. And Tundra just doing Tundra things. Costabile on the Gyrocopter finding out the hard way that, you know, I can't quite blame the hero. But, you know, in these kind of games where you're already like kind of falling behind, it doesn't feel very good. And, you know, Costabile, for most of that mid game, he was ahead in net worth. He was the top net worth for quite a while, but just not by a big enough stretch, I don't think. Skitter was behind him the whole time.
Yeah, just not enough. Like, the fact that you were only about maybe 800 gold ahead on the Gyrocopter was, considering the early kills he found as well, is not a great feeling. Skitter was just so efficient. Like, I think the big story of that game was, or the big fight that kind of set that tone, was that jump down bot onto Skitter where he just chronoed and ran and they couldn't find anything. Like, that was this entire game. They were trying to find openings on VKS. Tundra dodge, farm, take these fights on their own terms, and VKS had no counterplay there.
They certainly did not, Jonathan. I'll give you the privilege here as well. Who do you think deserves the MVP for game 1?
I want to say Thompson. I think.
Okay.
You look at that score line and you say anyone else but Thompson, I'd say you're maybe a bit whacked out. Thompson's definitely. He did everything. You know, you're right. You know, they didn't want to have to run a Brewmaster plus Clinks. They just give Thompson Clinks and have fun with it. Mid lane matchup against the Invoker worked out well. The early activity for Thompson was ridiculous. They got this insane push going early on. You've got to, I know what you do against Tundra. You know, it's like, what do you do against this team? And, you know, there were a lot of thoughts about Tundra last year when they won. It's like, all right, this meta of Wraith Pack every single time felt a little bit boring. Now that item is not here, and Tundra is in top form again. So they're proving a really strong point in Thompson. He's rallying back and showing everyone that this guy could potentially win 3 TIs. Can you imagine that, Mike? He misses out on all the DPCs.
Yeah.
And he'll just suddenly come in and potentially, you know, it's early days in the road to the international, potentially win 3 TIs. How insane is that?
It could happen, John. I was going to ask you as well. If somehow this guy did win 3 TIs, does that just make him the GOAT?
I think it has to. I think considering how much or how little relative pro Dota he's played, it has to, right? Like, I'm pretty sure in terms of total hours of professional matches played, Thompson's probably still one of the least ones that's won a TI, at least won 1 TI, won 2 for sure, wins 3. I don't think there's any question about that at that point. You know, you could say, I remember the old memes, flukes. I don't think 3 times is going to be a fluke anymore, Mike. I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know, John. I don't know about that. We'll have to wait and see. As we are going to head off to a short break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Tundra and Keat Stars. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be heading into Game 2's draft very, very soon between Tundra and Keed Stars in its MLP Dota and John Xfire once again. Jonathan, Game 1 was a bit of a one-sided affair, so I mean, it's not the first time we've seen a one-sided affair between any teams, but that was a one-sided affair to say the least between these two teams. And I'd like to ask you the difficult question of what Keed Stars could do in Game 2 to try and give us a closer matchup.
I'm not sure what anyone can do up against Tundra. I'll be frank with you. I don't know if you can really stop Thompson from picking one of his cheese heroes in draft with the structure of the bans right now. I don't know if you can force Tundra to make an inefficient play, because it feels like the only way to catch Tundra off now is to make them get flustered. And I don't know how you do that. I honestly don't know, because every decision they make, it feels like they have a hierarchy of choices, right? Where they're like, all right, if we do this, then does this mean this? If it's yes, then we do this. If not, then we do this. It's like they make all of those decisions in a flash moment. So if this fight doesn't work out, they instantly make that choice as a team, farm elsewhere, work the map, split push. I don't know how you catch them off guard and break that pace. So I think maybe the best bet for VKS, for Keed Stars, is to just play maybe some really hyper-aggressive Dota and try to catch Tundra off guard, like have a lineup that just goes, and never rests, giving no room for Tundra to breathe. But I don't know how you draft like that as well, because I'm pretty sure Tundra can find a way to break that open as well. So I'm keen to see what VKS has picked up, because quite frankly, I'm not saying this because I don't think VKS is a good team. We just saw them draw out from Quest. I'm saying this because I've watched all of the games of Tundra so far in the road to the International, and it has ended up this way every single time. I just don't know what the answer is just yet. Until someone figures it out, I have no better ideas than any of these teams.
Okay. Speaking of Tundra, I wonder how the conversation between Nine and Thompson went when they were trying to decide who's playing mid for the team, right? So Thompson, I suppose, simply could have just said, "How many TIs have you won again, Mr. Nine? Yeah, is it more than 2? Then I suppose I'm playing mid, sir. You can enjoy your support role." Is that the future, Jonathan? I remember a few years ago, by the way, we haven't started the game, in case you guys are wondering why we're still talking absolute garbage. A few years ago, people used to say pro players are going to take our jobs, Jonathan. They were going to say no people could cast anymore because all the pros were going to come in. But it's starting to feel like core players will just rotate to supports, and support players won't exist anymore. How about that, John?
That's the hierarchy, I'm sure. It's happened before. I mean, you're talking about Thompson forcing 9 down there, but you've had like Scam, I think, is the perfect example of just getting every position on the team. I love Skemberloo, but that man has gone from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and 5, back to 1, back to 4 and 5. Like, it's been happening for a while. I think Scam was just ahead of the curve, maybe not as good as Thompson. That I don't think is too disagreeable there, Mike.
Speaking of SCA teams, John, how are the SCA teams doing while we do have a short pause moment? Do we have any standings on the SCA? I was asking a legitimate question. I wasn't trying to be sarcastic, John. I'll bring up the scores myself. Hold on a minute.
Oh, okay. Talon's 0-2, SMG's 0-1-3. There you go.
Great.
In the
Fantastic.
bin, as we belong.
Fantastic.
In the bin.
Great.
Into the trash can we go.
Yeah.
Our
Amazing.
home.
Amazing.
We're like we Grouch as we do take a look at standings.
Thank you, Seb. Thank you very much, Seb.
Thank you, Seb. 0-4, Talon, 1-3, SMG. Let's go, baby! Yeah! Woo!
When Valve asked themselves, do we need to bring the SCA casters into Seattle? They're like, you know what? They're probably not required this year.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that scoreline. Everyone else, I mean, Team Spirit 6-0. They're back, baby. They're keeping up that momentum. Liquid 3-1. LGD 4-0. Shopify Rebellion still standing on that draw. We'll see what happens when they've actually played their second series. Tundra 4-0, 5-0 right now. Everyone's doing well except Southeast Asia.
Very good.
But that's we take the sacrifice for everyone to stand on. There are winners and there has to be losers, and we are the losers. And I stand proud of us supporting the scene. Enabling, Tundra's 4-0, Tundra's high record, not possible if Talon would have, well, they're not playing Tundra, but it wouldn't be possible if we didn't if we win. So,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Hope.
We're the best. We're the best region at doing exactly what we're doing right now in the standings, which is we're very proud to have to be the best at something at the very least. As I believe Game 2's draft is underway very, very soon. Tundra versus Keydstars. Thank goodness. I was getting rather depressed talking about it. I wish I didn't ask you the question, I'll be honest.
Why would you ask that question?
I
Why?
thought you were going to give me some decent news, but
No.
my goodness, that was depressing. Anyway, moving.
No.
What's our bans? We've got a lone druid ban.
Lone Druid ban. Will we see something like the Clinks ban, the Dazzle, the Earth Spirit? What's going to be the priority from Keyd here? Earth Spirit it is. So you take one out. Will you take the rest out? Who knows? Honestly, when you looked at Tundra's first phase, it didn't feel like it was targeting anything in particular from Keyd either. Right? Like, it was just very generic bans. It feels like this is what they're just banning in general, maybe from scrim information. But it based on the last games you saw from Keyd, it didn't feel like anything specific. So I don't expect that to change from Tundra. See the Brewmaster being banned out from Keyd, a little bit of respect for what they managed to do there with 33. We'll find out. What else? They take out the NP. So no fun there for Keyd in trying to get that gank squad going.
They'll get rid of the Brewmaster. I kind of appreciate that. It's very hard banning against a team like Tundra because again, you just don't know who to focus on. Yeah, again, no point in banning out Thompson. 33 has a huge hero pool. Like everyone has a huge hero pool in Tundra. You know, it really does start to feel impossible when you get to this ban stage of things. Is they'll get rid of the Tide as well. Fair enough. So they'll put a bit more focus on 33 this draft around. Just get rid of all the tanky boys. I still remember when 33 first came onto the scene when he was playing. He was playing with Alliances when I really first started to recognize how great this guy was. And my goodness, was he great. Tundra, a fantastic decision to take the guy while they could.
Yeah. He's just, I don't know, he's just insane. His hero pool is just so damn wide.
Yeah.
It's impossible to just deal with him. So they take out the Spirit Breaker as well. Another potentially a 33 hero being banned out. Now a lot of Thompson heroes left in the pool. So you kind of have to contend with that. Let's see what they ban out. Any respect ban for the Invoker of Analog. Doesn't feel necessary considering that last game. Maybe just ban out some matchups. Maybe take care of some like the Quap if you wanted. Although, I don't know, like it's open enough. I can't believe Keyd has left the Clinks. Like Clinks is still there. Thompson Clinks first phase. First phase pick is maybe insane, but yeah, they go with Pango. They ban the Dazzle, pick the Pangolier. I just don't, I can't safely say that's Thompson's hero, although he did give a eyebrow shrug, so maybe it is.
He did.
Some expression on Thompson's face. Outstanding.
We'll see what Keydstars want to go for here. I mean, the Pango, it's a hero you tend to see every second game, so I'm sure they're very used to seeing this. It really is a matter of what position this Pangolier is going to be in, and they do go for the Primal Beast route, which is the hero that we see much more often against the mid Pango, if anything. So Primal Beast will come out. Again, I have my doubts as to whether it's going to be a mid Pango. We'll see.
Yeah. It's open enough that I think 33 could just take it off lane. Honestly, it's like, I don't know if you're really locked in. The matchup versus Primal Beast is playable for Pangolier, and we did see last time around, Noob did win in his Pango matchup up against Primal Beast, so I wouldn't fault Tundra to just stick that to mid. Trying to wonder what else could fit mid. Thompson could play, but I don't know. Zeus is there. I don't think it's necessary. Shaker, again, probably unnecessary with a Pango. We'll see. It's open enough for Tundra. They've got some space to ban out as well. Take care of the Grimstroke, just taking care of stuff that stops your Pango here. Take care of the Treant as well with the Overgrowth. So they're just ensuring that Pangolier is not going to be cut off too much from rolling around. I suppose you could worry about Bloodseeker, but that hero has felt dead. So I don't know if that's even viable for Keyd to kind of pick up for Costabile there.
I don't mean to change topics, Jonathan. I couldn't help but notice there's a very funny bug that happened in another game with Somnus on an Earth Spirit. I'll send you a link just so you can tell me how great Earth Spirit is.
Describe it to chat.
Oh, you want me to describe it? So basically, he became invulnerable, from what I can tell, and he was just spinning on the spot, literally spinning on the spot the whole time.
Is he spinning like just
no,
the
he's
ball
rolling
the entire
and
time?
spinning. He's rolling and spinning. It's quite literally a burnout this time, Jonathan.
Oh, just like KP would do. Okay.
Have a look.
All right, that's beautiful. We're not going to be seeing that, unfortunately, Mike. But thanks for the information on. I hear that we're absolutely not going to be seeing any Sears at all. So
yeah,
I guess that's something. Okay, yeah, that's outstanding. I don't know what that is. I wish we'd see it in this game, but unfortunately, chat will just have to believe us. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
As what's also pretty cool is the pickups, a Shadow Demon to break off this combination, and key to going back to Primal Beast and Sky. I feel like isn't this their first draft against Quest? Am I misrecalling? Am I remembering right, Mike? This was their first draft against Quest, right?
They did not have. Oh no, in fact, no, they did. I was going to say the Skywrath wasn't there, but it was.
It was.
Yeah.
I don't know about this. Like Shadow Demon was a ban for Keyed when they picked up this combo, just because it will break off every single time. Pulverize is not going to last long. Mystic Flare is not going to do much with the save options here for the side of Tundra. And now potentially a support Weaver as well, who can, you don't necessarily rush the Ags nowadays. You tend to just go Solar Crest, but with the Ags down the line as well, just so many saves from the side of Tundra. And not that much hard lockdown from Keyed. You have a Pango you have to worry about. You have a Weaver that's going to be going in and out. And you only really have Ancient Seal and Pulverize. That's not going to be enough here.
Well, there's the Muerta coming out from the side of Cade Stars. So this hero has been very interesting as of late, obviously proving to be very, very strong. If you can get those core items up, it does turn into a real powerhouse. And the thing is with Muerta, you do have to drag out the game quite a little bit, right? Like you want something like Mjolnir up, you want your BKB up, you might, want a few more damage items up. I believe earlier we saw Arteezy get to the stage where he had a refresher orb on this hero. Obviously, that was quite busted. It needs time, but if it gets the time it needs, this Muerta carry, it's a real pain.
That it is, and it also has some really positive synergy with Skyrat Mage. You can think of Ancient Seal as a amp for basically Pierce the Veil, because all of your damage is magical.
Of course.
So it is a weird combination of just buffing up. It's like minus armor for Muerta, I suppose. So that's an interesting synergy that we don't see too much. I think that's pretty clever of Keyed. Whether or not it pays off is really a big question, as these are really big glass cannons. You have maybe a little bit of reach already from Tundra, but I think just Shadow Demon makes this really complicated. They do go with the Undying, so that should be your Muerta Undying lane coming out. Very straightforward. We've seen this one multiple times before. Are they expecting Pangolier to still go mid? Because at this point, a Pango off lane against Muerta doesn't sound like the absolute worst thing in the world. It's maybe not the best, but it also doesn't sound completely unplayable, as long as you do manage to get a good shield crash off in the waves. So I'm wondering how Tundra runs this, because again, it's like you mentioned when Pangolier came out, you just can't call it with Tundra. Whether or not they'll run this mid or run this off, it's perfectly viable for either one here, for Thompson and Turkey Tree.
Well, they've put a lot of effort into countering the Pango mid as well. So just with the Skywrath and the Primal Beast, we shall see if it's going to be like an offlane Pango we're seeing here, or whether it is going to be indeed mid from Tundra. This might be the pick that reveals that position. Go into the reserve time, have a look at the papers, see what's coming. But they don't really need to force these weird kind of switches either, though, to be absolutely fair. Considering how dominant Game 1 was, they may just feel very confident just sticking to a pretty standard game plan and, not having to abuse the flexibility of their players here in Tundra. 30 seconds reserve time left. What's the pick? What are they thinking so heavily about here? Perhaps just trying to find a decent way of dealing with this Muerta carry, which, again, can be a pretty big handful to deal with, and they'll go down the Luna route.
I mean, they have a Shadow Demon, right? Like, you can run Luna Shadow Demon, shove out waves, equalize fairly well. Core to core, it's interesting because you don't necessarily care for Pierce the Veil. You can just pop Eclipse, but if BKBs are in factor, you're still not going to do much. So I don't mind this too much. I think the lane ends up being fairly all right, depending on what your partner is going to be, whether or not it's going to be Weaver or Shadow Demon. I think it works out. Just based on tempo. Natural Manta builder, so you don't care too much about Skyrat Mage with Ancient Seal. You're not pressured to buy BKB, although you might still want it this game. It does kind of make sense. I think it fits into maybe higher tempo, more map efficiency coming out here for Tundra.
Final bans to come. They'll get rid of the Darkseid. They'll get rid of the Broodmother. So they are focusing on 33 heroes, assuming it is going to be an offlane that is to come. And it obviously does look that way. Get rid of all those cheeky 33 specialties. Even if the Broodmother hasn't been quite as popular in the meta, you don't want to give it to this guy if you can avoid it. Final ban to come. They are still thinking quite heavily, but they'll get rid of the Beastmaster this time around. The thing is, if you do get a tempo setting kind of offlane, like someone who just wants to get aggressive early on and just maybe build some aura items, this draft can take off quite fast from Tundra if you're not too careful. It's Tundra now, final ban to come. Also looking for the offlane banouts here against Keyed Stars. They'll get rid of the Bristleback. Surprisingly enough, for both games has been left to the absolute final ban. Neither side's bothered taking it either, which this hero has felt completely busted in this current meta, but nevertheless, it will not be shown to us here, at least for this series. Final pick, Tundra. What do we want? They'll go the Visage Ray.
Okay. They're running Visage Luna. They want to play this fast. They want to take objectives. It's not going to be too much of a stall back and farm. I think you're going to be looking for some up-tempo here on Tundra for sure, especially since you can kind of play with this physical output, with the Swarm coming into play here, with Swash and Lucky Shot as well. So I kind of like this from Tundra. If they play their cards right, there is some really good tempo. You talked about the timing of Muerta being really late in the game. You're not going to reach that point if your objectives are under siege very early on with this push combination coming out from Tundra. So they identify how fast they want to play. This line of play is very quick, and I like it. Again, you have a lot of saves. With your Shadow Demon, you have potentially even more saves with Weaver on hand, with Ags. There's nothing to stop Pangolier. There's not that much hold still on the side of Keyed. Like, again, when they opened up, it was Skyrat, Primal Beast. That's your main hold. Still is. And Dying doesn't provide you more hold. You've got the Calling on Muerta, but it's only really a slow and silence. It's not the most effective in trying to pin down a Pangolier. And I honestly don't see anything in this last pick that saves it. They'll go with a Kunkka.
Okay.
So they'll try to buff up, get some AoE control. That's a little bit more team fight coming out there for the side of Keyed. I mean, if you're going to ask me the same question here, Mike, just ignoring the teams looking at the draft, I would lean towards Tundra heavily. I think this lineup is just way more up-tempo. I think flexing the Primal Beast off lane is interesting. FCR will be playing that. They will run the mid Kunkka here instead. Kunkka versus Pango matchup is pretty straightforward for a Kunkka, as it tends to be in most melee matchups. So should work out fine, but I'm rather curious how Analog builds, because I think the build has to be some like BKB Ags or Blade Mail Ags. Like, you don't want to mess around too much. You really don't need a heart. You need more AoE control. If Analog can reach that point where he has the AoE control for his team, it can feel good. Like X mark to hold back Pango when he tries to roll, pull him back, to hold back the Weaver. Does provide you a lot of options now to start to play that game. Still combines with your Skyrat, with X, Mystic Flare, and Torrent. So there is some play here for Keyed. They've got to play fast. Like, really buy out space for Costabile, force this movement out from Tundra to be away from the Muerta, and try to hope that your Muerta flash farms into the point where it can start to show up in these early fights.
Absolutely. Well, it should be a very interesting game too to come out. We'll see if Keyd Stars can at least pull off a game 2 victory and maybe force a draw here between themselves and Tundra. Of course, Tundra looking to continue their undefeated streak for day 1 of the road to TI. And right now with the draft, I agree with you. They're looking pretty damn good to remain undefeated. And if I remember correctly, is this the final series of the day for Tundra? Believe they don't have anything after this one? Yeah? No, in fact, they do. No, they don't. It is day 2 that they have another one. Never mind. I can't read, Jonathan. You know how it is.
Yeah. Something about the water down there in Australia. You're used to reading upside down, Mike. You got to rotate that monitor, to get comfy here. But we are getting comfy again. This should be an exciting one for Tundra, whether or not they can maintain being undefeated here to set themselves a good tone for the road to the international. We'll find out. Keyd, again, it's not a team you can count out, but certainly in this series against Tundra, not quite the same story as their series up against Quest. Tundra just looking to be a step above so far in this tournament. We'll see shortly, as we should be able to get into our game in relatively quick time here, Mike.
Beautiful.
For game number 2. I'm really interested to see what Keyd does, because it does feel like they kind of... They need to do a little bit more, right? Like we've seen this kind of
9
draft from them before.
I know the Weaver's around here somewhere, but there is Sakuchi available, so 9's going to be just fine to back his way out of this. And 9, I believe, should also know there was an Observer Ward dropped on the high ground, but we'll wait, of course, for the Sentry Ward usage later. He'll get his own ward down on the southern cliff of that bottom lane.
30 seconds to battle.
Very preemptive ward in that area, but maybe just looking for couriers to come out. See, as a position for Weaver, it's quite easy to snipe all the couriers. As well as that, just that kind of vision ahead of time to know if the Muerta has moved into the jungle or not. They are still looking to try and fight over these bounties, but it's really only 9 around the area, so chances are they aren't going to fight for it. Thompson perhaps could get into a fight here with Analog, but we'll leave them alone. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so a nice even start. Shall we start with the mid lane, Jonathan? Thompson, of course, on the Pango against Analog on the Kunkka is what we should probably be looking at here in this mid lane. What do you think about this matchup?
I think this is pretty straight.
Very nice.
This should be pretty straightforward for the Kunkka. Nice D ward coming out there. Good spot out from King RD. But the mid matchup, again, Kunkka doesn't have too bad of a time. I don't think it's completely unplayable for a Pangolier. You have some good trade potential with Swash and Shield Crash, but Analog should be ahead in just that Tidebearers for free. And Thompson's always going to have to walk up to try and trade. But at the least, once Shield Crash has a few levels, this should be a little bit more manageable with some damage mitigation.
9 already securing first blood here against KJ. KJ just getting absolutely destroyed here by 9 and 33. And of course, you can't really underestimate that level 1 soul assumption. It does do a hell of a lot of damage. 9 just with the follow-up, able to secure the kill here up against KJ. Looking for a D ward on the high ground at the moment. KJ just take out the Sentry Ward, so no D ward to come. However, they might find something even better because Costabile now is in trouble. He'll go for the fear, the shot out onto the Weaver. Costabile, he's going to go for the fight back. 9, he may have gone too far. Still trying to survive. Sakuchi, oh no. Unfortunate. So close to taking down the Muerta, but not quite enough.
That sentry from King RD has paid off. Like that D ward and that kill onto the Weaver. Pretty nice for them to find here for the side of Keyd. You do get a little bit of a reset. You force out a lot of regen on this Muerta. Has to be force-fed tangos now from KJ. Still has another full set of tangos at the very least. But you are giving a lot of room out for the for this Visage to just farm up. So you're feeling pretty good for 33, despite the losses there from 9. He's more than happy to make that sacrifice. I'll take a look at the last lane that we haven't really talked about up top. FCR on the Primal Beast, along with King RD on that Sky, up against Skitter on that Luna. and snaking on that Shadow Demon. There is some pretty good aggression that can come out here. Just having concussive shot into trample is pretty big. Snaking's got to be really on point with disruption here.
Thompson getting very, very low. Analog's got the hand up already. Torrent is available, though he is just holding on to it for now, and Thompson is going to be all right to walk away, though Analog is still looking to try and land those Tidebringer hits onto Thompson. Meanwhile, top lane, bit of a play onto the Primal Beast, but he will be okay to back his way out as chase from Snaking just wasn't quite enough. He just ran out of mana and probably wouldn't have had enough damage anyway. Meanwhile, Line's going to get a little bit cheeky with the Sakuchi down at bottom lane, but just a bit of damage on Costabile. Not going to amount to much.
Not too much coming out. And with the lane slowing down a little bit, it is starting to feel maybe a little bit better for the side of Tundra. Like, you are getting a lot more out for Skitter still, despite the aggression up top. 33 still farming well enough. And the Martha really has to watch itself. Like, it is a glass cannon, extremely so. Any commitment coming out can lead to a very fast kill from Tundra if you're not careful.
KJ, Tombstone down, 9, getting quite low, has Sakuchi, will go for a run, but the blood grenade. Perfect aim from KJ, able to secure the kill.
It does cost him the Tombstone early, but you'll take what you can get. You need to find as much as possible considering how little farm Costabile is getting. So some punishment and movement's big. Thompson mid.
He's out of mana as well. He does not have enough for the Swashbuckle, but not going to matter anyway because Analog did not have enough mana for the Torrent either. They do at least find both Water Runes though, so Thompson might just have to make the walk back towards the fountain, and it seems like that's exactly what he'll do. Which means Analog can just continue dominating this mid lane. And that is exactly what he's done. Currently top of the CS board on the Kunkka. No real contest coming his way, and with the double braces up, the Kunkka starts to feel rather unkillable. He's already sitting at like 1.3k HP. 4.5 minutes in, by the way.
Yep, and with level 3 Tidebringer, it's really difficult for the Pangolier to trade. Only so much durability coming out with that shield crash, not enough to really sustain yourself there. So a stronger start for the mid of Keed, but the side lanes are really not faring that well. I think your sacrifices on the side lanes are maybe a little bit too costly. The Muerta, again, we talked about having to sit back and farm a ton, isn't having the best of starts for that farming, whereas Skitter is just going to be able to get going rather quick considering his CS right now and his denies not being slowed down too much by the combo with a Primal Beast and Sky. And that combo only really kicks in once you have your level 6s up, which is still a ways off in this kind of game here as well.
Analog, just that mid lane, Thompson's just taking so much damage from Analog. Every Tidebringer hit just takes out so much HP. Just look at that Thompson. What's he meant to do? He's trying to play around it, but Analog is just really abusing this as top lane. Skitter in the meantime. Skitter goes down. Great dive in from FCR, King RD and KJ. The 9 has rotated. Problem is Snaking is getting just destroyed here by the side of King RD and KJ. Though Snaking will survive. KJ getting very low, but will also be able to walk his way out as now 9 will chase down King RD, but FCR's going to show up again. Uproar out. 9 gets the kill, but the Trample's going to secure the Weaver. And Skitter cancelled his TP. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
I believe that was a misclick by the looks of it.
Yeah, that must have been. There's no way. He wasn't under any threat of dying. He could even look for a turnaround play. So that is one thing we talked about, right? We talked about flustering Tundra a little bit. That's the kind of thing. They miss some efficiency plays. You start to rack up a little bit more from these small wins, and it starts to add up for the side of Keed. If they can maintain this kind of pressure, maintain this kind of chokehold on the game, I think the big issue really is, as he pointed out, mid for Thompson. He's not able to do too much in the Pangolier this game. Does have the regen, so he's going to be able to hang around and should be able to farm up some camps because of that, but I don't see any connection to the Pango coming out anytime soon.
A nice easy pick off there for 33, just cutting off the Undying around that 7-minute mark, knowing that he was going to go for the Wisdom Runes. To be a nice easy Wisdom Rune there for 33 to pick up if he so wishes, and it seems like he will for the sake of hitting his own level 6. So we sit at 4-3, 1k advantage the way of Keed Stars, and pretty much all that net worth advantage is seemingly on the Kunkka, who's had a fantastic game. I suppose the Muerta is doing pretty well herself. Bottom lane 9 being chased down, does get hit by the dead shot. They'll go for the silence as well. 9 has a Sakuchi in 1. Will use it now, but the dust, it does actually connect. So they know where 9's gone. He'll run towards the south, but Costa BLA still with the chase, has another dead shot if he needs it. 9, Sakuchi up in 1, but it won't be enough. King RD able to take the kill on the Skywrath Mage, and the Weaver, I suppose you could make the argument, did buy some space, but I'm sure they'll be very happy with that little kill.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup. You're starting to really ramp up now in Costa Bile. Power treads up, going straight up for the Maelstrom. That's when the farming pace really starts to kick in for that Muerta. They've got rune control as well for side of VKS on mid. Invis comes out onto Analog. Topson not able to secure. Again, your big issue for Tundra is you don't really have a hero you can play on top of. Ideally, you'd want it to be the Pango, but you don't really have the best hold for Pango here, although.
Nice disruption from Snaking. We'll save the Pangoliers. Topson. He did have the Rolling Thunder, to be fair, but I believe they may have had the damage to take him out had Snaking not been around with disruption available. Bottom lane, it seems like there is going to be a bit of a rotation here between Topson and Snaking as they will head right towards Costa Bile on the southern side of the map. Costa Bile sadly still has a full creep wave right behind him, giving all the vision. Meanwhile, top lane Skidder barely able to TP away. Costa Bile in the meantime, still in danger. The creep wave just would not leave the poor guy alone, so now he just has to die. The creep wave chased him for such a long time.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It does happen sometimes. If they have nothing else to aggro, they'll just keep that chase, give that vision. And that's a big pick off for Tundra to find, finally putting a dent on that Muerta. Skidder is still trying to play catch up here, does lose his tier 1 top, but you're more than happy with a trade. You're finding the core kill you'd want. You're starting to invade a little bit more of that bot jungle as well. Not able to go for the full push though.
I mean, they could try to do something towards 33. Meanwhile, Topson mid lane in a lot of danger. Boat's going to connect, and that's going to be more than enough. That Ancient Seal setting up easily onto Topson. And a very important kill going the way of Keyed Stars. As right now, they just want to keep control of this Pangoli. It does feel like they're in control of this game as well, so you don't want to lose that too quickly if you can avoid it. I suppose there is a Luna free farming, but Skidder is pretty far behind, and I think the Muerta will have no problems keeping up in terms of farm.
Definitely not. Like the Muerta can't even feel like it's an out farm if you get a couple of lucky procs with your Gunslinger and the Maelstrom once it's up. So I'm not expecting a massive lead to come out at all for Skidder. Doesn't have too many stacks built up either. And if there were any stacks, they were probably cleared out as well by Topson, by necessity, considering how slow his game's gone. At least finding a bot tier 1 does open up a little bit more of the map here for 33 to just play his farm game. But you're not putting a dent on Heed. FCR just playing up top, farming, although 9's feeling cheeky.
FCR easily able to just onslaught away, but FCR maybe getting a little bit greedy now, because you do have the Luna around if necessary for that extra damage, but I suppose Skidder doesn't have any points in Eclipse anyway, so no real point in this. Not going to join as 9 continues to mess around, but now we'll get pulverized by FCR. But he's not going to back off. No need to. Just keep chasing him down. Keep the vision up on this Primal Beast. At least for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just ensure they're dragged away from Skidder. And he's doing a good job of just ensuring Skidder has some jungle to play in, some farm to find. Very passive game coming up for Tundra. For VKS, it does feel like they need to kick up this pace once they have a little bit more going. They do have the Mystic Flare ready on King RD. So you'd want to really group up, maybe try to play into that Ancient Seal, Pulverized Mystic Flare combination now. Try to find some more kills before Tundra starts to really utilize the space. I think they could even just collapse onto mid with maybe just X-Mark Mystic Flare. Things could start to feel even stronger here, although Topson.
Playing games here in the mid lane. Topson going to look to set up here onto Analog, but the Ancient Seal does avoid the Rolling Thunder coming in from Topson, and that's going to be enough for VKS to be able to back their way out. The 9 still seems to be looking for a straggler in the Radiant jungle. In fact, Topson, he may have found one now as KJ does show up on the Undying. He'll at least get the Tombstone dropped, and that's going to be enough to force them away. Tundra do not want to fight into that. They'll just accept the little win that they get. Though 9 does get caught by an X into the turret, and with the Muerto around, it certainly doesn't take too long to just burst 9 down.
No. But again, the Weaver's trying to buy space out here. Like 9 is just ensuring that Thompson doesn't die, that 3-3 has space to farm, that Skitter has space to farm. Do have a full Mask of Madness up on Luna. And you can see how fast Skitter starts to catch up in net worth. Number 2 overall now. Managing to start to build up. Just needs more time, more space. But we do have to see Tundra play into the mid game. Right? We talked about this from draft. You've got the Visage Luna. You do kind of want to play it quicker. You don't want to have to scale up against this Muerta. You don't want to have to try to scale into Kunkka with the potential Ags. It just starts to get really bad. And there's so much control, there's so much output on Keed that Tundra is the one that's honestly on a little bit of clock here. Whereas for Keed, even though they're slowing down a little bit in this mid game, you can have faith that the durability of both plus a Primal Beast, that the Muerta with eventual farm will carry you. You know, if you last up till 30-35 minutes, that's when this lineup really kicks in to gear for VKS.
Top lane, FCR catches him. King RD with the Mystic Flare to ensure they've got enough damage. They'll find the Weaver another time. VKS very, very happy with these little pickoffs they're finding, I'm sure. Much more even kind of game so far between these two teams, like Skitter and of course Costa Bile. Pretty close in terms of the farm game at the moment. Like, you do have a bit of a 500 gold difference in terms of Skitter having 500 gold more, but Costa Bile not too far behind. He's getting there. He's got the Maelstrom up.
Yeah. Again, the Muerta doesn't necessarily lag behind the Luna. And with the Maelstrom, it just doesn't take too long. There are a couple of stacks as well to clear out here. Costa Bile more than happy to clear that out by himself. And it shouldn't be too long. Yeah, just no contestation, no forward vision here from the side of Tundra to contest. They're just more than happy to try to play this farm game themselves as well. It's really just going to be down to the understanding of these timings, these initial timings from Tundra. We need to see them be able to try to push up against that, try to deal with the control, the team fight that VKS does have in spades this time around. We shall see. There's still... They've got the full diffusal on Thompson, so that's one start. At very least, you've got the inhibit, you've got some damage coming through, some mana burn to prevent a little bit of that spell spam. It's just, I don't see an opportunity for the side of Tundra to actually play just yet. And they don't really have forward vision, it's mainly defensive. So,
Online.
Need Art of One being efficient here.
Oh, dust out. Do you want to go for the onslaught? It doesn't seem like it. They don't want to risk not having that escape route. FCR. So they will avoid, as now the smoke is incoming. Tundra, they've run through the river up towards top lane. Snaking in Thompson. They know the Primal Beast is around here somewhere. Onslaught is out, but Thompson, he's got the Diffusal Blade now to just inhibit him up. FCR, he will die first. It's a great start, but now the turnaround is here from VKS, though Thompson, he won't cop the torrent. Still, Analog will drag him back, but the Rolling Thunder is out. They've got the Kunkka controlled up now, and this is a real problem for the side of Key Stars. They are still trying to fight this one out. The boat will come in, but Analog, he's so darn low, he'll drag them back again. But is it gonna matter? It doesn't seem like it. Everyone is just getting destroyed here on the side of VKS. They will at least get 9 on the Weaver, but it's nothing.
Yeah, really doesn't account for much. Like, 9's been such a good sacrificial pawn so far, providing these openings for the side of Tundra. And again, good understanding from Tundra. Finally take that fight with the Eclipse. They've got some output pretty far away from waves. They've got Roche control now as well. And I'll just go for the Roshan. And why not? They've got the output, slowly but surely. They know there's no contestation here that can come out from Keed. So they'll have a secondary life ready to go here. Curious to see whether or not they hand this over to someone else other than Skitter, but does look like they might actually just have to give it to that Luna, which honestly isn't too bad, especially if Skitter does get caught out. Provides ample time for the respawns here, and they will take it. So no contest again from Keed. Keed, for their part, again, you keep mentioning this. We keep mentioning this farm on the Muerta. Feels like it's going to take some time for that to kind of kick in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty tough affair right now
Middle tower is under
for Keed and Skidder. Is you can see the frustration right now on the faces here of Keed. As things just are not going the way they intended here in this game too, and it must be so frustrating to have to play a game like this where you're not finding the answers you wanted. Now the net worth going the way of Tundra. Things going extremely well. The Skidder has topped the net worth board with an Aegis up. Well, this is where things can get rather ugly if you are Keed, as the chase is on now. Thompson having a look for the Undying, not able to find him. King RD, he had a rod of Atos up now, so it's locking him down. Meanwhile, Skidder, he'll just casually push in the T1 mid tower on his own. There's no contest here. He will just take it for free. Meanwhile, top lane, Analog is just getting chased down by 33 on his own, but Costabile is going to show up and take care of it. 33 almost had the solo kill on his own, but Costabile was there to save the day.
Yeah, he managed to kill off the familiars as well, so some good gold being injected the way.
Oh, speaking of Costabile, this could be a little bit awkward. He'll run around in circles for now. Thompson unable to land the secondary stun and needs to leave the area, but the Rod of Atos is now out there. The Mystic Flare not really doing enough damage, but it won't matter because Thompson, he gets caught by the onslaught of FCR. It will go down. So the aggression not really paying off from Tundra. They'll lose 2 core heroes for the price of nothing.
Yeah, maybe a little bit optimistic to follow through from 33 there for Thompson. It is buying some much needed space for Skidder. Again, managing to build up on that. Luna now, it's so stacks coming through here. You still have 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes roundabout, less than 3 minutes on the Aegis for Skidder. So he has a lot to play with. And again, it's all about this mid-game timing. What items you can kind of finish up by 25 to 30 here for the side of Tundra. Trying to put a dent in that same progression here from Keed, although with those kills, Costabile has caught up. BKB not too far off now. And once that BKB timing's up for the Merta, that's where things start to get a little bit crazy. Maybe not in terms of damage output, but certainly in terms of trying to find that burst window onto this hero. It can feel a lot tougher if you can't hold her down with her ult up.
Bottom tier 2 tower now going to be targeted here by Tundra. And Skidder, he's at that stage where he can just do it on his own if he wants to. Just needs a creep wave. Seems like Keed are not too interested in trying to force a fight and defend that tier 2 tower yet. They do have FCR around the corner, but he is the only one around that area right now, and it seems like he is going to onslaught back towards the fountain anyway. So Tundra, they'll find themselves a bottom tier 2 tower for free.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Still plenty of time available on the Aegis, about 1 minute and 40 seconds, so they could still try for the mid tier 2 tower while they're at it. Like, the mid tier 2's got barely any HP available.
Yeah, wouldn't fault them for doing that on the side of Tundra.
Radiant's middle tower
Just try to, again, choke out the map from VKS. Like, because that's what they need. They need a lot of map space. They need a lot of ways of building up. We'll find...
Whoopsie daisies. That was
the Tormentor.
That was not on purpose. He does at least get the shard, so that's happy news for KJ. Problem is now Tundra going high ground. Whoopsie daisies.
Yeah. Again, this is what we're talking about, right? You're running Luna Visage. You just want to push. You want to take objectives. They are slowly sieging with the damage output. 50 plus 29 damage on a familiar.
Yeah, makes sense.
That is pretty funny. You know, it reminds me of, who was it? It was Execration that really liked this, plus a Marcy.
Yeah.
I think it was a little bit excessive. And, you know, well, Execration's not here at the road to the International. The road
Certainly not.
was cut off, like so. Tundra makes it.
FCR. Hang around there with the Analog. And of course, King RD on the high ground of that Radiant jungle, but they are really just trying to stay away from Tundra right now, I think. The FCR is looking mid lane and they will spot Skidder. Skidder's got 15 more seconds on the Aegis, so perhaps now you could force a smoke as VKS. Maybe try and take advantage of the fact that the Aegis is expiring. Problem is they're about to replace that Aegis with a double damage room. So there's that.
Yeah. And they spotted out now with Thompson. He will just pick it up himself, so not willing to hand that over, which is fine. I think It almost feels unnecessary for Skitter to even have it, considering how fast this push is going. Already applying pressure onto that last tier 2. You can just living up to the potential of this draft and playing fast in terms of this mid game. Smoke out from VKS though.
33 are going to lose his familiars. That's one way to start the fight. Problem is Tundra, they're still looking to move in. They'll see Costa BLA, but he does have a fresh BKB up. Could be a pretty risky attempt to try and jump the Muerta. Tundra, they will not bother. Thing is, all outer towers are now down, so it's only high ground left here for Tundra. VKS, they're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination, but it does feel like Costa BLA does need quite a bit more time to be at the stage where the Muerta just feels unkillable. And things just continue to get worse. So Tundra now, they've got an Aghanim Scepter on top.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to run through the damage output of this Pangolier at this point. Thompson's just going to be able to constantly apply damage, constantly burn down mana, which is something that will really hurt. Especially the spell spam that you're wanting to pull off here on the side of VKS in the middle of these team fights. Inside of Tundra, they're also inching towards the Butterfly. For Skitter, it does have a full Satanic, so he can survive the onslaught a little bit better.
FCR.
Just kind of stand up. Oh.
Nice onslaught away. Let's avoid the gank that was incoming from Tundra. Line still being drawn out towards the top lane. But now VKS are waiting around the area. They'll just hold the high ground of the dire jungle, and Tundra, they'll just back towards the bottom lane. They still control most of the map. That's just kind of the thing. It's like no matter what happens, they're the ones acquiring much more farm as time goes on, and they're about to force them back towards the bottom lane, I think, because Skitter is not backing off.
No, certainly not. No reason to back off right now for the side of Tundra. I think every single lane's just pretty much worked out, maybe with the exception of Thompson's lane. Probably the hardest one. Again, a steady push up top.
Oh, they got an X on Snaking. They might be able to at least find a Shadow Demon for their trouble, and they will. Snaking is down. 9 looking to just back his way out. Meanwhile, Thompson going for a Rolling Thunder on Costa BLA, forcing a BKB in the backside. Costa BLA, he's almost down. Costa BLA might just go down to Thompson. As Thompson, he's still going into the tier 4 towers. They'll go for the grab ally onto the tombstone to try and give Costa BLA a way out of this, and he will barely make it. Thompson now the one in danger, falling very low, will go down. VKS. Oh, they tried everything to save that Muerta, and they barely get away with it. However, high ground, is it still on the menu? Apparently not. Tundra, they will back their way out.
I appreciate that. Just playing it smart here on Tundra. Respecting maybe the ability for them to hold here on Keyed. They could just wait for next Roche. And it is respawning now. So they can try to go into that area, but the pit is relatively warded here from the side of Keyed, so you'd want to clear that out first. I think for Tundra, though, having this 4K lead up once more for them is pretty massive, right? And again, for the side of Keyed, their mid-game spikes are nice. They kind of plateau. You start to wait for Costabile to have more than enough farm to kind of play. And that, again, it's just going to take a lot of patience here. You have to cut your losses on Keyed. If Tundra decides to play around like that, just do what Tundra did in game 1. You know, you see a commitment out, disengage, go back farming, get that build up, and once you're ready, that's when you fully commit.
We're going to have a 4-man smoke out here from Keyed. 9 is around the top lanes. That could be a target for them to go for. 9 might actually break the smokes here as King RD will lose his and so will KJ. They'll pop the dust and the sentry ward just to ensure they find him, and that they will. I believe they wanted to try and go for Skitter to be absolutely fair, but now they have a Roshan to play for. Tundra, I don't think they're going to make this easy. They are still going to stick around, even without the Weaver. They do not want to give this away for free. Rolling Thunder has been popped and they'll make the jump in. The Muerta already caught by Costabile. He'll get the BKB in time. Meanwhile, 33 is already down. And Tundra, they are being forced to leave the area. I think it's Thompson. He'll also get caught in the Pango. FCR, he's around to take him down. Costabile the one to claim the kill, and now Roshan is almost certainly just theirs.
That's such a massive set of kills coming out there for VKS. And just finding this punishment when Tundra decides to come in. Like, they're sure Tundra was ahead. They're not ahead by too significant of a margin. We talk about this with the Luna as well. But here it does feel like he needs quite a fair bit of gold to be on top. And if we're without it, it just doesn't feel like he even wants to take these fights right now. 16-8, less than 1k lead remaining for Tundra. And the side of VKS, well, we're starting to hit critical mass now, right? Like, you've got the level 19 Muerta, level 3 ultimate for Costabile. He's got the full Mjolnir out. And this is when the damage output starts to get crazy. Sure, it's not quite machine gun Muerta just yet, but again, you don't have anything to save you from this outside of disruption. You don't have BKBs up just yet. You're relying on this one player. You're relying so much on snaking to ensure that you're not in dangerous hands, but it's a lot harder than you'd expect for his positioning in this game.
Oh, again.
Again. Unbind it, man. Come on.
There's going to be a tournament one day where it's straight up, if you do that, you're just going to give up the game. Like, you just fall.
I think our number 2 would do that. That's why he's number 2.
Bottom. Costabile. Looking to move in. Tundra are around the area. Costabile, he's running in by himself right now. Maybe not realizing he was surrounded, but he'll still go for the bit of a man fight here with the ulti. Trying to chase down 33 on the Visage. 33, he's a tanky boy. Snaking's going to save him with disruption for now, as 33 is still running somehow, some way, but they'll finally take down the Visage. It's on to the Luna now. Skinner, he might just be forced to fight. He's got nowhere to go but down. And he is gone. As VKS, they are fighting back. Trying to hand Tundra their first loss of the road to TI. They're one step closer. A 2k advantage now their way. And I'll tell you what, this Muerta is starting to feel very scary.
That it is. It's a little bit of a shame that Costabile didn't have or didn't get the shard bonuses from those kills. I think you want every single advantage, but Tundra are having issues in even just pinning heroes down. Like, they're so dependent on either the familiar stun or a really good roll from Thompson to really find these openings, and it's such disjointed fights. Again, we talked about what VKS had to do. They're making Tundra look like a fluster team. They're making them look lost. VKS is the one with all the initiation, and they're the ones dictating how these fights are going, where these fights break out, and it feels like the response coming out from Tundra this time has been lackluster. Like, all they can do now is just try to split push, force a response out in the other lanes. But the side of Keed, they're getting everything they want. Heck, we're even seeing something like the Ags build up for King RD. So the double spellcast is going to be big. 9.
Could be in a spotted. He's all right. Still Costabile. I mean, he's having a look around through that bottom lane now as well for a straggler. Not able to find one. Go head into the mid. Go after that tier 2 tower. Skitter will TP over. It seems like they want to go for a bit of a fight, and they are going to try for this one. Skitter, he's going to make the move in on the front lines, see if he can go onto that primal beast. They will be able to back off successfully. His analog will try with the tidal wave to drag him back, but does miss.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They are still kind of staring each other down, but instead now VKS going to move down towards the bottom, where 9 will be hanging around with the Sakuchi. FCR, he does get the pulverize onto the Weaver and with the torrent. There is no time for 9 to be able to use that time lapse.
Radiant
It's just so well disciplined coming out from VKS when you do find these opportunities. The chain stuns coming out, pinning down the side of Tundra. We talked about all the saves on Tundra's end. It's not like you can always hang around where the action's breaking out. 9 understands his role perfect here, having to sacrifice, but it's such a big sacrifice. Like, you're not getting too much back in terms of efficiency now. And the high ground opens up. You can just front line here with FCR, and there's not too much you can do to stop this right now.
Tier 3 tower down to that bottom lane. Gonna go down very, very quickly as FCR puts the hand up, waving him goodbye. Still top lane is being pushed in by 33 and Skitter, and this is classic Tundra for you. They are not going to give anything away for free. There must be some kind of value that they get out of this, as 33 is going to get hit by the boat of Analog. Analog making it very hard for 33 to get away as they force all the TPs over, and 33, he might just be dying. Meanwhile, Snaking also going down. Rolling Thunder out, but Costabile gets the BKB in time, and now at the ulti, he's going to go right for the man fight against Skidder. Skidder barely able to survive with his own BKB. Costabile now the one that's a sitting duck, and he does go down.
Goal.
All right, maybe.
God.
Maybe we don't have such a one-sided game on our hands as Keed getting split up for that team fight. They give quite a bit back the way of Tundra.
I'm surprised they take these fights so split up. It's, again, maybe not respecting that turnaround position from Tundra, maybe not expecting that many heroes to just suddenly show up there. But the punishment is swift from Tundra's end. And maybe not enough for the side of Tundra either to kind of start considering the high ground. Probably just waiting for something like, waiting for way more on Skidder. But again, you can kind of play safe push with the disruption, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Just slow sieging up while the Muertes is down. Although,
Jump in. They found the Weaver. 9 just gets destroyed. Can they get Skidder? He's the big target. Skidder gonna go for a run. We'll turn around now onto FCR. Torrent is not gonna land, but they'll land the boat, and now the Torrent Storm will come in. Skidder, he's a sitting duck. Skidder is down. Thompson, he's the next one on the chopping block right now, though he'll go for a Rolling Thunder to try and get away, but the chase is on. He'll try for the TP, but the knockback is there. Thompson, he will be able to get out, but 33 will not. 33 is down. And that's 3 down for Tundra now. As I mean, the side of VKS, they are fighting back.
that they are. They're holding on. They've got the network lead. Yeah, it feels like Tundra is maybe a little bit flustered. They managed to find, would have shoved in at least the top range racks, but nothing else beyond that. Roshan, we'll see in about a minute how long that respawn timer is. I'm trying to wonder now what the side of Tundra can get to repair this game. And make it a little bit easier for themselves. It does feel like you'd want more output on your Luna. Doesn't feel like you've got enough damage flying through in terms of the right clicks just yet. And then after that, you're probably going to be looking for the Ags refresh on Luna. Then again, as it scales into late game, that combination does get stronger and stronger.
FCR.
So we shall see.
Hands up again. A wave at 9 and snaking. The Skidder does have buyback, but he's obviously going to hold down. Respawn timer only 5 seconds away. Thompson's not around the area. Thompson's actually pushing out the bot wave, but he does have a TP ready to go whenever. Just waiting for his team to set up for the fight if necessary. Seems like for now, they're going to allow the T3 tower to go down. BKS, they'll go for the racks as well while they're at it. They are a little bit afraid by the looks of it. Costabile will drop the calling. Here comes Thompson. FCR, he's a tanky boy, not really taking too much damage as now 9 was focusing. The pulverize out. Thompson, oh, they've lost the Pengo. He does have buyback though, so he will come back in for the fight. But VKS, they will back off immediately. In fact, they're looking to move back in perhaps. They are still all very healthy. They'll wait for the creep wave and it's back up to the high ground they go. But Thompson, he's got the Rolling Thunder. They've found Costabile. Can they burst him down? Yes, they can. 33 holding him down, the familiars. Just a perma-stun. There was no save for it. It's FCR. FCR's gone a boot. What is happening?
They get a bit too keen for the high ground. No, they could have just went for a safer objective like the Roshan. Does spawn back up, but they overstep their bounds. They don't respect the output. And Tundra now can, well, this is where it's scary. The high ground of Tundra is almost, if not faster, just as fast as VSK. And get started with Skidder, forcing the buyback from Muerta. Mind you, you don't want to lose Skidder here, but a really good man to dodge at very least in the pullback.
Absolutely. There goes your tier 3 mid tower. Tundra moving down to the bottom lane now. Skidder wants a bit extra value before he does leave. And I say leave, there are still 2 heroes down without buyback, so he's not going anywhere quite yet. Just being very cautious. The Skidder will pop his BKB just to ensure he can get this bottom lane of barracks. And that'll be worth it for him to just back his way out. A snaking now, moving back in with the disruption onto Costabile. Though Costabile is trying to back his way out, but he's been slowed up by the Purge. And now the chase is looking to be on. Costabile forced the BKB up to get out of this. The snaking, a very cheeky play, forcing the BKB usage, which means Tundra, they can keep going for the mid-racks now.
Yeah.
And that's what I call value, John.
Way too much value. Again, they're just baiting VKS in and out. And they're not able to find a good chance to commit. All of a sudden, they're down 1.5 racks. They managed to find snaking at very least, but that is a pretty big kill. With the save gone, if they get caught off guard now, VKS can open up these fights more, and they still have a Roshan to fall back into after taking some of these kills, unless Tundra immediately rush to that area. And the pings are coming out. So they recognize Roche is going to be the objective. With how scattered VKS they can just go for it themselves, although FCR is still keeping an eye out.
He certainly is. I mean, this is a guy with 5k HP on this Primal Beast. He's not afraid to scout out on the front line for his team. Even more moving in now. And it seems like they're going to be the ones to start the Roshan. While that's happened, though, you did have an Ags out on 33, so he's got the Silent as a Grave. Side device now available as well on Analog, so the Kunkka offers even more utility for his team. Thing is, though, you might not be able to use that utility very much because, well, the waves are being pushed in again, John. Tundra are doing Tundra things.
That they are. Just ensuring that every single step outside is not going to be a freebie coming out here for VKS. And Tundra, they even out the game. 16-14, less than 1k lead coming out for Tundra. But if you look at the graph, it was towards VKS for a very long time after bouncing up. Now, pretty much dead 50-50. 52% advantage coming out for VKS. Not a massive amount. And Tundra is certainly still in that game here, despite not having the Aegis. They've got to play it smart, though. If they can somehow catch out Costabile, get these 2 deaths in a row, the game opens up. No buyback on the Smurta for a little bit longer. VKS has to play the smart. Don't force the issue. You know, that's the whole reason why we're in this conundrum. They forced that issue onto the high ground, and it did not go that smoothly. They've got the full heart up on Thompson now here for Tundra. Much more durable in the front line at the very least here.
Oh, another smoke rotation. VK, oh, they could find Skidder. If they headed south, they may have found the Luna, but they will go back up towards the mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
They're trying to find some kind of straggler here because Tundra are just pushing all the side lanes out. Skidder and 33 revealing themselves down at the bottom lane, but it looks like they're ready to just leave the area. But they are getting rather close now. VKS might be able to get there in time to find Tundra. 33 will leave. Skidder going to try for the TP play out. And oh no, it's not enough. They get him completely blind, and now Skidder, with the detection, they've got him.
Oh boy.
That's some game sense right there. They knew.
Yeah. It's a big one. Now, where the Age is still standing for a decent amount of time on Costabile, they could try to make something happen. Maybe try to force out a buyback if they're threatened onto the high ground, but all the waves shoved the way they are, it's a little bit too far out for VKS to immediately find something for the trouble. A smoke movement out from 9 and snaking. Not going to be really landing onto anyone. Just going to be walking around the map, maybe try to get some vision going. You do have some nice item timings left here for Tundra, Mike. You've got the full Ags for snaking ready to go. Just kind of want to hold on to the buyback for now, but double charge of the demonic cleanse and purge is going to be big. Like, that is one more save on hand that does make itself apparent here once you do manage to get to that point. Still, they are solely focusing on just shoving mid with these exposed racks.
On the Visage 33, trying to be a little bit cheeky here up against King RD, and might just have him, and will with the Soul Assumption. Here comes FCR. King RD's going to buy back for this. Meanwhile, Knight's going straight for the racks again, as Analog's going to join in now on the Kunkka. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like they do find a mid-racks in the Dire base, as they do lose 9 in the Radiant bases. Now 33's going to try and get his way out with the TP, but no, it is not enough. Complete chaos They will defend their base on the Radiant side, and now TP's coming right back in to the mid lane. The FCR's TP did get cancelled thanks to Thompson on the creep wave. 9, he's back in the Radiant base, but it could be a dieback incoming for the Weaver. Can he find a way out? He'll try with the Gleipnir. The rush is on. FCR and Analog both chasing. Now the X out 9, he does get caught. And he will go down. A dieback is the mid lane. The Luna still fighting. Skidder gonna go on to KJ. Here comes Costa Bile though. And that'll force the Luna away. Thompson, not out of danger yet. We'll go for the roll-up and try to avoid Costa Bile completely, but it's not looking too good for him. Here comes Snaking to save the day, though, with the disruption. And we'll give Thompson another chance at life. Look at Skidder. Skidder is rushing for the Radiant base. Meanwhile, Snaking does die.
Oh my
Skidder,
God.
he's on a mission. He wants that Brax. He wants the Megas, and he's going to get it. Off you go, Skidder.
goodness.
Well done.
Oh,
Analog, he's got the X out. They want the punish, they've got the side device, and they've got the kill. Problem is, Skidder does have buyback.
yeah, they can hold back. The mega creeps are maybe not as big of an issue as you'd expect it to be for VKS at this point in the game. They do have decent enough clear, but it does give a bit of an advantage to Tundra for sure. Just keeping these lanes shoved out is going to feel a lot easier. It's going to be down to another Roshan here, Mike, as I think has been the trend since forever. But we are going to be waiting for that next Rosh before getting more commitment on the board. Mind you, VKS are going for the smoke play. So an opportunistic kill could open up that endgame scenario for them anyway, considering that they only have the tier 4s to worry about. They don't really care about the side lanes. We'll see if that's something Tundra reads as, well, they drag back Snaking a little bit early.
Here we go. Tier 4 tower is going to be under siege. They want that buyback out of the Luna. Nice drag back on Snaking will mean the Shadow Demon is down for 90 seconds without buyback. And now the side device out has caught the Weaver. 9, he's got no buyback either. Both supports are down. VKS, they have a chance at pulling off the game victory against Tundra. Thompson, he's going to try to move in. The Tombstone will save King RD, but not for long. Thompson, he'll do it his damn self. He's got no team, but he's still getting the job done. Torrent will land though. They've got the side device. They've got the Pangolier. He should be going down, and Thompson is finally dead. But the mid wave is being controlled by 33, who will not allow them to push his base.
Yeah, again, just heads up plays coming out from Tundra. They are making sacrifices, but they are hanging on. Like, it takes too long to try to repair up against mid creeps. It takes so much time to try to clear out. And that is, again, time for Tundra to kind of sit back and try to figure out a game plan here. VKS, they've done a fantastic job. Again, they've managed to bounce back in.
Costa Bile.
Oh,
He wants Divine Ray. He's had enough. Straight Divine Ray here for Costa Bile.
yeah. You can't fault him, really. Like, he's not even dying anymore in most of these fights, so might as well go for the damage output. Try to end this game as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah, you say that, but 33's top lane. He's going to split push that wave. He'll go mid lane and split push that wave. Like, you know, it never ends. The Analog has caught the Visage, to be fair. Problem is it's only Analog. Meanwhile, mid lane, Costa Bile might set up a team fight. 33 is still going at it with Analog. In goes the high ground for VKS, though 9 has gotten the fight started. Gleipnir out to lock them down. Costa Bile, he'll pop the ulti. Keep in mind, he's got a Divine, so his damage is extremely high on the Muerta. But do they have a chance to go for these tier 4 towers? He can refresh, pierce the veil. It's no problem. FCR, they'll start to move in. The tier 4's under siege. 9 will move in now with the Gleipnir. Costa Bile in the meantime. He'll pop his BKB and take down 9. That's the Weaver gone. Meanwhile, 33 pushing in the Radiant base, forcing Analog to stay around that area. We have somewhat of a pace race right now between these two teams, though it's a very, very slow one as 33's been caught out bottom lane, or rather top. 33, he'll cop the boat, he'll cop the pulverize. He's still not dying though. Finally, they'll catch him, but no, he'll go into the stone gaze. 33, just die. My goodness. This guy's just a menace.
That he is. That stone form right in the nick of time, buying time out, ensuring that they can't fully commit onto those tier 4s, stalling the game. That is Tundra's game plan now. That is all they can really do. They can keep playing around with shoving out these waves, of course, with the Luna illusions. So you always have that at the very least to try to repair. But VKS, it looks like they're going ready. They're getting ready for that commitment once again for that full divine up. They just want this done, man.
Here we go again. Problem is, you do have the buyback on the Visage. So there we go. 33, he'll commit the buyback. He's ready for the fight, but it seems like VKS, they're okay to back off seeing the buyback was committed. That'll do them for now. They still have some scaling to go on their carry as well. Like Costabile, he just wants the Moonshard now. Just wants that absolute attack speed. Analog's just kind of stuck in his own base, just split pushing the side lanes because he knows he can't leave without Tundra just split pushing their base. So he has to stay around, and basically VKS have to go for a high ground attempt. 4v5 without their mid Kunkka. Pretty rough.
And it is. At the very least, the Roshan is up. Tundra does have control in the area, so they'll be able to take this one there. Wait for your refresh shard on hand. Movement is coming in from VKS, but it does feel like it's a little bit too slow. Let's see if they manage to try to breach into anything, but Roche is down.
They're
with
still
the
around.
contest.
They're still looking to go for the fight, I think. You're kind of in that situation for VKS where any fight is a good fight right now, and Skidder will be able to TP out. Like, any chance you have where all the creep waves are pushed out, you just need to go. You know, Aegis or not, you've just got to take the fight. Sadly, they will not have that opportunity. Tundra, well, they'll continue. It's playing a slower game, understanding the advantage they currently hold.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Like, they can't really do too
Oh,
much
Skidder.
outside.
Skidder does get
Oh.
caught. They've got the Luna, but can they burst him down? Skidder, he's getting low, and Skidder's gone.
Oh my god.
He has buyback. It's okay. He does have the buyback available. Aegis was on Thompson as well, so you still have that secondary life up.
That you do. It's just, it gets trickier to see that opening come out. You know, it just, VKS have all these ways to initiate, and Tundra only really have roll.
They've got a gem on KJ. You've got to be a little bit wary as the Visage. They will be able to spawn you, the Thompson. He'll make the jump in. He's found the Undying, and he's found Costabile. That's the big target. Costabile, though, he's in the Tombstone. He's going to be okay to reset. He'll pop the Pierce the Veil. He'll refresh the BKB. He'll go for the fight. It's absolute chaos at the top lane, but nobody's down yet. There goes 9. That's 1 down. But is there any more to come? Thompson, he just keeps going. He really wants King RD, but King RD is gone. He is safely out of there. This Thompson's the one to drop. He'll lose his Aegis. Meanwhile, Skidder looks like he's about to go down, but the disruption will save for now, but not for long. Skidder is down.
No buyback.
No buyback available for the Luna. FCR,
That's
he's
it.
found a 4th. They've found a 3rd. And it seems like they're going high ground for the Jugular. They just want the Ancient down. Put a finish to this game. There's no way to defend just with Thompson, surely. Though I say that Thompson, he's trying. Scythe of Vice, he's trying to get the creep waves out. Analog, dropping a little bit low, but now they've got the control. Thompson will go down. That's a dieback, and that should be it. Though the creep waves are going to the base, but it won't matter.
Dire's top barracks
Yeah, they've got access through top. They're going to be able to just chase this down. Respawns are going to be way too slow. And VKS, they get it done. We talked about what they had to do up against a team like Tundra. They flustered them. Man, this movement out. The way they'd move out, the way they'd force Tundra to kind of jump in and just take these really bad fights. It seemed uncharacteristic of how Tundra played, but they just looked pretty lost. Maybe just overly confident, perhaps. I don't think that's the kind of team to be that way. Maybe just, I don't know, they played into Keed Stars this time around, and Keed Stars, again, finding another draw, a really impressive draw up against 2 really top-tier teams, right? Like, getting a draw up against Quest, no easy feat. Getting a draw up against Tundra, a team that, up to this point, has been undefeated in the group stage of the road to the International. I mean, what an outstanding presence of mind here from Keed to adapt in both series to kind of play this way, to suddenly shift gears, start finding these punishing openings. Again, uncharacteristic of Tundra. They just looked flustered. They were running in. It felt at some points very segmented. The space being bought out by Nine wasn't as significant this time around. And the draft, it didn't have enough hold. Like, it was just so dependent on tops and doing everything with that rolling Thunder. It's just, once that's gone, it didn't feel like you had too much else to do.
Yeah, it was a tough game to say the least for VKS, but they managed to make it work and hand Tundra the first loss of their road to TI. They would have had a completely undefeated day had it not been for this final game for Tundra. And you saw the happy faces on VKS. They were giving high fives. They were hugging. You would have thought they just won TI with the way they were reacting. That's how much it meant to them to pull off the win here up against Tundra. And obviously a huge Mega Creep comeback as well on top against a very ratty situation, to say the least here. Props to them. A fantastic comeback coming out from VKS. And their second comeback of the day, by the way, John. They've had some bangers here today, VKS, and they're really showing up. Can't underestimate these boys.
That you can't. You know, I think a lot of people had this concept coming in for South America. It hasn't been the hottest look for them in the past two lands, but they're forming up here in the opening days of the road to the international. VKS, especially a little bit of a dark horse coming in, even though they've had experience previously in past years of the DPC, not very recently, not in some time. And getting these draws is just massive. Like, sure, it's not a 2-0, but it's Quest. And it's Tundra, who have been undefeated. Like, it's not to be looked down upon to get a draw in this case.
Oh, absolutely not.
It's just amazing. You know, this is the kind of plays we were expecting from these players. Maybe a little bit messier than you'd want, but it does come out on top. If I had to give an MVP out, I'll let you choose, Mike. It's hard for me to say because it feels like everyone kind of did their jobs here.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say, I actually want to just go towards KJ, honestly, because I feel like the tombstone saves he was providing for Costabile every time he got caught were just fantastic. And I realize it's kind of what the Undying Shards does. It's not too hard to pull off, but the fact that he was always in position, not dying, and always ready to drop that tombstone for Costabile to have a second chance at life is what felt like made the real big difference. Mind you, obviously, everyone else on VKS played fantastically, but I feel like if it wasn't for KJ with that grab ally, it would have been as good as done this game.
For sure. Like, there were a couple of clutch moments there, just buying that little opening. And, you know, it reminds me of the time pre-nerf for Undying with that grab ally. It's just so oppressive when you have someone that can just always land it. And KG just reminds us as to why this hero was severely nerfed with that grab ally. It's just a little bit too much, but it does pay off massively. And again, great opener for the side of VKS to come into their first matches for the road to the international, getting 2 draws. A lot of people, again, you know, a lot of people in chat will probably be like, oh, 2 draws, you know, what does that mean? It's like, it means a lot. Every single series counts. The fact that these two arguably on paper, stronger teams have taken draws boost the chances for the side of VKS to have a smoother ride coming out of these group stages. So mad props to VKS, looking promising, and I'm expecting this to actually just improve over time. So we'll see what tomorrow's stores is in store for them, but for now, it looked amazing.
With that, John, we are going to have a short break, but right after that break, we're going to be back with our final series between Nouns and Gaimin Gladiators. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our final series of the stream here tonight. Nouns versus Gaimin Gladiators to put an end to our night, Jonathan. Should be a very interesting matchup to come. Obviously, we've had a lot of long Dota. We've had 2 Mega Creep comebacks already. But before we get into that, how the hell are you feeling, sir?
Feeling great, Mike. It's been a wonderful day of Dota here for the first day of the group stage of the road to the international.
The road,
here,
Jonathan.
and that's the road. And this is going to be a fun one. Gaimin Gladiators up against Nouns. Nouns managed to get a draw up against Beastcoast, but dropping 2-0 to LGD. And Gaimin Gladiators also taking a 2-0 to LGD. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think Gaimin is a team that it felt like they've floundered a little bit since their highs. So I'm keen to see in how their form is here coming into the road to the international. And it's always kind of fun to see Quinn playing against NA teams, just because, well, I guess he's in NA, he's playing against an NA team, he used to be NA, so I'm keen to see what happens here. I don't know what that has any relevancy to whatever analysis there is, but you know, that's what I had in my mind.
He's on his home court, Jonathan. I think what you're trying to say. He's got the home court advantage against the NA team, who also has the home court advantage. So we'll see how it all pans out. Should be very, very interesting. I did see Gunner popping off earlier in one of their series as well. So it should be a pretty interesting time seeing how Quinn does go against Gunner. Obviously, Quinn, arguably the best mid laner in the world right now. Though I wouldn't underestimate Gunner, though, John. We've seen him pull off some fantastic stuff over the years.
That we have. Yeah, you know, I'm keen to see what he does play mid here, because they did have to ban the Lone Druid themselves. Of what the options for mid are. It's going to be interesting to see. I think that mid matchup of Quinn and Gunner, I think, is not as lopsided as you'd expect. I feel like Gunner is still up there in mids. He has shown time and time again individually his skill is pretty damn high. So I'm keen to see what potentially, you know, what most people consider one of the best mids in the world right now up against Gunner. It's going to be really fun to watch, as we do already have the Treant Protector being taken out here by Gaimin and the Primal Beast being picked up here by Nouns. So potentially a mid for Gunner, potentially not. I think there's still some flex left in the pool. I don't think you want to necessarily lock that in as a mid without knowing your matchup coming in from Quinn. So it should be left for flex, which means that you could potentially just, you know, kind of cover its weaknesses as well. Pangolier being left in the pool. Well, no, it was taken out the first phase. Maybe something like the Shaker could be something that worries it, although I don't think we've ever seen that matchup too often. Perhaps stuff like Quap or Puck could be something to consider. Or, you know, Quinn loves his stuff like Leshrac, even when other people don't play it. So that could be another thing to consider for the bans as well.
Could be. Final bans to come before you can see some more picks to come out. Gaimin, bit of a mix here. Conquer and Grimstroke both being removed. So you never want to give the Grimstroke away when you've got a Primal Beast on the other side of things, because Grimstroke, Primal Beast are like best friends right now. Very, very strong combination. Have a bit of a think about this final ban out here from Gaimin's end. Of course, if you weren't aware of the standings as well, currently Gaimin Gladiators are sitting tied in second place in Group C with Beastcoast, I believe it is, and Nouns are sitting tied fourth place with Virtus.pro. So they are in the same group after all. This win would mean a hell of a lot for Nouns, because it would force their way up above Gaimin and I believe Beastcoast as well in their group, if they could pull off a win. If they pull off a draw, I believe that actually ties them up with Beastcoast, because they also have 2 draws.
Yeah, would put them in the same position. So 2-0 would be massive. We see the Sky Rat Mage come out again.
Yeah.
So we see the good old Primal Beast Sky, very straightforward combination. The Shadow Demon was banned out by Gaimin, so you don't have that save factor coming in here for Gaimin Gladiators. I'm keen to see how much Nouns can get out of this one. It does feel like, especially VKS, we were seeing run this pretty much in both of their series, at least once in each series. It does feel like you kind of want to get going with this one. You know, you don't want to sit back. You don't want to just chill out with this kind of combo. You do want to hit your level 6s fast. You want your Sky Rat Mage to kind of crush lane for VKS. Again, the last time we saw the Sky combo with this, it felt like the lane wasn't as good as you'd want it to. So I'm keen to see what the solution is going to be here from Nouns. Gaimin, they do manage to pick up that Muerta. And that should be our Diracho hero. Maybe some flux onto the 4, but we don't see that too often now. Tends to just be sticking up onto the safe lane. We know what Muerta does in a dragged out game. And we know how well Diracho can farm and how he likes to play tempo. So I do like this coming out. I think the combination of a Muerta Treant lane is also pretty scary. You just have this really tanky front line that can cop everything for your Muerta. And it's just naturally synergistic, especially with a root like the overgrowth into the calling is pretty damn scary. Okay, it looks like we will get perhaps a support Muerta as we do get the Wraith King coming out. There is potential for offlane Wraith King, but I don't think that's been too popular, so I'm assuming something like a 4 Muerta at this case.
Let's see how it all pans out. Naga Siren also picked up here by Nouns. They'll go into their 4th pick. I don't really know how I feel about a support Muerta, I'll be frank with you, John. I mean, it does have some... Go on, John. What are you going to tell me?
I will break this up for you. The last time we did cast a Muerta 4, it ended up working. That was in a third-party tournament, I believe DL21.
Okay.
So it did work when you said you didn't believe in it. So just reminding you, Mike, you didn't believe in it last time too, and it did win.
That's true.
Just a friendly reminder.
Ancient Apparition being picked up now by Nouns. That's kind of one way to do with the Wraith King, I suppose. Just take that inherent life steal away. Not a hero you get to see very often, to be fair. Like the AA is not so popular for good reason, I'm sure.
I like it. I think AA is actually really strong, just undervalued. I think this hero does a lot. Its laning phase isn't as bad, depending on your lane partner. I think this combines. It might be a little bit too all in on, say, relying on pretty much the Primal Beast to kind of hold people down. So both of your supports kind of rely on the mid, maybe on the end snare. It's not as smooth going. I think the lane is pretty scary. Like AA Naga is very oddly a very synergistic lane, especially if you manage to get a value point in end snare, which again, you don't tend to do. I don't recall Hector being the type to pick up end snare at level 4 or 5 even. But if you do, you get the Vortex, you get the Cold Feet, end snare, easily run down someone, get a nice kill off. Spectre comes out as well for the side of the game. What are they doing?
This is...
What are they doing? I am actually very curious now.
This is what we call an SEA draft right here, John, from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah.
The classic, the Tree and Protect is a bit of a wrong pick, obviously. They probably regret that right now, but classic SEA draft. Very, very potent.
And it does feel like everyone's a carry. Almost.
Well, so who's going
They have
mid?
done this a couple of times. So they have picked up the Muerta along with the Wraith King, and it tends to be the off-lane Wraith King with the pause 4 Muerta. So I'm guessing that's what they're doing here again.
Okay.
They've done this a couple of times today, so I'm expecting that to happen. Like Ace just running that off lane and potentially just running the Muerta off as well. So that kind of lane duo is pretty straightforward. Stun into the dead shot is pretty nice. Stun into the calling. It can be aggressive. Like this is not a passive lane at all for Wraith King Muerta. I think there's a lot of play left in there. I am curious about what the mid is. They've left that all the way to the end here for Gaimin. They're banning to protect the Spectre, taking out natural breaks. Although, to be fair, Primal Beast does have a source of break with the Ags buildup, so I'm not sure if that's really a major concern in trying to break down the Spec. And you've got the A as well to prevent regen if they manage to try to farm with the Heart. So you've got some bases covered here.
Final ban to come. Gaimin Gladiators. For an off-lane ban of some sort. Get rid of the Viper. Don't want to have to play up against that. Obviously, we saw what happens when you have to play up against the Viper earlier on. As poor old Quest had to deal with that, with the TA of all things. That was not very fun. Imagine it would be a similar story if you had to play against Viper as a Spectre. Would not be a very good time, as they'll ban out the Necrophos as well here on Gaimin's end. Final pickup. I can only guess what they're gonna take to finish this one off. Should be just a mid pick surely for Quinn.
Invoker's Slough. No, Invoker's first phase ban. Shaker it is. All right. So it was the Shaker up against the Primal Beast.
Oh, Quinn
That
looks very
matchup
happy about it.
is... Yeah, he looks...
I've never seen
he
Quinn
looks
so
like-
excited.
He's quinning. He's quinning.
Yeah.
I believe that's the term that the quinners use. Quinn is quinning out. Yeah, I this matchup for Primal Beast is not the worst. I think that it is playable for a Shaker, but you have to really work on your positioning. You can still trade, but you have to be very smart with when you use Enchant Totem. If you do see the commitment coming out from the Primal Beast, it might be worth it to actually get a value point in the Fissure to just try to block off the Primal Beast from trying to chase you down as well. But that's not ideal for the mid Shakers. So keen to see what the idea here is for Quinn in terms of trying to lane. For the side of... All right, they just go Ogre Magi. Is it a... Okay, it's a mid Ogre. I was going to say, is it going to be a mid Ogre? Gunner's doing it. Gunner's doing it!
Oh, hold on. What are we
Let's go.
doing? How does this work, John? What's the game
Midas
plan?
Rush.
Okay.
Midas Rush. That's the game rush. That's the game plan.
I think everyone could have guessed that part, John. Is there someone... I have not seen mid Ogre in a very, very long time.
It works. You trade really well with your mana usage. I think you're very tanky. It's hard for Quinn to just immediately try to burst you down. You have pretty decent base armor, so enchant harassment isn't as painful as it could be. I think the big thing is really mana management for Ogre. He does lose out in terms of efficiency of trading, but if he has good rune control, which is where you'd want to see Yamsen and Wells kind of step it up, then it's pretty all right for Gunner. I'm rather curious as to what he will go after Midas. The funny thing is, Dagon's, but this is a pro game. I don't expect Dagon Rush.
I know this is
funny.
It's a very simple question I have. Like, do you try to abuse the whole dumb luck thing with Ogre? Like, just just builds non-stop strength?
You kind of do, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what do you really need from the Ogre here? Are you looking for the strength stacking Ogre? Because it works, but the only time I've ever seen that work are in, again, it means nothing, turbo games.
Yeah.
Because you farm it fast enough. I feel like the pacing here is maybe not fast enough for the double heart build that I tend to see with the Ags. But I think even outside of that, just, your typical Midas, maybe Aether Lance Force Staff isn't too bad. Ags Rush isn't too bad either. Utility... Give some durability items, because when you look at a Skyrat Mage and AA, they don't necessarily build too much of that themselves. And your offlane Primal Beast also doesn't tend to build auras too often. So I think I can see that coming out from the Ogre. I'm keen to see. I want to see what Gunner does with this. I think it's going to be interesting. I mentioned that the mid lane matchup for Ogre Magi is not too rough against Shaker, but Shaker on paper still has an easier time with his spell casting of Enchant Totem. So he's always going to have a little bit easier of a time to harass back at 45 mana per whooping right click. And the Ogre Magi is just going to burn through his own mana. So rune control is going to be massive here.
When was the last time we saw mid Ogre in a pro match? I'm pretty sure we haven't seen it yet today, obviously. Having looked through all the series to see if I missed it. Do you feel like this is something Nouns have been cooking in it's one of the recipes that nobody knows about. It's the secret sauce they've got ready for this TI.
I think Gunner's played too many pubs. Because this is legitimately a pub thing. I think maybe Thompson's done it, but not in a pro match.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a very pubby thing.
You could look it up, Jonathan. We have access to the internet, so it could be a viable thing to look it up as we speak. I realize we're on camera, Jonathan. I'm breaking the fourth wall. I'm giving you permission to please look up if there has been a pro match of mid Ogre as of late. Otherwise, if there hasn't, Jonathan, then we're in unventured territory here.
And that we are trying to take a look.
We do have game one underway, by the way.
Brile did just play it. Did just play it.
Okay.
So Brile did run it. I'm curious about his build here. Talon did lose that. It brings me great joy. Let's see this. Well, we've got time. Nothing ever happens in the first few minutes. Maybe someone dies. Everyone lives or dies. You know, that's the way it goes.
So what we've had one time, that was today for now.
Yes.
Is what we found out, and that was Bryle who actually won a game against
Yeah,
Talon.
he went. I have his build here. Did go Blade Mail, Heart, Sight of Vice, Octarine, which sounds fairly typical with a Midas, of course.
Okay.
So I wouldn't expect too far off the mark for Gunnar to kind of build in that direction. Again, depending what he may need.
30 seconds
Not sure if the blade mail is going to be pretty useful. Midas timing is going to be key. Keen to see that mid matchup, like just whether or not Quinn can really try to shove this ogre away, because you have 6 starting armor with 670 HP. It's not going to be as painful to trade with a level 1 totem as it would be with any other hero.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes. He's gone for the level 1 Bloodlust, which is to be expected. I thought maybe you'd go Fire Blast for the sake of securing the range creep, but I suppose when you're playing mid-ogre, you're not exactly afraid to just run up and secure it, so it's going to just abuse the Bloodlust here in this mid lane as the ogre. And speaking of the ogre, we'll start off with the mid lane when you're going to have Quinn up against Gunner's Ogre Magi. This will be an interesting one. I don't know if it's fair of me to ask you who should win this lane matchup, John, but I'm going to ask anyway. Who should win this lane matchup?
I wish I could answer you straightly. I would honestly say, Ogre Magi. Look at that. I don't think you're ever going to win a right-click trade with level 1 Bloodlust like that, even with Enchant. Your uptime for harassment, again, isn't that amazing on Shaker? With 6 armor on the Ogre, Enchant harassment overall just doesn't feel as amazing. So I expect Gunnar to actually just feel good here and not be held back too much. I don't think Quinn's going to be fully shut out, but definitely Gunnar's the one that's going to be looking to kind of go a little bit ham, especially with the Ignite up. So Rune Control is the big one that really determines this back and forth because it is mana intense for both sides. Again, a little bit more mana intense for the Ogre Magi. We'll see if there's any assistance that comes in for the early water runes, which I doubt. I think the side lanes are going to be a little bit too tight here for the side of Nouns. So shouldn't expect too much movement out to help Gunnar try to build up. And that should give some leeway for Quinn here.
We'll have a bit of a peek at this mid lane a little bit later on. Let's have a look at the top lane, perhaps, where you'll see Duraccio and Celery against Mu and, of course, Lelis. For now, you have seen Mu and Lelis getting rather aggressive here with the Skywrath Primal Beast combination. It seems like Duraccio is still going to be okay. Might have a bit of a slower time farming, but as long as Celery sticks around, doesn't overextend with, you've got the Leech Seed, you're going to have the Living Armor at some point, and it seems like they already have prepped with a lot of regen here on Celery and Duraccio, so they should be okay to sustain themselves through this lane.
Yeah, they should be able to hold up. I do like that they've already cut the tree line here on the side of Nouns, so you don't really have a comfortable area to sit in for Celery. Means he's not going to be able to just trade, get some free right clicks, and dodge off. You also have to respect every single time Trampled's up with a concussive shot. Very easy for a brown beast to try to run down, which again we've seen on our last few series. Whenever this combination came out, that is one way to play. So as the levels go up, it doesn't get any simpler for the Treant and the Spectre. Just a very passive lane for Gaimin overall. Very curious as how the bot lane, the last lane we haven't really talked about, does go. You do have Hector and his classic Naga. Loves his farming illusion heroes, does get his hand on one now, along with Yamsen on that AA. They are up against Tofu. Again, on that, Muerta support and Ace on the off-lane Wraith King. They're already getting aggressive here onto Yamsen.
They certainly are. Yamsen, he's a squishy boy, and it seems like he is just set to fall, as that will be first blood to go the way of Tofu on the position for Muerta. It's kind of the thing with AA. Laning stage, for me, with AA never feels good because it just... You've got a couple aggressive heroes like this, they just jump you, and it's just too easy to burst him down.
And maybe just a little bit out of position. He did get hit by that dead shot. As an A, you really have to stand way further back. And again, there are some combinations you can play with the AA plus Naga, but you're not going to be looking at Ensnare anytime soon. So it's not like you'll be finding that opportunity to connect and try to harass back and try to catch off this Muerta. You're going to have to play pretty passive. So both safe lanes looking to be passive. The off lane's looking a lot sharper overall. You don't mind too much for Hector. It's
Quinn.
That Yamsen dies, although.
He's taken a lot of damage, and Gunnar had a Fire Blast ready if he wanted to commit. Seems like the Fairy Fire and stick charges of Quinn did force Gunnar to just kind of make the decision to back off. But you'd almost rather him just be on low HP like this. If you can secure both water runes and not allow the bottle refill for Quinn, he can't farm anyway. And that's exactly what they do. Lelis takes one, Gunnar will take the other. Meanwhile, bottom lane, K1's getting jumped right now. Lelis is going to try to rotate to help out this Naga Siren, but K1 is going to go down as Ace. He's dropping rather low himself and should go down and will. It's still a great trade, though, for Gaimin Gladiators. They do find the position 1 Naga. And, of course, Yamsun goes down along with it.
Yeah, and that forces a lot of movement out onto this bot lane. So you're freeing up the Spectre up top to actually have a little bit more room to breathe. It's been a lot slower for Diracho, which is to be expected from a Spectre up against Primal Beast. This is some much-needed movement for Gaimin to work on the map.
That was a cheeky attempt from Tofu trying to deny the bottle refill of Gunnar, but sadly Gunnar was a bit too quick, just putting into Yamsun's backpack as Quinn now is being just charged down by Gunnar. He'll eat the Fairy Fire, he has the living armor, and that's going to be enough to force them back, as now Gunnar's the one in danger. Yamsun, he is kind of in danger as well, but they really want the Ogre first, and Gunnar will just be completely surrounded. He can do nothing as Quinn will take his life away of all people.
Yeah, they drag so many heroes across, and I love the responsiveness of Gaimin here. They're just dragging every hero up, working the lanes. So
top lane mood trying to get aggressive, but just doesn't have the damage output necessary to quite finish the job. I suppose Diracho, he did have a Lotus ready anyway, so probably wouldn't have died. And now you've got to be a little bit wary as Moo, because you do have the rotations slowly coming in, but it probably won't be enough anyway. Just celery.
yeah, again, this is a little bit of that consequence of splitting up and trying to match that response from Gaimin.
Diracho, not expecting the rotations from the supports of Nouns, is going to go for a run down south, but he is as good as dead. Moo will take him out. Nouns, a successful rotation onto the Spec.
Yeah, and that is the kind of movement you want to see. They need the supports to be really active. Felt like Diracho was getting a little bit of space out, yeah, even though he's not farming too well. Just surviving that lane does feel pretty good. But they managed to get that access through the gate, wrap around, get the aggression going. So 2-4, Gaimin still in a decent enough advantage in terms of kills. They're finding some decent farm as well. But now it's not doing too bad here. The mid lane for Gunnar has been going fantastically up against Quinn. Although Quinn, again, isn't lagging too far behind thanks to that kill earlier on. And I think the big deciding factor is really just going to be how well is Hector going to be farming. Like, what are the timings K1 will get here? Is he going to have decent access to his jungle? Are we going to see Gaimin kind of pressure early on, start to get some aggressive wards, get that bot tier 1 down, hunt around? Because there is a lot of potential to just try to hunt down this Naga as well. Especially with the Shadow Step, if you do manage to get some early aggression and just maybe work a fast Blade Mail Yasha onto Diracho, you can expect some early presence out from a Spec. So we'll see. I think the one issue as well for Nouns here is, like, this build on Ogre Magi mid, I mean, it can scale. It's just that if you don't have the fastest start, this hero will soak up space.
They've got the Spectre again. Lelis will just chase him down, get the vision out. And Moo now with the Pulverize in the Ancient Seal is going to be a bit of a problem for Diracho, who will die another time. Meanwhile, Ace was chasing down K1, but K1 is going to go for the... No, he's just going to walk away. Tofu, he's going to be there just in case. Does get the dead shot off into the stun of Ace. Still K1, try and go for the TP attempt out. Might just make it, and he will. He's healthy enough to get his way out of this, knowing there's no stuns left. There's nothing Gaimin can do about it.
They do manage to pretty much take out this bot tier 1 though off the back of that. So it's like we were talking about. They'll be able to invade that bot jungle a little bit, set up some forward vision, ensure that they can keep track of where Hector's farming and try to contest it. Because that is the one thing, right? Hector's one of those players where you leave him alone on an illusion hero, he does go crazy, and they need to keep that in check. They need to ensure that Diracho is also getting that same kind of treatment with his space. And we'll see if they can maintain that. You don't need too much farm here on Ace. Just they're working on blade mails across their 2 choruses. Moo.
Yeah, Celery going to be in danger again. Moo being very aggressive here along with Lelis, and they're doing fantastic work and just destroying whoever comes up toward that top lane. This area of the map certainly belongs to Nouns at the moment. Gaimin, top lane's been the worst for sure, but even the mid and bottom lane have not been the smoothest rides in the world, as been Quinn just constantly being harassed out by Nouns, being forced back behind the tier 1 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As those levels come up on Gunnar, he is slowly going to start getting scary, although here comes Tofu now with the dead shot. Just try and forcing him away. Maybe they could try to set up on the Ogre. They've got 3 or 4 heroes now in the mid lane. Quinn gets a nice Fisher block. Gunnar, he'll run towards the west. And it looks like he's actually fine. 5 heroes on Gunnar, he just walks away. Ace, he's going to try again. Wraithfire Blast out, they'll see Gunnar. He will continue to just walk away. Meanwhile, Yamsun, he'll get body blocked in the tree line. He will at least die. They'll get something for their trouble.
Yep.
T1 Tower, though, T1's probably not going down. They could commit, but it's not looking good.
Nah, not quite enough damage. Oh, well.
Celery, he'll get caught. A pos 5 for a pos 5 seems like a very good trade for Nouns.
Yeah, you don't mind. And your tower stays alive, you're freeing up space. They're not hunting down Hector. So your Naga is free farming up, and it does farm quite a fair bit faster than a Spectre, as Diracho is just, it's not going to be quick. Even with a Blade Mail, Spectre does have some issues farming up. So this is some good early tempo coming out from Nouns. Gunnar, Blade Mail almost done. More durability up front. A lot of HP to reflect back some damage. However, you are lining up for some early initiation. Quinn saving up for that blink, not too far off. Blade Mail for Ace also coming up. This is going to be a lot of Blade Mails in this game. Like Blade Mail, Ogre Magi, Blade Mail on the Raid King. I believe I saw one more Blade Mail being queued up. Yeah, Blade Mail Spectre, of course. All first items. It's going to be pretty interesting to see that timing coming out. Mid, slow shove from Gunnar. With a living armor, it's not the quickest thing in the world, but they've got the attack speed to get this done.
And you can Bloodlust the Siege Creep if you like, Gunnar. Nope, never mind that. He'll Bloodlust the heroes instead. Are they trying to slow it down with Tofu's dead shot? It's not helping so much. Celery can't do too much either with this living armor, so Celery may get caught now as Lelis has found him. Does go for the Mystic Flare committal. The chase is on here from Moo as well, with the Onslaught and the Trample and the Pulverize just for good measure. Mind you, the T1 tower still being focused by Gunnar. He is not backed out away from this T1. Fisher not on the mark. Ace will TP, but it means nothing. They'll deny.
Nice little thing to take away. That's a lot of time that Gunnar himself was just committing towards that push and doesn't find the gold for his trouble. But again, you don't really mind here on Nouns. The key thing is space. They're responding to this movement mid. They had to drag 3 heroes up there, which means, again, Hector's left alone. Naga's left alone to farm up stacks, to clear out using the illusions. No defensive spell on Hector as well. He went 4-0-4. So he wouldn't even have the song if he needed to bail out, but doesn't matter if he's not being chased down. And now a smoke out from the side of Nouns. See what they find here. Would really want to start applying pressure on Diracho, and they did draw the line to that area.
I mean, mind you, Quinn did just buy out the Blink Dagger, but he had to commit his Echo Slam to clear out the Ancient Creep. So now Diracho, I mean, even if you wanted to try and rotate with the Blink up, it's not really going to matter because Diracho just disappears. Moo the Freight Train just runs right through him. Nothing he can do as a Spectre. I mean, he's still just trying to farm that Blade Mail. That's how badly the game is going right now for Diracho.
Yeah, it's really this big difference between pause ones that are causing this discrepancy for Gaimin and how their game kind of feels right now. You've got a very smooth game for Hector. Ace is finding farm on the Wraith King. He can kind of take over as maybe the mid-game core in terms of farm priority, but you will have to keep buying space for the spec. They are smoked up here in Gaimin.
They're onto Ace now. Gaimin is on the way to try and help out. Ace, of course, has the Reincarnate. There goes your Fisher. They want Moo real damn bad. They want that Primal Beast, and it looks like they'll have him, but Moo, he won't leave without a Pulverize, and now Celery goes down. Even the Muerta Tofu is gone. Ace still trying to run. They do at least get a position 3 before they do get the hell out of there. But Ace, he's not quite out yet. He'll lose the reincarnation, but our Gunner's going to be chased down. He'll have the blade mail to play with, but it should just be enough. They can't really hit him. Turn around again. Ace, gotta be careful. In comes Quinn, trying to go after Yamsun, but Yamsun's all right. And with that, both sides agree to just leave each other alone.
Yeah, that's pretty big pickup for the side of Gaimin. Just because you traded an off lane out for 2 supports with a big streak on Mu as well. So it's not something you mind too much. Does even out the trade on the 2-for-1. It's not as big of a win as you'd want it to be, but at least you get even. And you're going to have some issues in trying to actually kill off Mu soon. His heart's almost done. His primal piece is going to be so damn tanky up front. Like the issue right now for Gaimin is going to be burst damage. Heart on primal beast done. Ogre Magi is just really tanky by virtue of not having any brains. So his skull is just fully tick with all bone in there, and working onto the Midas to keep scaling up. Gaimin are going to have to try to find a way to finagle into these fights. Like, again, your best initiation at this point is Quinn blinking in. He does have the slam ready to go, but you're not going to see instantaneous burst unless you manage to catch someone like Hector clumped up with his illusions. That's probably the best case scenario for an instant burst play. Beyond that, it's going to be a little bit more drawn out for Gaimin in comparison to what Nouns can do. They're really working this combination of Lelis and Mu, just constantly on the hunt.
Again? Not
Same
again.
spot.
Oh, not again.
Yep.
Oh.
Just like that.
It's not a good feeling at all, is it, Durantio? He wants to just work in the mines, the mighty mines, but the mines have not been kind to the old Spectre.
Yeah. I don't think she can dig around in the mines with a dagger. So it's just not too efficient for her. And, you know, and Mu's the foreman. It's like, what are you doing with an unprescribed tool in the mines? You know, he's the foreman.
Foreman Mu.
Just keep an eye. Yeah. He looks
Has a
like
ring
one
to-
too. He has that mean look, like a very disciplinarian dude.
He just needs a high vis. Give him a high vis and a helmet.
Yeah. I'd love to see that. Yeah, high vis helmet and the noun shades. Let's go. Let's make it happen. Get it done, double A.
Mid lane.
Get it done.
Is it double A or doubler?
I don't know. I always switch around. And he's like, yeah, it works both ways. And then he just never clarified which one it is, but it works both ways.
Hey, at least it's not Neff. You know, right? At least it's not.
Who is that guy anyway?
A nobody now, Jonathan. Some dude. Here you go, Tofu. Some wards down. He will see K1 there for a second, but K1 backing his way out just fine. Look at Mu. Look where Mu is. Would you believe it? He's up top lane again. Having a look. He'll clear the creep wave, but Durantio's in that same position by the mighty mines. Thankfully, there is no Skywrath around to help out Mu in chasing this Spectre down. So they're looking at mid lane instead. Quinn will be chased by Lelis, who does go for the Mystic Flare out onto the Shaker, and now Gunner is going to move in. Ice Blast will land to boot. They'll commit the Overgrowth to buy some space for Quinn to run, but here comes the Foreman! Mo! He'll onslaught right through to the Earth Shaker. Celery getting caught as well. The Foreman does not like trees. Ace, he's lost his reincarnation life. He'll be okay to back off with the second. But they've lost Quinn again.
This is disgusting. Maxed out Ice Vortex plus Ancient Seal. Maxed out Ancient Seal. That spell amplification, they get deleted, man. That is gross. This is very tempo-based from Nouns, though. The moment BKBs come online, there's going to be some trouble. Fortunately, we're nowhere near BKB timings just yet. But Nouns has to keep that in mind. They have to keep playing this fast. They have to keep applying this pressure. One BKB, and this game kind of goes sideways for Nouns. It's all going to be on to Hector at that point to scale up.
How is Hector doing, by the way? Like, he's still behind Ace. Ace actually out farming his own carry, of course. It's not been a great game for Durantio, who was still at 6.5k net worth. Hold that thought, because bottom lane, Mu does cop a Fisher, but it looks like he wants to keep going. Accelerate will scout him out, but Quinn is the target. They have not seen the tree, and nor do they care for him. They want the Shaker. Onslaught, not going to be out yet, though. Mu will hold back. Celery did root him in place there for a second to ensure he could not go for the Onslaught.
Yeah. I mean, this is space at the very least for Duracho,
Quinn.
right? As you mentioned it. Although,
Quinn, they know he's there. Moo knows. Moo's gone for it. Quinn. Oh, Quinn. Moo,
this is
my.
disgusting.
And Quinn just popped the. He did not. I thought I heard an echo slam. I was like, oh no. We're at that stage of the game
popped
already.
Veil. They
Okay.
have Veil. They have Ice Vortex, 25% magic increase. Veil is 18%. This is insanity. Ancient Seal at 35%. Like, you literally have, if it's additive, you literally have 0 magic res. You have negative magic res at that point.
Yeah.
Almost.
You're basically giving Gunner double damage with this Fire Blast. Amazing.
Yep. And he is going for the heart, Mikey. So he's going strength padding for that multicast.
Okay.
Outstanding.
I like it. I like it.
Oh, Ace.
Hello.
10 seconds.
Bye-bye.
10 seconds, he's gone.
Yeah, 10 seconds he doesn't have, John. 10 seconds is a long time for Ace right now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, now,
they just
you know,
get deleted.
people love to meme about this team. You know, they're from NA, they're always third, blah, blah, blah. But now they're showing you against arguably the best team in the world that they can put up a great fight as now Tofu is down. Meanwhile, top, looks like they have jumped Gunner. They'll want the Ogre. Gunner, he will use the Midas, and now K1. He will pump the song, allow the tippies to come, and he's even going to maybe go for the fight, though. K1, can you get out, sir? Who's singing for K1? Well, Moo's going to try to come in and sing Kumbaya, I suppose. Duracho, he'll go for a bit of a run. Quinn will do the same, and everyone's out. Nobody dies from
Duracho?
downs. In fact, oh, not Duracho.
Oh, he's gone.
Not Duracho. Leave the man alone. Pulverize. Out from Moo. Duracho has nowhere to go. They let him just be.
I mean, if you had to sacrifice a core, you know, Duracho's lower net worth than Quinn right now. So I guess that's the call. He doesn't have a way to TP out. He's just left alone. Oh, Tofu.
Oh my.
They just die, man.
We didn't catch that on camera, but
They just die.
he basically got magic amped by Yamson and he just exploded, quite literally.
Like,
He
this,
just
this is
disappeared.
just the two of them.
Speaking of
Ace.
disappearing, John Ace, he just lost his reincarnation, and he's probably lost
Oh, he's dead.
his
Oh my
actual life
God.
as well.
This is disgusting.
This is
Now it's... Oh,
this is something special.
you
Astini, if you're
beautiful,
listening, you've outdone yourself this
disgusting
time,
freaks.
Astini. You've outdone
He
yourself
has.
this time, sir.
He has for sure. This is basically, honestly, this is what my Turbo games are like. This is the enemy team on Turbo. A bunch of tryhards in Turbo. This is what it is, but it's a normal game. You can't accuse nouns of trying hard. It's the road to the international.
It certainly
And they're
is.
bringing out the big stuff, the big guns, the special sauce.
There's a couple of potholes in that road right now for Game, and I'll tell you, it's not been a smooth ride at all. For day one, at the very least, they might need to change their tires after this day, I'll tell you. Jonas, bottom lane, Duracho. I don't know if he can afford to show on creep waves like this anymore. Because Moo, he just does not care. Moo will just run him up again. Duracho at least maybe avoids the Ice Blast, and he does, but Moo may not need it as the Mystic Flare will come out. I don't know what to say, Jonathan. Duracho, it's not really his fault at all.
No, it's not.
Nobody's buying him space. He's just trying to do his job and farm.
I think it's a mixture of the draft, like forcing out this Muerta and Wraith King offlane once more, along with just picking up Shaker versus... Well, I think the Shaker mid made sense up against the Problem Beast. Even then, I don't think that's a straightforward matchup, but the Ogre Magi, really.
Celery.
This tempo just ruined it.
Be very careful, Celery.
Oh, God. Like, you've almost got Gunner with his heart.
Oh.
So he's going to have, what, 3k HP?
Yeah, but
You have Moon.
does this Ogre even matter? Like, isn't this whole game just literally Moo chasing people around? Look at this. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's waiting for Duracho right now. Look at this. Tier 2 tower. He just dives him. He just dives him into the
my
Tier 2 tower. Moo, that's a bit too far. Come on now. They've got to punish him for that. Or maybe not. Maybe he just walks away casually. Instead, they'll find the Ogre. They've got Gunner, but Gunner's a tanky boy. Gunner will turn onto Quinn. Quinn's the one to go down first. They do at least kill off the Ogre. Celery, in the meantime, He'll go down to Lelis. Moo will continue. On to Ace they go. The Wraith King not going to be able to get out of this one either. One life. Make that no life. No chance.
This is, my God. This is the kind of stuff that I would hear. You know, the kind of stuff off cam you and I talk about. It's like, what if you ran this and this and this with all the
Duraccio.
minus magic resist?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jonathan. Duraccio is in trouble, to say the least. Moo will find him again, though this time around Duraccio will be able to get out. Thankfully. Thanks to Moo, in fact, for knocking him down to the low ground.
Yeah, and Moo's trying to solo this Tormentor. He'll have help from Hector. No, all this time we haven't even talked about Hector. Number 1 in net worth, despite all the kills coming out from Moo. This Naga Siren also has... How do you kill anyone on this team? They've got 3 hearts already. 24 minutes in. Like, there's no easy solution right now for Gaimin. You know, it's not just that they lack damage, they also need BKBs to be up. All their controls hanging on Quinn and trying to make these plays. And we just haven't seen that opportunity to do so. No one's been able to hunt down Hector. There's no forward vision to hunt down this Naga. The pressure coming out from Moo and from Gunnar is just overwhelming, along with Lelis and Yamsen. It's just too much to handle. Woody Ags up on Quinn, maybe it starts to become easier. It starts to become easier to gap close a little bit, go hunting. We'll see. Something needs to come out here for Gaimin.
So something needs to happen. The problem is, it seems like nouns are always the ones making that thing happen, and in fact, they might have another chance very soon. It's Ace right by Moo, though Moo will not be able to see him. Instead, Moo will show on the creep wave, but they understand they can't really hope to go after the Primal Beast. Hoping Moo gets a BKB, by the way, because I'd love to see an even bigger Primal Beast here with the Bloodlust and BKB. Not queuing one up yet, sadly. He'll go for the Ags first. Roshan time. The Primal Beast is actually bigger than Roshan, Jonathan.
Yeah, you know, Ag's Labyrinth one was definitely bigger. This one, about toe-to-toe. You know, the one thing that always makes me sad is that Primal Beast doesn't actually grow that much bigger with Giant's Ring. That's the one disappointing thing. Yeah, they stopped his scaling for some reason. I guess because he would be too big for the screen, and he would block viewpoints. You know, who cares about visuals? I want a giant beast in my screen.
Hey, look at this. Look where they're running, John. Guess who's farming that ancient camp? Guess who?
Oh, no.
The nouns, they've got a radar for Duraccio. Like, they've got this guy on lockdown.
You gotta go.
Ice Blast, Pulverize.
Oh, God, no.
No need to say any more. Say less. Moo is just destroying Gaimin Gladiators. Mid lane, Ace. Trying to deal with Gunnar. Gunnar's not... I mean, he's just being a menace. He just doesn't want Ace to farm this area. In fact, here comes Moo. Here comes the freight train. Here comes the foreman. And Ace is gone. Ace, can you at least get away with a second life? Not really. What a stupid question of me to ask.
Hey, you always ask the stupid questions, Mike.
This one was especially
on
stupid.
brand. That is fair. That is fair. This is what's not stupid is the absolute big brain plays in Noun's draft. This is basically the highest IQ lineup of all hearts. 3 hearts on the deck.
Yeah.
You've got 3 cores with 3k HP at 27 minutes in.
Very good.
There's I don't know what the comeback is for Gaimin. A gigantic slam from Quinn. I guess with Overgrowth, I don't know what that'll do, but it's always nice to have it on top, I suppose. Like, I legitimately don't know how you buy space here for Gaimin. You just have way too greedy on off lane, way too greedy a safe lane, and no one to connect with a Shaker. There's just no connection there. They're just losing tier 2s. High ground hasn't opened up yet, but that's going to come sooner rather than later. We've got a BKB coming out for Gunnar. You need some BKBs to be up. No one has farm to get that done.
We go. Gunnar's going to get started on the tier 3 tower. No, never mind. He just wanted the Midas. Just Midasing some creeps. Well, with the way this game's gone, I wouldn't exactly be surprised if Nouns wanted to try for a tier 3 tower, but it was just the Midas usage.
Yeah, it's just trying to be efficient, you know. No pressure nowadays. You can have a charge up, so it's not as bad. There's the full Bloodtorn fully up for Hector. Man, this man has had the freest game.
Yeah, I mean, this is this is not a carry game for K1. This is a carried game for K1. There's nothing going on for him. He's playing an RPG.
Oh,
Is
one-man
Quinn going to
slam?
jump in with the Echo Slam? It's a one-man slam. They do at least kill off Yamsun first, but the problem is now Moo's just going to rush in and commit.
Garacho
Oh my
nuts.
god! I can't even finish a sentence here, John. Moo's just not allowing it. Darachi is going to buy back, but is that going to do any good? Song is out. They've got all 5 of them.
Oh, no,
He
no,
TPs
no.
into the Song. Are they going to keep going? I think they just will. Ace in danger. Moo, in he comes. He wanted Quinn, but the blink away is there. The Shaker will survive. He'll jump right back in and back, but Duraccio, Ace, they are going down. There goes one. Celery to follow. And now they need a run because Duraccio, well, it's just not his game, this game one. It might be around that time to call it, I'd say, John. This game is not going to get any easier.
Yeah,
they call it.
they're done. They're done.
Enough.
It's understandable.
Yeah.
This is too big brained from nouns. The minus magic resist at every step. I mean, that is beautiful. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful draft. It was outstanding gameplay. Look at Yamsun. Yamsun, the most expressive guy, popping off again. A little bit of a hand pump.
How dare
They're
they?
feeling themselves.
How dare they let Moo get up and give them fist bumps? Everyone should be forming a single file line to Moo right now to give him fist bumps. Single file.
Oh, yeah. That-
Not even a
is
question.
all Moo.
How dare you guys
No.
make him get up?
And this is what, kind of goes back to that offhand point I had about this being in NA, Quinn being back in NA. This is how Nouns DPC games go
Welcome home.
up against most other teams. And NA, welcome back home, Quinn. This is NA Dota, baby. And that's how it goes. Nouns draft something ridiculous that you're not ready for. And lo and behold, what used to work against, average rank 200 players in a team works up against Gaimin Gladiators.
We need to get
They
personal now,
execute
Jonathan.
perfectly.
Let's not get personal.
I'm just being real. No dissing on our good friends in NA, but some of those teams were around that rank. Being realistic, they understand it as well. And now it repeats that. It's funny because when you think about that context, right? Shopify Rebellion, when they go to the LAN, this is what you'd want them to do: replicate what they do in NA. And Nouns are the ones to do that successfully. Like this was a stomp, start to finish. No two ways about it. Very few moments coming out from Gaimin. And I think you could blame the draft a little bit. I think you can blame the draft for a lot, to be honest. I don't think this off lane for Ace worked out too well. Understandable that they go back into it because this Muerta and Wraith King lane does feel like it can overwhelm. It just, if it falls flat, if it doesn't manage to run down, and, Yamsun was copying the short end of that stick, it doesn't matter, right? Like, Hector's going to go farm. Moo has this outstanding lane. And Gunnar just runs like a madman on mid on the Ogre Magi with Bloodlust. Like, he was just running up, right-clicking for free, knowing that the trades on the enchant token wouldn't be enough. And then these fights, they look terrible, but it's terrible because of circumstance. You're so far behind from Gaimin. There's literally nothing they could do here.
No, I mean, the 25k behind, there's literally nothing. This was their kind of final effort to see if there's a chance, and there certainly was no chance left after that death. It's Quinn finding out the hard way the torture was not over, and they just say, enough, please. We'll go into game 2 and try again. Well, there's the score lines here, Jonathan. I don't think I need to ask you any MVP questions. The MVP is Moo. Arguably, you could have made a case for Lelis because it was a bit of a duo thing, but I give it to Moo, John. The man just carried the game straight up.
Yeah, he definitely did. He donned that high-vis suit. He went around checking for people mining with the wrong tools, and Daracho, you don't use a dagger in the mines, friend. And Moo makes sure to check that out. And he has a great time. This is something that Moo does all the time. Again, very reminiscent of how we've seen Nouns perform in the NADPC. Yeah. This looked like an NADPC game, which I don't think is the best comparison for Gaimin, but it's a huge compliment to Nouns.
Oh, so
it did.
2 or 2, 2 or 3, you leave to SCA. I'm doing NA, and now it's an NADPC game. How dare you?
I was there for 2 or 3. I was there for 2 or 3. You forgetful person, you. I was going to use a word I can't. Oh. Yes. Forgetful man.
All right.
Cruelly forgetful man.
Well, that's game 1, going the way of Nouns,
That was
Jonathan.
game 1.
That was an unexpected game 1, to say the least. I think everyone watching would have assumed that Gaimin should have been heavy favorites. Nouns kind of completely flipped that on their heads and said, no, we're actually the favorites here in this game one, and they were correct in saying that. Game two, can't wait to see what switches up. I imagine that Gaimin Gladiators is going to be coming in very, very hot for game two. Let's see what happens. We do have to head off to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game two's draft between Gaimin Gladiators and, of course, Nouns. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our final game of the day here between Nouns and, of course, Gaimin Gladiators. And, John, what a game one it was. Nouns showing us something a little bit special with a very unique draft coming out and wiping the floor clean with Gaimin Gladiators in that game one is the only way I can really think of putting it. John, tell me straight off the bat, what the hell do Gaimin need to do to try and force a draw here between these two teams?
I think Gaimin needs to remember they're in NA, baby. This is Nouns land. And Quinn needs to remember what it means to be from NA. He needs to think about these kinds of pub strats, these kind of wacky things that come left field. You can't play a proper game with strategy when Moo's just wanting to run you down and literally go Moo. I'm pretty sure that's the mindset with his roar there. And you've got to be able to counteract it. You need to play to the tempo of Nouns here. You can't go greedy with something like the offlane Wraith King and a Spectre. I think the Wraith King concept is fine, but tied in with the Ratcho Spectre, it just felt like these two cores needed so much farm to snowball out of control. Neither lane went really amazingly well for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. So a shift out, probably just in the safe lane at minimum, I think is maybe one way to kind of get that going. Or even just the off lane change as well, something more impactful for Ace as well. Might change the course of the game here. We'll see what the adjustments are. But Nouns, they looked amazing. You know, the minus magic resistance strat actually works, actually pays off. They got deleted, man. I'm so happy seeing that just because you rarely see that. Minus magic resistance strat. Veil, Ancient Seal, Ice Vortex. It's genius. It's genius.
It really was, Jonathan.
That's all it is.
Who cares about minus armor strats when you've got minus magic resist strats? And that's what we saw in game one. A game, and I'm sure have a lot to change up during this draft to try and pull off a game two victory. And to be quite fair as well, like you kind of already went over the greediness of the draft for game one for Gaimin Gladiators. And you know what? With those picks that were coming out, we saw the Earthshaker pick did not make Quinn look too happy. It's almost like he kind of knew they were in for a pretty rough game, and he was right if that's what he thought.
Yeah, I don't think his matchup was too bad. I think his mid lane matchup, it was going Gunner's way, but they did manage to build momentum off of that once they started to rotate a little bit onto Quinn. It's just the side lanes, really. I don't know if there was any last pick at all that could have helped Gaimin, because I don't pin that in the Shaker. I don't pin it in that pick. I think it was just this early Wraith King into Spectre that really just made it so difficult. We'll see what the adjustments from Gaimin are. I think there's so many offlaners they could have gone for earlier on as well if they wanted to prioritize it, but we'll see. Bans already out in place. Invoker, Pango, Broommaster, and the Treant Protector being taken out by Nouns. Gaimin taking care of the Kunkka Dazzle. And what's going to be the next one? You can't ban out. They're not even banning out anything from the last equation there from Nouns. I would expect at least a Primal Beast ban. I think that hero has just been proven to be too strong unless they'll think about picking it up themselves. They take care of the Venge, and they will pick up the Primal Beast. All right, so that's a shakeup. My issue now is Nouns Moo is probably one of the few players left that would probably still pick an offlane Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
So quite frankly, I wouldn't actually mind because sure, it's been nerfed. Quite frankly, the nerfs probably aren't enough. To be real here, I think Witch Doctor is still a really insanely strong hero. It just it needs a little bit more farm. The Ags feels much more necessary, but it still has this insane spike. If they want to go that route for Nouns, again, Witch Doctor has not been the most popular. I believe throughout today, Mike, on our first day for the road to the International, hasn't been picked at all. So probably a moot point. But if Nouns did want to go left field, that is a hero.
Yeah, to be absolutely fair, that Witch Doctor offlane we saw from Moo back in NADPC was with an IO, and they were abusing the healing thing, but the Voodoo Restoration, I mean. But, you know, John, I would love to see it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I appreciate you bringing it up and making me happy for a few moments, as we're going to see some more bans come out. Dawnbreaker will be removed here by Gaimin. One more ban to go for Nouns before we can continue with the drafts. See if they've got something a little bit cheeky here on the side of Nouns for their second draft. Of course, game one, again, at the very least for us, was quite an unexpected draft coming out. See what they've got up their sleeves for game two. I can't wait to see.
What is that little box there? Does that say Bobos?
You know,
Bobos?
John, I saw it. I know you're Filipino. We know the joke. I'm sure some people in the chat understand what that means. It is what it says.
It's beautiful.
You don't need to hide it.
I
It's
try
not.
that. I try it. I try it out.
Doesn't it just mean idiot anyway? It's just. It's not.
Yeah,
it's pretty hard.
literally it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. So it's just funny for me to see that labeled.
Yeah.
It's like there's this meme on Twitter where the Philippines is mentioned, and you're you're cheering. It's like, yeah, Philippines mentioned. Well, we're not mentioned in the international. We have one player. We have Gabby carrying our hopes. So, give me a break, Mike. The picks go on. Shadow Demon and the Lone Druid coming out here for now, so they get the Gunner special in that Lone Druid. And I'm expecting that to be matching up against Primal Beast, which honestly isn't that bad for the Lone Druid. I think that does feel pretty good to play into. I think we've seen that a couple of times before for Gunner in that kind of matchup. He knows the ins and outs of his Lone Druid, so it should be manageable for him. I like this change up from Gaimin into the Phoenix. So a little bit more team fight coming out. Some really good sustain, with high percent-based healing. You've got Primal Beast already getting a lot of value from just staying alive in these fights. Lots of HP being restored. And just overall, pretty decent range can come out with a Phoenix. So I like the solution. You don't have the best right-click yet from Nouns. The bear can kind of work, but not ideal. You're going to need to try to pile on. I'm wondering if for now and something like the Snapfire is still viable. That here just doesn't feel like it's as amazing if you try to flex it. Muerta does come back here for the side of Gaimin. It's still flex. I'm wondering if they will, keep it on Tofu 4. I honestly feel like it's really effective as a 4, but I just don't know about with a Phoenix. Again, you're kind of limiting yourself in control to basically pulverize. And I guess a pulverize into egg combination. Pulverize can protect the egg with that mini stun. You've also got the calling, so all of that can connect together. But it does require 2 ultimates to kind of go off together there.
So what this third pick's going to be? I think the Gunner Lone Druid always puts a lot of confidence in Mage on. I've got to tell you as well, there's been a lot of mid Lone Druids recently in my pubs, and it kind of reminds me of him every time I lose to this damn hero. Just the Wraith Band spam, and there's this universal hero now for some reason as they go for the Grimstroke and the Ogre Magi. Here we go again. This is an offlane Ogre.
Gunner's smiling.
It has to be.
Look at Gunner's smile. Look at him. When
It's
it
gonna
came
be-
out, he's just...
I'm pretty sure it has to be an offlane Ogre. It's Moo Ogre. I guarantee it.
What if it's a Hector Lone Druid? They last pick a Moo hero, and Gunner actually just plays mid-ogre magic. I don't think I do agree with you. This should be offlane ogre for Moo. I don't think you really want to.
Look at this troll.
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
Yes, sir.
Yamson, you want to play AA again, bro? You want to play that AA, sir? Anyway, 4th pick here for Gaming. This draft does look rather confusing from Nouns. We'll see how Gaimin does want to respond. They do have 40 seconds reserve time. Go on.
There's literally one counter if they are, even just one really good save. They go with the CK first, so there's some flex. Ace could run that offlane, Duracho could run it safe, but I honestly wouldn't mind. Again, this doesn't fix their issue with control, but it does give them good saves. Something like the Omni Knight could be decent. It's pure damage coming out. You've got to save. You can kind of deal with the physical output of the Lone Druid as well. With Guardian Angel, you're going to force a Nullifier out. I wouldn't mind. I don't know if that really fits in to Gaimin Gladiators draft as it is now. With the CK pickup and with the Muerta definitely being probably shifted onto support once more. I'm not too sold on Omni Knight. If it is more of offlane CK, maybe a safe lane where it's you could maybe justify the Omni Knight, but again, it also just feels really greedy to have the Muerta and the CK. So, keen to see what Gaimin closes out with. Keen to see how Nouns closes out this flex in the Ogre, because the silliness changes here for Nouns, right? It's more like a combination of, okay, this is the combo now. I can see it now, Mike.
Okay.
Soulbind, whatever the hell Shadow Demon's W is called now. Is it Dispersion? is it not dispersion? It's something, right? Disseminate. I think disseminate, right? So soulbind, disseminate, and then just spam all your spells in Ogre Magi, and all of that damage is bouncing around. So that's a combination, I suppose.
It certainly is. What if we could bring out like a mid warlock, Jonathan? Really go all out with the fatal bonds as well? Why the hell not?
Don't get me excited, Mike. Don't get me too excited for this game.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen anyway, John. Pause ones are getting banned out right now. We see the TA banned from nouns into the Necrophos ban. Of course, Lifestealer was being removed here from Gaimin Gladiators, and one more position one, I think, here for K1. They have left the Naga Siren. Doesn't look like it's as good of a game for a Naga, but then again, K1 didn't really do anything last game either. So, it may not be necessary for K1 to have a good hero, John, based on how game one went.
Yeah. I mean, it's classic Hector gameplay. I just think the game went too fast for him to really show off that farm. It's like Moo just was in control. So, yeah, we'll find out. I think it's a good read to just figure out it's probably a Hector hero missing. But again, Hector lone druid could come in. You last pick the Moo hero. You give Gunner mid ogre. And... well, Bob's your uncle, I suppose.
Oh, very Australian of you, Jonathan. Sven will be banned. Oh.
Sniper!
Sniper, huh? Okay.
Sniper? Disgusting.
It is a rather revolting hero. Quinn has the face of a sniper player right now, John. Just emotionless, to say the least. And I imagine is it going to be a mid-sniper? I think so.
It should be. I don't think that's a matchup that you win on the Ogre. I don't think it's also something you win on Lone Druid all too well. So this does force the choice. Gunner's not looking too happy
That's the face of a guy that has to play against mid-sniper. That's my look every time. Every time I have to play mid, this is my look. It's always the sniper. It's so annoying.
We'll see. Well, what's the flex going to be closing out here now? And, Gunner was so happy a while ago. When the Ogre came out, he was all smiles. Now it's just despair. It's just the cycle of a Dota player. You queue into a pub, you pick your hero, your team's fine with you going Ogre mid, then you realize you're playing against Sniper.
Thankfully, he does have his box of bobbles to go back to if things get rough here for Gunner. So happy day. It's all right. I wonder how they taste, by the way. I'm very curious now to see how those taste.
Yeah, I would love to, at some point I'll ask Gunner on Steam, probably. I'll ask him, hey, how are those bobos? He's going to give us an honest opinion, I'm sure.
Oh, if you're a real Giga Chad, John, if you're a real Giga Chad, you'd message him right now and ask. I dare you. PA is the pickup. All right. Don't actually message him, Jonathan. He's in a pro match right now. He's on the road to TI. John, don't message him. You can't call while driving. Get off your phone.
No.
Go on, John. What are you trying to say?
Okay, it is our Moo Ogre Magi, so we will be stuck with the Gunner Lone Druid, which is still exciting, but not as funny as the mid Ogre. Quinn is playing. He's playing the Sniper. He definitely had that look.
Just for reference, Quinn has been complaining non-stop about Pango players, by the way. So I don't want to ever hear Quinn complaining again about any hero, quite frankly.
Can you please play a real hero? All right, just pick Sniper. Nice.
See how this game too goes. Do you have a preference in terms of drafts, John? All jokes aside, like forget the team names. Who has the better draft going into game two?
It's rather strange. I think this one is a rather even on draft. I think this mid sniper can build a lot of momentum. The Racha as well can kind of kick up tempo here on the CK. It's not going to require too much farm. So I think when it comes down to that, it's all about thinking about this PA, right? Like how well does Hector's lane go up against a Primal Beast and a Muerta? That does not sound like a fun lane for a PA, which means you're going to be stalled out in your Battle Fury timing, which means you're going to be stalled out in your BKB, in your Desolator, and all of that throws off this PA. We know Hector loves to play a farming hero. PA is not exactly the fastest pre-Battle Fury, right? Like it's not an illusion hero where Hector can just farm 20 minutes and he's done. So it's going to take a little bit more investment depending on that laning phase. And I think you have much more play here for Gaimin. I think for the side of nouns, Yeah, it's really dependent on how well Hector's initial lane goes and how much Gunner can actually get from a sniper lane, because that sounds disgusting. If both your PA and Lone Druid fall behind, those are two moderately farm-heavy heroes that will need a lot of space, and the side of Gaimin are ready this time around to contest that space.
I can't wait to see how it goes. Game number 2, of course, Nouns playing for a 2-0 victory. Gaimin Gladiators trying to force a draw here to end off their day for the road to TI. And well, let's get game 2 underway, Jonathan. We don't need to talk anymore. Let's do the plays, do all the talking here between these two teams and see how it all pans out. Let's head over.
Yeah.
Game 2.
Should be a fun one. Should be a very fun one. I think Gaimin has shaken off game 1 for sure. This draft looks like a very good adjustment. You have some pretty good tempo coming out.
They want to fight.
And yeah, you can just feel, when you have this kind of draft, an initial fight in, if you manage to get shrapnel and get that first blood, it'll feel good.
Run, Gunner. Stun is out. It's a 1-second stun. Gunner has nowhere to go. And eventually should die. Fire Spirit's landing. Gunner will try to go the other way, but it's not going to work out. Tofu able to secure the kill. First blood to go the way of the position for Muerta. And sadly for Gunner, his bear will be on cooldown.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty painful. That takes away a lot of his laning presence here for good old Gunner. So he's just going to have to kind of try to deal with it. And that should give a nice little boost there. Of course, for Quinn, not that his lane needs any more of a boost. Still posturing aggressively. Looks like they might be able to get away with trying to snag an extra rune, but Nouns are ready to at least sneak one away on the opposite side of the river, so might be going for an even trade here.
Yeah. We'll see. K1 going to try and fight with Ace over this bounty rune. Ace just going to kind of posture him out and eventually does pick up the bounty. So a 3-for-1 as Ace will chase him down with the trample just for extra measure. K1 going to have to go to the laning phase with less than half his HP. Meanwhile, bottom though, Celery does kind of get caught as Moo will just chase him down and secure a kill. The Celery, at the very least, not giving the first blood bonus away because that was already handed out earlier, but Moo already off to a great start here on the Ogre.
It's going to be feeling pretty damn good. And that is something they need, as I feel like Moo's going to have to pick up the pace here on the offlane Ogre, just because you need to buy space for Gunner. Gunner's not going to be able to do too much. You can expect Quinn to have a pretty decent time. The bear is tanky enough that it shouldn't get fully harassed out by the sniper, especially at least not until Shrapnel's out for area denial as well. But you're also not going to be able to stop Quinn. So that does mean this Ogre needs to try to slow down Daracho, so that connection between the sniper and the CK trying to jump forward doesn't happen. The connection between the CK and the Primal Beast doesn't happen. And that is a lot of pressure coming out onto the offlane. Let's see how much more Moo can get. I think this one should be a pretty interesting lane. As again, mid is pretty static. You would expect the sniper to do more. Just because he has a range advantage.
Bit of a chase out, but disruption from Lelis will ensure that Daracho cannot follow up with any form of damage here against Moo. Moo's going to be just fine to remain within this lane. By the way, John, while we have a second, hello to all the viewers on the A stream. I hear we've switched over to that as well, so hello everyone. Nice to see you guys.
Yeah. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good time.
We're the E stream casters. If you're wondering who these two idiots are, it is MLP Dota and John Xfire. At your service.
They don't need to know. They're A-stream guys. They're top-tier viewers, all right? Care. They're here not by their own choice, okay, Mike? Not out of their own volition, so just let them be. All right, as we take a look at the last lane that we haven't seen as well by our own volition. Hector on that PA and Yamson on the Grimstroke up against Ace on that Primal Beast and Tofu on the Muerta. Now again, this is another combination for Muerta where you've got this really big frontliner that can jump in, that can play off of your dead shot and the calling. But there is counterplay here for Nouns. Like Inkswell, jump forward for Hector. Pretty straightforward. No real soft targets outside of the Muerta. You're likely not going to be threatening Ace anytime soon. And again, this is something we noted from draft, but it's not going to be easy for Hector up against Primal Beasts. He's already lagging behind in CS. 6-0 in comparison to Ace's 13-5. Not good news. When we talked about the battle of your time and the farm timings of this PA has to be on point. Hector's got to be able to find a little bit more out of the lane and try to transition into the jungle early.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom lane, bit of a man fight here between Mu and Duraccio. Mu proving to be the bigger man right now as he just continues to chase him down. Celery just wanted to get the Lotus out of that Lotus pool. We'll be able to get away with that just fine. Lanes are pretty slow in terms of, you know, kills happening. We haven't really seen too much from this laning stage quite yet. Just both sides wanting to secure some farm. Not too much interest in trying to secure some kills. And I suppose if there was any lane where kills could occur, it's probably the top lane with the Primal Beast and the Muerta. But K1 and Yamsun being very good at just sitting back and not allowing the opening that Ace may be looking for.
Again, this passive lane does play into what Gaimin would want anyway. It's a major slowdown to Hector's farm. And again, this is going to impact that pacing because even Duraccio is having a really good time, basically a free lane down bot. So the CK is going to be able to hit this initial timing of Armlet much sooner than the PA can get anything to bear. And that's going to be a numbers advantage for the engagements of Gaimin. I think the one lane that's going exceptionally well for Nouns is that mid lane. So despite the fact that Quinn is getting some free harass onto the bear, he can't kill it. The bear is highly durable. Look at the denies of Gunnar, 18 to 12 in comparison to Quinn right now at 16 to 5. Like, just the denies alone is a pretty big boon for Gunnar. He's not having this, you know, the fastest start. It's still annoying to lane to the sniper, but he's not held back and he's still controlling the lane really damn well.
That he certainly is. Bottom lane, Mu will get stunned up here by Duraccio, but they won't dive the tier 1. It's a bit of harassment being dealt the Ogre's way. That top lane is just so sad to watch at the moment as well. Like, K1 cannot approach a creep wave. They'll finally get the large camp pull off, thanks to Yamsun, which was constantly being contested by Tofu. Finally, they're able to kind of set the creep equilibrium their way on the side of Nouns, but no, they're going to drag it back over to the large cap. Gaimin making it so hard for K1 to get any form of farm, as they will maintain the position of the creep wave. And sadly for K1, there's just nothing he can do about it. Like, the dagger spam is doing nothing. He's barely hitting the CS.
No. And he's way too low level. 1-1-1, having to have the value point and everything.
Bottom.
Some aggression down bot here.
Yeah, they're going to try after Mu. He's a tanky boy, though. He'll turn right back around, in fact. Trying to go after Salary, but will go down. Salary able to secure the kill. Should be just fine to walk out, as well as now Duraccio going to go after Lelis, that the TPs are incoming. Cancelled off those Lelis. Still playing rather aggressively on the Shadow Demon, but ultimately we'll have to leave them be.
Yeah, but this is a runaway lane now for Duraccio. Like, it's such a stark comparison to game 1 where his Spectre was completely shut out. This time around, Mu's just not having that presence. He's not able to really trade with the magic damage, not able to trade right clicks with his durability, as the CK is just as, if not more tanky than he is when it comes to right click trading. So, big boons coming out for Gaimin in comparison to game 1. 2K lead already showing itself here very early on in the game at 6 minutes in. The shining hope for Nouns really is just Gunnar having a really good time up against the sniper mid. Everyone else is suffering. Like, Hector's not having a great time. Moose not having a great time.
So if you're kind of playing with fire, K1 and Yamsun not bothering to try after the Muerta, knowing that Ace was right around the corner with Onslaught available. Even Celery's rotated up top lane to try and set up something here. Bottom lane, Mu is just perfectly fine just chasing down Duraccio, but there is more heroes incoming. Yamsun now around. They're going to try for the chase after the CK. With the Inkswell out, Duraccio, he'll try to go after the Shadow Demon instead. Lelis dropping rather low, and in comes the Primal Beast. But the Onslaught, it doesn't really reach as Lelis is still trying to run. Eventually, though, he will get caught by Duraccio. But the much bigger target, it's going to be Mu on the Ogre. So even Quinn rotates just to ensure they can have the damage for this guy. And Mu eventually should fall and will. Quinn able to secure on the sniper.
That was a really forced movement out from Nouns. They go through the gate, spotted out by Celery. So Celery immediately goes back through the gate and calls for the TPs in.
Okay, well.
Like, if they managed to sneak that movement without being seen, it could have worked.
K1 could be in a spot of danger now. You haven't got level 6 on Ace yet, but just being able to trample K1 might just be enough into the Onslaught. And K1, he will go for the Blink Strike now, but Celery, he does have the Icarus Dive into the Sun Ray and the Fire Spirits, and that'll be K1. And right to the grave. It's kind of a mirror matchup almost of game 1 here between K1 and Duraccio. This is exactly what Duraccio had to deal with last game around, and just not much K1 can do about it.
No, they're keeping that aggression. Yamsun.
Danger. Let's get the Inkspore stun off, but it's just not going to matter as Tofu to secure a very easy kill on that Muerta. Pings are immediately out towards Mu. They want to try for the Ogre. Phantasm will be popped. He'll get one illusion. It really shouldn't be enough, but they will give it a crack. Mu loses half his HP, and now the dead shot does land, so they do get a bit more, but eventually Mu is still going to be able to walk his way out. In the meantime, Celery ends up dying across the map by the looks of it by the power rune spot at the top side.
Yeah, not the biggest pickup in the world for nouns, but something they desperately need. They are keeping control here for Gunnar. Again, their launching point has to be the Sloan Druid. No one else is having a good time here. So the timings of Gunnar is just going to tie in and try to stall out for their team. Mu is not going to be able to do too much. Double Bracer, Soul Ring on the Ogre, no early Blade Mail, no, not even a Phase Boots done yet on our Ogre. And Hector is still miles away from even just thinking about that full battle.
K1 being chased again by Ace. He has some backup behind him as well. Ace, he's got Quinn and Celery right behind. Here comes Mu to try and help out. Ace, he'll cop the Fire Blast. K1, he just needs to run. I don't really think he can afford to fight right now as Mu is trying to sacrifice himself for his carry, but no, he is still alive. He'll walk away for now as Gunner's joined in along with Lelis trying to chase down Ace. Lelis needs the disruption to land. Ace, he will get caught. Can they kill him though? He still has an onslaught available, but the roots are incoming from Gunner's Spirit Bear into the Fear though. Ace is still alive, but no, another Fear out. Ace could not onslaught in, but Quinn, he's the one cleaning up. He's already got 2 supports down, looking for the Spirit Bear, which is basically a 3rd hero at this stage. There's the Spirit Bear gone. There's Gunner in that melee form, still not going to be able to survive through this. He will go down, and Gaimin really giving it back to them in this game too.
They are just running it down. This is exactly how nouns played in the last game, and you know what? They're playing the NA way. You know, 5-man run down, force these fights, just keep fighting. If your enemy fights, you fight back harder. Hector,
the stun is out. Icarus dive, egg being dropped as well. Though K1 is still going to be able to just blink strike away. Now, Celery trying his best to get enough damage out before the blink strike was there, but not quite enough in the end.
not enough, but it is still uncomfy now for Hector. He's trying to farm up. He has the cornucopia. He'll try to clear out Blur, but he's not going to be able to clear out all of the creeps in the stack. There is a double damage rune here for the picking up, but he doesn't spot it before committing. You have some good wards coming out from Gaimin to watch every rune spot. And DD's forced to go onto Yamson, not the ideal. And they're clearing out the map. Top is just free for Ace, having a repeat of what Mu was doing in the last game. Gunner is forced to jungle. He does have the defusal on his bear, so there is some good impact there, especially with the chase down with Inhibit. It just feels like it's lacking from now. It's like, if a team fight broke out, their AoE control really isn't there yet.
Celery getting some deep wards down, but it was spotted by Yamson. Celery, though, wanting the D ward, is going to stick around, does get the D ward, and they should be able to punish, but there's just no confidence to make the jump in.
Oh.
And now the onslaught coming in from the side. Hey,
Oh,
he
my
found
God.
3. K1. Oh, K1 is gone, and so is Yamson. What a perfect rush in from Ace. Mu at least going to try and punish him, but can he get it done? Chase is on. They'll get Ace down. Tofu's the next target. Gunner will come, but Duraccio in the meantime, he's going to find Lelis. Gunner is still chasing. Mu is right behind him. Tofu going to get slowed up by the defusal. We'll go down to Boo. Quinn, that'd be a great target if you could find it, but Quinn is out of there. Instead, they'll try for Duraccio on the CK. The Spirit Bear. It is a scary, scary bear to see running right behind you, Duraccio. He's going to get inhibited up. They'll get the vision, but they won't really have the damage, seeing Ace has rotated here as Quinn in the meantime kills off Yamson. Now the pulverize onto Mu as Gunner goes down. Quinn, he was just doing so much work in the back. They were microing the bear, but Quinn was just destroying them apparently.
That is painful
That's
for now.
concerning.
And this sniper is getting so damn big. Quinn's above Duraccio in farm. Full Mask of Madness up. Maelstrom not too far off. Dragonlance next. You have no natural jump for the backline outside of this PA with Blur. And Hector is, again, nowhere near being ready to take any of these fights. Here you have massive stacks. No one can clear them. This is going to be cleared out by Gaimin. They're forced to try to clear it out in Lilith right now.
Oh, Ace gonna get feared up mid. Onslaught could not get away. The Sunray out from Celery gonna buy him a little bit of time, and they've got the Egg to drop. Ace is still alive, and now the damage is coming out. It seems like Nouns, they're the ones losing the fight. The Egg will explode, landing on 3. Gunner will go down. So will K1. This is such a disastrous game right now for Nouns. It just feels like they've got no gameplay.
No, they definitely don't. This time it's down to the Ogre Magi presence of Moo. We mentioned it early on in the laning phase. This Ogre has to have something. It has to be able to make space. It has to be able to make plays. You just didn't have that launching point here for Moo. So you're stuck with Gunner having to farm, Hector having to farm, Moo not being able to do anything. You know, he can't really connect fully with the Shadow Demon and with the
A1.
Crazy Stroke. Heck, Yamson isn't even level 6 yet.
A1, he'll see Quinn. I'm not sure if he can really afford to make the jump in. He's gonna try, but oh my
Oh my
gosh.
god. What is that?
He just... I'm not sure what it was, John. He was attacking in slow motion from what I could see. He also doesn't have a Battle Fury yet, so
Yeah.
maybe he would have just been better off farming, I suppose. But K1 trying for something will not really work out.
19-5, 10k lead for Gaimin. You've got the full Veil up for Celery. They're just gonna melt. Like there's nothing that Nouns can do right now except try to split up and farm, try to make some sacrifices. You know, at this point, just toss out your supports. You're eventually gonna hit 6 on Yamson, so that could be a launching point. Just a Soulbind, double Demonic Purge, maybe just, I don't know, double Ignite. Could be one way to go with a multicast, try to melt them down, but there's no counterplay at this moment. You just need so much more farm. And Gaimin, they're not stepping off that accelerator
Do
here.
not summon that bear, Gunner. It is not safe right now. It's been on cooldown for a while. He will summon. Durantio is around, but he's got backup. They're all smoked right behind him. This is all bait. Gunner, he's gonna get caught. He is gone.
Oh god.
They'll soulbind, but it's all too late. And he just respawned the bear. Yamsun's gone a boot. The bear's on cooldown for another 100 seconds. What's a man without his bear, John? Nothing.
Nothing. It's absolutely nothing. This game is shaping up to be absolutely nothing as well for Nouns. It feels like this is karmic retribution for what happened in game 1. Now Nouns gets to experience what happened to Gaimin last game. This is basically what Gaimin had to sit through the entire time. Just being run down, no counterplay, no options. And now it's trying to be cheeky with flexing this Ogre. It does bite them. You know, it does severely bite them. This Ogre Magi offlane for Moo just has not done anything.
Lilith.
The PA last pick as well. It's too slow for Hector.
There's just no space left right now for Nouns. So Gaimin, they are just smothering them at the moment as Lelis. Gonna get targeted. Very, very easy pickup here for Aces. Even Moo was right around the corner. Not for long though. It's Ace now just completely destroying the side of Nouns, and Quinn is enjoying himself, I'm sure. 7-0-9 now on the sniper, having a great old time.
Yeah. No, he's picked a real hero that isn't Pangolier. He's picked a sniper.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's, as we saw on the draft camera, he looked very chuffed
Oh, look at
at
this.
playing such a high-end hero.
Look at this. Poor Gunner. What's he meant to do? He fears him,
This
and now he dies.
is a revenge for Duracho.
Yeah.
They're
Okay.
avenging Duracho from that last game.
On the bright side, Gunner died, but K1 survived. So that's a positive. They were right next to each other. You could make the argument Gunner was tanking the gank.
Dire's middle tower.
Sure, I don't think the Lone Druid should be tanking the gank.
No.
You know, but he has tanked the gank, and that's the silver lining. It's a very thin lining, to be fair,
Duracho.
but Oh.
They saw him. I could have sworn they saw him for a moment. Ward's down now. They have full vision over Durantio. Disruption. Durantio is pretty far away from his team. He might just have to go for a fight. Keep in mind, he's a pretty tanky guy. He's got a lot of strength available, so he'll go for the fight.
Oh.
He'll take down Yamsun. That's one down, but Durantio cannot survive anymore. But somebody's coming with him.
unfortunate that the kill goes on to Lilith. You could really use that golden gunner right now, but a kill's a kill. Keeps him in the game. Battle Fury not too far off now for Hector.
Gunner.
There is a way to scale back in, but they need to hold off this onslaught. They have to do that a couple more times here.
They've got to be so careful with this bear as well. Like, it's on cooldown again, and you just... You can't afford to lose it. Like, that's one of your heroes just being deleted as Celery. Icarus Dive will get disrupted. No help incoming because they are chasing K1 at the moment as the egg is dropped. Quinn is trying to assist. Mu will be able to survive and they will get the kill. But K1, he is inside of his base getting annihilated by Ace.
Oh my god.
So it's like, okay, you got our pos 5. Sure, enjoy. Maybe they can find Quinn. That'll be a much bigger deal. Quinn to go down surely as Yamsun has dropped. In goes Ace trying to find Gunnar. They do at least get Quinn down, but now Gunnar is in huge trouble. Tramples available once again from Ace. The disruption will save from Lelis. And it seems like at the very least Gunnar will be able to make his way out. And they do find the sniper. That's a pretty big kill.
They trade the sniper away for the bear, but it's a big kill to find. And they're keeping themselves in this game to trying to stall out as much as possible. That loss on Hector does mean that you're not really able to catch up as much as you'd want just yet. Like, this PA's critical timings, Battle Fury into farm, into Desolator, into BKB. And you're still miles away from that. Like, there's so much vision coming out here from Gaimin. They've got good forward wards. They got a good scan on Gunnar.
They certainly do. At least this time, he will not be spawning the bear as it was on cooldown anyway. He's going to try for the TP play out, but the dead shot is out. That'll be another death on the lone druid as Ace continues to just chase him down on this primal beast. The rest of nouns, they're just on the right side of the map. They're just sticking as full, understanding the strength in numbers, and perhaps they could look towards Duraccio, but Lelis does not react quick enough, and even if he did, I'm not sure they could have killed him quick enough before his team got there.
Yeah, it's a little bit too tanky right now. However, again, this is space. Like, Battle Fury's flying out for Hector. You've got the Midas being built up here by Mu. This sounds like severe copium on listening to myself cast this, but there is, again, a way back. I mean, this is a PA. It has been nerfed, but it can be your be-all and all win condition because CK does not like building MKB. You know, Silver Edge perhaps could be one way, but you also have the break from PA that can cause issues with a shard. So I think for Gaimin's side, it's not like they need to end this within like 10 to 15. Like, I'd give them a 15-minute window until at equilibrium, this game becomes a little bit harder than it should be. However, Hector...
K1 in danger, has no way to blink strike 2. He'll try for the blur, but it's no good. He is gone. As well as that, you'll see a Grimstroke die. Lelis will go down. Yamsun will go down to boot. They actually died of the Tormentor. Excuse me, I said Lelis went down. He actually did survive. It was just Yamsun that ends up dying for that Tormentor.
Yeah. Gunnar dies as well right by the Tormentor. Probably too low and just gets clipped. So that's the opening for Gaimin onto the high ground. Respawns are short, but even with the Battle Fury, this PA is not ready. They need more farm. They need to stall somehow. But I don't see any way of shoving Quinn out here.
I mean, he got a Grove Bow on top, so it's like Dragonlance, Grove Bow, Sniper, all very, very good. Suddenly the high ground is not looking too challenging for Gaimin Gladiators. They are going to move into the mid-tier 3 tower now. They'll leave the bottom tier 3 alone. He's going to TP back towards the base. He does not have a bear as far as I can see. It is on cooldown. It's kind of hard to really help defend as a lone druid with nothing available. Duraccio, he's going to be targeted, but the Sun Ray is going to keep him alive, and now Mu just gets deleted here by Ace. That'll be the mid-tier 3 tower gone. And Gaimin, they'll just continue. I mean, nouns have not thought about calling it quite yet, but I think it might be getting around that time where you might just consider it because this game is looking a little bit too one-sided. K1 is trying to farm in the meantime, but he's still just got a Battle Fury. That's all he has.
Oh, he got scanned out too.
Oh, Ace is going to chase him down again. Ace, leave him alone. Leave him alone. K1's had enough of this game too, I think. He'll go for the TP at the very least. Maybe they can force a fight knowing the Primal Beast isn't there. But the problem is Gunnar in the meantime is just dying to Quinn. And he will go down. Bot racks it is. Gaimin looking for more targets. Won't be able to find it. In fact, here we go. Mu shows himself for a moment. Durachio with zero hesitation. They will at least disrupt the save. Mu, he will still go down. Quinn picks him off. Maybe one last fight to come.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Does look that
Never
way.
mind.
No, they call it. They call it. All right. This is the game that we were expecting. They adapt to NA. Quinn channels his NA energy playing the sniper. And that NA PMA does kick in. A back and forth series. A stomp for Nouns in game 1, a stomp for Gaimin in game 2. Quinn does not look like the happiest man in playing sniper to find that win, but you're in NA, you're playing an NA game. Yeah, you do what you gotta do. And Gaimin, they rally, they keep themselves in a pretty good position at the very least with a draw. So they're not being eclipsed by Nouns too badly. As you mentioned, it could lead to some issues with maybe some shuffling around, but I think the overall score is still within the same line. So an outstanding game from Gaimin, bouncing back quite well here in game number 2. Just working their draft back and baiting Nouns to go back into that ogre, which really doesn't pay off here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, Jonathan, if you are on the A stream, we are going to have to throw back to the panel. So back to you guys to talk about this game. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, I believe we continue wrapping up here on the E stream, of course.
For the cool kids on the E
kids.
stream, you've got us. So you're stuck with us here, unless you guys switch over now and shut us up, which is fair.
No, absolutely
But
not.
That
Absolutely
game,
not.
that game was a stomp. That is not like, I don't know, like in the draft, you see the openers, you're like, okay, Ogre Magi with Lone Druid. Maybe they tried to do something with Moose, something different.
Yeah.
They give Moo the Ogre. They still run the Lone Druid, which is fine. I think up till that point, it's all right. I think the issue came with the PA pick. Just because it's not a hero Hector can really flash farm in. His lane matchup was going to be bad into Primal Beast, but they were probably expecting Primal Beast mid, not expecting the sniper. But the lane just becomes unplayable for Hector. Right? He can't come into CS safely. He has to use the dagger. His timing for Battle Fury was way too late. And because the PA is forced to farm a lot longer, there's no early game tempo with Battle Fury Desolator. Moo doesn't have the impact in his off lane. Blade Mail comes out late, double Bracer. He was stuck in double Bracer Soul Ring for quite some time post-laning phase. And there's just no play. There's no team fight. This lineup from Nouns had no synergy once things fell too far behind.
Yeah, Gaimin, they just literally said to themselves, guys, you know we are still one of the best teams in the world. Let's just run at these guys and kind of just destroy this game. And it seems to really all go back to the Primal Beast. Like this hero just enabling so many teams thus far on the road to the international. It's just too much. Like the onslaught into the trample and then the pulverize, just so much chaos created by this hero. And K1 doesn't know what the hell to do with himself. Like, what am I meant to do?
I mean, there wasn't really much to do for him. I do appreciate that he, there's nothing you can do. You might as well just have a laugh about it. Like, there's literally nothing Nouns could have done differently to actually have a game here. The draft, they got baited in with that PA last pick. Not expecting such a tough laning matchup for Hector. Gaimin come out on top. It's honestly a bit hard for me to say who's the MVP. I want to say Ace.
Yeah.
Mike, I wanted to give Quinn just because he had the balls to play sniper, but I think Ace. Overall, he had the most impact.
You don't need that to play sniper, Jonathan. Anyway, Ace is definitely the MVP. Ace is certainly the MVP here of this game. And I feel like every Primal Beast we see, we're just giving the MVP to. But really, whoever plays this hero just seems to pop off every single time. At least for today. Every Primal Beast we've seen has been pretty damn good, as far as I can remember.
It has been. I think it's just a hero that does a lot. It doesn't take too much farm. It gives you tempo very early on. In mid and in off lane, it just achieves so much. It's a hard hero to shut down in both positions as well. And I just loved how active Ace was. He was basically trying to replicate what Moo did. And he's out there staring at. He's hunting. Yeah. That's him hunting on the Primal Beast. He's looking for that safe link there.
K1.
So he's looking for Hector, just like Moo was looking for Duracho. It's so funny that this game basically just flips sides.
Yeah.
And that's what you end up with. So, yeah, I mean, Gaimin, again, finding a draw. Now it's finding a draw. Not the worst thing in the world. Also not ideal. This is going to be interesting going into our day 2, Mike, right? Like, if you think about these standings, if you think about how much each series counts, we've got potentially a very bloody or a very long day two ahead for that road to the internationals group stage. And I'm keen to see what happens because there were a lot of games, Mike.
I'm keen to see some standings results here, Jonathan. Can we have a look at that? Let's see exactly what happened throughout this day, because we obviously there's too much Dota going on. We can't see everything at once. Here we go. The results of this stream, at the very least, of course, you did see Thunder Awaken lose 0-2 to BetBoom, and then Shopify Rebellion drawing with Thunder Awaken for the second series. Quest 1-1 as well with KDS, and then Tundra 1-1 with KDS. So KDS surprising us 2 times, I would argue, with that draw result. And of course, you just saw Gaimin versus Nouns, which is also a surprising draw to come out. So I feel like there's a lot of underdogs and dark horses in this road to TI, John. Certainly some unexpected results, to say the least.
That it is. I think we're seeing pretty much the momentum carry through from the last third-party tournaments. We're seeing China kind of rally up as well, and NA starting to get a little bit of a bite in, at the very least. Nouns, I think overall are proving a pretty good point. So yeah, we can see those group stage standings now. The bottom teams are set to be relegated at the end of the day tomorrow if they don't manage to clean up their act. And so far, those teams are SMG, Thunder, VP, and TALON. So not the best of times for Southeast Asia, having our 2 representatives already lined up to be the favorites for elimination, but it is what it is, of course. The favorites coming in, Team Spirit, up there 6-0, carrying through that momentum. Liquid 5-1, rallying. Azure Ray not doing too bad now at 3-1 as well. LGD 4-0. Gaimin Gladiators is 3-3, maybe a bit more of a surprise. Group C in general has been more tied outside of LGD. And of course, Tundra as well rallying, taking their first loss to KDS, which was also a bit of a surprise, but very well played out from KDS, not to be underestimated. So quite the journey. That was one day of 5 series on 4 streams, or 5 streams. That's an insane amount of games.
That was one day.
And we still have a lot of games.
One day in day 1, John. We do have day 2 schedule coming up as well. So let's have a look at the schedule, see exactly what's going on for tomorrow. Of course, on Streamy, oh boy, we're casting Talon, are we, all day? Talon versus KDS, TSM versus KDS, and Talon versus Quest. Well, this is going to be a fantastic day for you and I, Jonathan. Can't wait to see how Talon does.
No. So we're not casting these games. Of course, we've got our lovely partners with us. We are coming in later on.
Okay.
So you and I won't even see these games, and I believe we're shifting streams tomorrow, Mr. Mikey. So we will be elsewhere. So fortunately, you and I won't have to witness a slaughter of our region live, but we will experience the consequences right after. This is. Looking at the sked, Mike, I'm like, yeah, you know what? It's time. It's fine. This year's a wash again.
It's okay.
Just another year in Southeast Asia. It is what it is.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. It's only day 1, John. Give him a break, all right? Even I'm not that harsh on your boys.
There are only 2 days. Only 2 days until one of them gets eliminated. So you can't just say it's only 1 day in the road to the international. That is 50% of the group stage. 1/4 technically.
I'm trying to be positive here, Jonathan. I really am. All right, just give him a break. Let's see how day 2 goes, at least for the boys. Well, that's it for today. Day 1 is over. Day 1 is in the books, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for tuning into the E-Stream. Of course, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We will be back tomorrow for some more great Dota action. So hopefully we'll see all of you guys then again. See you then. Bye-bye.